One more, you could
It's
attack for this, just the pass, and he's there, it's over! Fernando Cifuentes has found it!
You've been patient, you've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep!
From that GS
Close
house.
combat onto a Mungus, is that enough? Yes! Jump across, gets the knockout! Defeats Voltua!
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Get the leg down, can you look down the Wizcast when he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left, I know,
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Come on fans, the stage is set, the stakes are high, and by the end of today, one player will have risen to the top to become our Utrecht champion. Hundreds have battled through day one, going on a journey together, overcoming prize cards, opponents, and top decks. And from those hundreds, only a few there remain, one of which will be entered into the Hall of Fame. But how will we find out who that's going to be? Well, you've got an easy job. I need you to sit in front of your TV, your phone screen, wherever you're watching from, until we're finished here today. I'm Shay Burt, and I'm joined by my lovely set of co-casters. How are we feeling this morning?
Oh, I'm excited, just seeing the top players there. Many of them we've had on stream as well, still succeeding, rising to the top of the tables. I think today's going to be a great sign of those stronger decks and whether they can come through, because yesterday we got to see 12 unique decks on stream, all of which doing very well.
12 unique decks, that's a good stat, I like that. Ben, how are we feeling this morning?
Yeah, just like Mike said, we saw a lot of variation in terms of the game. You know, a lot of decks that we got to feature on stream, which is always exciting to see. But, you know, I'm just loving, you know, the atmosphere in the venue as well. Such a great venue here in Utrecht. Got a chance to see a lot of the vendors and a lot of the top tables just before the day had started. And, you know, the atmosphere is fantastic. Everybody having a great time. You know, it's just great to be a part of the community here today.
A lot of close run games yesterday, a lot of comebacks as well. We had a couple of big comebacks, and that could be a theme of today as well, because there are a lot of decks that like to sit from behind, and that's when they can really take advantage of some of these comeback cards and the mechanics in the TCG right now. So it's really all down to those final few turns, every single game we watch.
Yeah, we had some amazing combats on stream, didn't we, yesterday? Goodness, that's what we like to see. So as I did mention, we're here in Utrecht. This is our penultimate event here in Europe. We still have some events left, couple big ones towards the end, isn't that right?
Yeah, all over Europe, and the advantage we have here, so many different cultures across the region. Excited for the food in Italy, in Bologna, but then the season will end out with 2 North American events, New Orleans for the NAIC, and then that incredible event we all look forward to every year, World Championship in Anaheim.
That's the big one. That's you know, the big, what we're building towards here in this season. That's where all the marvels, big prizes, and let's be honest, bit of egos get straight there as well. But what's better than being called a world champion? I can't think of anything better. I tell you what, the head on me if I won worlds, can tell you. You never hear me shut up about it. Right, so if you saw any of those events and you want to try and get involved, if you want to actually compete, or even, you know, come and spectate, you need to get yourself down to that link below, rk9.gg/events/Pokemon, because Joe, there's a lot of fun to be had here, even if you're not competing, right?
Yeah, there's a fan zone, there's lots of games set up outside, there's lots of side events going on, vendors, just hang out with a ton of other Pokemon people. There's so much to do at these tournaments, not just the main event itself.
And I tell you what, we actually managed to get a little bit of footage from the fan zone yesterday, and there's all sorts going on. Retro gaming, colouring competition, origami. Honestly, there's a lot to do. But Mike, if players want to get to the World Championships, right, how are they going to get there?
Well, it's all about championship points. How many you can earn throughout the season, accumulate as many as possible, and rise to the top. You can see on the left of screen there, you've got the first place finisher getting 350 CP, and it gets less and less the less distance you make it through the tournament.
Yeah, you know, the bigger the tournaments, the more competition, the higher championship points you can potentially earn. As you mentioned, Mike, these are all accumulated throughout the season and will determine your place on the leaderboard. And we spoke a bit about it yesterday. You know, the competition's ramping up. We're on the home stretch towards the World Championships. This is really where the competition's ramping up. You're constantly looking at those leaderboards. Who am I leapfrogging? Who am I trying to get over the line to? You know, it's all so exciting at the moment. And this is where every win counts at this point.
And in Europe, top 125 will make it to Worlds. A huge amount of players, but it takes a lot to get there. And I think every player right now is looking to try and get even higher than that to be safe from that potential shift at the end of the season.
Yeah, and it makes these last events really interesting, right? You have to really keep an eye on, you know, who's in that range. If you're in that sort of 115 through 130 range, it can get a little bit dicey, right? You're like looking, thinking, how's my opponents doing? How am I doing? It means these last events are super scary. But if you was to win the special event, obviously you get your auto invitation, but that's not all that's on the line, is it, Joe?
Shay, there's booster packs on the line. My favourite. 108 of them. You can tear into them in a couple of hours, and there you go. You get to see your new shiny cardboard that can bling out your deck, or just give you more options of more strategies out there as well. It's always great to have access to multiple decks out there, so you can change up your strategy whenever a format shifts, or if you feel like you can pinpoint the metagame. So grabbing those boosters, I'll have to tear into them straight away, is always the great thing. And 108, that's a really good chunk of packs.
Yeah, we all know you can build one deck to take it to a tournament, but so many of the top players here are building several decks at home so they can test all of them. I mean, at any given time, Joe, how many decks have you got built?
At least 10, I think.
At least 10. So you need to open more boosters so you can get those second, third versions of your cards and put them in other decks.
Yeah, it's been great working with Joe every chance I can, because he brings so many decks to these tournaments, and we always have a good time playing. Any of you, Mike, as well. You know, so many different, and you as well, Shay. You definitely brought some decks.
Certainly some decks.
Certainly some decks.
You know, it's so fantastic to see, and you know, it's always great to you know, get some more decks, get some more strategies on board, learn the game a little bit further, try out new decks, maybe new strategies. You know, it's all about the game, really, isn't it?
It all starts with the booster packs to make those fun decks. Now, we actually have a good list of players here who are battling, well, for championship points and booster packs, of course. Here is a list of the players that are currently, you know, playing right now in our day 2 here in Utrecht. And Joe, what are we looking at here?
Some great standout names. Johan Barsezek, who's already won in Seville. Ryan Morehouse, a UK player who we haven't seen for a while. He's not always someone that shows up to these tournaments, but when he does, certainly one of the strongest players that we have in the UK. Alberto Conti as well, back to winning ways. I think he's on an 8-0-1 record right now, having a fantastic time in the tournament. And of course, Stefan Ivanov sticks out. One of the strongest European players we've ever seen, multiple international champion. Not many players can say that.
Yeah, so many strong players. And there's Alex Dow on there as well.
He made it on. Who put him there?
Yeah, playing very well. Yeah, our fellow co-caster Alex, who's doing very well. We saw him on stream yesterday, and that's one thing to note is a lot of those players, we saw them throughout their journey yesterday. It'll be interesting to see if we get to see them again, because as we mentioned, 12 different decks yesterday, and if we could see, say, 5-6 of them on there, that means the variety on those top tables is still pretty thriving.
It really is. Like I said, I think the player base has sort of had enough of the Dragapult Gardevoir and saying, right, let's see if we can topple them off the crown. Now, we saw a little list of some day 2 players there. How about we have a look at the Swiss standings coming into that last round and see how this day 2 is shaping up. And as you said, Joe, Alberto Conti, a previous regional winner this season, currently 8-0-1.
Yeah, these are some fantastic records, especially going into the later stage of the tournament. A lot of these players will be thinking, what do I need to make that top 8? What do I need to be making those final standings to put me in contention of winning the entire tournament? As you said, Alberto Conti at that 8-0-1 record, the strongest in the room right now. Johan, of course, 8-1. This is a fantastic record. Maybe he can make a double win, double major win there. But Ryan Morehouse, as you mentioned, Joe, you know, really strong player. The competition's definitely ramping up. And also in this type of format as well, you know, it's about the matchups especially, and it's about the variations of those decks. You don't quite know what you're coming up against, and that's what makes this game so exciting, is how skill intensive it's going to actually be out there, especially on those top tables.
I mean, you compare the top player, who's the only one with that record at 801, and compare it to the 16th player. There's only 3 points between them, so it's very tight at the top, and all it takes is one round to completely shift who's going to be making it into that top cut.
It really does. It really gets so close, you know, in those top places. You know, if you get into a win-in for that asymmetrical and you can lose that, all of a sudden you can really topple down far. So it means every match point really matters. Now, before we come into this event, we picked some players to watch, didn't we? And let's see how they're sort of panning out and who did we pick and why.
Not too shabby, to be honest. Owen Kammerman, we got to show him on stream yesterday, playing that Raging Bolt EX archetype, and is still in the mix. I believe has taken a couple losses, but can still walk away with a bunch of boosters and championship points. Didn't quite catch how James was getting on. I don't think he had the best day yesterday. He's certainly not the tippy top tables, but he might still be in the mix.
Yeah, and you can see the rankings of these guys. The players who are right at the top of the EU ranking are scary players to play against because they're playing with confidence. They're playing with that safety net of knowing that the CP isn't as valuable to them here. And so if you're playing against a player like that, they might play a slightly different deck. They might play something a little bit off the expected track. And who better than Sander to describe that? A player who's always known for playing a unique deck, the only one in the room playing that 60.
I was going to say, Ben, he's one of your heroes, isn't he?
Yeah, just about. Sander, you know, I always love a conversation with you. I mean, the thing is with Sander, where
are you?
Yeah, where are you? The thing is with
You
Sander...
scroll through the DMs, it's all Ben.
Why I would have put him as my players to watch is because we're at such a critical time in terms of deck list variation, and Sander's a sort of player to just go off the wall, right, with his choices in terms of a control archetype. And so I was really interested to see how he puts his finger on the meta. You know, how do you approach this sort of format in that mindset? You know, what with the card pool being so large, what do you prioritize in terms of a strategy of approach in terms of control as well? We've seen him before. He has a wall archetype, he has a hand control archetype that he's played before. So I would have been really, really eager to see what he would have prioritized.
Really hard to predict a meta right now. So many different decks.
Really, really is. I just had confirmation Owen is the only one of our players there who is currently battling day 2. I tell you what, previous regional champion, if we had to pick one, he's going to be quite hard up on that list to take it all home. Now, people, start yesterday. We had some hot takes, didn't we? How about have a little bit of a revisit into them before we get into our day 2 action? I'll start off with you, Joe. What was your hot take and why, and how has it been panning out?
Well, I've been peddling the bikes all weekend. Not literally. I've been trying to find some cyclists who came to the venue on a bicycle, because we're in the Netherlands and bikes are everywhere. They're far more popular than cars, and all you will ever see in the road, you don't have to worry about a car. It's only the cyclists that you have to worry about. And I feel like there will be some that I found. I've had some messages from a few players who did turn up on a bicycle. I didn't come on a bike myself today. Got a bus, obviously. But yeah, I think it's a hot take, and I think it can be good for your mind and body.
Well, specifically, your hot take is I will find 5 people. So what is the count currently?
Well, I found 2, but I haven't recorded myself chatting to these people, so I have a lot to do today.
So 0, technically. 0.
Currently at 0, yes.
Maybe 2.
I'd be really surprised if you don't find 5, because those pavements are pretty dangerous out there in the Netherlands. You know, the cycle routes out there, pavements, you've got pavement, cycle, tram, it's quite dangerous out there, but you know, I'm sure you'll be able to find 5.
The car park at most venues has been replaced with bike racks here, because there are so many people cycling, but I'm sure you'll find some more today, Joe.
I know they're out there. I just got to find them. I got to wait by the bike rack, I think, and just catch them as they're leaving.
So if you're watching at home and you know people that have cycles to the venue, reach out using hashtag #PlayPokemon, get involved with Joe. Let's make his job a little bit easier. He needs to find 5. It's not too many. Let's see if we can get him there. Mike, what was your hot take and why?
I was a big fan of customized accessories when I entered the TCG and how important it was to make your playing experience easier. So my hot take was that customizing accessories is underrated. And I'll be honest with you, I've been outdone a little bit. I came along with my accessories and I thought it was the best way to do it, and played a little bit of Pokemon last night with Joe, and I won't lie to you, the heads or tails dice has taken my interest, and now I want to get one.
It's piqued your interest.
Yeah, so I think Joe has trumped me on this one, but I definitely think people should take a bit more time to focus on how they keep control of the board state and make it as easy to understand for not only themselves, their opponents, and how quickly they can acquire the dice they need. I color code them. Joe sticks to a singular type of dice of just the 1 to 6, and then that heads and tails Pikachu, so good.
Yeah, I mean, it makes it easy, doesn't it? It's a bit heads or tails. Simple.
Although I thought your dice wasn't that great for Dragapult. With all those dice being put around, you know, you need more. You need more.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I was reaching for some of Mike's as well yesterday. We ran out, didn't we?
We did, actually. There we go. So perhaps yours combined with mine, we make the dream accessory setup there.
There you go. Let us know in the chat what setup you prefer. I was actually funny. I think looking at yours there, Jeff. Is that enough dice these days?
Well, my opponent's gonna have dice as well, right?
Yeah, true. All right, Ben, what was your hot take and why?
So my hot take was that a parent would take home the win. Recently become a parent. I've got even grayer since yesterday with some of those games that we've had on stream. But I had a chance yesterday to go speak to some in the juniors and seniors area. You know, that juniors and seniors area, it's pretty hectic. I mean, you know, these
those
kids,
poor judges.
I mean, yeah, those poor judges. They have a lot to deal with over there. But that's only because the excitement is so high. You have the parents, you have the kids, and they're playing at the moment. And you know, especially going into day 2, the atmosphere is just a little bit that higher. And of course, you know, those wins are oh so important to this point. But more to my point, I think a poker parent will take home the win. But I need them to, for my own self-esteem. My self-confidence has gone through the floor at the moment with the limited amount of testing I have. But you know, Alex, we saw him on stream. Hopefully he can, you know, take home some wins today and
well, you're
make
at
top 8.
You're at that stage where your child isn't old enough to be able to vicariously play through them. You almost need that little period of time before they get old enough to get some wins yourself.
I need tips on how to become a sufficient poker parent, but also an effective one as well. You know, I need as many tips as possible.
Well, hopefully a poker parent will be flying the flag there for you. Now, my hot take, fellas, I'll be honest, it's dead in the water already. I failed. My challenge to myself was not to say the term goodness gracious me all weekend. It's a phrase I found myself saying a lot when, you know, all manner of multitude of action happens. Casted 3 games yesterday, said it twice, unfortunately. So there was exactly 1 round where we didn't get out. But I went back and watched the clips. I'm not gonna lie, I think they deserved it. So, you know what I mean? Maybe the overall count has been lowered, but let's see what we can do for day 2. Speaking of day 2 though, I think just a little bit of confirmation. We can look at our day 2 metagame. Let's see how this has been panning out. I'm very intrigued to see how our day 2 has been panning out here because we saw it yesterday for day 1. Here's day 2. Any surprises, fellas?
Well, I think the big one is the conversion of Gardevoir, because it did come in with a slightly lower percentage than I was expecting. I think that's due to that recent result of Raging Bolt that leapfrogged it into 2nd place, but it's come through and it's 17% of our day 2.
Yeah, I think this is pretty much as expected for a day 2 meta breakdown. I think the only real surprises here is the Goldengo Dragapult having a good showing here, 7% of the room in day 2, and then EVEX Toolbox becoming 5%. Although we inherently know how strong both of these decks are, at least it's showing that there is a little bit of a variety in the room in terms of the top tables, but we can definitely expect some Dragapult Gardevoir mirror matches, mirror matches and matches today. For sure. But Raging Bolt, Miraidon, can they overcome these 2 archetypes? Can Dragapult and Gardevoir overcome the faster archetypes? It's showing that it possibly can with some alterations in their deck list, but it's whether they can still weather the storm as the day goes on.
Yeah, I think there are still a couple of Raging Bolts in the mix. I think there's a couple of End Zoroark as well, even though that's not on the graph here. That there are 1 or 2 towards the top who haven't really taken many losses or ties, as we see the best of the rest here. The End Zoroark in there. Also that Charizard Dragapult, of course, it did have a Champions League victory in Aichi. Maybe some players taking that on board and thinking, well, there weren't any new cards in those deck lists, even though it was a different format out there in Japan. So why don't I try and replicate this, give myself some dark type coverage to help out against Gardevoir, one of the challenges of Dragapult, as we know. And at the same time, Charizard's an accelerator that can help out your Dragapult attack a little bit easier, chain attacks, and also weave in your turn attachment for Monkey Dory, which is so powerful with that Phantom Dive attack.
It's an archetype where it doesn't have a high amount of representation, but it's the players that are usually having a high representation of being a stronger player that'll take that archetype. We mentioned it on stream yesterday. It has a little bit of a cult following with especially the higher echelon of players, so we can expect it having that great conversion rate. But for the rest of that day 2 graphic, it was actually in the best of the rest. It was the Ogerpon Terra box it didn't have a great showing. It had a pretty low conversion, and people were actually tipping this deck to succeed in this format, being that the two stronger decks were trying to overcome the faster archetype. So I think that's what is the most surprising for me looking at that.
Yeah, I think disruption's just everywhere, and that deck doesn't do so well with it. So if you're going to deal with the Ionos, the unfair stamps out there, the Budu item locking you, I think you have to have a secondary plan, and finding your Noctows is often very tricky after disruption.
Really can be. We saw that on stream, right? Those Ionos can be very scary to deal with for the Terror Box players. The deck has a very high power level, but hasn't really, I don't think we haven't quite found the correct list yet. So if you're watching at home and you want to have more information on where you can find the next broadcast, you can block them out in your calendar so you don't miss anything. I need you to get involved with that website down there, pokemon.com/broadcast. All the information for your relevant time zones, the locations, all that good stuff. There's only one place you're going to find it, and that is there. And Mike, if people want to get their post on stream, how are they going to do that?
That's a very good question, Shay. They'll have to use #PlayPokemon and make sure to get involved in all the different socials, X, Instagram, and Facebook. And also make sure you tune in on the YouTube so you can catch all the action live, as this is where we'll be over there. Or you might want to catch us elsewhere, which I'm sure Shay would like to find out how to get involved on other platforms.
Yeah, so we've got YouTube, a brand new YouTube channel. There it is, /@PlayPokemon for all the competitive action. That's going to be your new home, your new hub of your competitive content. And if you're on Twitch, you got Twitch/Pokemon TCG. That's where you're going to find TCG stuff. Now, while you're there, I'll be honest, you can, follow /Pokemon as well. I'm not going to blame you for that. However, I want you to be watching /TCG. That's where you're going to see us. And that's where you're going to see the Pokemon trading card game, which we all know and love. But fellas, I think it's time. We're going to be getting to our round, well, not our round 3, our first round here at Utrecht for some gameplay action. So how about we have a little look back at what happened yesterday, and we'll be back with some gameplay real soon.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. It's a 2-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On day 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus all competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
All right, here we go. We've rushed around the corner. Now I'm joined my good friend Benjamin, and we're getting ready to bring ourselves Swiss round 10 here in Utrecht. And Ben, we talked about it a little bit before, didn't we, back there? Day 2, big prizing. you know, you've already made it this far, but you can't really take your foot off the gas, right? You got to keep pedaling your way through so you can get those big prizes.
No, you certainly can't. Every win counts at this point, and a lot of players will be thinking, what type of records do I need to be making the top standings? The day is starting to conclude, even though we're so early on.
Yeah.
You know, every win will conclude to your record, and of course, people will be looking to make the strongest record possible to make that top 8. The top 8 is something that everybody will look towards because it will give you, obviously, the chance to take home the entire win.
Yeah, it's going to be... And as you say, like, even though we've just started the day, it's almost wrapping up a little bit in a sense that you can sort of work out, you know, is a asymmetrical placement possible? If it's not, how do I try and get to a top 16 or a top 32? Because as we said as well, this is the first season where Worlds, you have to finish in the top 125, right?
Yeah.
So all the championship points matter. Like, what you don't want to have happen if you're in that lower part of the invite, let's say, is, you know, if a top 32 player was a top 16, you would have made it. You don't want to be in that situation, so you got to get all the points now.
And even when we get into this sort of type, when we get into this time of the tournament, sometimes your standing can be out of your hands. You know, it can be how other matchups go. Does my critical opponent draw? Do they win? Do they lose? You know, it's an awkward time within the tournament because it's not the end yet, but we're just in that kind of middle ground.
Yeah, exactly. I sort of a bit of purgatory, as it were. Now, you're a player. You found yourself, you know, catapulted into those top cut placements. What was going through your head right now when those tournaments we have been successful and you're in that sort of mid-ground of day 2? What's going through your head?
I mean, I think it's don't let it get to your head. You know, take every game as it comes. You know, if you're in contention for a top 8 placement, if you're, say, Alberto Conte at the moment at 801, the day isn't over. Even though you have got a strong record going into that round 10, it doesn't guarantee you that top 8 placement still. You still have to take your wins. You still have to take every game as it comes, and don't let the pressure get to you. I think it's just all about the mindset that you might have at this point. You know, don't let the occasion get to you, and, you know, hopefully cooler heads will prevail. But, you know, this is definitely, that element is important, actually, what you mentioned there, because it's what separates the good players from the great players. And what we'll be seeing now is players like that Julius Brunfeld, who's consistent enough to have been in this sort of situation, who will be comfortable enough to deal with that type of pressure. But who knows, you know, maybe somebody might take us by surprise.
Yeah, you never know. You got to be in it to win it, as it were. As long as you're playing every game as it comes, who knows what could happen? Could be a new player, could be a veteran player, could be a player we're not even too sure who they are yet. However, there is a tournament that has actually concluded this weekend, and that's all the way on the other side of the world. That was Melbourne. Let's have a little gander at their metagame, Ben, and very similar to ours, right? From the day we just looked at our day 2. The percentages are very similar there between Dragapult and Gardevoir. Ogerpon Noctowl Box is the 5th most popular deck, actually. What do you think about that?
It's a very similar meta breakdown. However, you can see the popularity of Ogerpon Noctowl in Melbourne specifically. 33 decks representing that archetype with 6% of the overall meta breakdown. That is pretty high, I would say, for that archetype specifically. So, you know, maybe a lot of players taking on board that kind of hype around the deck, you know, being that the top, you know, evolving decks in Dragapult and Gardevoir, you know, adapting their playstyle for a more faster meta, maybe taking advantage of that with the Ogerpon Noctowl. But let's see if we can have a look at the day 2 meta breakdown. And actually, this is, you know, it's pretty similar to what we have in our day 2 meta breakdown. But that Ogerpon Noctowl actually staying strong with a 7% representation in the room, which is just not, you know, it just hasn't mirrored here, has it?
Yeah, really interesting, actually. And then obviously we have the Raging Bolt flying all the way up the graph. Only, you know, one extra person versus Gardevoir, but that is interesting how that sort of panned out over there. You know, the Joltik box, Miraidon sort of stayed in a similar position, the Golden Goat Dragapult in a similar position. Terrabox, as you mentioned, sort of staying there as it were, but Raging Bolt being the big mover there, sliding all the way up the graph. And I quite, you know what, I'm a fan of Raging Bolt.
Yeah. I'm surprised to see it at the very top. You know, although it's only one deck difference in terms of count from God of War EX, you know, seeing it at the top is quite, you know, that's quite important. It's quite relevant, just because, you know, it's showing that the hype is giving it credit. You know, and here we see how the top 8 panned out. Now, God of War taking this event by storm by the looks. You know,
wow.
five players taking that archetype into top 8, and Daichi Shimada coming all the way from Japan into Melbourne with a fantastic iteration of Ogerpon Noctowl from what we know of. It's a bit of a spin, it's a bit more of a checkmate type of deck with the Pidgeot and Dust Noir, from what I know of, and then Ogerpon Raging Bolt there as well with Subto Kaiser, and then another Ogerpon Noctowl there making top 8 as well.
Yeah, and there's some star-studded names there. Daichi Shimada, as you say, one of the best players coming out of the Japanese region. You know, Natalie Miller just got finals at EUIC, just gone. But it was Brent Tonneson who got the win. I think, don't quote me on this, but the first player ever to get 2,000 championship points in one season. That right there is a stat.
I've got a really funny fact for you.
What's
because
this?
Because of the best finish limits on these regionals and internationals and special championships, he actually needed a top 4 to even make points.
Imagine that.
And I think he would have only made about 90 points if he would have taken home the win. So, you know, going over 2,000, but being in that position, I mean, that is just so... I mean, I wouldn't even imagine what it's like. You know, he's so dedicated to the game. We've seen Brent over here in Europe. We've seen him in the US. Now we see him in Melbourne, you know, in Oceania, taking home such strong records. I mean, he is the definition of a consistent player.
Yeah, no, he really is, and just a testament to the game and how he treat it. He almost treats it like a proper international circuit, right? Like Formula One, where he'll be in Australia today, and in America tomorrow, then over to Europe, then maybe get down to South Africa, and then back to America, and back to Australia. I wonder how much time he's actually spent, you know, in his home, in his gaff this weekend. I don't think it's that much.
Whenever he tweets, he just kind of has a picture of him on a plane, you know, taking Dragon Ball. And the thing is as well with Brent is that he usually takes the same deck list actually to multiple tournaments to show not only is he a consistent performer, but also that he believes in himself in terms of a certain deck list. He thinks that, you know, look, I've played so much over the past, you know, months or years. I believe in myself. I believe this deck list will take it home. And you know, he just shows that. So, you know, like we said, consistent player, and good to see him take home another regional win.
Yeah, absolutely incredible to him. Let's have a look at who has been getting many regional wins and doing the best in our EU region as we look at our current EU leaderboard with, you know, multiple players already winning those regionals. You've got Daniel Magda, James Cox, Alberto Conte's doing very well here, don't forget as well. Miloslav, Tord, you know, what a start of the lineup, right, Ben?
Yeah, 7 automatic World Championships invites on this board here, and such strong records in terms of a championship point. And, you know, James Cox, as we mentioned already, he was a player to watch for this tournament. Alberto Conte, of course, going on strong in this tournament as well. You know, could potentially even take home this win as well as Stefan Ivanov as well. You know, some strong players here. These are players that we've seen time and time again over the season perform so well. We've, you know, featured so many of these players. And, you know, it's just great to see that these players, you know, more than likely will make their World Championship invite, of course, whether automatic or through the leaderboards. And, you know, it'll be interesting to see how, as we get into the end of the season, how well will they still perform, but also going into the World Championships, how they prepare for tournaments. How do they approach these types of tournaments going into the end of the season? Do they go with a more consistent build? You know, do they go with a tried and tested archetype? Or do they try and go a little bit off the wall? Do they try something new? Do they try and approach the game a little bit differently as they get into those, as they prepare for the World Championships?
Yeah, no, World Championships is really interesting in the sense that, you know, there is no championship points on the line, right? You can't start preparing for next season. So it's a tournament that's all about the prizing, right? Yeah, look, the monetary prizing a lot higher, and like I said, you know, the glory is a lot higher as well, right? So I think that almost incentivizes players to sort of swing for the fences a little bit more. And, you know, there is an argument for playing it safe. There always is for just playing the best deck in format. However, if you want to try and spike a tournament, one tournament a season, being able to call yourself a world champion, that's something I'd like to do.
I mean, we've seen that with Brent, right? I mean, you know, I mentioned that he would have had to make a top 4 to even make points.
Yeah.
But he's still attending. You know, he's still trying. He's still, you know, this is the type of player he is. If he didn't make top 8, I think he would actually be disappointed.
Yeah.
I think he'd go, oh, maybe I've underperformed a little bit in this tournament. And that's exactly the type of players that we see there, that they have, you know, a similar mindset to that. You know, they're approaching these tournaments, they're not going for necessarily the championship point payout at this point. They're going for the glory. They're going for the win. They're going for these top placements.
They are. Now, I think you're correct. If anything less than a top cut for him, he's not really happy.
No.
He's not a happy geezer, is he? Let's be fair. And one thing I liked looking at the EU leaderboards, how many of those players are actually doing well right here. You know, Alberto Conti won a regional towards the start of the season. Currently undefeated, I believe, going into last round. You know, fantastic player. He started playing not too long ago, you know, only a few years ago, but really making a name for himself. And that's one thing I like about the Pokemon TCG, in the sense that, you know, sometimes you get, you know, older players always doing well, happens quite often. But it's not unheard of for a player to sort of come out of nowhere, put a stamp on it, and be like, yeah, no, I'm here now as well, and I deserve respect. And if you get the win, you get your auto invitation straight away.
And it's crazy to think that he was a relatively new player a couple of years ago, because it feels like he's been playing for so long at this point. You know? I feel like he's just a staple name in the Pokemon community at this point, making those top records over and over and over again. You see his name so much, you go, oh yeah, Alberto Conte, we all know him. We all see him making the top standings constantly. So yeah, you're right. You know, a lot of these players will be new. You know, they will have only recently started playing the Pokemon TCG in a competitive sense. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see how the veteran players coming up against these new players, maybe bringing in a new approach to the game, a new style, maybe coming in from some other games as well, you know, and it's sort of just all about the mindset and the approach of the game.
It really, really is. I think I remember chatting to Alberto. Frankfurt EUIC was his first event. That wasn't really that long ago, right? I remember that one. Did it right? A little top 256, I did.
Did you?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, little top 256. With this gentleman, a Mew VMAX. Come on, that exact one, actually. Did you go to that one?
I did go to that one. I think I played Mew VMAX as well. I think it was my first time playing it. I just went, I know this deck is just so good, I'm just going to take it and see what happens. I didn't quite make it. I think I lost my winning into a good friend of mine, actually, Ben Pollock. He beat me with a Whimsicott V-Star Arceus V-Star build, and that was just a terrible time for me. It's so easy to make mistakes against, because of course I remember it negated special energy, didn't it? With
you
this
can't
attack.
attach special energy.
Yeah. So unfortunate for me, but you know, I'm glad for him.
And that ended up getting second place at that event as well. Whimsicott V-Star, didn't it?
Yes.
So it did. Let's bring it back to this event now. Dragapult EX. It's a card that's obviously, you know, doing very well. It's always in and around. It's got a second place, a great deal. But it hasn't been able to take one home yet, as we do look at it here. Yeah, fantastic attacker into the active, 200 damage, sprinkling 6 damage counter to the bench, basically saying, I'm going to heavily damage your active, lightly pepper your bench at the same time, stop you setting up. You know, got some good matchups there. And the bad matchups, let's be honest, Hop Zacian, you'd be surprised to play against too many of them. Same with Arcaladon. Golden Go, you're more likely to run into, but, you know, you're not going to place more than, I'd say, 3 of those in any combination at an event, right? So why do we think, Ben, that as good as Dragapult's been, why do you think it hasn't been able to take one home?
Well, it's quite a significant point to make, because although Dragapult's never been able to take a top tournament, people still play it in their droves. They still believe in the archetype. They still believe that they will find success with it. And it's one of those decks where, if I want to be making a top standing, if I want to make if I want to make a decision to play this deck that's more safe for me to achieve championship points, you don't have to take the win, right? Say a lot of these players, they'll say, okay, I only need to make a top 1 to 8 in order to make the championship points I need to put me in a good standing. I'll just go safe and play Dragapult EX. So although it has a high amount of deck representation, it might not be able to make that top standing. It can sometimes have those unfortunate hands and deal with those faster archetypes a little bit awkwardly. We see Gardevoir actually overcoming the deck in terms of achievements, actually.
Yes.
I don't think there's any sort of issue in the meta. I don't think there's any sort of specific cards that, you know, negates it from doing its own thing. I also think that the deck variations doesn't help it. I think that there's many different ways of playing it, and I don't think there's a fully ironed out list yet. I think a lot of people will go towards slow Dragapult a little more often. But yeah, I think in terms of variation and that it's played highly in its droves, I don't think it's necessarily not going to help it, but I don't think there's any specific reason that I couldn't take the tournament here today, especially with the top players that are bringing it.
Yeah, it's actually a point I would like to explore a little bit further, actually, is how you said it's not the correct sort of list yet. You know, just in the A specs, there's 3 off the top of my head that I think you could play.
Yeah.
You know, Sparkling Crystal, that's when we saw traditionally towards the start of the season. Now we're seeing Unfair Stamp. But realistically, we saw Neo Upper Energy get the final there in Seville, and there's no reason why you couldn't use Prime Catcher as well, right?
Yeah,
so even just that on its own, you know, Crispin towards the start of the season was a card we saw played a lot more in Dragapult. Now it's a bit more on the lower end of lower end of things, I should say. So it's really interesting, and that's actually something I quite like about Dragapult archetype, actually. Like watching the Neo Upper Energy in Seville, it just made things so much more interesting to watch.
Yeah,
you could just ping that Phantom Dive out of nowhere, and your opponent's like, oh, didn't even have to play Crispin for that. Like, oh,
So I think the format's so ever-changing, you know, the different threats that it has to deal with on a event basis. You know, every event will be different in terms of what people will bring and what they believe will succeed. If Dragapult is more, Raging Bolt is more prevalent in the room, they have to change their style once more to a more Neo Upper Energy, more Rare Candy style build. If Gardevoir is more popular, they have to change again. You know, they kind of have to keep flip-flopping between variations to try and beat the meta. And like you said, there's different ways of playing it with, say, a Dusknoir, with a Pidgeot, and even with Charizard, or even Goldengo.
Yeah.
You know, it's not the main player in those archetypes, but, you know, I don't think there's a fully identified way of playing it to its most efficient yet. Yeah. But let's have a look at our caster predictions, actually. I think, you know, we're talking about predictions and how well we think certain decks will do in the room. Now, Shay, take us through your choice of Ends Zoroark.
Yeah, so there's not many decks in this format that can boast having a positive Gardevoir matchup and a Dragapult matchup. Ends Zoroark is one of them. We've seen across all the event meta games we looked at here across Australia and here and Milwaukee yesterday, that they are the 2 most popular decks. So I thought a deck that can have a good matchup into both of those should be a relatively sensible pick. And Zoroark, you know, very good access to your opponent's bench via Flame Body Cannon, Dark Typing, Revenge style attacks, always good. So yeah, that's why I picked Ends Zoroark. And Petron, I've been beating this drum for a while. Hasn't quite panned out for me yet, but I always say in the Pokemon TCG, folks at home, you don't get a bonus match point for winning a hard game. You don't. You get 3 for a win. So how about I take a win before my opponent's had a chance to do anything? That's what Toxic Subjugation can do. So yeah, that's why I picked that. What about yours real quick?
I mean, Gardevoir, I mean, we've seen it on stream now. It's so consistent, even though that refinement's taken out of the deck. Unfortunately, I haven't had many chances to cast this year, being a poker parent. But, you know, I've seen Gardevoir, when I've been casting, you know, change from, with rotation, from this refinement-esque build of no draw support, a limited amount of draw supporters, relying on this refinement ability to get through your deck to find what you need to discard the psychic energy, into a completely new engine of these four draw supporters, 4 INO, 4 Pokemon, 4 Professor's Research, but it still inherently is so flexible in its approach. It can still deal with multiple threats in the format. Different decks, it doesn't really matter. I've got different possibilities I can play. I've got the Screamtail, I've got the Drifloon, I've got Professor's Turo. I can play any which way I want in order to deal with the threats in front of me. And I think just Gardevoir, especially in connection with the Monkey Dory, they're a match made in heaven, really, aren't they?
Oh, yeah.
Adrenabrain in connection with Psychic Embrace, it just goes so well together, and that's exactly why we see Gardevoir on the top tables right now.
Yeah, we see Monkey Dory get played in decks that can't damage themselves, right? So Gardevoir just being able to extend its reach. We saw when we was against Alex Dow was playing the deck. When you had the double Monkey Dory set up, like the Miracle Force now can reach numbers it basically has no right to be hitting. And one thing I like about Gardevoir is that the amount of stuff it's lost and is still really good. If you go turn back the clocks all the way, we had Zacian V, and then we had Shining Arcana Gardevoir. We lost those. the deck was meant to die there.
Yeah, no,
Did it die? No, it didn't. Then it had refinement.
Yeah.
That's gone, and the deck's still here.
I think Psychic Embrace is just such an inherently good ability.
Yeah.
Energy acceleration from the discard pile has always been good. We've seen it in many different iterations in the past. We've seen Malamar, we've seen Electric as well, E-Electric, I should say, sorry. You know, there's different types of ways of paying this energy acceleration. For Psychic Embrace specifically, as many psychic energy as you want anywhere on the board. You know, it's just such a good ability that a lot of players will just identify that and go, I'm playing this somehow. Somehow I'm making this work. And that's exactly what they did. You know, refinement was gone, fine. I'll just play 4 INO, 4 Professor's Research, to pretend refinement mode is never a thing at all.
Yeah.
You know, I can still play all of these multiple attackers. I think the only way in which this deck would be, you know, unviable to play in a top meta would be if those attackers were to go away. If those Drifloons or if those Screamtails weren't a way that the Gardevoir could play, if they just didn't exist, for example, I think that's when you'd see it. But as long as it has ways of accelerating to something, I think it just will always be in the format. I just think Psychic Embrace is just too good right now not to play.
Do you want an example of what Gardevoir would look like without an attackers?
Go on.
Iono's Belly Bolt, unfortunately. that's how it feels playing Iono's Belly Bolt. I can attach all this energy, but I've got no attacker. However, we have our Swiss round 11 feature match ready. We have Yoa on the left versus Noah on the right. And this is going to be a bit of a Dragapult EX mirror match here. Now, it is the most popular deck in format, so we're due to get a mirror match at some point. But you got Yoa and Noah here, both on terrific records, 9-1, both on 9-1, I should say. So both players really want to try and make sure they get themselves into the asymmetrical top cut. And the easiest way to do that will be to get a win here nice and early. So both players shuffling up. Do you have much thoughts on the Dragapult EX mirror match, Ben?
I mean, we call this a mirror match typically. However, with the many different variations out there at the moment, and this is a great example of it, Noah's actually going for a Dusknoir build over the typical slow Dragapult, as it's called in the format. And that's exactly what Yoa's playing. He's playing this archetype in which it relies more on the Badoo. Actually plays a Maractus as well, which could come into play as well. And what they'll be doing is slowly building their board over time, hiding behind the safety of Itchy Pollen and the fact their opponents can't accelerate as well, and just building a board state of Dracloak.
Is that 3 Budu in the prizes in totality? Noah's prize 2 and Yoa's prize 1, but did actually lead the Maractus of all things. So our Swiss round 11 feature match is getting started here in Utrecht as Yoa is going to kick us off with a Buddy Puffin.
Now, this is a really interesting way to start the game, because that Maractus staring down a Hawlucha is actually pretty scary for Noah on the off. However, it does fortunately play 1 copy of Switch, so it can get out of the active. But this isn't actually a great start for Noah, because that Hawlucha isn't able to attack. It's mostly used for his flying entry ability, to put 10 damage onto 2 benched Pokemon to get rid of these smaller HP Dreepies. However, being that it's in the active, it's not doing much here, and that corner Maractus is a perfect way for Yoa to start disrupting Noah, slowing him down a little bit, taking advantage and building his own board slowly and steadily. And here we see the first deck surge from Yoa. Going first, he won't be able to use corner straight away. Noah will have 1 turn in which he will be able to manually retreat out of the Hawlucha. So yeah, whether this corner will come into play straight away for these players, this is just something that is making me a little bit nervous, Shay.
That would be devastating. And while Yoa is going to finish off the turn here, concluding the Buddy Puffin. And is that an energy search? It is an energy search, a lovely old one from 4th gen. Love to see that. Let's take a quick rundown of the Dragapult EX archetype as a whole. It's quite a simple one, to be honest. Dragapult EX says, I'm going to hit your active for a lot of damage, 200 in fact, and I'm going to stop you from setting up your bench Pokemon by accessing them with Phantom Dive, since that spreads 6 damage counters on your opponent's bench Pokemon any way you like. Just a very good, very sound, fundamental deck, really. Hit the active for a lot of damage, and then hit the bench at the same time. Now, both players would love to use the Budu Itchy Pollen to slow their opponent down, since one of the downsides of Dragapult EX is that it is a stage 2, so it can take some time to get into the game. But that's okay, because our stage 1 Pokemon Dracloak is really good at filtering cards into your hand, since it lets you look at the top 2 cards of your deck, put one in your hand and one to the bottom. So it actually rewards you for using the stage 1, whereas a lot of stage 2 decks might opt to use Rare Candy to get your stage 2s into play. Dragapult actually likes to use the stage 1 as well.
What I would like to say for Noah, prizing those 2 Budew, he has no way of disrupting Yoa on the off, so we'll have to hide behind some sort of Pokemon to you know, he does, that's the disadvantage of these Dragapult builds. If you have an opponent in which can do some early pressure onto your board and get around the Itchy Pollen, that's where the deck really does start to be, you know, at your disadvantage.
I just want to draw attention real quick, as Noah's moved all the Pokemon into decks, we can work out his prize checking. Actually prized 6 Pokemon, 2 Budu, so there is no Budu available, as you said. There's no Pheasantipity either. And then 2 Dreepy are currently prized, as well as 1 copy of Duskull. So Noah's Pokemon line looking very thin right now. You know, the Pheasantip is a very important card. Flip the script and you draw extra cards throughout the game when your Pokemon gets knocked out. That's currently at the top of the prizes for Noah. Now, traditionally, players take their prize cards bottom to top. Not a guarantee, so that means Pheasantipity might not be a factor for Noah throughout this game, as we do see an Ultra Ball concluding after the Nest Ball to grab a 2nd copy of Dreepy. So that means, Ben, we're looking at Noah's only Dreepy, at least for right now.
Yeah, his only Dreepy are on board. You'd imagine going through that deck and through those first initial deck checks, he will be thinking, I need to get these Dreepy down thick and fast. I need to start getting evolving pretty quick, especially with no Itchy Pollen to pivot into to start disrupting Yoa. You know, staring down a Dreepy with an energy attached isn't going to be fantastic for him. He'll be knowing that if there's a potential for Yoa to evolve into that Dragapult from the off, this isn't going to be a fantastic time for him. Fortunately for him, Yoa's not playing any sort of accelerator to go into that Dragapult EX. Doesn't play any Rare Candy to speak of. So fortunately for him, he does have 1 more turn of playing around with. Here we see the Jack come down. You'd imagine it's going to be those 2 Dracloak and just a pass. Just preparing for the next turn to evolve both into them. No energy attachment either. That's also significant, like you said. And here we see the pass over to Yoa. Yeah, I don't mind just a corner here. Yeah, exactly.
That's exactly what you said.
I just don't mind a corner here from the Maractus. Although, you know, there's nothing more that's been done, I think this is a fantastic turn.
Yeah, it is. What does that corner do? Why is that so devastating, Benjamin?
Well, that Hawlucha won't be able to retreat, and with, you know, no threat from that Hawlucha, isn't able to attack or anything like that. This isn't going to be great for Noah. It's only buying, for Noah, this is only buying Yoa some more turns to evolve into those Dracloaks and evolve their board states that little bit further. And I think the only thing that Yoa would have liked is an evolution into that Dracloak.
Yeah.
And here we see the Buddy Puffin coming down for 2 Duskull.
Yeah, I must say, Noah's turn has been off to the races. Evolved double Jackloak from the Jack last turn, slams down the Professor's Research to draw 7 cards as a supporter for the turn, and then gets double Duskull. Now, these Dusclops and Duskull lines are going to be really interesting as an X Factor here. Not a card was sort of very popular earlier points in the format, sort of died off a little bit. Those Cursed Blasters are really scary. Dusclops letting you knock itself out to put 5 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon. Dust Noir does 130. What an absolutely ridiculous way to access any one of your opponent's Pokemon, but it's because of that corner lock, forced to pass it over with a turn attachment to the Dracloak. Not a bad turn, but let's see what Yoa can do. Yeah,
I think Yoa really needs to start accelerating his board. Oh, this isn't fantastic.
This is not good.
If Noah is able to evolve into a Dragapult EX and get those Dusclops up and running, this could be devastating for Yoa's board state now. And here we see Noah just thinking about his lines. He still needs to find that switch, still needs to find a way to get out of the active for his Hawlucha. Here we see the first recon directive. What does he find? I think there was a Dracloak being one of those options. That's going straight to the bottom of the deck. Here we see another...
that's not very helpful.
It's just Cleffa and Blood Moon Ursaluna, I think it was. That's not a fantastic choice. And I think the switch is in hand, so it does have a way to get out. And here we see the Jack does play 2 Dusclops, so does have a way of using those Dusclops from the Go, but just going for, I think it was one of the Duskmar actually that he's picked out as well as one of the Dusclops. Doesn't play any Rare Candy, so no acceleration into those Duskmar from the off, which is what we used to see before. But here we see, I think Noah's pretty safe here, actually. Oh, going straight for
this is strong because the Curse Blast will do 5 damage counters. Obviously a counter.
Oh, this is fantastic.
Wait. Oh, because of the Curse Blast. Oh, wow. So that means we're going to see the switch. And we have, do we have energy in hand?
We have the energy,
and the EX.
Oh, this is absolutely massive. Of course, with the Dusclops effectively knocking itself out with the Curse Blast, does put himself down on 1 prize.
Wow.
And that essentially unlocks the counter catcher. Oh, and here we see the 3 knockouts.
Wow, a 3 prize turn for Noah. Phantom Dive plus Cursed Blast combination, catapulting him into the lead. But Yoa says, hold on a second. If you want to get off to a hot start like that, how about fire off this unfair stamp back out? You're going to reset his hand down to 2. But wow, a 3 prize turn, Benjamin. Doing it the hard way with 3 individual knockouts. Phantom Dive, KOing the active, and then spreading those 6 damage counters. KO'd Badu, only having 30 hit points. And thanks to that Curse Blast, bench GP only had 20 as well. What a turn.
Yeah, that was a fantastic turn from Noah. You know, unlocking all of the different outs here to get that Curse Blast and using it to his most effective way. However, for Yoa, I think it's just a chance here. Doesn't play any recovery other than the 2 Night Stretcher, so is going to have to find those 2 Dreepy, because another Curse Blast, you'd imagine, is coming out from Noah in the next turn from that Dusclops. And here we see a Brock scouting from that unfair stamp, finding a way to get 2 further Dreepy out on board. For Yoa, it's just a case of how fast can I accelerate at this point, and how can I take advantage of disrupting Noah. Does still have the Maractus on board, fortunately enough, but unless he finds another way to gust out that Lucha, this isn't going to be a great turn. I think he still can't deal with the threat of that Dragapult in connection with the Duskull on board. Here we see the energy attachment from the Night Stretcher. Is there another way to gust? Oh, fortunately enough, there is.
Okay. So this is interesting. Going to buy himself some turns back there. Core now going to stop the Holucha from retreat. We've seen the 1 copy of Switch from Noah being played already. Yeah, we do see Recon Directive, and he has been hit with the unfair stamp. Does have a rescue board in hand, Ultra Ball. Recon Directive, and get 1 more.
The thing is, for Noah, at least he knows that if Yoa does decide to corner again, it will knock out that Holucha. So at least he has the security of knowing, okay, if you go for another corner, that's fine. At least I can get out of the active next turn. But it will put Yoa down to 2 prize cards. So that Duskull option doesn't look that appetizing as much anymore if he wants to go down another further prize. And here we see 2 Recon Directives coming down. That's exactly what you would want to see if you're Yoa at this point. But does need to start developing that board even further. I would like to see another energy attachment. Here we see the boss's orders. Yeah, going for that Dracloak. That's pretty good. With no energy attached to that Dracloak and with no Crispin for Noah, there's no way of getting that developed Dragapult this turn. You see the first Recon Directive.
There's a rescue board in hand. If he was to evolve, that would reset the effects of corner, then you could retreat, right?
Yeah, that's correct. It would reset the corner effect. So if
there we go.
And that's exactly what we see there. Nice one. And here we see the rescue board coming down, so that Dragapult will be able to retreat. And here we see the boss's orders.
Wow, with the boss's orders, Ben, this is ridiculous. Noah has been dissecting Yoa's board really well, even after a couple turns of corner, being able to get the Dragapult EX back into the active Phantom Dive that would KO the active Dracloak, and then you've got 6 damage counters to play with as well. Where do you think they're going?
I would like to see, on the Pheasantipity, because Noah's now going down to 2 prize cards, so putting 1 on that Pheasantipity will put him away, will put him only 1 attack away from taking the game, being on 2 prizes. So the rest going on to the Maractus, and one on the Pheasantipede. That's exactly what you would like to see. And I think for Yoa, I think the writing's on the board. With these slower Dragapult builds, don't really tend to play any sort of energy acceleration.
Yeah.
So with this Dracloak not having any sort of energy attachment, I think for Yoa, it's a simple Ino to 2, try and disrupt as much as possible and maybe gust up something like the Dragapult with no energy attached. I think that's your only option here, and just hope you can develop this Dracloak on board.
I think you're correct. There's a counter catcher, and it's going to have to be into the Dragapult. Won't be able to retreat now.
Yeah, definitely.
You can attack with it though.
Yeah,
he's attached one. Jet, headbutt, 70 knocks out active.
It does knock out active. And due to the ability on Maractus, I think it's 6 damage counters going on to...
Oh, true, it does.
Just the attachment of the fire. Will need a Psychic if you want to use Jet Headbutt.
That is a good point. We don't obviously talk about the Maractus ability much. Exploding Needles, if it's knocked out by damage while it's in the active, put 6 damage counters back. And that's why we see Noah saying, all right, even though I could look up Jet Headbutt, I'm not going to bother.
No, and here we see Yoa now just going for a Brock Scouting. Unfortunately for him, no Dreepy is an option, but going for that Monkey Dory, I think taking the damage off that Pheasantipede is going to be what you would want to see here. You know, taking that 1 damage counter off, and this is why Adrenaline is so important. Taking that 1 damage counter off, 1 damage, it doesn't sound like a lot, but in this circumstance where you're able to swip and swap, you know, take the damage off, move it onto your opponent's board, this is why it is so effective. The fine margins, especially in these Dragapult mirrors, are just oh so prevalent. Here we see another corner onto the Dragapult. Yoa not able to evolve that Dracloak. And I think a Gust here for Noah will just be able to take the game at this point. If he's able to find a knockout on that Dracloak.
Yeah, I think I don't think it has boss orders in hand currently. I think it's another Fire Energy. I think Buddy Buddy Puffin was the top deck. Not sure what the other card was. I don't think it's particularly good though.
I think there's only one boss's orders left for Noah. He used his other Ghost option as a counter catcher earlier in the game. So the Buddy Buddy Puffin coming down, not thinning the attack any further, not finding any more Pokemon here. Playing it a little bit safe. I think we just see a pass here from Noah. So Yoa able to...
No, going to go for the KO with Jet Headbutt. Going to take 6 damage counters back. Noah down to 1 prize card. And this is getting interesting. 1 prize card left when you have access to Dusclops.
Ah, I thought Jet Headbutt was just the Psychic Energy. It is just colorless energy, yeah. And here we see the flip the script from the Pheasantipede. Getting rid of that Maractus puts Yoa only 1 prize card away now. I think with that 1 damage counter taken away from the Pheasantipede, still only 1 Gust away from one of those smaller HP Pokemon in the Monkey Dory and the Genesect still. So I think, yeah, forced to take a knockout on the Maractus here. And here we see the Night Stretcher for that Psychic Energy, the last energy required to start using Phantom Dive. I think for Yoa, he'd love to see some sort of disruption here.
Yeah, you'd love that.
And here we see the Ino. Yeah.
Big Ino to 1. This could be a game-defining Ino here. Will Noah be able to close this game out? Will Noah be able to start the comeback? It starts now, doing a fantastic job so far. Defiance banned, KO in the active, 6 damage counters on the bench. Noah's taking 2 prize cards. Noah, what can we do? And this is terrifying because that Hallucin only got 1 damage, 1 hit point left. What is this second card? Oh, Ino and Dusclops, Duskull.
I think I would have liked to have seen a knockout on the Duskull, actually, instead of the 6 damage counters on the Dragapult. But I think at this point you need to be taking those bigger knockouts.
Oh, no.
So maybe Yoa just looking for some further ways of taking advantage of this game. I think this would be a fantastic comeback if Yoa is able to take this game. But I think with now that... Oh, yeah, of course. With the Dragapult, you're still going to have to apply pressure because it is the only attacker on Noah's board. So if you're able to take out that threat, I think it only puts you at an advantage. And here we just see... Is that just a pass?
I think it was a pass. I think Noah's going to try and just win the game
through just drawing Gust, right?
Yeah, I think so. That seems to be the way. He doesn't want to put damage in play because it just bounces back, right?
Yeah, and here comes the Arvin, and with Yoa still down prize cards, Bravery Charm and the Counter Catcher is still a way of taking this game. I think the Bravery Charm will come onto that Genesect, just in case Noah does play that Prime Catcher. Ace Nullifier will take away the opportunity for Noah to play any Ace Specs at this point. Now, the Bravery Charm on the... Yeah, Bravery Charm on the Genesect. I think just taking away any sort of opportunities for that Prime Catcher. Doesn't opt to use that Counter Catcher. Now, taking out that...
just wants damage on the active, right?
I think you still have to apply pressure on this Dragapult as much as possible. And I think for Noah now, I think now is the turn in which you have to find that Gust.
Yep,
I think if you don't find anything...
Yep, we need boss's orders for the game. For Noah, it's that simple. This is the turn. There is no more wiggle room now. We need to see boss's orders. A lot of dice. Do we see it? Oh, I don't think we do. No, it's an Ino. Ino and Dragloak. That's not a boss's orders. It's not a way to swap your opponent's active. We are going to see the Ino get played anyway. What is this last card going to be, Benjamin? And is it a game winner? It's a Professor Research. That's game over. And Yoa was able to perform the comeback of the century, coming back from that mighty fine 3-prize turn. As we do see here on the replay, that was the Ino right at the end. Wow, what a game for Yoa. That just takes composure, I think, Ben, isn't it? To come back from that, because Yoa was off to the races, but Noah stabilized, played some good, fundamentally good Pokemon, and is now 1 game up.
I think Dragapult has pretty much solidified itself as the comeback deck of this tournament. We've seen it time and time again at this point. You know, Yoa all the way down to 1 prize card left from away from losing this game. Fortunately enough for him, did have the outs to, you know, start disrupting Noah a little bit, use those Ionos to his most effective way, and that Adrenabrain, that all-important Adrenabrain from that Pheasantipity onto the active Dragapult in order for a knockout here. And I think for Yoa, he played to his outs, right? We heard it from Arthur yesterday. What's your mindset like going into these sorts of games? You know, do you just go, oh, you know, I'm just going to scoop it up here and take the loss? Unfortunately for Noah, that's not what Yoa did, and kept on strong. Going to take the win here, and you know, what a comeback here. What a comeback. And unfortunately for Noah, wasn't able to find that final Gust and the scoop it up there.
Yeah, it really was. It could be very easy to get disheartened in that situation, right? But was able to say, like, let me just buy some turns back with corner. Let me see what I can do. And was able to navigate it away perfectly. But you know, if I'm the other player, if I'm Noah, thinking, hold on, I was so far ahead and I just lost. My confidence is still sky high. If I'm Noah, you know, in a quote-unquote mirror match, being able to fling extra damage into play via Dusclops, Dusknoir, I don't think that gives me a bit of an X factor, right? That's something that my opponent just can't do. Let's consult these prize cards real quick, though. Maractus, we saw, really important, and the Unfair Stamp, and 2 copies of Dracloak in the prizes. And then for Noah, 2 Dreepy and the Badoo as well. But here we go, Ben. This is our game 2 here in our Swiss round 11 feature match. Both players would love to win this best of 3 to catapult themselves with best chances to make a symmetrical top cut. That means Noah needs to win this game, and Yoa would absolutely love to win this game.
Yeah, Noah electing to go second in this circumstance, looking for an explosive start for the next turn, or possibly going for the first turn of Itchy Pollen. And of course, able to use a supporter first in this game, but fortunately for Yoa, was able to find a Buddy Puffin in that starting hand. Here we see just consulting the deck, looking at what options are available to him throughout this game. Going for 2 Dreepy as you expect. Already has the Badoo nice and comfortable on board. I think the downturn from Noah in that last game, prizing those 2 Dreepy, only just finding them on the turns and taking knockouts, and then with Yoa responding with Disruption, wasn't able to bench any of those Dreepies later on in the game, not able to establish a second attacker. I think that was pretty much his downfall at that point. And isn't going to be looking to do the same at this point, fortunately for both players. No, I mean, 2 Dracloak isn't fantastic in the prizes, especially when you have no acceleration into the Dragapult EX. So we'll be relying on those 2 Dracloaks only, especially. And, you know, taking away a main engine of the deck in that Recon Directive. Let's see how this will disrupt Yoa's game plan.
We do see a strong turn there for Yoa. Buddy Puffin has led the Badoo. No, I can't actually saw in game 1. Very important card. Itchy Pollen. 0 energy. Stops your opponent from playing any item cards and does 10 damage as well. In fact, no, we did see it. I apologise. It just got KO'd really quick thanks to Phantom Dive.
Yeah, it just got knocked out real quick. And here we see an energy attachment as well. This is, I think, one of the perfect board states for Yoa. Benching that third Dreepy as well. And here we see the Arven from Noah. Great start. This is exactly the supporter you want in this deck for your starting hand. Able to find those crucial Buddy Poffins to start getting set up. Does find that rescue board to get out of the active. Will give Noah the way of a manual attachment and not having to use it for a retreat, which is huge.
Yep.
And going into that Itchy Pollen, I think it's just a straight up Itchy Pollen here.
No turn attachment, Rabbit.
No turn attachment, and as we've already established, no energy acceleration for either player.
That means turn attachments are very important. I hope you've got your antihistamines at home because the Itchy Pollen war has started. But over for Yoa, does have the copy of Jack and the Brock's training. They're very good at dealing with Itchy Pollen, but traditionally, if you're just relying on Ultra Ball, you'd be in trouble. However, Jack, a supporter, you can play it under Itchy Pollen lock, and it's going to get you your Dracloaks, and then Recon Directive will start to filter through your deck. A fantastic addition to help deal with Budu.
Yeah, Jack is definitely the response to the meta, isn't it? Finding 2 evolution Pokemon gets around that Itchy Pollen. You know, you're not using any items in this circumstance. You know, you're using a supporter to find your Pokemon, which is quite untraditional, I would say, in the Pokemon TCG. Usually players will rely on Ultra Balls and Nest Balls, you know, and all those sorts of searches. But with Itchy Pollen so prevalent in the format, this is what you have to do, Shay, to deal with the threats in the format.
I think that was a mighty fine turn though for Yoa, considering he was under item lock. Get another energy down, 2 Dracloaks and another Itchy Pollen. Over to Noah now though, can start to turn off with evolving a Dracloak into Recon Directive. We need to start seeing some energy now for now. I believe one of those off the Recon Directive was an energy, so he will be able to get involved with that. Turn attached there. There is a Dragapult EX in hand.
Yeah, this is a perfect start for Yoa, and this is a good example for either player of how this Itchy Pollen delay and negation of either player works. You know, hiding behind the Itchy Pollen, you're limiting your opponent in what they can do per turn. With no items being able to be played, this does slow the game down a little bit, and this is where the name of slow Dragapult comes from. You're slowly building your board state, but I think for Noah, with the Dragapult, with the Dusknoir build, I think he's looking for more of those explosive turns. He's looking for more, I'm going to use Curse Blast, then I'm going to use Counter Catcher and do these big turn knockouts of sequences like we saw in the last game. But it's whether Noah can hide behind this Itchy Pollen enough in order to find the pieces he needs to get those explosive turns. And with only 1 Dracloak on board and not able to play any items, I think this is going to be a tall order for Noah to get those turns off like he did in the last game.
It really is. How's the Dragapult? Yeah, so he doesn't want to evolve that though, because that 1 Recon Directive is the only way he's seeing extra cards this turn. Hasn't got any supporters in hand. Has a lot of items. Has a luxurious cape, but we're definitely not attaching that anytime soon. A tool card that gives the non-rule box Pokemons attached to an extra 100 hit points, but it does give up an extra prize card when it's KO'd. But yeah, that hand is a bit stuck. We will get an Itchy Pollen KO here, funnily enough, on the Budu. But yeah, Noah's definitely falling behind a little bit here. Is over to Yoa though. Let's see what you can piece together. Definitely in the driver's seat. Oh, that was a Dragapult EX off that Recon Directive.
Yeah, top deck of the Counter Catcher isn't able to be played this turn through the Itchy Pollen, but will come in relevance next turn, I would have thought, with the knockout on this Itchy Pollen. I think important for Noah, the consideration of
whether... Oh, boss's orders, sorry, Benjamin.
Orders.
Oh, no, this is a disastrous turn for Noah. Yoa's going to be able to take out the Dracloak via active. Oh, my goodness, going to take out the bench Dreepy thanks to the flying entry as well. Oh, and the Budu as well, I apologise. Oh my goodness, so that is a 3 prize turn, wiping out 3 of Noah's Pokemon. Only had 4 in play. Benjamin's laughing, can't believe the absolute absurdity of that turn. Noah, what can you do with this board state?
I can't speak at this point. I mean, Noah, what do you do at this point with 1 Duskull on board? Yoa was able to wipe the board clean. The flying entry, Holucha, he was hiding those cards pretty well.
He was.
At that point, you know, with the boss's orders, not even an item card played at that point, finding finding the top deck in that Dragapult EX from the Recon Directive is exactly what he needed at that point to find those ultimate pieces to get that turn on board. We spoke about explosive turns from Noah, but what about Yoa? That was just the definition of taking advantage of the board state with an explosive turn. And I think Noah at this point, it's just whether he can set up a board once again while staring down a Dragapult EX, and those Phantom Dives are going to come in thick and fast, Shay.
They really are. No, Yoa is just going to be announcing Phantom Dive turn after turn after turn after turn now. And Noah, it's up to Noah to see if I can try and weather the storm a little bit. Has got Pheasantipity EX in play now and Buddy Poffin, but the problem is when you bench these low hit point Pokemon like Dreepy, and that's his last Dreepy actually, because remember, he did prize 2 copies as well. Can get one back via Night Stretcher, of course. Is that even though when you bench these Pokemon, they're not safe. Not when you got Dragapult EX Phantom Diving.
Not at all.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Here's a bit of a comeback. The unfair stamp can be played. There is no Genesect now. So that's going to let Noah shuffle his hand, draw 5, and then Yoa will get 2.
Yeah, forced to play the unfair stamp at this point. I mean, any disruption possible for Noah is going to be the way to play this game. You would love to see a counter catcher on that Hawlucha just to start delaying Yoa from, you know, taking advantage of this board and running away with it, really. Can't afford to play any sort of Badoo at this point because of how low that HP cost is. 30 damage is just... It's just breakfast, really, for this Dragapult EX, isn't it, with a Phantom Dive?
Yep.
And what Noah doesn't want to see is any sort of opportunity for Yoa to take multiple prizes at this point. And here we see the unfair stamp. What is Noah able to find?
Hasn't found a basic energy, I can tell you that.
No, and does he see the flip the script? 3 additional cards. I don't even think there was energy in there either.
Nope.
I think you know, this is where this Dragapult deck really has some weaknesses. There's no sort of acceleration into the Dragapult EXs. There's no rare candies. There's no TM evolution. There's no way to accelerate your board state without hiding behind something, without hiding behind an Itchy Pollen or a corner, etc. So at this point, Noah's just he's just got to accept that, you know, Yoa's, you know, accelerated his board. He's got the Dragapult already established. He has a Dracloak already with another energy. Yeah. Even if you do find a way of taking away that Dragapult EX. So for Noah, it's just, you know, can I weather this storm? Can I find a way to disrupt Yoa enough to find a board state that is acceptable at this point? Well, we've seen his disruption of the plan of the day for Noah now was unfair stamp plus counter catcher into the Hawlucha base. And I hope you haven't got an energy, Yoa, so you can't move that Hawlucha out of the way. Spoiler alert, I think there's a Luminous in the hand. There's a Luminous energy in hand, so is able to retreat. Even rescue board would be a way of getting a retreat out here. Does find that energy surge, looking for that psychic energy. I don't know if there was an Arven in hand, but if he does have that Arven in hand, we'll be able to find that rescue board for a retreat, but does choose for a manual retreat. I like keeping the Luminous energy in hand because that's the only way that you're going to be getting Adrenabrain up and running, so might come relevant next turn or in the further turns, etc. And for Noah, this Duskull, I mean, this is pretty much useless on board at this stage. You definitely don't want to be using Curse Blast. It would put Yoa down to 2 prizes, which is, you know, pretty good at this point. That Pheasantipity already being on board is an easy 2 prizes for Dragapult to take. And here we see the manual attachment, retreat, and an Ino. Yep, gonna reduce Noah's hand size down to 5. Yoa will get 3. Yep, should be 3. Yep. Oh no, he's drawn 4 off the Ino. Oh, he's only meant to draw 3. Yeah, but I think he drew 4 by accident. Well, that's why we've got table judges there. They'll be sorting that one out. But let's think about how the rest of the turn would play out, right? Let's pretend that the cards he did draw were, let's just say, unplayable for this moment in time. What do you think he would be trying to accomplish? I think for Yoa, it's just still establishing that board state further. I still think it's finding the crucial Pokemon to set up for your further turns. His board state was already advantageous. He still has that Dragapult on board with the Dracloak with an energy attachment. I think maybe you're just playing the Ino to see how can I just make this board state better if I even can. Maybe finding the Monkey Dory, maybe finding ways of getting that Adrenabrain up and running next turn, because I think the only way in which he would be able to take the game quicker is finding the knockout on that Pheasantipity. So with no damage on board as well, I think being that Noah does still have to, he has to do something next turn. Yeah. He has to start attacking. He has to start, disrupting in ways in which might put damage on the board. I think for Yoa, it's just finding that Monkey Dory and that Luminous Energy ready for next turn.
And obviously the Luminous Energy did get sent to the bottom.
Yes, it did. That's correct.
I know, so we hope, chances I probably will be joining into that anytime soon as he can shuffle the deck. But I guess just applying the pressure as well. Obviously, no point in getting down the Genesect Ace Nullifier. We've always seen it on Unfair Stam getting played. But wow, what a commanding game it's been for him so far, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, I spoke a little bit about Noah having these explosive turns with the Duskarps and the Duskull, and the Duskull, sorry, in the previous game. Being in connection with knocking yourself out, unlocking those counter catches, gusting up, doing all these little bit of shenanigans, taking advantage of the fact that these are evolving Pokemon, right? Dreepy, small HP cost 70. This is prime for a Phantom Dive. Taking multiple knockouts here and there, and in connection with Hawlucha as well. Wasn't able to use the Hawlucha, of course, but that's exactly what he's going for. He's using these different type of abilities to put more damage on board in order to use these sweeping board states. But then, on the flip side, I mean, what was so surprising was Yoa, having this larger hand. We didn't see it at the time, but, having the boss, having a way of getting around the Itchy Pollen and then going for these multiple knockouts as well with the Hawlucha. That's exactly why they play it. We know that the smaller HP Pokemon in the format, Ralts and Dreepy, 70 HP. Phantom Dive, only doing 60 damage counters. That's exactly what you use it for. That one damage counter on each of them, oh, so important.
Very important as we do get back into our game, and it looks like we will get confirmation like Yoa has received a 2 prize card penalty for that extra card drawn. That's why we see the prize cards there for Noah with the red Pokeball. Now, that doesn't mean he's taken them, but it just means he has to take 3 to win the game. And it looks like we see a Phantom Dive that KO'd the active and then put 3 damage counters on a bench Dracloak and bench Dreepy at the same time. And now we're back into the action.
Yeah, and I think that damage placement is pretty much perfect because, having that 3-3 approach will mean that Yoa will still have a chance of taking 2 prizes next turn if he's unable to find the knockout on the Pheasantipede. He knows that no damage is coming out on board for himself, so that Adrenabrain may not be an option for the Pheasantipede unless we see something like a Itchy Pollen, which I don't imagine we will at this point, of course. Too easy to take down. But yeah, the two prizes penalty might come into play because we know and we've already established that these types of decks will be looking for multiple prize knockouts. So, will that come into play? Let's just take a look. And here we see the Ultra Ball for the Dracloak looking to evolve that Dreepy as soon as possible. Nothing's safe at this point for Noah. I think he's, clutching at straws just a little bit. No manual attachment of the Psychic Energy.
Oh, yeah. Because we are going to see the Iono. Wait. That Iono, Noah. Wait. Hold on. Oh, wait.
Yeah, that is 2.
Oh, yeah, the prize penalty means, you still take it. I apologize. I'm getting them scared of the Iono now.
Yeah, you still take the 5.
Them. Yeah, no, you are correct. You are correct. I'm so on edge now after that. Well, it is over to Noah. Let's have a look. Iono. Let's have a look. We did see the recon directive as well. Yeah, did find the... Maybe just scared to commit because, it's tough. It's a tough situation.
Yeah.
There we go. We do have to see an energy at some point, though. Do we see a loop? No, we don't see a Luminous Cape, do we? Recon directive.
I think at this point for Noah, having those 3 damage counter on both, with no Monkey Dory in the deck either, isn't able to take away that damage on board.
Yes.
But for Noah, I think what I'm mostly scared of is if I even do get a Dragapult established, it's if I'm putting damage onto Yoa's board, that Adrenabrain is just going to put the 1 on the Pheasantipede, and then a simple Gust will take the game. Oh, there we see the
Luxurious Cape. Going to give that bench Dracloak 190 hit points in total, 160 left. And we see a counter catcher onto that Hawlucha. And we see a pass. Can Yoa get out of that Iono to 2? Let's have a look and start turning off with the recon directive. What's in that hand? Rock Scouting, Ultra Ball, Iono.
Getting rid of the Iono. I think the Iono isn't going to be as effective anymore for Yoa being 2 prizes down.
Latias is going to give you a free retreat cast. That's going to KO the active. Oh, I think he's missed the Luxurious Cape. That will not KO the bench Pokemon there, the bench Dracloak, because it has 160 hit points. Now, did he actually announce the attack? Doesn't look like he has, so he's just shuffling up.
I think he got rid of the boss's orders with the Ultra Ball.
Yeah, he did.
So I think a boss's orders, if he were able to play it, would have taken out the Luxurious Cape for game.
That would have got you the other way around. Oh, the Luxurious Cape coming in clutch there for Noah. Not a tool card we see all the time, but it's put in fantastic work. That's going to KO the active 6 damage counters on the bench. Dracloak, thanks to that Luxurious Cape, did have 160 hit points remaining. Oh, no, Yoa might actually be deciding where to put this 6 now.
Yeah, where does he want these 6 damage counters to go? I think for Yoa, you have to put at least 1 on the Pheasantipity, right?
Yeah, you have to.
You still have to.
So at least you can win off a boss, even though you did just discard 1.
With that boss's orders discarded, there are still 2 in the deck for Yoa. Didn't prize any, fortunately enough for him. Just
all 6 on Fez.
Yeah, all 6 on Fez.
All right, here we go. We do see Ultra Ball in hand. We don't see a basic energy yet, of all things, though.
He has to start attacking this turn. I think for Noah, it's just the fact of taking as many prizes as possible and as soon as possible. Does Nespal for that Blood Moon Ursaluna, can hide behind that high HP cost on that Blood Moon Ursaluna. 240 HP, not too shabby at this point. 260, sorry.
Wow.
Not too shabby, so we'll be able to hide behind that at least and take some big knockouts. With that Latias on board now for Yoa, Noah will be able to take a good 2 prize knockouts at this point.
Tell you what, this, if you see a pay retreat, right, you're going to evolve into Dragapult EX, pay retreat, boss's orders, KO Latias with Blood Moon Ursaluna. That actually puts you in a rather good spot, right?
Well, it would. I mean, it would force Yoa to have Gust next turn at this point. So if Noah does
and we
have
just
the
saw he
boss's orders
discarded one as well, right off the Ultra Ball.
Yeah, does have boss's orders in hand.
Does have boss's orders in hand. That is a potentially live play. Blood Moon Ursaluna, its ability season skill reduces its attack cost by 1 colorless energy for each prize card your opponent has taken. Yoa has taken 5, so that means Blood Moon Ursaluna can attack for free, 240 damage. Is that what we're going to see? He's going to,
no,
we're going to see the press research instead.
He's gone for the research instead, maybe looking for the manual attachment on the Dragapult for next turn.
Yep.
But right, you said, if you were able to gust up that Latias, take the 2 prizes, that Purdue is still on board for an easy Phantom Dive for that last prize. So eager to see what was in Noah's mindset for this professor's research rather than that boss's orders. I feel like that was just a safer option. I guess for Noah, you would have to manually attach, then retreat, and you don't want to waste a manual attachment on retreating.
That is true. That is true.
Want to go for a Phantom Dive instead? This is another option. You know, going for the Phantom Dive instead, this is pretty safe.
It is.
You are going for 2. You are going for that 1 prize still on the Badoo. And you'd imagine the other damage counter is going on that Latias to put it within range of that Blood Moon Ursaluna. Well, it still is within range, but putting the Dragapult in range, sorry, of that Blood Moon Ursaluna. Imagine. Oh no, not going for the knockout on the Badoo. Interesting. Forcing yourself to effectively use another Phantom Dive next turn.
It's quite interesting because, funny enough, not taking the KO, that unfair stamp that Yoa drew into actually can't be played now. Luminous Energy, Iono.
Yes.
Here we go.
I suppose not taking a knockout will effectively put those Ionos at less efficient for Yoa and doesn't want to put himself down that extra card drawn. So at least with the 6 damage
what's his orders that was?
Ah, no, with knocking out the Badoo.
Oh, but it looks like Noah has drawn the boss's orders after Iron. That means he'll be able to close the game out next turn, and he is able to win our Swiss round 11 feature match here. Game 2. That means we're going to a game 3. Congratulations, Noah. Was able to navigate a bit of a tricky game, not the easiest ones to, get around, but was able to take those prize cards first. And now both players are shuffling up for a game 3.
That last turn was crucial actually for Noah. One thing I didn't mention is that if you were to knock out that Badoo, it would open up a bench space for that Monkey Dory.
Yeah,
so that was actually crucial play there. Yoa was still within gust of taking the game, but that Monkey Dory play would have still been prevalent here or there to heal on that Olucha and that Dragapult. So yeah, smart play there from Noah. Unfortunately for Yoa, a couple of unfortunate things that happened for him. Did get rid of that crucial gust that would have taken him to the game. And here we see Noah just flashing that boss's orders. And here we go into a crucial game 3.
Yeah, you know, and even if, you know, your opponent might, what's the word I'm looking for here? You still have to capitalize on your opponent. You know what I mean? Even though, so Yoa opened the door, Noah still had to navigate some tricky hands there. He didn't actually start attacking until very late in that game, right?
Yeah.
And was still able to navigate his way to victory.
I think every single Dragapult that we've seen take game this stream has been within 1 or 2 prize cards of losing.
Yep.
I think it's just established itself as the comeback deck at this point.
And what we've seen so far in this best of 3 is that the first person to announce Phantom Dive has lost, funnily enough. Games 1 and 2, which is an interesting thing to think about, right? So as both players shuffle up here, we still have 9 minutes 40 seconds. We might get a little bit of an extension. We'll get confirmation on that. But at the speed that both players are playing, they're going to try their best to get a game 3 here and there, get a conclusion, because you don't really want ties at this point. We want those 3 match points, and we want some wins.
I think, fortunately for both players playing Dragapult, you will be looking for those multiple prize knockouts.
Yep.
So at least there is a way that both players can win, but it's maybe determined on how long those starting turns will be. The itchy pollen delays. How long are we going to be delaying each other? I think that's the case here, because, you know, that can take 1 or 2 turns, and with establishing your board at the same time, it can take that little bit longer to get around. So fortunately, I mean, hopefully we will find a winner of this game. You want to hope so for either one of these players. It puts them in great contention for top 8 later on with a 10-1 record. Here we see both players shuffling up now, just going through what Pokemon they will be starting. And here we see the first draw. Well, no, that was a mulligan, sorry, for Noah. And here we see the game just starting now. And Monkey Dory start for Yoa and a Duskull start for Noah. Here we see the prizes come down as well. Nothing too detrimental. Actually, just two cards of the evolution line for Dragapult for both players. In this circumstance, a Dracloak for Yoa, which may come into play. Those crucial recon directives. You want to get them up and running as soon as possible. And 2 Jack, I might add, as well.
Yep, so here we are going to see our Game 3 Swiss Final 11 feature match here. The winner of this round will get themselves very close to a top cut placement, and just had confirmation that the timer we see on screen has been corrected after the time has been added. So both players will want to try and have this game conclude before the end of this round. If the timer gets down to 0, there'll be 3 additional turns played. If there's no conclusion to the end of that game, then this will end in a tie. But both players don't want that, so we're just going to see Ultra Ball being played, Dreepy, Badoo, and pass over to Yoa. Yeah, manual attachment into the Monkey Dory. You'd imagine a Itchy Pollen coming down soon for Yoa. Start disrupting Noah as much as possible. I think the thing is, for Yoa, prizing 2 of the Jack doesn't have any other way of finding these Dracloaks or Dragapults other than the Brock's scouting, so he will have to try and find them as soon as possible, because you imagine an Itchy Pollen is going to be coming in for Noah next turn, possibly, and with a Monkey Dory start, does have to find ways of finding these crucial cards. Dreepy, Badoo, all of these cards so important for the initial turns for these Dragapult decks, and finding different ways of finding them does do the prize check. You can see the Brock scouting on the top of the deck, counting how many methods do I have of getting these evolution Pokemon out, staring down an Itchy Pollen. Yeah, I mean, this, and the Brock Scrotum only gets 1 evolution as well, right?
Yes,
it's
only
more,
1.
It's better at finding basics, gets 2 basics, only gets 1 evolution, so that's going to put a lot of pressure. But let's see how Yoa can do. Was under the pressure in game 1 quite a lot and was able to navigate the win. So let's see how he navigates this. We've seen Ultra Ball going to be played for the Badoo. And then, as you imagine, we'll see the pay retreat into the Itchy Pollen. Yes. And then Noah, it didn't get a turn attachment down, so maybe, you know, the hand might not be great. Yeah, Noah unable to find a turn attachment. Oh, this, you know, is going to be crucial. This really is. Really has to find a Buddy Buddy Puffin or a way of getting. Oh, I think there was a Buddy Buddy Puffin there. There was, and a Dreepy as well. Another Dreepy. Okay, worry over for Yoa. Here we see the Buddy Buddy Puffin. 2 Dreepy going to be coming down, of course, at this point. And here we see them come down. And I think both board states are pretty
prime. I think,
Yeah.
you know, no manual attachment for Yoa on a Dreepy, just like Noah has here. So I think both board states are pretty equal. Starting the Monkey Dory, at least you don't have to waste any sort of ball search resources on finding that Monkey Dory for the next turn. It is going to be staying around for a while. There's no way of Noah finding knockouts on a Monkey Dory other than the straight up Phantom Dive. So yeah, I think both board states are pretty equal at this point, right?
Yep, they really are. As we do see the Ultra Ball being played to grab Jackloak now preemptively, thinking that if a Phantom, an Itchy Pollen comes down, I remember play Ultra Ball next turn. But here we go. Do see the Itchy Pollen. 10 damage onto the active. Remember, that means Noah can't play item cards now. We do see Basic Energy. We do see Dusclops. We see multiple supporters, Ino and Professor's Research. Let's see how this turn pans out.
Yeah, does have the manual attachment.
There we go.
Going
Curse Blast into the active. Going to KO that. Obviously, Yoa can take a prize card. Noah can take a prize card. We're going to see a turn attached to Dreepy. Will we see Luxurious Cape getting attached?
Yeah,
we will.
The Luxurious Cape. And now with different options of Research, and Ino does go for that Professor's Research with the Curse Blast. At least he would have put Yoa down to five cards in hand, but of course putting yourself down as well with that Curse Blast. But getting rid of that Itchy Pollen Badoo is actually quite, you know, it's quite crucial here, because Itchy Pollen, although it does 10 damage, Badoo is only on 30. So, you know, it's these mind games of whose Badoo is going to be knocked out first, you know, unlocking your opponent's counter catcher. To take the Jack off those prizes going to be crucial.
Yeah, what a turn to grab him.
Yeah, what a turn to unlock the Jack from the prize cards, finding it at the most important time, taking 2 Dracloaks here, finding those important evolution Pokemon under item lock as well. Yoa probably can't believe his luck finding that Jack there from the prizes.
Yeah,
So saying thank you very much to Yoa. Right?
Yeah, that was the perfect time, exactly when you needed them. And it's going to draw into Unfair Stamp plus Badoo after Recon Directive. Badoo getting sent down to the bottom. Another Dracloak Evolve, Recon Directive. This is the power of the Dragapult EX deck, making use of those stage ones. A third Recon Directive. What is this intelligence that these Dracloak are all finding? The reconnaissance, as it were. Luminous Energy and a pass.
Yeah, manual attachment there onto the active Dracloak. Doesn't want to be attaching to any benched Dracloak at this point, because you will have to find some sort of way of getting out of the active into that benched Dracloak if you are to sort of accelerate energy onto it. So yeah, intelligent play here from Yoa, and of course only staring down a Badoo, and no Dracloak in sight, nor any Dragapult EX in sight for Noah anytime soon. Feels safe of just attaching to the active here. Here we see a Buddy Puffin, of course, items now unlocked for Noah, going for that Dreepy and that Duskull. You can imagine some Curse Blast coming down pretty soon, not like we had seen in Game 2, of course. And now you'd imagine just an Itchy Pollen now from Noah. I'd like to see a manual attachment. Unfortunately, well, does have the, fortunately for him, sorry, does have the Earthen Vessel in hand. Can go for manual attachment now, finding the Fire and Psychic.
Do we have a Dracloak though? No.
Don't have a Dracloak, no.
So it's going to have to be a boss's orders and stall a little bit. Bring up the Monkey Dory. Bring it into the active and Itchy Pollen.
Yeah, and this is exactly why it was so important of attaching to the active Pokemon, because if Noah was able to disrupt in a sort of way of getting around this, Yoa really doesn't want to be wasting his manual attachments for retreating. There's no energy acceleration within the deck. We've already said this a couple of times now, which is going to be crucial for both players to try and disrupt around. We've already seen it a couple of times, getting around, you know, oh, I'll just get up that Hawlucha, you know, waste a manual attachment on this sort of Pokemon. And here we see a Adrenabrain onto the Badoo, and a manual retreat into another Badoo. And you can imagine an Itchy Pollen coming down here. And I think there was an attachment of a Bravery Charm, putting that Badoo to 80 HP now.
The brave little Badoo.
Yeah, isn't going to be in range of a Curse Blast. So good play from Yoa there. And that Badoo is going to be alive quite a bit longer than the opponent's Badoo, so is going to be using that Itchy Pollen to its maximum effect for as long as possible.
There's actually a world where we see a Phantom Dive here, perhaps, if you want, or you could slow the game down and take the KO with the Itchy Pollen, perhaps, as well.
Yeah.
We've definitely got energy in hand, right? I believe.
Yes.
Yep. There's loot. Oh, okay. So we're not gonna see a phantom dive. Just gonna see an itchy pollen.
Yeah. Adrenaline onto your opponent's.
Oh wow. Mid-turn KO.
Knockout. Yeah.
And now we see the itchy pollen. Does that actually have Dragapult EX in hand? Actually, so could have evolved up and KO'd that Dreepy if we liked, but we are just going to see the itchy pollen. Noah's still been item locks. I think that hand is looking a bit dire. No supporters, all items, 4 items, but under itchy pollen lock, not even going to announce bites or gnaw, whatever that attack is. A petty grudge, I should say. It just comes flying back with Monkey Dory.
Yeah, and I think for Yoa, not evolving into any of those Dragapult EXs, doesn't want to risk any sort of damage coming down onto them with a Phantom Dive on that last turn. And here we see the boss's orders onto that bench Dreepy with all that energy attachment and a luxurious cape. Yoa will be taking 2 prize cards at this point, and didn't find the flying entry Hawlucha for another explosive turn, but with the knockout on that luxurious capes, Dreepy will put himself down now to only 1 prize card remaining.
Wow. Absolutely dissecting Noah's board there. Wow, what a turn that was. The Monkey Dory, that 10 extra damage, so important. We're going to see Night Stretcher from Noah. Pheasantipity, there's a Dracula. Could have done with that 5 turns ago, to be honest.
Yeah.
Recon Directive. There's a Dusclops. Can't use that now.
No, I loved leaving these 2 Duskull on board because they are effectively useless at this point.
Really
you cannot use Curse Blast. You'd effectively lose the game because you're giving 1 prize to Noah, to the Yoa. So at least now, well, this would be the comeback of all comebacks. I mean, we've seen Dragon Ball come back from situations like this, but not quite to this disadvantage. No energy on board, only 1 Dracloak. You're forced to use a manual retreat at this point from that Dracloak as well. This is not a great spot for Noah.
And just, I think, it looks like time has been called. I saw the players lining up some die to demonstrate who has what turns. Now, there will be 3 turns left, including this one. If this game does not conclude in those 3 turns, then this game will not finish and it will result in a tie. However, we have to imagine that with Yoa only having 1 prize card to take, he will be able to take that 1 prize card. So for Noah now, the goalposts have shifted. He isn't taking 5 prize cards in 2 turns. That's not happening, not with this board state. So he's going to say, how is it I can stop Yoa from taking a singular prize card?
Yeah, and with the Dracloak in the active, and with the rescue board in the discard pile, is going to have to try and find an energy attachment with this Iono to get out of the active. I think benching the Blood Moon Ursaluna, you're hiding behind that high HP cost of 260, isn't going to be knocked out from a Phantom Dive anytime soon. Is Noah able to find more?
We're just going to see a concession, and Yoa is able to take the game. Much love to the crowd. They're loving that performance, and he wins our Swiss Round 11 feature match. Does Yoa, and does it look at him, he's absolutely loving that. What a performance that was. Some of the most explosive Dragapult turns I've ever seen on this stream this weekend. And let's have a look at this highlight, because this game 1, this was really the Noah show.
Yeah, certainly was. I mean, using that corner as early as possible, we thought we were looking for the switch outs for Noah straight away at that point. But no, fortunately for Yoa, was able to find a couple of turns of disruption, but it was really the Noah show, like you said, in that first game, was able to find ways of getting around this. And the explosive turns, like we said, that turn from Noah was able to find that Curse Blast, was able to find ways of getting around it with the counter catcher as well. But yeah, here we see Yoa now. It was so intricate. These sorts of plays, and this is what these Dragon Ball mirrors are all about. This is going to be a familiar matchup in the room today and this weekend, but it's all about the variations. How do you get around these sort of threats, and how do you take advantage of the board state as soon as possible? We really saw all elements of the game within that match.
We did, and that was a game 1. Yoa was able to navigate out of that hot start from Noah, but in game 2, Noah was able to, capitalize himself on Yoa's slow start, and was able to meticulously get back in the game with some incredible plays there. and then we did see the boss's orders off the reset stamp, oh no, the unfair stamp I should say. And then in game 3, Yoa was just able to apply the pressure as early as the turn 2, using that Ichipon to really slow Noah down. And Noah wasn't even able to get Dracloaks out for so long, you know. We saw this Ichipollen wall, we saw the Adrenabrain from Monkey Dory just dissecting the board, but this was the big swing turn here. Boss's orders plus the Phantom Dive plus the extra damage from Monkey Dory and all those shenanigans there, and that was all she wrote at that point. Noah was just trying to survive and unfortunately wasn't able to do so.
Yeah, just showing how skill intensive the game is right now with that mirror match. I mean, we saw all elements of the game at its finest in that match. We saw comebacks, we saw aggression, we saw disruption, we saw hiding behind certain types of Pokemon and their attacks to the maximum effect. I mean, there were so little intricacies, you know, not taking the knockout on that Badoo, not giving Yoa a chance for another board state to put down the Monkey Dory. It's all about these little tiny things that will ultimately put a factor on the game. You know, what a showing from both players. And, you know, even though Noah took the loss, I still think he's in good standing.
Yep.
And, you know, he's playing to his best, as you can see there. So hopefully he'll be able to still be making the top standings later in the day.
I'm sure he will, still in a fantastic spot. However, I would like to hear from our winner there. So let's kick it down to our winner's interview with Yoa.
Thanks so much, Shay. Yeah, here we're on the sofa with 10-1 Yoa now, piloting the Dragapult archetype. Tell us a little bit about that game. You've just come to me saying that was a relief.
Yeah, okay, so the first game was kind of cool, I guess. It made really fun to play. I know after you played the Switch, I could make a comeback with like my trap Pokemon. I don't know the name.
Maractus.
It's just it's a cactus. So yeah, and I knew I can make a comeback because he was really low on draw engine. He only got one Drag Cloak out, so I could just trap the Alucha and then trap the Drag Cloak, which also worked out really well. In the second game, I just didn't saw the Luxcape and I just threw so badly. I think the game was already over at a point, but I managed to throw an unlosable game. Just draw the one. What's funny was, I told him, oh, be careful, you killed my Badoo, draw only 5 out of the prize, draw only 5, and he's like, oh, true, I would have drawn 6, and I draw 4, and not 3, that was like so bad, and then I literally didn't saw the Luxcape. I attacked and didn't saw Luxcape, and I guess never punished. Now I'm sitting here, won the third game, and yeah, kind of happy.
Yeah, even though, so it kind of got out of hand in that second game, but I do just want to highlight, we have something to show in that game too, because you were setting yourself up into that fantastic position, finding a Phantom Dive of a number of KOs. As you see the replay here, talk us through this turn in this second game. You've just brought up a Dracloak, and is this all about the board position here for you?
Yeah, it's all about the board position, just to take out all his engine. He didn't have, I think, he didn't have really an engine left. Yeah, he only has a Duskull left, so he can't draw cards, and also he's like, I think he's not playing the candies. So he needs like 2 turns to set up his Polt, and also he didn't got any attachments, so I think he doesn't play Crispin or Crystal or Expedia or something.
Right.
So I was kind of safe because he needs 2 attachments and evolve twice, and he didn't got a 3P in play, so I knew I could just chill some games, and basically I knew the game was over, but then I threw so badly, so.
I mean, apart from that, you were exhibiting fantastic play, especially in that first game, like you said, using that Maractus, being aware of resources. It sounds like you know the Dragapult mirror match quite well.
Yeah.
I'm sure you faced it a few times. What have been some of those key takeaways from you throughout the weekend that's given you the edge?
Oh, I think I tested the match a lot because like most of my friends are also playing Dragapult, so we tested the mirror match a lot. And I played against some really good players like Alberto Conti, the mirror match this tournament. So yeah, I think I played like 4 or 5 mirrors, and they worked out really well for me. I think also my list is like kind of cool with it. Like there was a 3 Brock and a 2 Jack. I'm kind of cool against Badoo, and also with the Charm and Monkey Dory. I think the matchup is okay for me, especially against the Dustbolt.
Yeah, I was going to say you were using those Jacques really effectively, and up against the Dusknoir matchup, do you feel like you're favored by playing a more straightforward build with all those basics?
Yeah, against the Dusknoir matchup for sure, because like I can just take down his Duskulls and then all his advantages just floating away, and I have just more space for like card like Rock or Jack, so I have more consistency, and also Sumakidori is really impactful. And Genesect preventing the stamp, I think it didn't cut up in this game now, but in most of the matches it really comes up to just charm the Genesect and just play around the stamp, and the others just can't play around the stamp. So my board is probably most of the time better, and I can stamp in.
And actually, you were able to win that first game thanks to your own unfair stamp.
Yeah.
So you can see how impactful those ace-specs can be. If you can deny that from the opponent, it's fantastic for you. Do you have any other highlights over either today or yesterday of some of the more interesting games you've shown?
Oh, I definitely had some interesting games, but not like one really specific game. I think this match was really a highlight. It was a highlight and also a lowlight at both times. So yeah, but it was fun for sure. My opponent was really nice, and it was fun.
Yeah, showing both great sportsmanship from Noah in there as well. You could see how much fun you were both having on the tables, laughing with each other, even in those high-pressure situations. But now you're at a 10-1 record. Fantastic to see. I just have one more question for you. It's a bit of a curveball. Did you happen to cycle to the tournament today?
Excuse me? I didn't.
Did you cycle to the tournament on a bike?
Oh, no.
No? Okay.
I am here nearby with an hotel.
Fair enough. Well, you cycled plenty through the deck throughout that video, so it was fantastic to see you on the stream. Hopefully we get to see more of you on that fantastic record. And that's me with our interview. I'll let you go for now, and we'll be heading back to the desk, I think. So there we go.
Hey Pokemon trainers, my name is Benjamin and I'm here to talk to you about an important TCG concept called teching. Tech cards have more specific use cases in certain scenarios or matchups to turn the tide of battle. Other than the more core pieces to a deck strategy, players have the option to add more distinct cards that can add a different element to a deck and can make a deck gain more favour over others in the metagame. In teching, players showcase their creativity and intelligence, profiting on a card's effects to help them get the edge over their opponent and the metagame. A deck that presents a good example of boasting both tech Pokemon and supporters was Christian Fontenot's Lost Zone deck from the Stuttgart Regional Championships. Not only including your more obvious Cramorant, Sableye and Radiant Charizard, Christian chosen to favour two popular tech Pokemon in Manaphy with its bench protecting Way Veil ability, and Jirachi defending their Pokemon from damage counters with its Stellar Veil ability. With both of these Pokemon on the field, Christian had alleviated any threat to his board from bench sniping attacks from popular Pokemon such as Radiant Greninja, and Pokemon that can spread damage counters such as Sableye and its Lost Mine attack. In playing both tech Pokemon, Christian had given himself what originally seemed to be bad matchups throughout the meta look much more manageable. So what about teching supporters and items? In the final of our championships, we've seen just how effective a simple addition of a tech supporter and item can be in your deck. In playing just one copy of Roxanne and a few counter catchers, Christian was able to both disrupt his opponent's hands and use the element of surprise, taking large knockouts with Radiant Charizard or set up some future turn knockouts with Sableye. Both Roxanne and counter catcher are pretty situational, only being active once your opponent is ahead within the prize race. However, if Christian was aware of his deck not typically taking prizes early on, both of these tech cards were a fantastic way of getting him back into the game and getting ahead of the prize race. Another deck that frequently plays many tech cards is Mew VMAX. Mew VMAX and its impressive draw engine with the Genesect V's Fusion Strike system allows the deck to add more tech cards than many other decks in the format usually grant themselves. In the past, players have continued to evolve their Mew VMAX lists in the attempts to counter the metagame more effectively. An example of this more recently was during our Portland Regional Championships. We had seen Mew VMAX lists using a variety of Pokemon, supporters and item cards, such as Ice-Cube, Avery, Iono, Roxanne, Penny, and even Boxer Disaster. So considering all of these tech options, let's take a look at an example of how significant one of these tech cards can be for Mew VMAX in the meta. Although not immediately threatening to many of the other decks in the format, the use of the Box of Disaster item card is for one matchup in mind, Gardevoir EX. We are all aware of Gardevoir EX when using its Psychic Embrace ability, requiring Pokemon to take damage when the Psychic Energy cards are being attached, commonly taking Pokemon to near knockouts to maximize damage output. Well, this is where Box of Disaster poses a big threat. For example, if the opponent is looking to take a knockout on any of the V Pokemon the Box of Disaster is attached to, they take 8 damage counters on the Pokemon, risking knockouts on the Pokemon originally doing damage. As an added method of disruption, the Mew VMAX player is given grace that if the Gardevoir chooses to take a big swinging knockout on the Mew VMAX with its Box of Disaster attached, the Box of Disaster's effect will knock out the Gardevoir and will present an opportunity to keep up with the prize race. On the face of it, teching all of these specific Pokemon and trainer cards should put you in a fantastic position to win, right? Well, as much as I'd like to agree, typically adding more specific one-off copies of cards can actually hinder a deck's consistency. Although it may be alluring to play many of these one-off cards to help with your matchup spread, you do not want to risk damaging your deck's overall consistency, strategy, and approach. It is always important to note when deck building that sometimes it's just as crucial to remain heavy on consistency cards like Professor's Research or Ino than it is to add tech supporters like Avery or Professor Turo's Strategy, or game state dependent cards like Countercatcher. With this summary and more tips, you'll be able to take your game to the next level. I hope this helps you understand the importance of teching and its limitations and helps you build your decks more effectively. Who knows, maybe that one tech card you've always wanted to play might even pop up during the coverage. Until next time, trainers, catch you later.
My name is Alberto Conti and I'm a Pokémon TCG player and now a Pokémon TCG regional champion. Being a regional champion feels incredible. It's such a great goal that I was able to achieve. I'm really happy. All my effort put into testing and practicing with Pokemon paid out, and now I can say I'm finally a champion. So I picked up Regidrago right after the Dortmund Regional, where I played Dragapult. I realized that Regidrago had not many issues into the metagame. I had no auto losses matchups, and that felt really good, especially in those kind of tournaments where you have to play a lot of rounds and a lot of different opponents. And this versatility that Regidrago has makes it, in my opinion, at the top of the metagame right now. And also I'm really happy because it has Giratina V-Star in it. So my hardest challenge in the Swiss rounds was Iron Thorns. Is probably the worst matchup I have. Also, Trapagos with Buffalant is not the best matchup, but it's doable. And if you play that really well, I was happy to play that really well in the finals. So I'm really happy to have shown that. Actually, playing the finals against Tord felt like playing against the league champion when I was a kid on my Nintendo DS. The feeling it was more or less the same. I was only missing the theme song. I put a lot of effort into testing, also into this matchup, and I was able to practice a lot in the past few weeks, and I put all of the practice and the theory I built into this match, and I thought I had a chance. I thought I had a chance, and I showed everybody that you can beat Trapagos with Buffalant. Honestly, for me, what's next is to try to compete more, to play as much as I can, and just enjoy every travel I do with my friends, and that's always the goal. And then there's also winning, of course, but the main goal is to have fun and enjoy every travel. Honestly, I was never stressed about it. I feel like if I deserve it and if I achieve it, I'm fine. If I don't, I'm fine anyway. And I think that's the best way to go in this season. But now I did it, so I'm especially really happy.
Well, I'll tell you what, it was great to hear from Alberto, our Gdansk regional champion, and we'll hopefully be seeing a little bit more of him later on. A little bit of a teaser there, and me and Joe will be taking you through the coverage. My name is Mike, and Joe, you are very much looking forward to this next matchup because it is the one we've been waiting for. We haven't had it yet on stream, but it is the big matchup of the current format.
It's the question on everyone's lips. What's better, Dragapult or Gardevoir? This is the tug of war that we've had throughout this entire format in Journey Together. These two have been in that tug of war for. More victories for the Gardevoir, certainly more top cuts for the Dragapult. That seems to be the more popular choice among the player base. Leaning into the recon directive as much as possible. We just saw in the previous round why that Phantom Dive attack is so vicious. 200 damage to the active, plus placing those counters so specifically allows you to really navigate a board and make some ridiculous comebacks. We just saw 3 of them back to back.
And that's the matchup you're going to see, but this is going to be in our final round of Swiss. We've had 11 rounds completed so far, but now it is all about winning to get into that top cut, and it will be 2 seasoned veterans showing off what they're capable of. 2
regional champions trying to now become special champions as well. Consta Kalama and Alberto Conti. We just heard an interview from him, that Gdansk regional champion so recently, as well as a number of top 4 and top 8 placements. Alberto, if I had to guess, he would be a dragon-type gym leader. He loves that Giratina V-Star, played it in his Lost Zone variant for many tournaments, then jumped onto Regidrago V-Star, where he could still use that Giratina V-Star, and now he's going to be piloting the Dragapult EX.
Yeah, and such a consistent player as well. It's easy to look at these one-off championships, but another player who consistently had top finishes, especially around that 2023 season, and another one of these brothers. We talk about the strength of the Kammerman brothers and so on, and it is the Kalama brothers who keep coming up. Yuho, an amazing player, and Consta recently has shown exactly why they're both so good.
And Consta staying calm. They're literally yawning right now, so he's relaxed. He's
always
ready to
so chilled, doesn't he?
Literally is very chilled out. As we see some prize cards, well, that might make him a little bit more awake, prizing his A-Spec, the secret box. In addition to one of those Monkey Dory, every time you can get Adrenabrain online against the Dragapult player, it's going to be massive because that Phantom Dive damage is so crucial.
And here we go, our final round of Utrecht. Alberto versus Consta, looking to try and answer the debate. Dragapult or Gardevoir, which is better? Consta piloting the Psychic deck with Gardevoir at the helm. Meanwhile, Alberto sticking to his Dragon types he loves so much with Dragapult EX. And early on here, Consta getting a deck search and is going to be checking his prize cards.
And even though we've seen so much success from the Brent Tonneson build, Consta is playing a few different cards within his list. He does have the Mew EX, which is so strong at copying Dragapult. We know Dragapult EX has one of the most powerful, devastating attacks in the game. So when Gardevoir is able to copy it with a Psychic type using the Fairy Zone from Clefairy, it can be devastating.
Well, first goal of Gardevoir EX is get as many of those Psychic energy into the discard pile. Typically, we like to attach those energies from hand, but we have Psychic Embrace on Gardevoir EX, which allows you to attach an energy from your discard pile to any of your Psychic Pokemon, and if you do, they take 20 damage. And you might think that's a bad thing, but you've got Monkey Dory, which you see there in the active spot, able to move damage from your side to your opponent's side, so a great bit of synergy.
Yep, Gardevoir can't read the rules. The hair's in the way. It's allowed to attach as many energy as it likes, provided they're coming from that discard pile. And the Psychic Embrace downside of putting damage onto your own Pokemon can become an upside with Adrenabrain from Monkey Dory.
And you've got attackers like Drifloon and Screamtail, which do damage based off of how many damage counters are on them. So a great bit of synergy across the board. And as you can see, Consta just making sure he knows exactly what he's working with. We'll recognize, as you said, that A-Spec is gone. But another interesting situation here with Gardevoir. How many Monkey Dory do you play? And Consta opting to play just the 2 while having one of them prize will limit that board state that we often see Gardevoir try to do against Dragapult of having the double Monkey Dory pushing energy back towards their opponent.
Looks like the Artisan Stadium is Consta's only means of getting a Ralts down, but can at least get that rolling. Has not much else in hand at all either, Mike. I just saw a bunch of energy cards. Nothing too usable as we pass over to Alberto, who I think already has access to that Budew in hand. Whenever your opponent has a slower start, if you can start initiating an Itchy Pollen item lock, you massively reduce the number of cards remaining in their deck that can be used to get them out of that rut.
And typically that Artisan is a last choice way to find your basic Pokemon, as you'd rather not give it to your opponent. As you see here, Alberto able to use Consta's Artisan to find any non-rulebox basic Pokemon and put it on his bench. And will be a chance to deck check, as we saw Consta do, making sure he can work out what those 6 prize cards are, and we'll recognize a few important Pokemon in there, the Monkey Dory, some Dreepy and Dracloak coverage taken away, and there are 2 of those Luminous Energy, 2 out of the 4.
And for the Dragapult, it's all about trying to work towards that Phantom Dive attack. 200 to the active and 6 counters anywhere you like to sprinkle across the board. And when Gardevoir is already self-damaging so much with Psychic Embrace, that is sometimes devastating. But another key selling point of the Dragapult is in fact its stage 1. The Dracloak with Recon Directive allows you to see so many cards and piece together big combinations. So Alberto needs to find multiple Dreepy on this first turn.
And these two decks at the top of the current meta, about 20% for each of them in day 2 here, and they will be rising to the top. They have converted well. There was less than that in day 1, around 15 to 10% for both decks, and now they have risen up. And that is just a credit to how good they are at winning matches. It's that combination of early disruption with the Budu and that ability to set up such a powerful attacker in Dragapult EX and a powerful ability in Gardevoir EX.
And not just the Buddy Pop in turn 1 for Alberto. His turn gets even better here with the Arven. We'll be able to find the rescue board for the Genesect to retreat and can get into Itchy Pollen. Finds another Buddy Poffin here. So we'll be able to thin the deck of even more Pokemon as well.
And interesting, such a strong setup. That Buddy Poffin, not even needed, can be used to discard to find some energy from the deck. Typically, decks will play 4 Buddy Poffin as you really want to see them early on. As the game goes on, they become less and less useful. And on this occasion, Alberto comfortable with the amount of Pokemon he's got out. So those Buddy Poffins are to be removed from the deck and put in the discard pile.
Also spying Ultra Ball, recognizing that Consta is likely to play his own copy of Budu, so proactively finding a Dracloak for next turn to allow you to draw more cards. Expecting an Itchy Pollen lock is really heads-up play already from Alberto, demonstrating why he's on this 9-1-1 record in our Swiss round 12.
As these players settle into their early board, trying to set up for the rest of the game. It looks at the moment like Alberto is in a strong position, but Consta very easily can set up his own Budu, and then it will be a slow start. And as the Artisan sits in play, the longer it stays there, the more both players are able to guarantee their setup is fully there. And that will mean we'll have a slower start to this game. Evolution through the stage 1s. No rushed entry of an EX with that rare candy. And it will be an attachment for Alberto. Hit all of the beats of that first turn. A wide board, an energy attachment, Budu in the active, and Ace-Specs turned off with that Genesect.
That is essentially the dream start for the Dragapult EX, especially with a Dracloak in the hand for the following turn. Did Consta pick up any useful cards here? I'm looking at rare candy. I'm looking at a lot of energy in that hand, Mike. Just the Artisan to use here. To try and slow your opponent down, it may still be worth trying to find your Budu, but another Ralts is also a decent option here.
The Monkey Dory can attack in this situation. It has that Mind Bend for 60, and you might be looking at home thinking that Budu has 30 HP. We can take a knockout here. Why might Consta be avoiding taking an early knockout?
It's due to the A-Spec choice of Dragapult. So often it's the unfair stamp. So if you take a cheeky prize just hoping maybe to get a useful card off your own prize cards, suddenly you can be in a helter-skelter, going down to just 2 cards. So you have to actually be a little bit reserved at times. And this could be one of those moments when your hand is pretty awkward, but even 2 cards may be worse. So let's just grab an additional Ralts here, protect yourself from any aggressive attacking lines from Alberto.
I know you have a way of looking at this matchup of Dragapult needs to win the early game to take the victory, where Gardevoir, once it's fully set up, puts itself in a very favourable position, especially if Gardevoir EX is on board. So for you watching at home, you'd be wondering, when is Consta going to be able to evolve up? Can't use that rare candy, can't use things like Ultra Balls to find the evolutions. It's so going to be really tough now to set up a board of Gardevoir EX, and we'll be interested to see how Consta works his way through this. Might actually be looking to take that knockout and go a bit more aggressive and hope that Alberto doesn't have the time to set up.
It's one of those moments when your hand is so bad anyway that like you're in top deck mode, so you may as well take the one. Even keeping the 1 damage counter on Monkey Dory for later is quite reasonable, knowing that your opponent can also play their own Monkey Dory. As we do take the first prize from Consta, not fearing the unfair stamp, his hand's so bad anyway. Let's see the first Recon Directive from Alberto. He's also on a hand with no draw power. Is any of these a supporter that can draw additional cards? And you've seen your opponent not draw much, your own Iono look less appealing.
Yeah, really needs that unfair stamp here. Would be an ideal situation. And The Artisan will allow for another Budu to come down, so we will see the item lock continued, allowing Alberto to keep growing that board, add more Dracloaks on board, get more energy down. No rare candies in Alberto's deck, so even without that item lock, we'll have to take a few turns to really set up here.
And now we're going to see the Bravery Charm come on to Budu. The issue is that a Mind Bend could still KO this Budu. The Itchy Pollen puts an extra 10 damage back onto this Monkey Dory. So the Adrenabrain plus Mind Bend combination can even get around this Bravery Charm. We're going to see the attachment from Alberto to the Dracloak. You can feel quite confident that many Gardevoir EX players these days do not play Boss's Orders at all. So you don't have to fear many gusting effects.
And there we go.
Pass things over. Just a Psychic Energy drawn for Consta. Again, it's horrific. Again, you can take another prize card. You still don't fear an Unfair Stamp. We could swing an extra energy onto a Ralts here, just to take it out of the deck. You know you can retreat these energy later for your Psychic Embrace.
Yeah, and on the side of Alberto, he's looking to try and get that sort of delayed board removal and get both Ralts, get everything taken away.
That's why I'm seeing a third one.
And that's why Consta's saying, well, you can't take out 3 in one go, so we'll be safe if we keep doing that. And this is an interesting difference. Most players would look to try and set up that Budu and create more turns, but actually the more turns that go on, the more Dragapult is able to set up and start drawing cards with that Recon Directive. So a slower game with no evolutions is favored for the Dracloak engine, where Ralts, unless it evolves into Gardevoir, you're not going to be doing a huge amount. There's no draw there. There's not that ability to just start motoring through your deck. You're relying on those supporter cards that are so key to the deck.
Will Monkey Dory continue to take KOs here? I think Consta is simply saying that my hand is so poor anyway. I'd welcome 2 random cards at this stage.
Well, all those energy in hand, they need to be discarded, but you can't discard them while the item lock's going.
Still refuses to use Adrenabrain. Instead, it's going to confuse this Budu. Try and remove the Itchy Pollen that way. 2 more cards to see for Alberto. He gets to keep one of them. Will this get him out of a slower hand himself?
Yeah, only the 2 cards in his hand, so top decking in a way with an extra look with that Recon Directive, but not ideal.
Both players in such a strange stalemate here. Alberto has to fear the fact that Itchy Pollen is not guaranteed now. In fact, a Tails flip on Confusion would knock the Budu out. That's horrific.
I mean, normally we see these coin flips from a Mind Bend Confusion for late game attacks to end the game.
It's an Arven.
This is an early Mind Bend that would potentially open up the game for Consta if there's a Tails flip.
Arven can grant you access to switch, so you can guarantee go into the Genesect with the rescue board and bring the Budu back in. And yeah, we are going to see the switch from Alberto. He's already drawn all of his tools naturally. There's 3 of them in play.
Wow, this just shows you how important it is to get this item lock off for Alberto. Needs more time, so we'll be switching, retreating back into the Budu. We'll get another Itchy Pollen off, but you mentioned about that Monkey Dory. What Consta's done quite cleverly here is he wants to be in control of that on his side of the board so that the new active would become confused.
It was a big risk from Consta, because if you don't use it, you can lose it, if Alberto had been able to find a Dragapult EX. But in this case, Consta now has even more damage to play with. Finally picks up a Mew EX as well. Another Pokemon to put into play to safeguard yourself if you are going to start taking prize cards. I feel like it's a decent choice to do so at this stage.
Especially with that Bravery Charm. Yeah. The Mew EX with 180 hit points is very vulnerable to the Dragapult's Phantom Dive that does 200 damage. Bravery Charm adding 50 HP will put it out of range and would be a safe option to protect.
This is a huge prize card, because Iono will be plucked here from the prizes with the Adrenabrain. That can also finally start unlocking this hand for Consta. He's holding on to Ultra Ball Rare Candy, can't use them because of the Itchy Pollen item lock. So may still not want to put it into play. But Mike, I really like what you mentioned. The Bravery Charm combination with the Mew gives you a lot more protection. So it can sit on board a little bit more comfortably.
Ooh, debating the Artisan, maybe even looking to do their own Budu now. And almost say, Alberto, you're struggling. Let me take your options away.
With 2 Budu in the discard pile for Alberto, he also can't then use Night Stretcher to bring back his own Budu if you use Itchy Pollen this turn. So you're almost locking your opponent out of an Itchy Pollen by doing this, and you also lock out the Unfair Stamp.
We often talk about how great these top players are navigating unusual situations. Most players are capable of following the route that their deck is meant to follow, but suddenly when you're posed with a completely different start, it's the navigation like this that we see from those players who are looking to make regional finals, winning them. They see these routes completely differently and recognize the options of the opponent and take them away. And that Budu, as you mentioned, will allow Consta to play items next turn, should he attack with it.
I love this choice. It also protects your Monkey Dory, and that's still, the Adrenabrain is still one of the crucial selling points of Gardevoir. Typically, the more Monkey Dory you see powered up on the bench, the more they're capable of. They can reach higher damage output, or they can target multiple Pokemon at once. So trying to protect this one Monkey Dory, we know the other ones in the prize cards, is still vital here.
I'm actually going to be attaching that Bravery Charm to the Budu. We mentioned how it could work great with that Mew EX, but on this occasion, Consta happy to item lock, happy to see new cards as that hand does have the Iono in, but recognizes Alberto's not seeing much here, so isn't particularly worried about any kind of disruption. Iono would be 4. Unfair Stamp is locked out with Budu. What can Alberto do here?
Iono is finally coming into this hand, so Alberto can get a fresh few cards here, and boy, does he need them. We need to see more Dracloak. We need to see Dragapult EX ideally as well. We need to start pressurizing.
And that would be able to swing straight into the active. A Dragapult EX would begin the game for Alberto, allow him to start using that amazing Phantom Dive attack, 200 damage to the active and 6 damage counters on the bench. But even then, you're putting damage about for the Monkey Dory. This is why people are so scared of Gardevoir when they are playing that Dragapult.
There's an Serendipity EX into the hand, in addition to a Horlucha.
Okay.
Let's see the Flip the Script 3 cards. I think we need more help here, Mike.
Certainly. Let's see what they are.
Ultra Ball does hit the hand.
Can't use it.
Serendipity. Can't use it with the Itchy Pollen. That's no help. No, we've just run into a bunch of item cards and supporters.
Does have the Jacques for next turn.
Yeah.
A great card to allow you to find those Pokemon under item lock, but this Budu has been timed perfectly to give Consta the time now to establish his board after getting those early knockouts with the Monkey Dory.
And this is his first turn with items, and he's got a handful of them. He's got 3 Ultra Ball, and then also a Rare Candy, and a Night Stretcher. So you can guarantee a Gardevoir EX if you would like. You could also grab that Mew EX that was shuffled towards the bottom and draw a few additional cards that way. But really, I think as long as you get Gardevoir, you're cruising with this deck.
Yeah, Gardevoir, such a big Pokemon as well. 310 HP, out of range of most of the options on Alberto's side. Doesn't have that Dusknoir line, which can be utilized to take those knockouts. Has to rely on just 200 damage to the active, and Gardevoir can be used as an attacker here, knowing that it's safe from any future knockouts.
There we see the Rare Candy into Gardevoir EX. There is at least one Psych. There are 2 Psych Energy in the discard pile, so we can continue to launch attacks. And it will be that chunky Gardevoir EX itself, as you said, Mike, not in too much danger, especially with also Adrenabrain helping you heal off this Gardevoir a little bit as well.
Yeah, using that Psychic Embrace, attaching 2 energy from the discard pile. Does put that damage on, but we keep talking about Adrenabrain, how powerful it is. It's a benefit in the context of this board state to have that damage put into play, and allows you to start setting up future knockouts. Speaking of a knockout, there we go. The Genesect goes down. The rescue board pivot has been taken away. Consta can now use Ace-Specs, but it is still locked up in the prize cards.
However, the Monkey Dory is taken off those prizes, and a second Monkey Dory on the bench starts making Gardevoir even more dangerous. Alberto will see a huge chunk of cards here. Flip the Script is once again live. He has 1 Recon Directive. He has to start getting his Dragapult EX in the mix. However, there's danger, because whenever Gardevoir is powered up, you know that Lily's Clefairy can hit the board at any stage of this game, and then suddenly those Dragapult can be KO'd very easily.
Yeah, Lily's Clefairy has really been the main check to Dragapult. When a Pokemon has no weakness and has 320 HP, it's very hard to knock out for a lot of decks, but the Lily's Clefairy coming out in Journeys Together has the Fairy's own ability, meaning the weakness of all opponents' Dragon-type Pokemon is now Psychic. And it doesn't mean you have to attack with the Lily's Clefairy. You can use attackers like that Gardevoir, the Mew EX, or any of the Psychic attackers in the deck to hit for weakness.
Our supporter for the turn was Jacques, grabbing a couple of Dracloak, but the Flip the Script did give Alberto the Unfair Stamp. So we can still disrupt Consta down. He still is sat on a low hand himself, of course, and didn't play a supporter last turn. So Alberto might continue to hold the A-Spec for a turn longer and just grow this ridiculous hand size. We know he had the Ultra Ball on the previous turn, so we'll be able to get into a Dragapult EX. It's just how else can you manipulate this bench? Can we get into any counter catcher? I feel like taking out Monkey Dory is still a really strong option for you.
Well, it looks like Alberto finally setting up as intended, but with 3 prize cards taken by Consta, it's going to be a huge climb back into the match. And we've seen Dragapult do it on stream before. Arthur yesterday, 2 amazing comebacks, but that was against a deck like Raging Bolt, which can be disrupted. Gardevoir, once it's on board, the Gardevoir EX kind of works itself through the rest of the matchup.
Yeah, you use those energy as a reservoir in the discard pile, and your opponent can't really stop you. You just have a lot of play off the board. And Alberto has to debate whether or not the stamp is worth it now or later. It would give him access to possibly like a Boss's Orders plus Unfair Stamp combination on a future turn. It looks like he's also holding the counter catch option here. Is going to burn a Buddy Buddy Poffin. Just for the shuffle.
And that Monkey Dory is the big target you often see taken out in the matchup. But when you're taking 1 prizes as Dragapult, you do have a lot further to return, but so much power from the Adrenabrain. Really something to worry about, and we'll just be swinging into the active. And now the question is, where do those 6 damage counters go? Because they could be coming straight back at you next turn.
I feel like you have to split this up quite carefully. If ever there's 3 counters put somewhere, this Monkey Dory can really mop up your own bench. It's possible that Consta could even win this turn.
Yeah, I hadn't even thought about that. That is so true. Another Adrenabrain would take out that Dracloak on the bench with 30 damage on it already.
It's an Earthen Vessel coming into the hand, and with the Monkey Dory taken from prize cards, you now can get double Adrenabrain. You can completely heal the bolts that just took 6 damage counters.
You would then be bench locked, so I don't know if Lily's Clefairy would be able to come in, but then that Pheasantipity, only 210 HP.
I think the final card is Ultra Ball, so that's a debate. Is it Earthen Vessel plus Monkey Dory, get double Adrenabrain, or do we just use Lily's Clefairy now and take out a Dragapult EX?
Well, we'll see the decision-making. Both these players warranted their position here with such strong performances at this event, as well as many others, and looking to try and become the Utrecht champion. We are in final round of Swiss, round 12, as these players looking to make it into that top cut. The asymmetrical top cut is awaiting, and it will be the winner of this, guaranteeing their spot.
So there was one crucial decision there, Mike, that I would have slightly preferred. Here we go. We're going to retreat the Gardevoir EX and use the energy here on the Lily's Clefairy. What I would have liked was to use the Earthen Vessel just to thin 2 more Psychic Energy, and then you can have both Gardevoir and Clefairy already threatening for game. This way your Clefairy is under fire, but the Gardevoir's a little bit more protected. Here comes the Adrenabrain. The KO is already guaranteed from this Lily's Clefairy. Thanks to our weakness, of course.
Where are you going to put the damage? That's the question. You're going to move it from the Ralts onto that Dracloak. Now it's 1 Adrenabrain away from knockout, and that active Dragapult EX will be taken out by the Lily's Clefairy. 1 prize card remaining now for Consta. Alberto hasn't taken a single prize card here, has 6 remaining. We'll have to claw back into this game, which will be incredibly challenging given the stakes and how much this board is in favor of Consta. Gardevoir, the favored deck in the endgame once set up, but can Dragapult find a way through it? There is no energy in the discard pile, so there is potential for shenanigans, but the moment anything is knocked out, a Lily's Clefairy or a Gardevoir will go forward to finish the game.
That means the Lily's Clefairy EX is the most predominant threat. You have to KO that this turn. Unless you're trying to use a Blood Moon Ursaluna EX, that could be one of the only tankier options remaining for you. And don't go for Phantom Dive this turn, because you know you would just be a Night Stretcher away. This Fairy Zone is the reason why Gardevoir is so much more favored into Dragapult now than pre-Journey Together. It's just been a one-off inclusion in the deck that has been so pivotal. Consta only needing 1 prize card to take to close out this game. But Alberto does have a lot of damage spread around, and we know that Dragapult can really get creative.
Yeah, potentially seeing a line here. You know, these players have so much familiarity with what's possible, And I think one of the key understandings about Dragapult is with disruption, with a few knockouts, there's always a way. There's always some kind of route back into the game. And in this context, if you take out that Lily's Clefairy, Iono, Consta down to 1, and they're not able to take the knockout the next turn, you are very much in a position of being able to secure the game in 2 turns.
You can see how it lines up with so many damaged, low hit point Pokemon, already a heavily damaged Gardevoir. And even Adrenabrain wouldn't really stop you too often because of the likes of Hawlucha can also fly in and help you deal with the final Rolts in addition to the Gardevoir EX. So that's a 2-turn attack map planned out for Alberto. And he's attacking this turn, don't forget. So with a hand disruption of Consta down to 1 card, he's still right in it.
So he can evolve the active. Just doing the maths with the 6 damage moved over from the Adrenabrain, you do have to start wondering about other options, and one of them could be a raw knockout from a high damage output attack rather than needing to use that Fairy Zone of the Lily's Clefairy. Would be able to knock it out with some Adrenabrain, and I think this is the kind of vision, recognizing how the next 2 turns are going, evolving both of the Dracloaks.
Yeah, this might involve Mew EX and that it could copy a Phantom Dive. So you're keeping your Dracloak also out of range, just having as much hit points as possible here. Pheasantipity can still be brought up and KO'd, but when Consta's at 1 prize card, he can't use his counter catchers, of course. Would then have to find Screamtail plus Bravery Charm plus a bunch of other energy.
Alberto still needs an energy on that active, and so we'll be flipping the script here, knows what's left in that deck, and considering he's seeing 9 cards here, there is the energy. It is a fire energy. Couldn't have been a Luminous. Well, could have retreated and used the bench one in that context, but does have the ability now to Phantom Dive, taking out that active and setting up game for next turn.
And I think he has to finish off this Rolts, I would imagine. If we want a 3-attack game plan, we know Monkey Dory can disrupt it otherwise. The only question mark is opening up more bench spaces can be a headache for you. Artisan is still in play, so it could access a second Monkey Dory that little bit more easily.
You see there, the Gardevoir EX now has 40 HP remaining, and so will be in close range of the damage. With the Adrenabrain, it would potentially put it 70 damage away, but then there's lots of different...
Professor's Research, Mike!
Oh my goodness.
The 1-card hand, Professor's Research.
What a dream for Consta. Disrupted down, hasn't used many of his supporters throughout the game, and they've come in strong at the end. That deck is still looking very thick, so a lot of options to find, but seeing 7 cards fresh off of a Professor's Research will be huge.
There's only 2 Psych Energy in the discard pile right now. So we still need to find additional discarding cards to really make some of our most potent attackers available. But Night Stretcher's the key here. Finding Night Stretcher and it's all over.
Well, fresh 7. Buddy Poffin won't do much at this stage. Some evolutions for those Ralts might help put them out of danger.
Oh my goodness.
No energy though.
Cannot believe this.
Is there an
evolve into some Curlier for some higher hit points. You can Adrenabrain off a Curlier as well. So I don't think you're suddenly in a losing position, but somehow Alberto has hung on here. You can Nest Ball out Pheasantipity, but that's your final bench space.
And it's at risk of being knocked out for 2 prize cards.
Exactly. And that would open yourself up to big problems with a heavily damaged Gardevoir EX.
Same with that Mew we mentioned. If you put the Mew EX in play, then the Gardevoir plus Mew is a target. So just got to debate what to put on the bench here. With no energy there, though, you're very limited on what attackers you could use. You have things like Drifloon that you could potentially attack with, but without a charm and without the energy available, it's going to be really tricky to take those big knockouts.
Onto just making sure. Already chose to fail Artisan, then fails Buddy Poffin, now finds Nest Ball. Does he just want to keep Pheasantipity EX in play with the Bravery Charm and say that this gives myself the best chance to still sculpt something next turn, expecting more hand disruption back down to 1?
Well, the maths is all changing so quickly. Those 2 Curlier making those Pokemon so much bigger, more HP, and then you've got the Budu, which is so typically an easy pickings for the Dragapult. It has that Bravery Charm, so 80 hit points on there. So this is really, you can see how much it's forcing both these players to think. Alberto leaning in, doing the maths. What's he got off this? Flip the script. It's an energy and a Night Stretcher, but the bench is locked.
We can turn attached to Monkey Dory. Mind Bend is live. Confusing the Dragapult forces more from Alberto on the following turn. Hasn't used Adrenabrain yet either.
Oh, this is an interesting situation. If this Mind Bend comes out, we could see Alberto taking the game next turn. He had 6 prize cards to take. Consta had 1. Will he be able to come back here? What is Consta's option?
We have to Bravery Charm this Pheasantipity, surely.
It's in hand there.
It's too vulnerable. Yes. That gives you a lot of protection against a Hawlucha counter-catcher 4-prize swing from Alberto. Here we go, the Mind Bend is the attack launched. Confusing the Dragapult EX. Alberto will now have to retreat and use his other one. He probably would have anyway because it's heavily damaged. But can Alberto once again disrupt Consta down?
Now we've got a very different end game. This has completely changed the options for Alberto. He's going to have to find a new route to victory. Consta doing everything in his power to get another turn to try and win next time. And that Mind Bend will force Alberto to potentially use the other Dragapult. And that could even change up the game. So we might have only been 1 prize card away for Consta, but it's going to be a hard one to find.
I think your best line probably involves gusting up the Pheasantipity, even though you can't KO it, and saying that you'll still win in 2 Phantom Dives time. By not taking prize cards, you deny Pheasantipity EX flip the script draw. And that's still the safest route you have. Alberto even checking how many cards remain in his deck now.
Could even try Ionoing to 1 again and praying and saying, we didn't get it last time. The professor's research was there for Consta, but you know, maybe 2 times is how many it'll take to get this final play. So an Ultra Ball being used.
Countercatcher Iono is still the big combination here. There are still countercatchers remaining in the deck. Blood Moon Ursaluna comes into the thinking. Maybe just a card he doesn't want to draw into. So we'll then Iono it to the bottom of the deck, getting him a little closer to the countercatcher that he needs to find here.
Wow, so these little decisions are the kind of decisions that could dictate our winner here. There is a Luminous Energy in hand, so we'll be able to attach to that benched Dragapult and use that to attack this turn for a guaranteed attack, not having to worry about that confusion. Where if Pokemon is confused, you have to flip a coin to find out whether you can attack. And there, the Iono almost coming down, and I think it's going to be.
Consta found the professor's research from the previous hand disruption. Alberto going to try again. 1 more random card. Alberto also probably needs to find his countercatcher from these 4 cards. There it is.
Oh, 2 in fact, I think. So he's got 1 for next turn as well. So we'll be retreating. Using that countercatcher, what's the target? You said Pheasantipity would make sense. Let's see what Alberto thinks.
You cannot give Consta any more access to cards. You have to say 1 is all you're getting. Here comes the Pheasantipity EX. You can just damage all over this board. Get yourself even out of range of Monkey Dory removal.
And putting that Gardevoir down to 10 hit points remaining here. And that's going to be unable to be healed out of range, and so it will be next turn that we'll see Alberto taking the lead. What can Consta do this turn? What did you see off that Iono? Down to 1 card.
Psychic Energy. Was it Night Stretcher?
I don't think that's going to be enough. A Night Stretcher and a Psychic Energy, but can get the retreat off.
You can heal the Gardevoir, but you still can't attack.
Would you then go to Item Lock?
You can go in. Yeah, you have to go into Budgie, I believe.
Wow, this has been far too many turns considering how many prizes Consta had left. The energy attachment is there, the retreat.
Or Mind Bend. That's also an option.
Back into that Monkey Dory, relying on that coin flip to gain back a turn. The energy is running low for Alberto.
Adrenabrain once again. Crucial to keep healing off your Pokemon here. Wow, repping this Dragapult as best you can.
Where'd you get rid of this?
But the confusion is so huge here.
Do you take it off the Pheasantipity? Do you take it off the Gardevoir? Does it even matter? Is it these fine margins at this stage is what dictates who's going to win the game?
I like it going on to Pheasantipity just in case you can find room for a Screen Tail. Here comes the big confusion though. Alberto, even if he's able to find a boss's orders, which I don't think we see, he will have to coin flip here. We do have the Iono. Oh my goodness, is Alberto flipping this coin?
Oh, I think it might be. We've got the counter catcher, and he's just trying to do the maths. This could be coming down to a coin flip. Consta had 1 prize card remaining. Alberto had 6. Will it be a 50-50 to decide who wins this game? Can he find the victory in this final moment? Is he going to look for more cards? What's the plan here? Alberto wants to try and guarantee this, but may have to just rely on that coin flip.
He's really thinking about this Iono. He's going to launch it by the looks of things. He's going to use Hawlucha first, perhaps.
Well, the Hawlucha would take out that Gardevoir, which might open up more options.
He does have a Luminous in his prize cards, Mike.
But that Luminous energy on the
Not
bench,
live.
Dragapult, would mean he can't attach that. He chose to discard the Fire Energy earlier. Oh my goodness. Does he have a Night Stretcher in deck as well? Just thinking through all the different resources.
Alberto thinking of these final moments. You've brought it back this far. You're edging closer. Artisan to check. What can I see? It's only Luminous Energies and
One
Night Stretcher. It's one Night Stretcher only, Mike.
And that would guarantee the attack here, and he has to play for the guaranteed attack. You can't risk that 50-50. You've always got it as a backup plan.
How many cards are in the deck? I think this is where Alberto checks exactly his prize map as well, to know those 4 exact cards to know whether or not Hawlucha's correct.
He's got to
you see less cards if you use Hawlucha, so you have to not use the Flying Entry, at least to take a knockout.
Just to make sure.
You could play it simply not to draw back into it ever.
Wow, I mean, if you see the Monkey Dory plus Luminous Energy, does that open up any options?
Flying Entry. He is going to take the knockout here.
Oh, wow, so
now he only sees 2 cards from his own Iono.
But can he just retreat and Jet Headbutt here? Different options available. Does find that Luminous and a Dracloak off the prize cards, so he's going to have to try and work out, is the maths here correct?
170 damage on the Pheasantipity with Bravery Charm, should have 90 remaining.
So can't just Jet Headbutt here. Was playing maybe for the Monkey Dory plus Luminous Energy route there?
2 cards.
Oh,
Blood Moon Ursaluna!
And that's going to be game there. Blood Moon Ursaluna does not require an energy to attack, has the ability to knock out the active Pokemon, opted for the Hawlucha to get the guaranteed knockout. All he had to do was find enough damage on the active. There was multiple ways he could have done it, but in the end, chose the right way. Alberto Conti, 6 prizes down to 1 and found the way back in.
And you can see why he had a sigh of relief there. My goodness, what a game we've just seen. The deficit was massive, as big as it can get, some would say. But Consta with no engine Pokemon fitting onto his board as we go through this replay. Alberto early on utilizing the Budju. He was giving up prize cards to Consta, but simply trying to deny rare candy for as long as possible. And you can see his nerves there, thinking, my goodness, a rare candy combination, finding the Lilies Clefairy, finding Professor's Research, no less, from the Iono to 1 the first time around. Alberto must have thought all was lost, but kept in it.
Well, you say he must have thought all was lost. Decided to carry on. A lot of players, when they feel like there's no route, would scoop, but there was a small, slim chance, relying on Consta not finding the right pieces with that disruption, and he had to do it twice. Iona'd the first time, wasn't enough. Iona'd the second time, and then Consta came back in and said, well, now you're going to have to coin flip. I'll use that Mind Bend. So in the end, the Hawlucha route Alberto went for. See less cards off Iono, but means there's more variety of outs to take the knockout.
There it was, the Blood Moon Ursaluna at the very end there. So crucial in the deck. That seasoned skill ability allowing you to attack for free when your opponent has only 1 prize card remaining. But we're seeing the fist bump going into game number 2. See some prize cards.
Well, 3 Iono.
Yeah, that's pretty rough for Consta, actually. That's one of your crucial draw supporters. Not much time on the clock left either. 16 minutes. We've just seen how long game 1 took. So this is going to come down to it. Alberto forced to go first here, has still found a Buddy Poffin, so will still be able to find a number of his basic Pokemon. Has to be happy with how that game 1 went. Well, both players pretty much accepting that it was a best of 1 in many ways.
Yeah, we saw the early pressure from Consta using that Mind Bend to take the knockouts, and I think as the game went on, his mind did bend as the complexity of the game really increased, and it was that structure that Alberto found about 4 turns in of the 3 Dracloak, the Pheasantipity, energy on board, and really established an end game that was possible. And it was so close every time for Consta to find the way through, but it just didn't quite pan out for him. And That's why it's so key to have that stable board state for both of these decks where you can guarantee your game plan, even if you're disrupted.
It was one of those strange moments where we're so frequently talking about Dragapult taking multiple prize KOs with Phantom Dive throughout the game that Consta filled his bench with a number of Ralts just to protect himself. But then Alberto used that to his advantage instead in game number 1. So many creative plays available as Alberto's going to pass things over. Quite happy with the turn attachment in addition to the second Dreepy and Budju. Looks like Consta also has a number of ball search cards in his opener, so has to be fairly content with this, Mike.
Yeah, we'll be looking to do that deck check now and work out what's available. And I think it's also something to note here of these players have been playing a long time now. This is the final round, a lot on the line. That kind of pressure, playing on stream, playing a game as tense as that, they must be feeling a lot of adrenaline right now.
And you were getting whooped as well. you were really behind it. You were up against it. Consta was putting you right in an awkward spot, to be sure. But this is why Alberto is one of our top players in Europe. You know, that's why we've seen him beat literally the best of all time, Tord Retkev, in a final. There's no more pressure than that, Mike.
The final boss, as he mentioned. The Budu does come down early for Consta this time, looking to use that item lock through Itchy Pollen, where last game we saw it avoided for a little while. As the attach retreat, Itchy Pollen, straight away, Alberto is going to be limited on options, but does have the Iono there to be able to see more cards. And 2 Drakloak, in fact.
2 Drakloak already. Wow, that's exactly what you want to see. This is a slow evolving archetype. Going to see the Arven, in fact, here. Despite an Itchy Pollen, still opting for the tool so that he can protect his energy attachments, as of course this is vital to pressure with Phantom Dive as much as possible.
And we see that luminous energy on the active, a card that's been in the format for a while but hasn't seen as much play as it has recently. Why is this card so good in Dragapult now?
Well, it means because of your 2 different energy type attack cost, you can see either of them, and that can fix your attacker. But at the same time, it's because of Monkey Dory. Monkey Dory requires darkness energy to use its Adrenabrain, so it fulfills you for an attack cost, but also a crucial ability within your deck.
Yeah, that versatility and the ability of Monkey Dory is so good right now. One of those top cards in the format. Monkey Dory, Pheasantipity, and this little plant that could, Budu, Itchy Pollen, one of the most powerful attacks in the format right now.
And looks like we will just see a quick Artisan for an additional Dreepy before we get into some Budu plus Budu action. Stop me if you've heard that before. Pollen into Pollen is pretty common for these stage 2s, but it's crucial for Alberto to avoid Rare Candy. That's the main card he's trying to avoid here. The ball search cards, it's great to slow those down, but that Rare Candy is where it all gets tricky. As soon as a Gardevoir is found, things get really awkward.
And these Budu wars can be very interesting because you have that 1 damage counter that can be moved around with the Monkey Dory 2. You want to take those knockouts, but you still want to make sure you item lock your opponent. Sometimes the knockouts can open up things like Pheasantipity. So the complexity of this back and forth can often be more challenging to navigate than it might look like on the surface. But that Curlier evolution is huge. And the research will see so many more cards. The supporters in this Gardevoir deck are so key now.
And critically, we find a Psychic Energy for this TM evolution. Consta is opting to use this tool card to help him get around the Itchy Pollen. And he didn't even draw into any Gardevoir or Curlier. So we'll happily get both of those and evolve up even under this item lock.
TM Evolution was the best friend of Gardevoir for a long time, but then Budu came along and people opted to slow down the game rather than speed up the evolution. But why now might people be looking to go back towards that TM Evolution to speed up Gardevoir's addition to play?
It's that vulnerability of the Ralts and Curlier, so a Dragapult can stop them ever coming into play, those Gardevoir EX. But at the same time, when you can't use Rare Candy, you got to get there some other means, and it really unlocks your Arven. As we pass things over to Alberto, has to be slightly more concerned about the board state now that there's a Gardevoir EX and a Curlier staring him down.
Last game we said once that Gardevoir EX comes into play, it's very heavily in favor of Gardevoir. But what happened last game, Consta wasn't able to get those attacks off because the bench was so full.
Yes.
This time we see 2 bench spaces free.
So he's got to be feeling even happier about this ball position, and he's going to need to if he's going to turn around this game number 2 in our final round of Swiss here in Utrecht. before finding out who will enter our asymmetrical top cut. Alberto a game up in our best of 3. Consta looking to find a way back to at least bring it to a draw. We see a Jacques supporter coming out from Alberto. It's been a real highlight supporter on our stream, specifically today, I think, where it's really shown its worth in these Dragapult archetypes.
Yeah, some supporters being used for Pokemon search, Brock scouting, Jacques. Shows you how impactful that Budu is. When you're item locked, you can't use your Ultra Balls, your Nest Balls, your Buddy Poffins, so you have to find a way around it. And a turn like this is a prime example of why you can find not only more Dracloaks to keep yourself drawing, but that Dragapult, which can often be so elusive under Buddy Lock.
Alberto thanking Consta for the use of Artisan. Once again this turn, is able to find Monkey Dory for free. Both players opting to take advantage of this phenomenal card. There is Luminous Energy in the hand for Alberto, so he can spend that on his benched Monkey Dory, but equally is aware that Dragapult can go down quite quickly in the matchup, so might just want to spread his energy to ensure that he can continue Phantom Dives throughout the entire game.
When we look at Gardevoir, there's two kind of mini games you have to play. Getting that Gardevoir EX into play, but also getting lots of Psychic Energy into the discard pile. And this game, the Gardevoir's come into play, but maybe not the energy available to be able to utilize it just yet.
There's one Psychic Energy on the active that you can play with. That's about it. So working towards an attachment this turn for Consta is probably the priority. I saw a bunch of item cards. Is there any supporters here for Consta? As we know, once again, 3 Iono in the prizes will make it unlikely. Now I see a lot of Pokemon, but not much else. Ooh, yeah, we're going to retreat the Monkey Dory and simply Itchy Pollen back into Alberto here. There's nothing else we can do. We're clogged up with items.
Well, the moment the Dragapult starts attacking and the item lock is unlocked, then you'll see Consta find a way to get energy into discard pile a lot easier, as items are typically the main way to discard. If you've not got research available, but you see how many more cards the Dragapult deck is able to find using those Dracloaks, choosing not to evolve the Dracloak last turn despite having the Dragapult, so you can still draw all these cards this turn.
It's what Gardevoir used to boast. It used to have refinement at its disposal, but since rotation, it's become more of an aggressive archetype with less focus on draw power, more focus on just the Pheasantipity EX to help you out in the game, and rely purely on its damage manipulation. Dragapult has both. These Dracloak really get you motoring through quickly. And now Alberto is taking more and more control of this game.
And we see that Earthen Vessel, one of the most powerful cards across the format. The best way to find energy from your deck also has that discard, which typically is seen as a negative in cards, having to discard something from your hand. But when you have these huge hands of cards you don't want to see again, the discard synergy is amazing.
Especially with Night Stretcher in the formats. The Bravery Charm was the bigger find for the Arven, though, to protect Alberto against a potential Adrenabrain plus Itchy Pollen combination. The top deck for Consta didn't seem like it changed much. No, just another item card by the looks of things, another rare candy. There's nothing Consta can do aside from use Artisan and Itchy Pollen again. He's done the first objective of finding Gardevoir, but that second objective of filtering the Psychic Energy, there's only 2 of them to play with. The good news is, if ever Alberto gets aggressive with Dragapult, there is a Lily's Clefairy holding out in the hand right now.
On the other side, Alberto choosing to keep it all one prize card. All of these Pokemon, if they're taken out, it's fine, because then you can start to use things like your Unfair Stamp and really start a comeback. And the Monkey Dory will be moved forward. That will increase the damage output with that Mind Bend for 60 damage.
But also, again, making it awkward for Alberto to maintain an Itchy Pollen lock. Consta saying, please start taking knockouts with Phantom Dive. Still not taking a knockout yourself either.
Interesting not able to use that Adrenabrain. There's no dark energy, and that's a challenge that we often see early on to try and get a dark energy in play. Last game it was there straight away, but this time elusive.
With item lock removed, is it enticing enough for Alberto to come in and start launching attacks with his Dragapult? Consta hasn't done anything for a number of turns. Too substantial. It's just been some Itchy Pollen and now a Mind Bend. But thanks to Confusion, again, there's switch in hand, so you can just continue Budu if you want to. Can just keep drawing cards. You know that you're in a slightly advantageous position here. but you can start wiping Pokemon off the board as well.
And then we see that Earthen Vessel can search your deck for any 2 energy, and they will be going straight to your hand. You do have to discard, but the Brock Scouting, now the board is set up, won't be so useful later on, so discarded there. But that hand, so big for Alberto, can pretty much choose anything he wants to do at any given moment, but really does need to start finding big knockout turns, and it's really hard with how stable Consta's board is. There's nothing you can really do right now. It's too scary to him.
There's so many reasons why Dragapult loves to slow the game down behind this Budgie. Gives you more time to manually attach throughout the game, gives you more use of recon directives. Sometimes you even get help with Monkey Dory if your opponent's attacking back into you with chip damage. And you're also laying that trap of the unfair stamp as well. So there's just so many reasons why Alberto can continue to be content here behind the Budgie. There's switch in hand if ever he wants to simply retreat back into this Budgie and just keep on this tiny amount of pressure, knowing that next turn you could go aggressive and try and stamp at the same time. We're back into Budgie, removing the confusion. There is 70 damage on this Budgie though, so Consta could still finish off the Budgie with his own Budgie that would maintain an Itchy Pollen lock.
Yeah, and we're so reliant on being behind on prize cards to use that counter catcher, and we often see these matchups stalemate when you're on the same prize cards, with the most obvious point in the game being when you both have 6 prize cards remaining. It goes slower, and for Alberto, the slower the game is, the better it is, as he is currently 1-0 up, and if we don't finish this game, would be victorious. So he's not looking to rush, as he knows time is on his side.
The EXP share going onto a bench Dracloak as well. That means that you have some certainty that you will be able to chain Phantom Dive attacks throughout this entire game. Also going to thin as many item cards as possible. He was hit with a Mind Bend last turn, so can use this Buddy Buddy Puffin.
Just the Itchy Pollen there, going to be item locked once again, and I think this is the slow gameplay we expect to see out of this matchup, but Consta looking to try and initiate some knockouts now, has that Monkey Dory in the active, Lily's Clefairy coming down, but there's no big Dragapult to take out. We'll have to try and find a way to take a knockout here, maybe with the Monkey Dory, find that dark energy, and then look to start taking more important prize cards like a Dracloak.
Finally an Iono for Consta, lets him see some fresh cards, but also Alberto had a ridiculous hand size, so important to remove, and we finally start seeing some energy come into this hand.
Yeah, that Iono was the last and only Iono in the deck currently, as the other 3 are in the prize cards, which isn't too bad. You happily have them drip-fed to you throughout the game, but it was hard to find that first one to disrupt the hand of Alberto. So,
ooh, an interesting Psychic Energy attachment. You could, ooh, here we go. We're retreating into Budgie, knowing that we can finish off Budgie with Budgie. And there we go. It's going to be an Itchy Pollen KO. You don't see it too often, especially when there's a Bravery Charm one getting dealt with. But that means Consta isn't walking into an unfair stamp, crucially. That's the big card he's trying to avoid getting hit with now. Didn't quite find an Iono from the prizes either. Found a counter catcher.
And you see that Lily's Clefairy with the Bravery Charm on it. There's so many attackers in Consta's deck that are vulnerable to a Dragapult attack, so have to come down with a Bravery Charm. UEX is another example of that. Sometimes that Pheasantipity too. So on this occasion, Lily's Clefairy is somewhat protected and would be able to return KO in the future. So Consta now initiating that prize race. Counter catchers are on, but they can't be used under item lock, so a little bit of protection. Unfair stamp, similar story there. Alberto will now have to try and find a knockout, maybe using that boss's orders, as the Budu is not the primary target.
No, you've got to push that out of the way if possible. You waste 190 damage that way. You would much rather hit more dangerous threats.
And can use that Monkey Dory actually to take out that Budu, moving 10 damage across from the active Dracloak. Would bring something else up into the active, but it would be under Consta's decision.
And yeah, still force Alberto to probably gust as well. But here we go. We'll take the freebie prize from the ability of Adrenabrain. Picking up, I believe it was the Genesect Ace Nullifier from those prize cards.
And there's that boss's orders.
Yeah, wants to push the Monkey Dory out of the way, because that could be finished off with a Phantom Dive now.
And if you put enough damage on this Lily's Clefairy, it would force an attachment from hand, as it would be tricky to try and power it up, or you'd have to move damage off of it with that Adrenabrain. But it's actually just going to be using that Dracloak.
could possibly also be aware of time. Let's not forget, with less than a minute left to play, by putting no multi-prizes into this mix, Consta has to take a huge number of them.
Maybe not even able to find it.
Game.
It was Ultra Balls in hand, but was under item lock, so...
But this plays into Alberto's hands either way. He's happy to put chip damage into the Lily's Clefairy, knowing it gets him closer, without threatening an EX.
There is actually a Dragapult in Alberto Conti's prize card, so harder to find organically under item lock. Once you have the Ultra Ball available, it can be easier. We mentioned the Jacques and the Brock scouting before, but they were Iono'd out of his previous hand. So just keeping the one prize board state here, has lots of energy in play. The Dracloak's still available, plenty of draw. Now has that Monkey Dory online too, so does Consta. So this is going to become an intricate end game as the research will see 7 fresh cards for Consta.
Nice combo there, secret boxing, then going to be using research. I think the time has now been called and players are just going to see if there's anything we can do here. Gonna damage the Clefairy. We're gonna retreat. We'll get confirmation of time being called here, but it looks like Consta may not be able to do it. It's one of these strange things. Yeah, it's going to be the fist bump here. Consta recognizes he cannot take 5 prize cards in the 2 turns remaining. Alberto Conti, a fantastic game 1, and was able to smoothly cruise through that game number 2 as well.
I think fantastic might be an understatement. There he is, our winner. Will be going into top cut. Came back from 6 prize cards down. 5 prize cards down.
Not 6.
There was only 1 remaining for Consta, and Alberto had 6 to require, and he did it in an amazing fashion. Unfortunately, not enough time for game 2, as it was a real thinker in game 1. You could see quite literally how much Alberto was having to think, and this stage here, it did look pretty unlikely for Alberto. It was seeming like everything was in Consta's favor. As we all know, Gardevoir very strong into Dragapult, but it's not a guaranteed win.
Alberto was able to put Consta down to 1 card, not once, but twice. And that was how he was able to slowly close out the game. He had to deal with the Lily's Clefairy EX, which did open up Consta to a Pheasantipity draw. You see there it is on the board, but that then gave Alberto a 2-attack win condition by plucking the bird into the active position and damaging it heavily. We saw the Hawlucha pinging down Gardevoir before Alberto used Iono. And it was in fact the Blood Moon Ursaluna, thanks to its seasoned skill with the retreat, could attack for free to finish off the Pheasantipity EX.
And Consta trying to use that mind bend throughout that game, and in this one to try and increase the likelihood of winning a turn back with the tails flip. But Alberto every time avoided attacking under confusion, found a new attacker, and at the end here, remained a 1 prize board state, was stable and safe, and Consta unable to take enough knockouts to win the game, extends the fist, and Alberto makes it into our Utrecht top cut. What a game we've witnessed there in our final round of Swiss.
And wow, the debate rages on. Dragapult overcoming Gardevoir. We feel like the Gardevoir is slightly favored, but Dragapult still has so many ways to stay in those games.
100%, and I think a lot of people come in thinking the Gardevoir has a heavily favored matchup, but we were looking into the data a bit, and it's closer than you might think.
I think many people would say like 70-30. I think the data shows around 55% favored for Gardevoir. So still favored, but much closer. And at this high level, those margins are razor thin.
And it can just be the difference of your deck build. We noticed that Consta only had the 2 Monkey Dory, the 2 Dark Energy, which could often be a huge factor, but then had the Mew EX Lily's Clefairy combo.
That's the thing.
Various different utility on both sides to favor in the matchup, and it can be those 1 or 2 card counts that can make a difference when you look on this kind of scale at the top level.
And that TM Evolution as well, I've sort of picked that card to be a strong option. Either stage 2 deck can run it, so that when you're against the Itchy Pollen, because the stage 2s themselves have pivoted so much to be aware of Budju, that especially the Dragapults, you give them items, they don't really do anything anyway. As long as you're not taking prizes and being unfair stamped, you're not too afraid of giving the Dragapult player items, because they're just using supporters for search now regardless. But I would like to TM Evolution in the face of them. We saw that from Consta, but he couldn't quite find those Psychic Energy to close things out.
Well, I tell you what, Alberto is probably feeling a bit relieved after that, because there was one point where I didn't think he had a chance in game 1, but I think we want to find out from him how he's feeling.
Yes, thank you, boys. I'm here with the winner of our last round, Alberto Conti. Alberto, I spoke to you just a minute before. I said, I've interviewed you like 4 times now. I mean, you are just such a regular on our streams now.
Yeah.
How are you feeling in this?
Well, I'm feeling really good. It's been
quite a few events that are not being streamed, so I'm really happy to be on stream again. Yeah, I think I'm safe for top cut in this event, so feeling really, really good today.
Yeah, and that was a nail biter of our match. I mean, a lot of our casters thought you weren't going to quite come away with the win, but you managed to crawl it back. We've seen Dragapult come back on so many occasions this stream now. Has that been, you know, status quo for you this tournament?
Yeah, I've been doing a lot of comebacks the whole day and also yesterday. Even though I think I could have played a bit better this round. Yeah, I think my sequencing was not the best of some scenarios. I tried to do my best. And then at the end of game 1, there was a really interesting scenario, I would say, with the Howlucha. And I tried to calculate my odds in like a correct amount of time, because also you cannot like think about a play for like 10 minutes. And I tried to go for the higher chance I got, so it didn't work it out at the end.
Interesting you say about that, because in the game you had the decision whether to Howlucha before you played the INO. If you did the INO, you could find the extra energy to retreat and use the attack. Why the Howlucha to, you know, reduce your hand size with the INO?
So my thought was I need to hit the energy, and I only had 1 fire energy left in the deck at that point. And I think my stretcher was prized. If I checked correctly, but I was trying to do everything in the right amount of time. So I thought like I could maybe find this, like a card I need from the prizes, and then take a knockout like that. Or like plan B, I can just play down the Iono and then find the Ursaluna. So yeah, as I told you, maybe that was wrong. I should have gone like the other way, like trying to go for Iono first. But luckily I got the Ursaluna, so...
Yeah, fair enough. It came up to your advantage. Yeah. I mean, you're a player that loves talking about the game, loves talking about the meta, the formats, deck choices, etc. Dragapult, why?
Well, that's interesting. So, because I like dragons. No, just joking.
Yeah, Joe said that on the stream. Yeah.
Well, I played a lot of different decks in this format. I tried Terapagos, I tried Raging Bolt, I tried Goldengo a lot, and of course I tried Dragapult a lot. And I felt like Dragapult was the most consistent one and the one with the higher comeback potential. The feeling I had with Dragapult in testing was, if I get the chance to play the game, I can always make a comeback in the game. So I can always try to win. Where like other decks, I had the feeling that if I start like with a slow start or something like that, it's tough to make it back.
Because you know a lot about dragons. You know, you played Giratina Vista a long time. Dragapult, was it more of a format choice or something that you were comfortable with coming into this tournament?
I think it was something I was comfortable with. Even though it's like full of Gardevoir around, it's like, which is like a tough matchup for Dragapult. I felt like I could be able to play like most of my games at least, and I felt really comfortable with the deck.
No, fair enough. So let's talk about your season. Now, I had to write this down because you're on 1,260 championship points. So I think you've got more than 99% of this room. How has your season gone overall?
Well, my season was really impressive, I think, also for me. I started in Dortmund, where I played Dragapult the first time, but there I played it with Dusknoir and PGOTX. I made a really good day too. I lost my winning for top cut actually there. Then I picked up Regidrago. I made top 4 in Lille, and I won Gdansk with Regidrago. And then I made 2 really good day 2s in LAC and Stuttgart, also with Regidrago. Then my season had a break, I would say, because I had like 3 mediocre runs. They were Birmingham, EUIC, and Stockholm. And I think the issue there was that I was not really confident with any deck, and I had to like pick a deck really far, like really late in the testing phase. So yeah, but now I picked up Dragapult as soon as the rotation started. I tried everything else also, but then Dragapult was the confidence choice.
I mean, you've performed so well over this season, and now looking towards the end, we're at the home stretch now. We've got NAIC, we've got Bologna, which of course must be close to yourself, and then we've got the World Championships. Yeah. How confident are you going towards the end of the season? Do you think this is your year?
Well, that's a tough question, I would say, because this will be my 4th World Championship actually. But I think I always I was always not prepared at the best for the World Championship. It's really hard to prepare for the World Championship. It's definitely a really tough tournament. The best players are there. And playing the best deck is not always the best choice, I learned from, from experience now. So yeah, I will definitely lock in when the summer starts and focus on the World Championship testing.
Right, one of our wonderful people behind the stage noticed your socks, right? Your Tatsugiri socks.
Yeah.
You wore these during your regional win. Are these
Yeah.
your lucky socks?
Yeah, they are my lucky sock. My girlfriend,
Your
Yasmin.
favorite Pokemon?
Yeah, it's my favorite Pokemon.
Tatsugiri? Oh,
Tatsugiri,
you've got
yeah.
taste, my friend. You've got taste.
Yeah.
Well, Alberto, anything you'd like to say just before we throw back?
Yeah, I want to say hi to all of my friends. And yeah, thanks everybody who talked with me about the testing theory, playtesting itself, all the locals I played. Yeah, everybody.
Well, Alberto, lovely to hear from you once again. I mean, you know, we see you all the time now, and I hope we'll see you later on in the tournament as well. But Casters, back to you.
Well, how about it, eh? That was quite the interview. You got a bit of insight into the minds of one of our strongest European players.
Yeah, and he said he wasn't even locked in yet. that was the terrifying part. He said he was going to lock in for Worlds. I thought he was pretty locked in there, Mike. What a great game one.
That was a real thinker, and it's nice to hear he's found a deck that he loves again. You know, he's historically been a big believer in Giratina V-Star, and then into that Regidrago V-Star. It's the confidence that can make these top players really excel.
Feels like he does have that style as well. Manipulating damage counters, setting up KOs, all of those decks that he's gone back through and had the best success with, he's been able to be the one taking prizes when he wants and setting up damage when he wants, and always having those Ionos at his disposal, making sure he's in charge of how many cards your opponent has.
100%. Well, another thing he mentioned was so key is all the people around him, his friends and the locals. I think that's something we're seeing more and more now. Our top players finding teammates.
Yes.
And it's a weird concept in a solo game like the TCG, but it can be so fundamental to the success, having those people to bounce ideas off of.
I wouldn't have been anywhere near my own success, which is only a handful, but without my team and my teammates and grinding through certain matchups, play testing ideas, bouncing ideas off each other, having people to say, that's a step too far. That's too much going into a deck list. I really appreciate that. I'm normally the person doing that myself for other teammates and trying to iron out those deck lists. And having that sort of culture of improvement can really get you to some phenomenal placements in these tournaments.
I think some of my favorite moments with you is when I've come up with a wacky idea. I send you a list, and normally it's a one-word response of just no.
Normally an emoji, I think.
Yeah,
a GIF.
Yeah, just sort of, huh? What's going on there? But you know, this is the Pokemon TCG's new era of players really optimizing to the best of their ability, and I think we saw that in one of our strongest matchups of the day. An incredible back and forth between Dragapult and Gardevoir, considered the two best decks in format, depending on how you see it, and really showing why it's an interesting matchup.
So here we are in the Utrecht Special Championships, getting towards that top cut. This is the pinnacle of competition out here, but if you want to get involved, there are local leagues scattered all over the place. Let's see how you can get involved in those locals.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
Come play. That means you get your phones out, get scanning that QR code. That's where you can find leagues near you. You may be surprised, even if you've done this over a previous broadcast, there are ones popping up all over the place. And I also encourage going to ones you've not been to before as well. You can find even more fantastic friends along the way and more like-minded players. And of course, a chance to play Pokemon.
Yeah, head over and look through that map. It might even just be for a challenge or a cup. You might want to venture to a new locals. My locals held a cup back in 2019 where Joe came along and played. That was the first time I met him, so it was the opportunity to see people from further afield and traveling for hours to go play in tournaments. And it's also a great way to learn the game. You know, so many of these locals have community members who are knowledgeable, whether it's a judge, whether it's a top player, or someone who's just got a little bit more experience, and they can really integrate you in and teach you the ways of Pokemon. You don't have to worry about playing at that level, which we just saw. That was the top, the best. You can come in and you can play your fun decks, silly decks, sometimes ones you've got straight from the shelf, and play it out there and have a lot of fun.
And they're not just willing to help, they want to help. They want to get more people into the game so they can share their passion with. If you get someone talking about Pokemon and they're at these leagues, they'll talk at you for a long time, so you're going to make friends there no matter what.
Well, hopefully you guys get involved, and I know for you and I, we love these big regional events, but there's lots of other formats these guys get to play. You know, we've got the standard formats which we're playing here, and I think GLC is something that's becoming more and more popular.
Gym Leader Challenge, one of my favorite formats, and I actually think there's a side event going on today, Mike, so I think I have to get over there and have a look and see what's going on.
Hey trainers, while we've got a little break in the action here, I want to talk to you about taking control. It's something more and more trainers are doing in the Pokemon TCG, and it's led to a couple regional wins in a row. We had a win for Snorlax Control over in Stockholm. Then we had a win for Pidgeot Control over in LA. Freya, is Control cool now?
I guess it is, yeah. And it's been a while as well, because for a while Control was a kind of an archetype that was associated with maybe a few players who did very well with it, but now it seems like everyone's on the Control train.
Yeah, like over in Europe, we've got, for instance, Alessandro Cremascoli and Sandoricic, who they are going to play Control at every single tournament regardless. But now we've got a lot of Americans coming over here playing Control. I mean, Amy, I'm going to put you on the spot. Snorlax or Pidgeot?
Oh, I'm much more of a Pidgeot girl myself. I prefer to be taking lots of actions every single turn. I feel like it kind of rubs the salt into the wounds a little bit of, haha, you can't do much. Whereas with Snorlax, you are just kind of sat there eventually making that continual loop. So I think I prefer Pidgeot's versatility as a control deck.
Yeah, and that's what's really interesting. We've got two very different builds of Control. We've got the Snorlax, you can't retreat, I'm going to sit in the active, gutted, you can't do anything. And then we've got the Pidgeot of anything you can do, I can basically undo. Do we have an answer? You know, we've had one winning in Stockholm, we've had one winning in LA. Do you think either of them are kind of rising to the top, so to speak?
I think so, and I think I've got the answer in my hands, honestly. So I think that, maybe as a partial answer to this, I think that Lugia is going to see a pretty big resurgence in the coming months, especially given that you play so many Jet Energy in that deck, and you know the Control archetypes often like to stall things in the active that can't attack, and Jet Energy is a good way to get around that. So yeah.
I mean, if you're turning up to a tournament nowadays, Amy, right, you know there's going to be Control out there. Can you afford to play a deck which doesn't really have much of an answer? Is that too risky? Because we see players do it. Yuho got top 8 with Future Box in Stockholm, and that is not a good deck against Control. Can you take that risk still?
I don't think so anymore. I think it's far too risky nowadays, now that people have seen the success of Control, and there's so many cards that are coming out in the future, but that we have right now as well, that can deal with almost anything, I feel. I don't really feel like there is a definitive answer to some Control decks, and people will use every tool in their arsenal to make sure that they are teching for the decks that they could be seeing kind of rise to the top, like Lugia. I suppose for Jet Energy, they're thinking, oh, well, you can't search it. Let's have a little disrupt then.
And I think it's a very important point in general, because Control has gained so many more new tools, right? There's a reason why it's had the resurgence. Pidgeot itself is such a great card because you can just search for anything, so you can get the right tool for the right time at any moment. And then with cards like Area as well coming out that let you just pluck key items out of the hand, there's a reason why we're seeing this resurgence now of all times.
You can get items out of the hand with Eri, you can get Pokemon out of the hand with Erica. We got an item card coming that lets you take Pokemon out of your opponent's deck and bench them. So all of that, I'm not benching my good Pokemon against Snorlax. Nah, mate, that isn't gonna work. So it seems like the answer is in. If you want to win in the Pokemon TCG, all you need to do, just take control. Stop your opponent playing the game. And while you ponder that, we're gonna get back to the action.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokemon trading card game. The Pokemon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokemon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of basic energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokémon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokémon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokémon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokémon in this game: basic Pokémon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokémon, which can be played on top of basic Pokémon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokémon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokémon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokémon is, and also what Pokémon it evolves from. Pokémon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokémon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokémon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokémon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokémon once during each turn. Some Pokémon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides 1 energy of its type, or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have 1 Pokémon in the active spot, and this Pokémon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokémon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokémon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokémon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokémon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokémon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokémon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokémon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokémon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokémon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokémon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
We're here in the side events area because there's something very special happening in our side events today. On Sunday, the Gym Leader Challenge format is underway. We've had our first round in. Those of you who don't know the Gym Leader Challenge, it's an alternate format where you cosplay as a gym leader. You're taking on your favorite type. You can only play one copy of each card as a maximum in your deck, and there are no rule box Pokemon integrated in there. A very challenging rule set, which really changes the game substantially to what we've been seeing in the standard metagame, where you just maximum copies of one thing, do your strategy over and over again. Here you have a lot of rinse and repeat playability, and I have a couple of trainers standing by as well who have been playing in the tournament, helping me talk about the Gym Leader Challenge format in a little bit more detail. So guys, you're both playing in this tournament. What type have you gone with first of all?
I'm going with the colorless. I'm just abusing the Guzma and Fenrotom combo.
Fenrotom, one of the strongest cards out there, sets you up but also can attack as well. And how about you, Chris?
Like my taste in music, I went with metal.
Okay, so music, metal, not because of the archetypes itself, but just because you want to be rocking the metal.
Today, yes.
And what are the main sort of cards within your metal deck?
There's the Zamazenta from Crown Zenith that just hits big numbers. And I had a heartbreak in the first round today. I top decked the Metagross from Silver Tempest. If you draw it for your turn, you can put it on your bench and draw 3 cards. But my opponent had Parallel City in play and I had no spots on my bench left.
Yeah, Parallel City, definitely one of the strongest cards in the format. Of course, the Metang, very good for accelerating your Pokemon at the same time. Tell us a little bit more about your colorless deck. What other Pokemon are you pulling out with that Fenrotom?
Well, I'm pulling out the Dodrio, which is not played very often in colorless, but it lets you draw a card and then put 1 damage counter on it, and does more damage the more damage there is on the Pokemon. And then, of course, the Snorlax, that just hits big numbers, has a lot of HP.
Yeah, even though we've recently seen Twin Energy and Double Colorless Go, Snorlax still one of the go-to options in colorless. Are these the types that you've always played, or are you just testing something different this weekend?
I've played water before. I've played some fire, but it didn't really work. So I'm now sticking with colorless.
I still have some love for my first GLC deck, which is fighting type. I have an Earthquake deck, which is called No Pain, No Gain. So first you damage your own guys, and then there's Runerigus from Rebel Clash. If it has 9 damage counters on itself, you can spread 18 on your opponent's board, which is even stronger than the Sableye in Psychic.
It really is. And is that the Wishcash that's doing Earthquake? What's the attacker for you?
There's Wishcash, there's Donphan from Vivid Voltage, and Sandslash from Twilight Masquerade. And there's also from Twilight Masquerade the Hisuian Arcanine, which attacks for free for 120 if you have damage on your bench. And now also the Okidogi, which is also played in Standard.
I was going to say, yeah, we saw Okidogi on stream yesterday in Standard format, but it's also incredible in GLC, one of the strongest types. What is it about the Gym Leader Challenge format that you enjoy playing so much?
Well, it's a bit slower than Standard, so you just get more time to set up, and there are some really interesting combos that you don't see in Standard, or in Expanded, for that matter.
Certainly not Expanded. There's about 2 turns in that format.
You need to build up more than 2 attackers in this format. You need to plan several turns ahead, and that is just what I really like about the format.
Fantastic. Do you have any tips for players watching at home who haven't played GLC yet? How did you get into it to begin with? Did you start with one type, or did you look around all sorts for a sort of strategy? What was it that got you first started in this format?
Well, actually, he got me started for GLC. I think I borrowed one of his decks at first, and then I started building my first water deck, and then...
I started because of Andrew Mahone. I also started playing the game in general because of Andrew Mahone, so thank you, Andrew. And it's just, I missed old cards that were rotated, like the Buzzwole from Forbidden Light, and that's what got me into GLC, and I loved it ever since.
Yeah, going back to the black and white era, that's how many cards we get to play with. That's 15 years of cards with Pokemon. So the GLC really lets you scroll through a card pool, gives you a lot of time to look through the game and all sorts. So there's more battles and strategy going on in GLC right now in these side events. You guys have a couple more rounds left. Do you want to tell us a little bit more about your first game?
Well, my opponent didn't draw too well, so I just walked over them with Fenrotom. And
what type were they playing?
They were they were playing Psychic, but not the normal Psychic with the energy acceleration, just Cleffa and Munkidori and some other stuff. Espatra was in there.
Okay, that's one of the most interesting things. You can see Psychic, you expect maybe Malamar, Xatu, Gardevoir, those sorts of things, but there's so much creativity out on those tables. Thanks so much for talking to me, guys. Good luck in your next couple of rounds in the GLC. But before I head off, there's great news, breaking news. I found a cyclist in our midst. This is one of 5 right now. On Friday, how did you arrive to the venue?
I went by bike. It was right after work, so I decided to, I had to quickly swing by to pick up my competitor's badge, and I didn't have time to first go home and then go by bus, so I decided to just take the bike and swing by.
Always the correct choice. Thanks so much for talking to me. That's one of 5. I leave it to you.
Thank you, Joe. Yes, I've never seen him more excited for anything. But he's found a cyclist in the room, so that's fantastic. But yeah, showing just how many different ways there are to enjoy the Pokemon TCG. Shay, have you ever doubled in GLC or expanded?
I have a little bit, actually. I have. I played a bit of fighting. Electric's actually one of my favourite, though. Being able to use counter energy was really fun in that deck. We were just lighting stuff up. But yeah, it's something I actually want to get a bit more involved in. One thing I like about GLC is that when you look at set reveals or new cards, a lot of the times the high poweredness, high power ceiling of standard leaves a lot of cards that won't see play. However, you might get a random little stage 1, little stage 2, or basic that might not have the power level for standard, but it can shine in GLC, especially when you get different basics for evolving stage 1s or 2s or vice versa. It just lets you look at cards in a different lens.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, it's unlocking such a bigger card pool than it is in standard, like you said. And I mean, it's looking at different Pokemon in different lights, I suppose, saying, yeah, this might not be great in standard because of X. However, this card in GLC, this would absolutely wipe the floor. I think it was a Wailord back in the day. I saw it from GLC just being released, and I thought, this is insane, because of course Wailord characteristically large HP, large damage as well. You partner up with the Baxcalibur from standard as well. You have different ways of enjoying the game. But back to this tournament, back to the Utrecht Special Championships. We're heading into our top 8 now. It was a clean cut, so no asymmetrical. It was just 8 players making the top 8. Of course, ASIM, a new system of qualifying for top 8s than we usually have. And here are our top 8 players. Any names that stand out to you, Shay?
Yeah, well, Alberto Conti, we just had on stream previous regional champion this season with the Regidrago V-Star archetype, has made it all the way to top 8 again and can catapult himself further on. Noah, who we had on stream, but me and you casted that one, obviously did manage to make it through there. Ryan Morehouse, fantastic UK player, well known in the scene around our shores, doesn't get as many events as he likes to now, but whenever he does show up, I've seen him hitting those top 32s and higher.
Yeah, Noah and Yoa from our...
Oh, I didn't even see that. They both made it. Come on.
Both have made it. Yeah, thankfully after that loss that Noah took, he was able to win out. As we spoke about just at the start of the day, it's all about those little intricacies. How many wins do I need? Can I leapfrog one of my opponents to make that top 8? And sometimes it's out of your hands, right? You have to hope and pray that another game ends in a tie or a loss for a certain player. And that's, maybe was the story that Noah had. But one name that stood out to me, Johan Bazarag. I mean, just coming from his win at Sevilla. I mean, taking this event by storm as well. Could we see a back-to-back EU major champion?
That would be strong. Not something we've seen terribly often. Funnily enough, one of the last times I think we did see it was our co-caster Alex Dow, who did do fantastic at this event. I believe he said he got a top 32 placement. But yeah, winning 2 events back-to-back, and he's not even playing the same deck, might I say, as well.
No, I think it was Owen. Owen Kammerman did as well.
Oh, he did as well.
Season.
Oh, yeah. I apologise.
So
he did.
It is a rare feat, though.
Yeah.
I mean, it is something that we do not see very often, like you said, and with 2 different archetypes. And in Johan's circumstance, bringing the Raging Bolt, that is a very different archetype from what he brought with Gardevoir. So, taking the event by storm, but not only that, but changing and adapting his way of play, seeing that list from Milwaukee popularized by Christian Lebert, bringing that Raging Bolt, showing it how versatile it is and just how powerful it is as well.
Yeah, and his opponent, Gino, who has 1 regional top 8 and a whole plethora of top 32s I'm looking at here as well, top 64, will be trying his best to secure his slot in top 4. But I believe our players are ready. So how about we get down to the table and we can get involved for our feature match here in top 8 here, Utrecht Special Championship. We have Johan on the left. If he looks familiar, if you watch these streams a lot, which I hope you do, he, as Rabbi said, he is our Seville Special Event champion. That was only not too long ago. We're going to see it here. Yeah, there it is. Special champion, Bochum, top 8, EUIC top 32, and Dortmund regional top 16 as well. That is a pretty stacked resume.
Yeah, a recent player as well. I mean, I remember playing him back in Lille, back in 2022, saying, oh, I'm a new player. I'm somebody who's coming on, coming onto the competitive scene. I'm somebody who wants to gain this, reputation. I want to play well. And, seeing him here on the big stage, it's fantastic to see that really effort breaks through performance.
And there his opponent will be Gino, Stuttgart regional top 8, Lille top 32, EUIC top 64, and Stuttgart regional top 64 as well. All very recent accomplishments, so Gino definitely knows his way around the top tables. He will be trying to do his best to etch his best ever finish. If he wins this one, he can add a top 4 at the very minimum to that resume, and that'll be his biggest finish ever. So I'm sure Gino wants this just as much, and it's going to be interesting because that means no matter there's storylines, no matter who wins.
Yes.
If Johan wins, he could start his journey to becoming a back-to-back special champion. If Gino wins, he gets his best ever finish. Let's consult these prize cards though. Budu, Charizard, and Dreepy for Gino, and then for Johan, the Latias EX actually could be very impactful. That's how you get your maneuverability for this Raging Bolt deck. But here we go, Benjamin. Our top 8 feature match here in the Utrecht Championship is getting started. Johan on the left, kicking us off with an S-Ball.
Yeah, and we didn't speak much about Gino's deck that he's bringing up. We saw it from the prize card, that Charizard EX in the prize cards. It is that Dragapult Charizard archetype, not something that we see very often. It is actually one of, I would say, the least popular Dragapult archetypes. Interesting to see how this matchup phases out, just because Raging Bolt has that sort of unlimited damage output with the Bellowing Thunder attack. Now, how does Gino go about this? He does have a way of hitting that Raging Bolt with the Charizard, so it's whether Johan can get around those awkward HP costs, get around the disruption in Gino's deck, and take these large 2 prizes turn after turn.
And is Johan's turn. Let's take a quick second to discuss how this Raging Bolt EX archetype works. In case you don't know, just came off a regional victory in Milwaukee. It's pretty simple for the most part. Raging Bolt EX hits very hard with Bellowing Thunder, but you need to discard energy to use it. Till Mask Ogerpon attaches energy via Till Dance, and Fan Rotom, just as it's going to come down there, can search out your support Pokemon. What support Pokemon are those, I hear you ask? Well, Noctowl has the Dual Seeker ability. When you evolve into it, as long as you have a Terra Pokemon in play, which of course Till Mask Ogerpon is, search your deck for any 2 trainer cards you like. So that's going to keep you ticking throughout the rest of the game. And don't be twisted, it's not just Till Dance that Johan can use to accelerate energy. Also has Professor Sada and Crisping. The Professor Sada attaches from the discard pile, and Crisping searches from the deck and then lets you get an extra energy in play. So Johan's game plan is simple: get energy in play and discard them for big damage via Bellowing Thunder.
One thing I would say as an added element is that this Teal Mask Ogerpon will be able to use its grass type as an advantage against the Charizard EX. So that Myriad Leaf Shower, 30 plus 30 more damage for each energy attached.
Great point.
And of course, in connection with the Teal Dance, is easily able to accelerate energy onto that Teal Mask Ogerpon as well. So that could come into play also. So we'll see a very, very varied approach from Johan to this game. There are very different ways in which to take advantage of the board state. And not to mention that baby Roaring Moon is well easily able to take out smaller HP Pokemon, even on the bench, get around possible Badoo disruption as well, using our Thunderburst Storm, 30 damage to one of your Pokemon for each energy attached, and like you mentioned, accelerating with that Professor Sada Vitality. It's easy pickings for Johan. He has multiple ways to approach this game.
Certainly does, as it does pass over after a turn attachment to Gino. And while Gino is doing his Arven, let's have a quick discussion about his deck. It is the Dragapult EX Charizard EX archetype. We've seen a lot of Dragapult EX, which loves to hit the damage, or hit the active for massive damage, and sprinkle 6 damage counter to the bench. That's nice. We love that. We love that. We see that quite a lot. However, one card we don't see too much often, or terribly often, I should say, Charizard EX. And I love this addition to the deck, because what this does, because Charizard EX is not only a big, hefty Stage 2 Pokemon with 330 hit points, but Burning Darkness is a very strong attack, 180 damage at the start of the game. But for every prize card your opponent has taken, you do an extra 30, and Infernal Rain sets itself up, attaching energy when you evolve into it. So this is actually a very dangerous deck for Johan to deal with, because it gives the traditional Dragapult EX deck a bit more of an oomph into the active, right?
It certainly does. I mean, it increases its damage output. Usually with Dragapult, you know, we've seen it multiple times on stream now, only having 200 damage available as an output with that Phantom Dive can sometimes be at its detriment a little bit. It doesn't have any opportunity to take those one-shot knockouts. It rather, you know, spreads the damage a little bit to take a multiple prize knockouts and do a little bit of dancing around. However, with that added element of the Charizard EX, it does provide the player with the opportunity to take one-shot knockouts with that Burning Darkness attack. And here we see the pass over to Johan with an Itchy Pollen. I think for Gino, it's how effective can his disruption be against Johan? How effective can my Iron Nose be against Johan? Can I force him to use those Noctowls earlier on? Can I reduce the opportunities for Johan to get his support Pokemon up and running? Can I get around those large damage outputs of the Raging Bolt? I think that's going to be the story of this game.
We are going to see the Teal Dance activation, attach your Grass Energy and draw a card. Looks like Johan's a little bit stuck. We do see the Lightning Energy in hand, but Bellowing Thunder, you know, you having to discard an energy to deal 70 damage, not the most efficient. Once you press the side, no, that's good. Then you attach 2 energy to your ancient Pokemon, 1 to each one, and then draw 3 cards. This is nice. So I have a turn attachment here as well, but don't forget, Itchy Pollen prevents your opponent from playing any item cards next turn. So Raging Bolt is a deck that does play a lot of items traditionally. They cannot be used. We're going to see a turn attachment to the active with a Bellowing Thunder. Discard as many energy as you like from your Pokemon and play. You do 70 for each one you discarded. So we only need to discard 1 so we can get a big KO. Well, I guess a little KO on this will do.
Yeah, Johan does want to be applying pressure, but knocking out a Badoo isn't really ideal. He wants to be taking out those really important resources like the Dreepies, like this Dreepy with the energy attached, but is forced to take out that Badoo. He does still need to take knockout. You know, the Roaring Moon really does take advantage as soon as it gets up and running with the taking of prizes. But for Gino, you know, it unlocks so many different avenues with being a prize down. It unlocks his counter catches. His INO is now more effective. He also plays the Unfair Stamp as well. So we could see a real early disruption from Gino here. Doesn't play any sort of accelerator to get into those Dragapults and Charizards early on. Doesn't play any Rare Candy. Does play the TM Evolution, however. Oh no, sorry, does play the Rare Candy, does play 2 copies of Rare Candy, so can, you know, get into that Dragapult EX if he's fortunate to find it on the bench. Has already attached that energy to the Dreepy.
This could be a pretty big owner then. Rare Candy, well, I guess we need to maneuver out the active. Oh, does have a skateboard. Do we see? Oh, no, we could play the Unfair Stamp if you do want to really keep digging for that Rare Candy combination. Obviously, we're probably not going to see an Itchy Pollen. Recon Directive, does that get us there? Monkey Dory Fire. Not quite as helpful.
Yeah, I think the Unfair Stamp would be a bit too premature for Gino, only because Johan has already established 2 Hoothoot on board.
Yeah.
So there's Jewel Seekers. If Johan is able to find an out to a Noctowl, will just, you know, it'll just not be as effective as Gino might want it to be. I think he wants to wait for the later game to start using that disruption as effective as possible. And here we see the Buddy Puffin coming down. You can imagine a Charmander is going to be coming down on the board pretty soon. And I think for Johan, possibly going for that baby Raging Bolt next turn, taking out those Charmanders. You know, the threat of that Charizard is definitely there. Burning Darkness is the only Pokemon within Gino's deck that can take these big one-shot knockouts on the Raging Bolt. So just deliberating the hand here. Does have the Luminous Energy. Was already attached for turn. The retreat into the Charmander.
Did we not? Yeah, we attached the fire. Yeah, I was about to say. There we go.
Yeah, it has already attached for turn, and it's just going to be a pass. This Charmander is going to be a sacrificial lamb, so to speak.
Oh dear. In
this turn, and Johan will be going. You'd think 2 prizes up in this game already, and that's going to be a dangerous spot to be in if you're Gino.
It is over to Johan. Now, it does have the items unlocked, but did get Iron-Ode. So we'll only have 5 cards, 6 after the top deck. Now let's see what they are. Now remember, there's Noctowl alive, so any Noctowl basically turns into any 2 trainers that Johan would like. I'm trying to see, we've got Night Stretcher, Mew EX, another Hoot, I believe. Can't make out what that second card is to our left. There's a Nest Ball. Actually, I'm not sure if this hand is that great, you know.
Yeah, it doesn't look fantastic. Hope to see maybe another Grass Energy to start using Teal Dance, start drawing some cards further. It is the main engine for draw in this deck. Noctowl, of course, with the Dual Seeker ability, just makes you effectively pick and choose through the deck for 2 trainer cards rather than drawing from the top. Doesn't have much going on the hand, I don't think. Just the Hoot and the Night Stretcher.
Just the Bellowing Thunder.
Thunder for 1 prize on the Charmander. Not terrible, though. I think now that Johan has established 2 Teal Mask Ogerpon on field, at least it's going to be an ongoing threat if Gino decides to attack with any sort of Charizard EX.
And I tell you what as well, having to discard energy from the Teal Dance, the Teal Mask Ogerpon is kind of important, as we do see the Unfair Stamp come down. Goodness gracious, that's going to give Johan a 2-card hand and Gino a 5-card hand. Is that I believe with weakness, the Teal Mask Ogerpon still needs 4 energy on it, right?
4 energy attached.
Still needs 4 energy. Having to discard 1 off that one's making it hard, because these Raging Bolt decks aren't like they were before, or the Regidrago decks. We play a whole lot of energy switch to get them all onto 1 Pokemon. So having to discard 1 off there is an interesting mini game. But let's see what Gino does here after the Unfair Stamp. Let's see how it treats him. Still has support alive. We see the Ultra Ball, so Dragapult EX can come down. We see a Counter Catcher as well. So Gino could go chasing whatever he likes. Recon Directive, Box Scouting, and an Arvum. There's a Rare Candy as well, actually.
There is the Rare Candy in there. Could establish a Dragapult now. I will just correct this as well. The Myriad Leaf Shower will take a 1-shot knockout as long as the Charizard has 2 energy attached. So if he was to Burning Darkness, then it will be a knockout with Myriad Leaf Shower, because it will be 5 energy plus the 30 on the Myriad Leaf Shower will be 180, and then of course doubling it with weakness.
Here we go. We do see the Charizard EX come down. Infernal Rain has been activated. That means you can accelerate 3 5 energy from your deck to your Pokemon in any way you like. Now we still have the Ultra Ball as well, so we can see the Charizard EX come down plus a Dragapult EX if Gino chooses. Shuffling the deck, that makes me think maybe he doesn't want to do that. Maybe he's going to use the Charizard EX this turn.
Yeah, it's really awkward here because you're not even taking a knockout on this Raging Bolt. You're only doing 240 with that Bravery Charm on the Raging Bolt. That would only put it to 250 damage. So it'll be 40 damage off for a knockout with Burning Darkness. This is quite an awkward spot for Gino. You'd think that... oh, there's the Counter Catcher. Just as I was about to say, the Counter Catcher on that Ogerpon EX is probably the most optimal play there, because at least you have the security of not facing up another Ogerpon next turn for an easier knockout on yourself.
And there we go. Big KO there with Burning Darkness. Gino taking 2 prize cards here, evening it up. And Benjamin, that is an intimidating looking Charizard.
Certainly is. Johan will need now 5 energy to discard with Bellowing Thunder for a knockout on this Charizard. So a Professor Sada Vitality onto another ancient Pokemon, Raging Bolt, either the baby or the EX being his only option. So here we see a Teal Dance for just drawing 1 off the top. You really want to see a Noctowl in this situation to find those pieces.
It's almost a non-negotiable at this point, I believe.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think without any sort of response knockout on this Charizard puts him in a real awkward space, actually.
Yeah, this could get out of hand fast if this Charizard is left to its own devices. Now, worth noting that, you know, that its Raging Bolt has got a Bravery Charm. That's a very hefty Pokemon.
It is. It can tank a hit from this Charizard.
It can right now.
Definitely Johan doesn't want to take a 1 prize knockout, increasing that damage output by Burning Darkness. So I think it's either a knockout on the Charizard or just taking a big hit on it. I think for interesting is that Johan does play the Crispin. So can get energy onto that Ogerpon EX if he was able to find a Noctowl here or an out to Crispin. Has already used his Teal Dance, so getting another Grass Energy from the deck
you'd think that he maybe has another out to another Teal Mask Ogerpon in the hand for another Teal Dance. Doesn't play any energy switch, so can't do the shenanigans that we usually see from it, which is a Teal Dance, energy switch onto another Ogerpon for knockout or a Raging Bolt.
Oh, nope, that wasn't a turn attach.
There's the nice stretcher. Here comes the other Teal Mask Ogerpon. This is going to be a real important one card shave from the top from this Teal
Here we
Dance.
go, Teal Dance. What is it, Johan? Show us it. Oh, go on, give us it. What is it?
Oh, it's a Ditto.
Ditto.
Yeah,
we don't want that.
Not fantastic.
So this is a KO though, right? If you discard all 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bellowing Thunder. Big damage there for Johan. 2 prize cards away from closing us out here in our top 8 game 1 feature match, but now has no energy in play. Can Gino, get ahead? Now, this is actually quite dicey for Gino, right? Because you can't actually, KO this Raging Bolt. It's not possible. So that's the case. This is Johan's game to lose, because if he can reload and KO again, that's it. That's game 1 wrapped up. What can Gino do? Already seen Unfair Stamp being used. So maybe an Ironer, but the problem is Johan hasn't seen a Noctowl yet. At some point, he's going to draw into them. So those Ironers might be losing their effectiveness.
Yeah, we were focusing on a knockout with the Teal Mask Ogerpon, but we forgot about the Raging Bolt. Already had 2 energy attached, and the Teal Mask with 1. A simple Teal Dance and a manual attachment will take knockout here. But I think not finding any other draw supports from the hand, it does put Johan in an awkward spot if Gino is able to find a response knockout here. And I would think if I was Gino, I'd really want to start taking out these Hoot-Hoots and start using an INO to start disrupting Johan, limiting his hand to only 2, limiting his outs to get back into the game. Does have a counter catcher in hand and an INO as well.
Doesn't play the Hawlucha, which you've seen this weekend. That would have been lovely if you could counter catcher, bring up the Hoot-Hoot, weave in a little bit of a Hawlucha to KO them both at the same time. Unfortunately, that's not possible. So we're going to see INO. That's going to give Johan 2 cards. We'll get 4.
I think with this approach, Gino's taking now, it's not taking a knockout, but it's setting up the 4 prize turn for next turn. So using the Phantom Dive and sprinkling the damage straight onto that Ogerpon EX on the bench, or even the Raging Bolt, I think at this point, will put them both within a range. And then another gusting of from Gino will put himself in that position of taking 4 prizes and the game. But it's whether Johan can respond here, whether we drew out of that INO with those 2 cards. And another Ultra Ball coming down for Gino. I really don't want to evolve this Dracloak, actually, just in case Johan responds with another INO himself. Doesn't want to limit his options to draw cards. I do like the option for a Dreepy for a potential Dracloak next turn. Ooh, the Pheasantipity,
don't know how much I like that.
Yeah,
that's a low hit point to prize Pokemon. Wouldn't be too hard to KO, realistically, but it has come down. Flip the Script is obviously live, letting you draw 3 cards, 1, 2, and the 3rd. This is a really interesting game. Gino's going to try and piece together the 4 prize turn, as you said. You just want to close the game out sooner rather than later. Phantom Dive has been announced. That's 200 damage into the active. And it looks like we're going to put, how many is that? 1 there. That's in range of a Phantom Dive. Spread the rest out via Hoot-Hoot. And this is interesting. And this is, Johan doesn't want to actually leave damage in play now, because if you do, Monkey Dory bounces it straight back onto that Teal Mask Ogerpon with 10 hit points. How has the Iono treated Johan? Here we go, finding out this discard pile.
So much energy in the discard pile. And the thing is,
you need 5 again, right?
Yeah, you need 5 again to take a knockout on this.
Oh, that's a good. Oh, but only 1 ancient Pokemon.
Yeah, something I was about to mention. There's only 1 ancient Pokemon on the field, so Professor Sod of Vitality only able to accelerate 1 energy and therefore limiting the damage output. Here's the Noctowl now. Can he find a knockout and a potential gust on that Pheasantipity? Here's the Prime Catcher. 2 Deal Dance. I think he has it if he has manual attachment. Only 4 energy required on the knockout and the Pheasantipity. Here we go. 2 energy from that energy retrieval attachment onto the Raging Bolt. Teal Dance gusting up on the Pheasantipity, and Johan able to take game 1. Wow, what a sequence of cards. Didn't even you need to use Jewel Seeker in the earlier game, but just that 1 Jewel Seeker in the later turns was able to take the match.
Wow, and there we said as soon as that Pheasantipity come down, we were both like, uh-oh, that could come back to haunt Gino. That's exactly what happened. A low hit point 2 prize Pokemon that has perfect math with the Bellowing Thunder 70 times multiplier. 70, 140, 210. Johan was able to close it out. But this was the sort of, I think this was Johan's game to lose. Even though it did lead the 2 prize Raging Bolt, probably don't want to be using that. It was fine. And here was a big KO with the Bellowing Thunder to send that Charizard EX to the discard pile. Gino did everything he could, was trying to line up that 4 prize turn, was playing around Pheasantipity, did the Iona to 2, plus the, you know, the setting damage up. But this was the turn that was put together so nicely with that Prime Catcher, plus Professor Sada, plus turn attachment combination. And that puts Johan 1 game away from top 4. Gino needs to respond.
Yeah, fantastic turn from Johan there to end the game. And we got so focused in that middle of the game to take a knockout on the Charizard. We were thinking, oh, he's got to take knockout with the Teal Mask Gokapon. But, you know, just like we mentioned before the game, there are so many different options for Johan to approach this one. Can take the knockouts with the Teal Mask Gokapon on the Charizard, taking advantage of weakness. But the Raging Bolt is ever prevalent in this matchup because of its unlimited damage output.
It really is unlimited, and it can just go sky high out of nowhere. Not just limited to Professor Sada. We have turn attachments, we have Teal Dance, and we even have Crispin as an extra way to get energy into play as well. And that Bellowing Thunder having that 7 times multiplier gets out of hand really fast, right? We just saw it just takes 3 energy to hit 210. Great number to knock out, you know, Pheasantipity. Add a couple more, and now you're one-shotting pretty much everything that's relevant at that point. So not the hardest thing in the world to do. And yeah, we didn't even see the 1 prize Raging Bolt either, which is a card I'm sure Johan would like to use. So I think if you're Johan now, 1 game up and the game panned out like that, I'm feeling quite confident.
Yeah, and I think Johan approached that game perfectly. You know, with the Raging Bolt year, it was all about what do I draw off the top of my deck, but now it's in connection with the Teal Dance and the Jewel Seeker. It's a little bit more of a thinking game. You know, you have to really pick and choose your outs to this matchup. You have to go through each game as it comes in terms of game plan. And, you know, awkward board states and different matchups will determine your approach to the game. And Johan is obviously a seasoned player, so his Jewel Seekers will be, you know, going to be interesting to see how he approaches this game now. You can imagine you're going to see more than 1 Jewel Seeker throughout this round. You'd think so. And, you know, Charizard Dragapult, is it a fantastic matchup? I think on the face of it, I wasn't thinking it was a great one for Johan at the start. But I think that with the amount of different options that Johan has, I actually think, you know what, he might come away with this one.
I think so. Oh, we do see the Unfair Stamp Rabsca and the Luminous Energy, but then for Johan did prize the single prize Raging Bolt as well. Does only play 1 couple outs. We're not going to see that in this game too. But Johan has led the Ditto and then has a Teal Dance activation as well. Now let's talk just about Ditto. That's something we heard too much now. Transformative Start. As long as it's your first turn of the game and this Pokemon is in the active spot, which it is, you can swap it, well, you can discard it, search your deck for a basic Pokemon and replace it with that. So it's basically saying whatever Pokemon Johan wants in the active, well, basic Pokemon, he'll be able to get in the active straight away.
It's probably the best starter you can have because there are so many different options that you can take by starting the Ditto. If you're able to find a Fan Rotom through any sort of ball search like Johan has here, at least the Ditto, you could swap into that Raging Bolt ready to attack next turn. It's a real aggressive Pokemon for the little the little pink Pokemon that we all think is harmless. In the terms of the TCG, this is a fantastic card. It really, really is. And without any sort of needing for switch out as well. With the Ditto, you can switch into that Raging Bolt, like I said, and just get ready for those next turns, get ready for those aggressions. And in connection with the Fan Rotom as well, it's even searchable. And here we see the Fan Rotom as well, searching up 2 Hootoots and a possible Noctowl for next turn. And just going to look through his deck once more. Maybe just going through his hand once more. Maybe before he used... maybe before he decides to use Transformative Start. Just one more search of the deck. Just trying to concentrate as to what options he has here. We already know his prizes.
I think he'd really love to try and Ditto for the single prize Raging Bolt, but unfortunately that's in the prize card. So we might have to see a rinse and repeat of last game where we get the Raging Bolt EX into the active. I mean, there's one card we haven't talked about too much, is the 1 prize Slitherwing. You know, the 120 damage. Does 9 to itself and your opponent's active is burnt. Really good at dealing with Resolute Heart Pikachu EX.
Yes.
But it is still a single prizer. You never know.
Yeah. I think you're forced here to get out the Raging Bolt EX.
Yeah, I think so.
For going for a Pheasantipity, perhaps.
No, that's interesting.
There's no way to accelerate onto that Pheasantipity. Cruel Arrow doing 100 damage onto your opponent's board is another way to snipe, I suppose.
Is this going to find Latia? So...
Pheasantipity.
Does he play a rescue board? That's going to be relatively
He does have Prime Catcher, so
maybe he has Crispin in hand. He's going to try and line up some cool arrows. If you turn attach now,
yes.
Noctowl, find Crispin, turn attach Crispin, and you start firing some cool arrows, perhaps. Not something we hear too often with Pheasantipity. It does do 100 damage when your opponent's bench Pokemon, though.
Is another way to snipe. It is a sniping Pokemon.
Bravery Charge. I think that might be what Johan's lining up the Brave Pheasantipity that could. We might be seeing it. I'd love to see some cool arrow. I've always said it's a good attack when you're using it. Now, it's over to Gino, though. Great opening hand. I see a Charmander. I see the Buddy Puffin. And so we're going to grab any 2 Pokemon with 70 HP or less and pop them on the bench. Now, for Gino, did prize the Rabsca, which actually would have been really good at stopping Cool Arrow, funnily enough, but with the Rabsca and the prize cards, that won't be possible. And there is 1 Charmander in the prizes as well. Worth noting, Gino does play a 2-2 line of the Charizard EX Charmander combination. So that 1 Charmander you see there in that hand, that is the only one available to Gino at this moment in time.
Yeah, going for that Cruel Arrow option for Johan, you'd imagine you'd be licking your lips at seeing Gino put down some of these Pokemon, low HP Pokemon like the Dreepy, like the Charmander. But for Gino, I think it's going to be the same game plan as we see from many of the other Dragapults. It's just starting to disrupt your opponent. We already know that Johan has picked a Noctowl from the Fan Rotom. It's a reason why it is so effective, because if you're able to just get out a Noctowl with that Fan Call ability, it means that you're not depending on items to find the Jewel Seeker Noctowl. So you'd imagine going for a Crispin next turn, just like you said, to accelerate energy on that Pheasantipity will be the game plan for Johan. I'd like to see... he's already used Brock Scouting, of course, to put down 2 bench Pokemon. However, I don't like that Relor on the bench.
I like the mind games here, right? Gino has prized it. Maybe hoping I can take it at some point, or maybe just trying to go to mind games with Johan saying, listen, I do play Rabsca. That Cruel Arrow, don't bother with that business there. Don't do that, because... I would love to see if that pans out, funnily enough. Has got the army of Dreepy and the Charmander, and we do see Itchy Pollen, no items for Johan. Now, with seeing the Relor, will Johan still opt to go for the Cruel Arrow? As we do a confirmation in our other top 8, looks like Camille is 1 game up against Alberto Conti in that Dragapult mirror match there, as it were. So loves getting the feedback. We'll get more of it when we can, but right now Camille is 1 game up. Here we do see the Crispin, though, Benjamin.
Yeah, didn't need to use any sort of Jewel Seeker for that Crispin. Already had it in hand, fortunately for him. But it's all about the mind games, like you said, because whether, you'd hope to think that Gino does know that he's prized the Rabsca, and whether Johan will prioritize going for that Relor or the Charmander.
Yeah, maybe that's what he's trying to say. Listen, I do play Rabsca. If you want to keep doing this Cruel Arrow business, you're going to have to get rid of my Relor. Yeah. I'd love to see if that actually pans out, the sort of mind tricks here in a Pokemon trading card game. Let's see what Johan does do. So we do see the Crispin does get committed. Energy to the active. We do see a turn attachment to the active. Cruel Arrows live 100 damage to any one of your opponent's Pokemon. And Johan says, don't worry about the Relor. I'm going straight after the Charmander. Stop any of that funny business, please, with Infernal Rain. Johan, 1 prize card up. Here comes Gino, going to bench the Pheasantipity, draw 3 cards, flip script.
Yeah, not fantastic cards either. Luminous Energy, Buddy Puffin, and the Fire Energy. Already had Charizard in hand as well. Is that a Professor's Research or a Brock Scouting?
That's a Brock Scouting.
That's a Brock Scouting. You'd think it's going to be 2 one Dracloak.
1 Dracloak.
Not fantastic for Gino, and that Relor's definitely here to stay, because you'd think that if he's going to be getting out a Dracloak, Johan's thinking, well, where's your Rabsca?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. So I'm not sure what this Dracloak, I don't know what kind of reconnaissance it's going to get here off this 1 recon directive, but it's going to have to be good, as we do get confirmation that Yoa is 1 game up against Ryan Morehouse as well in our other top 8 game over there. Oh, Dracloak does fire another Dracloak, though, into a Jack. That would be very good for next turn. Not quite good enough now, though.
Yeah, the threat is ever present from that Pheasantipity EX on Johan's board, because even if he is deciding to manually attach on boards to one of these Dracloaks, he knows it's going to be easy pickings.
Point. That's just going to get Cruel Arrows.
Yeah, so no energy attachment for Gino here. You'd think he's going to be definitely prioritizing going for one of those Dracloaks with that Cruel Arrow attack.
And now, if you're Johan, it's just time to get energy on board for that Raging Bolt, right, saying, right, I'm going to do my best to stop your Dragapult, and the second it comes out, I'm going to Bellowing Thunder it away. That's what I think Johan's going to try and do here.
The awkward spot, I think, for Gino here is that there's no energy acceleration apart from the Charizard's Infernal Rain ability. So not even committing a manual attachment is pretty big here, because it's going to be a couple of turns before Gino is even able to attack with a Dragapult EX.
There we go. Cruel Arrow going to KO bench Dracloak. Johan takes his second prize card. Gino, now we do know, does have the Jack on board, but as you say, with no way to sort of leapfrog an energy count, we're not going to be seeing a Phantom Dive this turn. We can't be using that copy of Chi-Yu for Mega Fire of Envy. That requires 2 fire energy as well.
I think
the best case scenario is a Jet Headbutt if you look at strictly damage output here, but
I think the security of evolving into a Dragapult EX, at least you can hide behind the terrestrialized effect of having bench barrier. At least if you do evolve into a Dragapult and attach energy for turn, you know at least you have the safety of it not being able to be cruel arrowed. But with that Raging Bolt, it does look pretty threatening on board. 1 energy attached already and 3 energy attached to the Pheasantipity, including 1 energy attachment to the Teal Mask Ogerpon. A manual attachment will be able to take a knockout on a Dragapult EX if Johan is able to find Gust. And you can imagine with 2 Hoot on board, I mean, you know, the Jewel Seeker abilities could come thick and fast. But onto Gino's board here, the Super Rod putting back in, I believe it was 1 Dreepy and 1 Charmander. The Buddy Buddy Puff in now. I mean, you have to go for a Charmander at this point, right?
yeah, I think you really have to. The game's slipping away for Dragapult here, so I think it's going to start being Charizard going to have to come knocking on the door and get involved. There is the Charmander. If eagle-eyed viewers of that Charmander artwork, if you look towards the grass floor, you see the shadow of Charizard flying above. Will the Charmander be able to evolve into the Charizard and try and get Gino out of this mess, as it were? Only time will tell. Haven't seen the supporter yet. We do have a counter catcher. Did get drawn into, so that'd be good. Play a little bit of musical chairs.
Yeah.
Make it a bit awkward.
At least the counter catcher would put up, say, a Pokemon like the Fanrotom or the Hoothoot, requiring a manual attachment and retreat from Johan. So you have the safety of not having, well, of just disrupting further.
Fanrotom could attack, right, with a Stadium.
He could.
KO active.
That's right, actually. Yeah,
that takes a cheeky little prize.
But I mean, for Gino, you'd really want to find an Io at this point, right?
Yeah, that's why he hasn't actually played the Rare Candy.
Definitely picking
Rare Candy's good. The Charizard, that was the fastest recon directive I've ever seen. So that means Charizard can come down. We do set Dragapult EX, as you say, with the terrestrialized power, meaning it cannot get hit by that Cruel Arrow. Luminous Energy attachment.
Yeah, Luminous Energy coming down on the Dragapult.
Worth noting, quite a few. Oh, we are going to see a free retreat into the Jet Headbutt. Oh, we're going to see counter catcher as well, I imagine. Nope, just Jet Headbutt into Outfield. Now, I like this because it's setting up for some big, silly shenanigans, multi-prize turns later on down the board. Yes. Johan has got his items back now, though. Let's see what he can do. Earth and Vessel, I see.
Yeah,
not a bad start.
Softening up from the Jet Headbutt onto the Pheasantipity will at least put damage on board. We know that Dragapult takes advantage of these awkward board states with damage being spread across the board, taking multiple prizes. So I think that, you know, Gino really does have to apply some sort of pressure, put damage on board now. And here we see the first Jewel Seeker of the game for Johan. And, this, I mean, I think for Gino now, he's accepting that the Dragapult could be this Dragapult could be knocked out this turn. And I think now with...
Yeah, I think with the Area Zero, that's going to let you fill the bench more. Latias comes straight down. That means you can preserve these energy from Pheasantipity. That means Bellowing Thunder. We just need the fighting energy at that point so we can actually use the attack. And we know Earth and Vessel's already in hand. So let's do some quick math. That would be, what, 70, 140, 210, 280. Yep, as long as we can use Bellowing Thunder, we have a KO this turn.
Yep. 5 energy required for a knockout on these Dragapult EXs and these Charizards. Now, a Nest Ball here for another Raging Bolt EX and then a Professor Salazar's Vitality would be massive here, but opting to go for another Teal Dance instead.
Just want to quickly draw attention, sorry to interrupt you there. We have extra bench Pokemon now because of that Area Zero Underdepth Stadium. As long as you have a terrestrialized Pokemon in play, you can have up to 8 cards or Pokemon on your bench. You know, Johan has multiple Terra Pokemon in play, those Teal Mask Ogerpon, so now we can have 8 cards on our bench.
Yes, a great effect, especially when you want to open your bench wide. You have all of these different support Pokemon, like the Teal Mask Pokemon, like the Noctowl. You know, you don't feel any sort of threat of getting bench locked or overloading your bench with non-attackers and rather support Pokemon. And Johan just using that Teal Dance, drawing another card. I really think a Professor Sada here onto another Raging Bolt would be great here. And here we see oh, I like the retreat with the fighting energy, meaning that the Professor Sada Vitality is able to put the fighting energy back onto that Raging Bolt.
Oh, I see. Yeah. This is interesting because we have KO on board while still preserving energy on a Teal Mask Pokemon. That means if that Charizard comes up, Teal Dance turn attached, that's gone as well.
Yes, and the fighting energy coming down with the Slitherwing as well, like you mentioned earlier. That single price Pokemon able to take a knockout, I believe, on the Pheasantipity as well, actually.
Yeah, 120 times 2.
Yeah, due to weakness on that Pheasantipity. I mean, there's all sorts of threats on board now for Gino. I mean, you know, how do you even approach this?
Big Bellowing Thunder for the big, massive KO. Are we going to? Yeah, there we go, just saying. And just debating which one to discard here. Could go off, Slitherwing could go off there. But there we go, big Bellowing Thunder for KO. Johan is 2 prize cards away from securing himself a slot in top 4. 2 prize cards left to take. Gino, over to you. Now we know it does have Rare Candy Charizard in hand. Do we see an Ino as well? That would be the icing on the cake there, as it were. Infernal Rain. Gonna grab 3 Fire Energy and attach them wherever you like.
The best turn here for Gino would be a counter catcher on the Teal Mask Pokemon with the energy attachment and then an Ino. I think that's his only hope at this point. You know, he's staring down that Johan with 4 prizes down at this point, only needing 2 prizes to win. And Jan Schaefer, as we can see from our other top 8 match, taking the win there with N Zarwag against Noah with the Dragapult, who we had on stream earlier. That's a big game going on there, just showing the variance we have in our top 8 match. But Gino, oh, can he find this Ino from the Flip the Script or Dracloak? And just the Ultra Ball there. Can thin out his deck even further? Already has the counter catcher in hand, fortunately. But it's that Ino. Oh,
Flip the Script.
I don't know if he already had it in hand, actually.
What, Ino? No, I think it's too good as a block scouting, I believe.
I can't find it.
No. Opting not to shuffle the deck, maybe because he knows the cards at the bottom of the deck from a previous Ino. Doesn't want to shuffle them up.
This is not a great spot if you're Gino.
It does have the counter catcher KO still, right? So it's not complete end of the world, but
you're still not taking the threat out of that Raging Bolt, however. And now that Johan was able to establish 2 Hoot on the board as well as the Slitherwing for the Augustin attachment on the Pheasantipity.
Yeah,
there's so many different ways that Johan could win there, right?
Yeah, you know, Burning Turbulence KO's Pheasantipity EX. You know, Myriad Leaf Shower KO's a Charizard EX via weakness as well. It just gets, and then Bellowing Thunder, there's enough energy in play. That KOs whatever it likes as well. So Johan's really trying to set counter to the counter to the counter. And I think without the Ino, threat coming down, we've seen Reset Stamp get used, or no, it's in the prize cards. I apologize, I can't be using that. Gino's going to have to hope that Johan cannot, you know.
Oh, it was an Arven, not an Ino.
Oh, yeah. But we do have the counter catcher KO though still.
Yeah.
And that is the bare minimum. That's the bare minimum we realistically needed to see, right?
I agree.
Return attack Luminous. There we go. Got that.
I couldn't agree more. I think that is the bare minimum that he can do at this point. Does he even go for the Pheasantipity? Oh, goes for the
one without the energy. Oh, we're going to attack with...
going with the Dragapult EX, going for a Phantom Dive rather. Yeah,
that makes sense.
I can see the line of play here. Going for a double prize knockout here. And then maybe hoping to see an Ino in the later turns, perhaps?
Yeah, Prime Catcher is so live here with a fighting energy, Burning Turbulence onto Pheasantipity. That would be disastrous. And we have a Hoot. Here we go, Jewel Seeker. Are we going to see it? There's so many ways to skin this cat, as it were. There's the Prime Catcher. Do we have Earthen Vessel or Fighting Energy? Rescue Stretcher, nice Stretcher, sorry, that can find the fighting energy. And here we go, I mentioned it at the start of the game, we're going to see Burning Turbulence plus Prime Catcher KO for Johan, who secures his slot in top 4 here at the Utrecht Championship. Congratulations.
What a dominant performance from Johan there. I mean, Raging Bolt just showing the myriad of different options they have to take this game. Was able to even use a number of different attackers throughout that game. Was able to use the Slitherwing, was able to even use the Pheasantipity, which we don't see very often. But just showing how versatile this deck can be with different accelerating options other than Professor Sada Vitality like we all normally see, using even the Crispin as an option to accelerate onto the Pheasantipity, was able to use this option that Raging Ball has now of taking out these smaller knockouts on these smaller HP Pokemon to its maximum effect to put you ahead of the prize race, and that's exactly what happened here.
Yeah, a lot of people said that the Raging Bolt 1 prize is one of the best cards in the deck. We didn't even see it in that best of 3. We saw Burning Turbulence, Slithering of all things coming up, and as we do see, that was the end of game 1 thanks to that Prime Catcher. Both games ending with a Prime Catcher for game, as it were. And this game too was super interesting. The Ditto into Pheasantipity into the active, start firing off cool arrows left, right, and center, and that really set the sort of tone for that game 1. There's actually another cool arrow stopping Gino from even the turn attaching energy, because he knew it would just get chased straight away. But this was a big turn here. The Jewel Seeker to find area 0 so you could fill your bench and then take a big bellowing thunder KO into the active. And when you're Dragapult, you're not used to getting one shot like this. It's not really what should be happening, right? You're at 330 hit point stage 2. You should just be getting ejected from play, but that's exactly what Johan did.
I think this was the turn that Gino actually lost, not able to find any sort of disruption, put Johan in a prime position to find all these pieces here. Jewel Seeker, we already know, is able to find all of these pieces to put you ahead of the game, because you're able to find the pieces that you need for sequencing, able to find the Prime Catcher, able to find the Professor Sada Vitality, etc., etc., etc. And that's exactly what, it's a great example of this Raging Bolt archetype.
Yeah, the Noctow's coming in so clutch. I love that the Slithering came up as well. Not a card we see too often. Like I said, very good into Pikachu EX. But yeah, picks up easy KOs on the Pheasantipity. Yes. And it is an ancient Pokemon, so you can Professor Sada to it as well, giving you another target, where traditionally, if you don't have the Raging Bolt in play, that does give you another option as well. As well as Burning. You never know when that might come up.
Yeah, and I really loved Johan's approach to the end game there. Before that, he saw that there was a Charmander on the field, and just thought, okay, I'm going to deal with this in the most efficient way, and I'm going to expect the disruption next game. I'm going to bench another Hoothoot. I'm going to bench another ancient Pokemon, whichever ancient Pokemon I can find, to maximize my Professor Sada's Vitality for next turn if I'm able to find it. So essentially he's maximizing his odds. If he is finding a disruption next turn, at least those 2 cards or 3 cards that he's going to see, at least if he finds an Ultra Ball, a Noctowl, a Professor Sada's Vitality, it maximizes his opportunities for his next turn.
It really does. The poetry in motion, quite honest. I know I say that a lot, but that really was. I love to see how that was played. That was some real hot top tier play. And I think we have our bracket race. Let's just have a look and see how the bracket is sort of panning out here in our Utrecht Special Championship. And yet it is currently being updated as well. So that's actually our first top 8 match to conclude here. Johan finds himself in top 4. Yoa is currently 1 game up against Ryan Morehouse. Jan is 1 game up against Noah. I believe Jan's playing that Enzoroark archetype as well. And then in the Dragapult mirror at the top there, we do have Camille currently 1 game up. And I actually believe Yoa versus Ryan is also a Dragapult mirror, correct?
Yes, correct. Yes. I think Jan Schaefer has a pretty good route into the final. Enzoroark usually capitalizing with the Flame Body Cannon against these Dragapults and Gardevoirs, taking advantage of these smaller evolving Pokemon. And I think going from a Dragapult matchup into another Dragapult matchup in top 4, I mean, that sounds pretty good, right?
Yeah, I mean, mean, anytime you could beat a deck in top 8 and you get to play it again in top 4, you just think to myself, yeah, I'm feeling confident. But this is how our top 8 is panning out here with what, 1, 2, 3, 4. You could argue Dragapult decks, only one of them having that Charizard EX, a bit of spice for your life there. Johan with that Raging Bolt ends box, and then the Gardevoir. So it's really interesting, right? You got two sort of counter decks, and the Raging Bolt and End Zoroark saying, all right, you big hefty Dragapult with 430 hit points, get in a discard pile, please. End Zoroark, as we say, is sort of doing it in a different way, countering Flame Body Cannon, dissecting the board. And then we've got the whole suite, the whole swarm of Dragapult EX decks, and then we have Ryan Morehouse with that Gardevoir rounding us up there.
Yes, I think Johan's pretty gutted, although he lost in his, although he won his last round, of course, going into top 4. I think he would be wishing he'd be on the side of the bracket with End Zoroark, because I think that's a pretty good matchup. But then Jan, of course, I think does have a pretty good route. And if Ryan is unfortunately to lose with the Gardevoir, that puts another bad matchup at the room as well. But it is a Dragapult fest, I would say. It is. You know, out of all of the decks in the top 8, it's definitely showing its dominance throughout this tournament. We already has the argument which is the better variant, and this top 8 is definitely showing that there is different methods you could play, and that there's no dominant archetype.
That's exactly correct. But you could argue that Raging Bolt just winning Milwaukee and now getting itself a top 4, maybe that could be the new best sort of counter deck or deck outside the big two, Gardevoir or Dragapult. But how about we go throw it down to our interview with Mike and our top 4 minimum player, Johan.
Well, how about it? Johan, our Seville champion, is back here to talk us through why he is doing so well. An amazing performance there, but I've got to ask you first. You went from Gardevoir last event to now playing Raging Bolt. Why did you go for Raging Bolt?
So last time I picked Gardevoir because Rin just won the regional before with it. So I just copied the 60 and played it. And today I was like, okay, I will do the same. So I picked the deck from Christian Labella, who won last week. And I won the same 60.
Amazing. And we were watching the way you played it. I think the thing that stood out to me is how well you saved your Noctows. You didn't use them until right at the end to make the win. Has that been something you've been able to do throughout the tournament?
Yeah, well, when I faced Dragapult this tournament, actually I didn't use any Noctows because I just got 2-0 each time. So, but this time it was better, and it's good to have many Hootsuit in case your opponent plays Holucha, or so I tried to keep 2 or 3 Hootsuits.
And it worked brilliantly there, and you attacked with that Pheasantipity X, which was amazing to see. But I've got to ask you, do you often jump between different decks, or do you try and stick to one you know better?
It depends. Like I wasn't planning to come to Utrecht, but I decided to come on last Wednesday actually.
Oh wow!
To see my friends the last time, because I waived the registration to Bologna, so I decided to come to Utrecht, which is the last European event for me.
Well,
and
I mean,
and I was like, okay, why not change? I already won with Gardy, so let's try another deck.
Try a different deck, and it's worked amazing so far. You're now going into top 4. How are you feeling now that you've had these back-to-back performances as a player who's just won an event? There's very few out there who've managed to win 2 in a row. Are you feeling confident?
I don't know. I just play my games. I feel more relaxed than last week, than Seville for sure. Just play and let's see what happens.
Yeah, you can tell how relaxed you are. I mean, even just things like this being on the stream and having these interviews, you've built up that confidence. And I've got to ask you, you've had an amazing season so far.
Thank you.
And I want to know what's different this season to previous ones for you.
I have no idea.
No idea.
I just keep playing to my local league, High Extra Life Cafe, and we have a very strong group in Paris actually. Like today, I think five people from Paris were in top 16.
Wow,
which is amazing. Like usually, I feel like the French community tend to have a good result, but not good compared to like Italy or Netherlands. And today, I feel it paid off. Like the fact that we play taste together and we often go to the league together, and it paid off for sure.
Well, bien joué les gars. It was an amazing performance for all of you so far, but you're the one who's going to try and take it all the way to that final result. How confident are you that this event is another opportunity for you to win with Raging Bolt EX of all decks?
I don't know.
You don't know? I mean,
No.
it seems like you're very relaxed and you're just taking each game as it comes.
I just play my games and see what happens.
Well, it's been amazing chatting to you, and hopefully we'll get to see more of you in your top 4 and maybe even that final. Johan is now making a name for himself as one of the top players in Europe. Already got a championship win. Is looking to make it 2 here. We'll be getting back to some more Pokemon action in just a moment.
That's side event players.
Resource management is a topic that we hear about in the Pokemon TCG all the time, but what exactly does this mean? Resource management is the process of allocating resources to achieve the greatest value, or in our case, winning the game. To do this optimally, it is necessary to remember all of your win conditions of the TCG. Take all of your prize cards, leave your opponent with no remaining Pokemon in play, or decking the opponent out. A player's main objective should be to use their cards optimally toward the best winning line each turn. One of my favorite E-Block decks to showcase the strength of resource management is Lost Box. With countless micro decisions to make in the opening turns and a lot of information to digest, we often find players can lose the game with the decision made in the first few turns. So how do you avoid this? First, learn your prize cards. This information is often crucial for the optimal opening turns, especially with Comfey's Flower Selecting and Colress's Experiment placing cards in the Lost Zone. In these turns, you should begin to develop a prize map, a way to take all of your prize cards as efficiently as possible. This can require a bit of finesse to pull off. If a matchup calls for Radiant Greninja's Moonlight Shuriken into Sableye Lost Mine, followed by a big attack from a Pokemon like Dragonite V, then you better have the resources to pull that off. Hold a Water Energy for that Radiant Greninja, so that only one Mirage Gate is required to meet the energy requirements. This potentially leaves an extra Mirage Gate for that late game Dragonite V or Kyogre. Another important resource is the discard pile. Certain supporters and items interact with the discard pile to help turn that stack of cards into a winning game plan. Cards like Clara to bring that energy back, as you often have the perfect energy type waiting in the discard pile for your next attack. Whether it be Water Energy for Moonlight Shuriken, or Psychic Energy to spread damage with Sableye's Lost Mine. Kyogre's Aqua Storm attack requires all of the resource management tools to join forces on the route to victory, in a beautiful combination that often includes emptying your own deck of cards, refilling with many energies, accelerating energies for the attack cost, and of course a clear prize map. Aqua Storm is nearing the apex of resource management. Let's take a look at how some of the best in the world use resource management skills to blaze a path to victory. In the top 4 of the 2023 European International Championships, Pablo Meza faced off against Tord Reklev in a battle for the ages. Pablo brought Mew VMAX into a new matchup in Tord's Gardevoir EX deck. In a pivotal spot, Pablo had an opportunity to use a power tablet for 30 additional damage and preserve the hit points on his Mew VMAX. The casters also took notice.
Well, he had the power tablet in hand previously.
Pretty sure it wasn't played before the judge.
No, I'm fairly sure it wasn't.
Instead, Pablo used Judge and saved the item. The game ultimately reached a climax with Gardevoir EX versus Mew VMAX. With 290 hit points remaining, only one line of play could knock this Pokemon out.
There's a second power tablet.
And Ultra Ball, incredible.
Oh, and
multiple Ultra Ball. This hand is insane.
Pablo goes all in, drawing as many cards as possible, and finally uses his V-Star ability that he held onto all game in order to find all 4 power tablet and take the knockout and Game 1 victory. Resource management is a vital pillar of successful gameplay. Working on these steps over time can help develop the skills to compete at the highest level. Thanks for watching, and hope to see you find the lines in future tournaments.
Hello everyone, Adam Watson here to bring you up to speed on the results of the 2025 European International Championships. This event took place shortly after the release of Itchy Pollen Badoo. With this splashable item lock slowing down the format, Dragapult EX emerged as the preeminent deck. In the junior division, Oliver Cahill on Lugia V-Star played Andreas Kadels on Dragapult. In Game 1 and 2, Oliver used his perfect Lugia setups and pressure from multiple bosses' orders to seal the deal. In the senior division, Gabriel Fernandez played Nathan Osterkatz in a Dragapult mirror match. Both players matched each other beat for beat and dive for dive, bringing their set to a decisive Game 3. After being item locked and Iono'd by Nathan, Gabriel set up after drawing a clutch Lance and got to work winning it all. And in the Masters Finals, Australia's Natalie Miller on Dragapult EX Dusknoir faced Japan's Ryuki Okada on Poison Pollen Terapagos EX. In the first game, Natalie had no Pokemon to back up her Pheasantipity EX, and it was immediately taken down by Ryuki's Cloth. In Game 2, despite giving up 4 early prize cards, Natalie struck back with style, cashing in a massive 5-prize turn. But in the final game, Ryuki's champion energy rose anew. By starting Oranguru V in the active spot, it allowed for the ultimate combo to win the game on the spot with Pecharunt and claim the championship.
Here we go! Look at all the pieces of this ending! Ryuki is going to be your European International Champion!
With one more international championships on the books, now's the time to visit Pokemon.com/compete and join the fun.
Fantastic to see Johan raising the Barsazek, again in our Top Cut, booking his place into top 4 once again at these special championships. He is proving to be an incredible competitor.
And only decided to come here on Wednesday. A last-minute switcheroo in his decisions, and consequently being rewarded for it. And he was very relaxed. He was saying to me before and after the interview how much more comfortable he feels with the whole experience, the interviews, the being on stage. And that really just shows how much winning an event can take the sting away from these players.
How often do we see that? Just one result then puts you into that echelon of players, and you start feeling, yes, I do deserve to be here. Why can't I be the person winning 12 games in a row and breezing through Top Cut? The composure of Yuan was why he was able to get that win, securing multiple Hoo-Hoo and not going crazy with knocked out early. It's so easy to see better turns lined up with Jewel Seeker. Every turn of the game, you can always find those squeaky extra moments of just getting a little bit of extra energy on board, or finding a gust that's a slightly better prize to take. But Yuan keeping those resources back, knowing that it can unlock your final turns of the game. And that's where Raging Bolt sometimes struggles. If you commit too many knocked out to play the game, then you're out of them later on. So making sure you still have plays in those final turns was really what set Yuan apart there.
And I can tell you now, I was watching that match with Joe, he was loving it, every moment of it, seeing the decision making there, saving the resources. But Johan copied Brent Tonnisson's list last time to take that win, a player who we know is very good, and the reason why we know he's very good because he keeps winning. Brent Tonnisson has won Melbourne earlier today, and we get a chance to look through how that tournament broke down for everyone who was there. And this was the way the meta looked, very familiar, very similar to what we're seeing here.
Yep, still a story of Dragapult versus Gardevoir. That seems to be that through-running line throughout that Journey Together format. We can't decide which one's better. Gardevoir has a small edge against the Dragapult, but possibly Dragapult the stronger archetype in the field, or at least has more consistency behind it thanks to Recon Directive. That's the main question our players have to ask themselves going into these tournaments between the two Stage 2s.
And we've got 5 of those Dragapult in our top 8, and just the one Gardevoir. But there is that Raging Bolt that's coming through, trying to prove a point that now is the time. It's been the best deck to play, but actually it was that day 2 conversion that rose it right to that top 20% of day 2 in Melbourne was Raging Bolt.
Feels like those players embracing the Raging Bolt archetype, having a great time. We saw the blueprint from Christian Labella in the previous weeks, and taking that deck list on, especially the judge inclusion from his deck, I feel like is so crucial just to slow down the development of these Dragapults, of these Gardevoir, which require so many pieces to mount these massive comebacks.
And how about that for the top 8? We just looked at how the Gardevoir and Raging Bolt converted into day 2, but it was that one deck, the Gardevoir, 5 of 8, making it through to the top 8.
Brent Tonneson, Natalie Miller, definitely playing the same 60. They test with each other all the time, but also Daichi Shimada with the Noctowl Terra box, but not how you know it. The Japanese contingent of players who came over to Melbourne to compete, they opted to have a Pidgeot EX in their deck, as well as Dusknoir, as well as Briar. So they had a checkmate style approach, almost incorporating old Terrapagos builds into a new flavor, whilst also having the Wellspring Ogerpon for early game pressure. So a new deck emerging in this later stage of the Journey Together format.
And that's the beauty of the Journey Together format. There are so many different ways to play, so many different decks, whether it's Dragapult partnered with all the different iterations, because it can have Charizard, Dusknoir, straight Dragapult, Golden Go. There's lots of different ways that our most popular deck here can be changed up, and I think one thing that's for sure is that Terra combination of using the Noctowl engine in conjunction with Terra Pokemon, as we saw with the Raging Bolt, has been explored in various different ways across various different decks.
The ability is just so versatile. Making sure all these combos come aligned is something you can't get with many of these other archetypes. You can do your best to use Professor's research and recon and use your flip the script and see like 15 or so cards. These combinations can come together, but that guarantee is just hard to beat, to be honest with you. You have access to it the entire game. Yes, those who are vulnerable in this era of lots of Monkey Dory and Phantom Dive math and whatnot, but when you are getting those guarantees, you can just checkmate opponents.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe we'll see a Pidgeot make its way into a Raging Bolt list. That could be an iteration there. But we're not the only event here. Not the only event as well with Melbourne. There has been another event over in Chile. Santiago has shown how they've interpreted the format. And again, similarities to what we've seen. This isn't the same graph, I promise you that. There are some slight differences, but a lot of the same pictures being painted.
Yeah, we just cannot decide. Still similar percentages for these top few archetypes. Dragapult EX, once again, coming out on top in terms of that overall play rates from our players, but Gardevoir still right in that mix. Raging Bolt EX as well. Doesn't take much to bring this back into a really popular archetype as the aggressive, low to the ground strategy to beat.
And with the size of the events these days, you really get to see the percentages average out. There's no big contingency that's come in and shifting the meta crazily. If you have enough people, eventually you get to find out what the best decks are. And a similar story on day 2, the same decks converting, but actually that Golden Go trying to sneak in at the bottom.
Yeah, these decks are still in and amongst the best decks in the room, even if they are slightly less played. Looks like Miraidon Pikachu had a slightly better time in Santiago than it did in Melbourne, just by eyeballing it here. Raging Bolt still doing fine, maybe losing a place out to Gardevoir, but ultimately still being very popular in amongst that day 2. It feels like there are really the 2 stage 2 archetypes. We're finding the best aggressive basic attacking decks, and then there's a host of stage 1 attackers in there as well. The Golden Go's coming out on top more often than the Zoroark, but Zoroark still has had some strong placements over the last few weeks.
Yeah, Joe, I'm really struggling with something right now with the format, and it's really annoying me, actually. I can't work out what's better, Dragapult or Gardevoir, and we've been trying to work it out here as casters. But the only way you can really find the answer is asking the experts. So earlier today, I went and tried to find the best of the best.
Well, there's one debate in the Pokemon TCG right now, and that's what is the BDIF, the best deck in format. And well, there's 2 contenders, really, in the debate. Is it Dragapult with its amazing conversion and win rate right now, or is it Gardevoir that keeps on winning, taking that first place at all the current tournaments? Well, we can't decide, so let's go find out from the experts. So we just had someone who was playing Dragapult against Gardevoir. How did that go?
I beat them, so I think that says it all, really.
So that's 1 for Dragapult there. Well, let's see if we can find someone else. Thank you. You don't have to if you don't want to. Do you want to do it? So we've got another player here, Gardevoir or Dragapult. Which do you think is better?
From a player's standpoint, I think right now Gardevoir is like way more versatile.
Well, thank you very much. Let's go find someone else then. Well, I'm here with Lewis, a judge here at the event, and we're going to ask them for an opinion on Gardevoir or Dragapult. Which is better in your opinion?
Definitely Dragapult. More fun to play against. There's no question.
Yes, another Dragapult. Going with my vote here. So we've got our second place Birmingham finisher, Jonathan, here to give us an opinion on Gardevoir or Dragapult. Which do you think is better then?
I would have to say Gardevoir. I mean, the whole weakness thing is a big deal. A lot of Dragapults don't play Crispin anymore, so suddenly out the gate, Lilligaferi comes down, bop a Dragapult, and then suddenly they're not in the race anymore. And it could be the case of, like, they get Budgie logged. So many things could happen afterwards. I think I have to give to Gardevoir for this one.
And that's quite a strong opinion from a top finisher this season. Let's go find someone else. I just found another familiar face, Zapdos TCG, and we're going to be asking him, Gardevoir or Dragapult? What do you think?
I'm definitely going to be saying Dragapult, as for me, it has some crazy things to do with damage spread. I love damage spread. With Gardevoir, you can do it as well with Screamtail and stuff and Monkey Dory. But like the Phantom Dive, you can combine it with Hawlucha. You can have some crazy late game drop support, which Gardevoir is now lacking. No refinement, which means you can Iono a Gardevoir player. Against Dragapult, it's a little bit difficult. And also, my friend plays Gardevoir all the time, and I just can't stand seeing another Gardevoir matchup. It's like, ugh.
Well, I think that pretty much concludes it from Zapdos TCG. Dragapult is the winner here. Let's find one more person. Okay, another player now. We're going to find out which they prefer, Gardevoir or Dragapult. What do you think?
Gardevoir.
Why Gardevoir?
A friend of mine is playing it. I'm rooting for him. I think it can beat everything. It can spread on the bench. It has the Monkey Dories. It has everything.
Well, there we go. Another vote for Gardevoir.
Yes.
Well, I've walked around the whole Hall of Utrecht, and we can't decide which is better, Dragapult or Gardevoir. Well, with that, we'll have to go check out and see which does better on the stream here in Utrecht, so stay tuned. Joe, I put all that effort in to try and find an answer, and we still can't conclude which is better.
Can someone tell us? We can't figure it out. They can't figure it out there. There's only a couple more rounds of this tournament. Maybe that can help us.
Imagine if Raging Bolt, after all this, takes the victory. I mean, we've got 5 Dragapult here in our top 8, 1 Gardevoir, so it's very much in favour of Dragapult. That hasn't stopped it before. Gardevoir has snuck through in the final hurdle and taken down the Dragapults, but it seems like the debate at the moment, which is the most 50-50 we've had for a long time, of what is the best deck in format.
And you just said that Dragapult was dominant, but a few hours ago in Melbourne, Gardevoir was dominant. So how are we meant to decide? They're both incredible archetypes. They both have so much going for them. I feel like it's going to be continuous tug of war throughout the entirety of this meta.
Well, as the tournament progresses, we'll hopefully have some more answers here in Utrecht, as we are about to go into our top 4, which is definitely the stage you should be sticking around for. We're going to be finding out our winners soon enough, but it is going to be our returning quarterfinalist, Johan, showing exactly why they are a player to watch out for this season. An amazing 2025 season. Winning last special championship, and now trying to make it 2.
And Joe, we've also seen on the stream earlier today, repping the Dragapult archetype. Let's start having a look at Johan's accomplishments then. Top 52 at EUIC, a top 8 in Bochum and Dortmund, but of course that Seville champion. What a month he's having. Incredible. He's barely lost a game in a month.
Yeah, amazing. And he was saying earlier how relaxed he feels now. Experienced that victory, and now it's not such a scary prospect. There's less on the line. You've got that invite for Worlds already. You're almost playing now for the fun of the game, the joy of the game, deciding last minute to turn up on Wednesday to this special championship. But on the other side, a little bit of an unusual chart of results there. A senior's result so recent.
Yeah, so recent, such a young face to the stream, but having so many great results. Fantastic to see players aging up and being unfazed in the larger age division, the Masters division, where the most players are currently battling it out and having a number of great tournaments. This is the breakthrough though, finally coming into this top cut and trying to go all the way in our top 4, just edging closer to that final, where of course a player will get a direct invite to the World Championships.
So much on the line at this stage. Not so much for Johan. He is able to play with confidence and calm, but for Johan, looking to try and make it a direct invite to Worlds. What an experience that would be at such a young age to be winning a championship here. But top 4 is now a huge stage of anyone's career, looking to try and support their resume. This would be the best finish for them. Can they do it today?
Feels like in Milwaukee we were seeing a lot of this Raging Bolt archetype tearing through the Dragapult EX matchup. Will history repeat itself here with Johan now at the helm? Or will it be Dragapult EX with its box of tricks able to come up with a way to slow down the pressure of this aggressive basic attacking archetype.
It just looks like Yoa here just showing a few mulligans, which will allow Yoan to have more tools on those first turns, and a little bit of information there. You can see Yoan noting down something seen in that hand. So the way a mulligan works, when you start your 7-card hand, if you don't have a basic Pokemon there, you can't put one into the active, so you can't start the game. In that situation, you'll show your hand to the opponent, prove there's no basic there, and as a reward, your opponent will then get an extra draw at the start of the game.
Yep, it's one of those things where you need to have a basic Pokemon to start any game in the Pokemon trading card game. So almost as an apology, you say, well, here you go, I'll try again, and gain a card. It's usually with these archetypes, roughly 10 plus basics in most of these decks, so it's not too common of an occurrence, but it's one of those things, and that little extra card can give players a small advantage. I'd always love to start with an additional card in my hand.
Yeah, exactly, and you look back to the world champion deck of Iron Thorns that had 4 basic Pokemon, so there was a lot of mulligans there.
Yes.
So it's important to be aware of these kinds of differences, and to start off the game for Yoa, currently waiting for 2 mulligan cards to draw, and if there's a basic here for Yoa, we'll get an extra 2 cards in that starting hand. It looks like another mulligan.
Not ideal for you, but it's one of these things. You know, especially from the Dragapult side, you're used to lowering your opponent's hand size throughout the game. That's normally a big part of your strategy. Disruption is the name of the game for the Dragapult. You're going to typically go behind in prize cards and try and catch back up by disrupting your opponent later on. So sure, giving your opponent some additional mulligans will give them better opening turns, but it might not necessarily be the biggest issue for you.
We were speaking about how chill Yoan is on stream. You've experienced being on the stream table. How much that pressure really starts to build up as you're shuffling that first hand, because you want to see what your start is going to be like. You want to know if you're going to have a strong starting hand. So all of these mulligans are already building up tension right now for Yoa.
Yeah, you're nervous about your own hand. You're nervous that you don't want to make a fool of yourself like I have before on stream playing games. But Yoan is casual. He's calm. He's said in interviews that he's been okay. And I think in some ways, Yoa has already had earlier today that head slap moment, that whoopsie moment, and he still found his way into the top cut. So hopefully, with the nerves shaken off of saying, well, the worst has already happened, now I can just play my heart out in this top 4.
And here we go, the prize cards being placed out there. And we see some grass energy early on there for Yoan, but across the board, nothing too crazy. Maybe that Palpad and Mew for some consistency.
The Mew EX is definitely a crucial card to help you out, but here we go. We are getting into our top 4 match here at the Utrecht Special Championships. Looks like Yuan will be kicking us off. Already has that Fan Rotom in his opening hand, in addition to the Teal Dance from his Teal Mask Ogerpon in the active. Mike, as we go through this first turn, tell us a little bit about this Raging Bolt archetype.
So you're looking to take big attacks with Raging Bolt EX, doing 70 damage for each energy you discard for 1 lightning and 1 fighting. And that's where that Ogerpon comes in so key, as it accelerates energy into play with its ability, plus giving you a little bit more draw.
What a deal.
So the deck aims to get early aggression off with loads of energy coming into play, lots of cards drawn, but it does have a little bit of a weakness to disruption, which is what we'll likely see in this game.
It's one of those things where to reach massive damage, there has to have some sort of drawback. That Bellowing Thunder can reach higher than essentially any other Pokemon in the game right now in the standard competitive environment, but that drawback is you remove those energy as you go. So it's a constant rebuild of your resources as you churn through these massive knockouts.
And that Fan Rotom there, a key part of all of these Noctowl engines. That Fan Call ability on your first turn, able to search for 3 Pokemon of colorless type with 100 HP or less. And typically you'll see 2 Hoot Hoots and a Noctowl, or in this case, you have that Ditto. Really useful to find every different Pokemon in your deck.
The Transformative Start Ditto has a really interesting ability. You can only use it on the first turn, and you have to get this Ditto into the active position. But if you do, you can swap the Ditto with any Pokemon within your deck. And with Fan Rotom helping out here, you have great access to the Ditto, and then you can transfer it into a more useful Pokemon. And in this instance, Yuan is going to be immediately transforming that Ditto, possibly looking towards the Raging Bolt. There it is. This is a crucial single prize attacking threat, thanks to that Thunderburst Storm attack.
And we talk about Raging Bolt EX, but it has been this single prize Raging Bolt that's come in and shown a lot of its value as it's able to attack the bench in a format where attacking the bench is so key to victory, disrupting these building decks that are trying to buddy lock you in the active. With this Raging Bolt, you can keep them in check, and it seems like Johan has recognized that here early on, is going to try and establish a powerful Raging Bolt.
I believe there's additional energy in the hand as well. If so, banking an attachment can be phenomenal to help you get towards a 90 damage spread attack on the second turn of the game. That's where this becomes a very powerful option.
Okay, and now we are going to see Johan filling up that bench, I'm sure, with all those resources. We mentioned those hoots that evolve into Noctowl for the Jewel Seeker ability to find 2 trainers from your deck. And the way Johan's been playing them has been exceptional, trying to keep those options open as we just try and work out what's going on the stage there, let the judges resolve any issues for those players.
Yeah, I didn't see too much going wrong, but that opening search was pretty reasonable there. So should be all okay. I think we're just having a count of the amount of cards remaining in the deck for one of our players here, but we'll get confirmation of that. It looked like Johan was onto a really good start there. Getting those hoot down, so integral to have Jewel Seeker available. Either you can grab that 1 copy of Judge within your deck, try and disrupt down these stage 2s as quickly as possible alongside taking a knockout, can try and stunt your opponent, but also stops a stamp coming back your way. I think that's one of the best defensive options that the Dragapult will use.
Exactly, being able to set up those boards. You don't worry about disruption yourself. And when a deck is relying on evolution to start building up draw, if you get them out of their comfort zone early on with that Judge, it can really change the pace of the game, as that first Dracloak can be harder to find. Typically, once the Dracloaks are going, you find more of them. But it's that first bit of draw you're trying to take away. And with so many supporters in the deck, that do the energy acceleration, you can actually go for more of a slow-paced attachment approach than this aggressive Judge that, with the aggressive Judge, to take away the hand.
And targeting down energy is sometimes so critical as we get back into the action, and we will see the eventual turn attachment to the single prize Raging Bolt, in addition to a couple who Johan has to be happy with that turn 1. Let's see how Yoa has... Well, straight away, the Ace Nullifier ability is online thanks to the Rescue Board tool being attached to the Genesect here, Mike.
Yeah, definitely going to be key. And I just got confirmation of what happened there. A card slipped off the table, and just to make sure that it was all fair, the judge shuffled the deck. And so nothing untoward. And I know on these tables, it's a very different environment to what you're used to. It's quite a big table, so allowing these players to deal with that fairly, the judges got involved. So an Iono played, and 6 fresh cards for both players.
And we need help here. Where are these basic Pokemon? Ultra Ball is found. That was crucial, Mike, because there was only a Genesect in play. But the issue is, when we're only finding 1 potential Dreepy or Budju, it can easily be targeted by this Raging Bolt.
Yeah, you're going to have to look to try and find more than just a single Pokemon here. You got the Budu to try and disrupt, but you need to start evolving at the same time. This is the downside of early Ultra Balls. You want to be really finding that Buddy Poffin to build up that bench, or something like the Artisan so you can keep building throughout the game. And it's really tough at the moment for Yoa. Not many options. Johan's set up pretty much perfectly, and you're really worried about what's coming after this turn.
I think with the Pheasantipity in hand, you can start with Budju. There's no point in getting just 1 Dreepy. It'll get targeted and dealt with. So you may as well go Budju now, try and initiate Itchy Pollen, try and gain additional draws next turn with Pheasantipity EX that's currently sat in the hand, and then hopefully you can work towards your Unfair Stamps, try and find those Buddy Poffins and get multiple Dreepy down. Because, Mike, it's all about that draw engine, the Recon Directive. When that's online, that's when you have options to see so many cards throughout your deck that you can string together all sorts of combos. So let's get as many of those out as possible just a little bit later.
You say draw engine. With these decks, the draw really comes from those abilities. Many of our best Pokemon in the format have drawing abilities.
And the reason why is because you need to bounce back from hand disruption, the likes of Unfair Stamp, the likes of Iono, but also, in some instances, to make these miraculous comebacks, you need to have 4 or 5 card combos, all in 1 turn. As we do see the eventual Itchy Pollen, now Johan will not be able to play any item cards, and was hand disrupted by Iono on that first turn. Is there any means towards a Crispin here? Even a manual attachment can finish off this Budgie. You don't necessarily need much here. You see the Area 0 Underdepths. I think it's only a fighting energy in this hand.
Not
you
what
need
you
a
need.
lightning to be able to launch the Thunderburst Storm.
Yeah, I think with the deck, there is 3 different energy types that we're used to seeing: the fighting, the lightning, and the grass. At least with the grass, you can start powering up those Ogre Ponds and drawing more cards with Teal Dance. But opting for that Judge, you mentioned it before and how disruptive it can be. This could be a huge moment for Yoa as he's looking to try and build his board out. There's nothing there currently, so this Judge could take him out the game for ages.
Assuming Yuan finds an energy and can maintain that pressure, it would be massive. I like the use of the Area 0 Underdepths coming down. It means that if Yuan finds any energy, in addition to a Latiasi X, he can still use Fan Rotom for a knockout.
True.
He still has potential draw power from Teal Dance as well, if he finds any grass energy.
Wow, what are the 4 cards? This is a big moment. There's a Pheasantipity there.
I saw Noctowl, but you're shut down via the Itchy Pollen. Yoa may have found a nice bit of wiggle room. It's a pass. He has to be happy with that.
Oh, wow, look at that card. The Brock Scouting, a great way to find more Pokemon. It's typically in there to deal with Budu and the Itchy Pollen denying you from your item cards. But in this situation, I'm sure Yoa's happy just to get some Droopies in play.
Decks have really gone towards higher support accounts. And in this case, Yoa is playing 3 copies of Brock Scouting in addition to the 3 copies of Arven, which would then find Buddy Buddy Poffin. So you have 6 potential supporters that can just find your additional basics early on in the game. Of course, both Arven and Brock Scouting continue to be useful throughout the game as well. Brock Scouting can also find 1 evolution Pokemon, so it can help you continue to find more Dracloak later down the line, and even Dragapult TX if need be. And those Arven can also chip in with all sorts of helpful items as we pass back over with another Itchy Pollen. But in this case, Mike, we do see Yuan does have the option to Jewel Seeker, and I have to imagine a Crispin is the first option, so we can start ignoring the Budgie and target down these Dreepy one by one.
Yeah, that Noctowl was held in hand, ready for this turn. Such a great way to build up options, build up strategies, combo pieces. And we do typically see the Crispin early on.
Crispin.
Such a powerful card, so much so that he's taken 2, ready for next turn as well. And that will be an opportunity to take down one of those Dreepies as a Lightning and a Grass. One will be attached from the effect of the Crispin, the other one in the hand. Looks like Yoan's just sending that straight onto that Raging Bolt to be able to attack for 90 to any of those bench Pokemon.
It makes sense. This Budgie is something you sit behind while you build up your draw engine that are also your attackers. And that's why this Raging Bolt is such a vital cog in the machine, to simply ignore Budgie, let it keep poking for 10, and target down the more threatening Pokemon. And we start this prize race here in our top 4. Yoan going with the knockout on a Dreepy.
For those of you who watched the recent final in Milwaukee, you'll be familiar with this current board state of using that Raging Bolt to take out the Dreepies or Dracloaks that are seen on the other side. But you might not be familiar with this Maractus that's just been taken out the deck by Yoa.
Maractus has the corner attack for just 1 colorless energy, and straight away we're seeing Counter Catcher plus the Unfair Stamp, bringing the Noctowl into the active position. If Yoa can find any energy here, the corner will be attempting to trap this Noctowl, and in particular this is even more powerful thanks to the Ace Nullifier Genesect ability that is currently shutting down Yoan's use of Prime Catcher, one of his usual means of wiggling out of the active.
Well, really hoping to find that on the other side. This Unfair Stamp still has the ability to use a supporter. Both Unfair Stamp and Counter Catcher feel like powers that supporters can do, but in this instant, when behind, when a knockout has happened, able to come in and powerfully attack, but doesn't look like there's an energy there, but Brock Scouting and a Pheasantipity to try and see more cards.
We'll start with Flip the Script then. 3 more cards because Yoa has suffered a KO. Will we find an energy? There it is. And a Buddy Buddy Poffin, so we can get an additional Dreepy onto this bench as well. I have to assume that's the right option. We need to continue to establish Recon Directive. We're going to be shuffling up after this, but the corner trap has now been established. We could be here for a while, Mike.
Yeah, that corner coming into a lot of decks at this event as a way to deal with some unusual situations. There is also the 20 damage that comes with it. Ideally, you wouldn't want to do any damage, because you'd love for the Pokemon to stay there forever. But on this occasion, we'll build up some so that Dragapult in the future might be able to finish it off.
And there are literally no Professor Turo in the deck, no other means of switching bar the Prime Catcher. So this Noctowl's here. We got to attack with it. Its attack's not great. Speed Wing for 2 colors does 60 damage. So we're locked into that.
And I believe Yoa didn't play a supporter that turn, but had the ability to get a Dracloak out, so could have started drawing a little bit more, but we'll be able to do that next turn nonetheless with both those Dreepy ready to evolve. And on the other side, we do have that Noctowl. It's definitely something people forget about. It can attack itself.
And it kind of has to. Yuan has no other option, unless you want to sit and allow Yoa to Recon Directive for 5 turns. I don't like that plan. I want to start attacking into this Maractus. And Yoan agrees.
And how about that maths as well? You've got the corner plus the 60 damage back from the Maractus. It could knock out this Noctowl going into Yoa's turn, but we're looking a bit too far ahead right now. We're looking at building up that board as Yoan is getting as much energy in play as possible, so when he starts attacking with that Raging Bolt EX, can hit those huge numbers enough to take out a Dragapult.
Attaching to the benched Raging Bolt rather than Noctowl here. And just letting it sit. Can't play Prime Catcher thanks to Ace Nullifier. That goes straight back into the hand. Caught quickly by Yoa. And now Yoan is thinking, wow, my attachment on the Raging Bolt looks a lot worse. As we pass back over to Yoa, this is the moment he was looking for. Can immediately use the Jacques supporter to grab a couple of evolution Pokemon. And at last, he has the breathing room to use his Recon Directives.
Yeah, that Ace Nullifier going under the radar there from the Genesect. The rescue board was used to retreat it, but had the secondary effect of initiating the Ace Nullifier ability, which denies Yoan from using an Ace spec. Every deck in the format now playing the best possible Ace spec for them. And in this matchup, Yoan wants to use that Prime Catcher to take out big targets, but was denied it, even though Item Lock had stopped. So now the Dracloaks are drawing, the Recon Directive is going, energies are being attached, and Yoa is building up the board.
And the best news is he can do this for many more turns. Yoan also, I believe, played the only energy in his hand, so may not even have the option to begin attacking with Noctowl just now. Does have access to Nest Ball. Won't change too much of this situation right now, unless he can draw some cards. No new EXs in the prize cards. We can't draw any with that. Another Teal Mask Ogerpon. The board is getting a little bit clogged, even though there is Area 0 Underdepths in play right now. At any point, that could be removed from play. And then you wouldn't have room for any of your Raging Bolt EX, which are almost always your sort of end game attackers.
You mentioned earlier that Yoa re-established himself, made his way to the top 8 after making a mistake on stream, and it's very easy to make those mistakes, miss a tool, miscalculate your damage, not quite move the right card into the right place. And on this occasion, Yoan has just overlooked that Ace Nullifier. How do you think he's going to now deal with that post the mistake?
Well, that's what we have to wait and see, to be honest with you. You think he's been composed this entire time and hasn't made those mistakes. That's why we've seen him win a special championship and now get back into the top 4. So you kind of just have to write it off and have a short-term memory in this instance and say, I'm still in a good position in this first game. I still have an hour to prove that I'm going to be worth making it into the final, as we're passing back over to Yoa here with some Recon Directives.
So many options in that hand. That hand has really grown through the consecutive Recon Directives. Just that final one there going through. Has the ability now to take some big knockouts. The Brock Scouting now will be brought into play. And looking to find that Latias and a Dreepy. The advantage of that Area 0 Underdepths is that we can now see both players' bench go nice and wide.
And as we talk about this game, there are more games going on. Noah Sakajian has been able to overcome Yan with the End Zoroark deck. So it's going to be another Dragapult making it into the top 4 on the other side of our bracket there. Fantastic to see Noah. He's been having a great time out here in Europe over the last couple tournaments. Had a solid run in Seville and is doing one better this time, making it into our top cut and going one step further so far into our top 4.
We actually saw Noah playing against Yoa earlier on. So
if that's confusing you, it is us as well.
Yeah, Yoa, Noah all doing so well. But now that Dragapult EX has come into play, there is now a Terra Pokemon on Yoa's side, allowing that Area 0 Underdepths to activate for him and can go up to 8 benched Pokemon. And it looks like just going to do another corner there, just looking to try and develop that board.
I don't see a reason to not put this Noctowl down to at least 80 damage. And then if you want to become the aggressor, you can from that stage. But it's on your terms. You have one more turn for free as literally Johan draws and passes. We're back straight over to Yoa, who has Recon Directive. Possibly a second one could be established now, thanks to the Area 0 under depths, allowing the additional Dreepy. More attachments on the board as well, Mike, as we said. One of the core issues of the Dragapult archetype is that sometimes it can be pressured. Its energy attachment can all be gone in one foul swoop. As we're seeing the second Dracloak come into the hand now. Being given this much time thanks to the corner trap of Maractus allows you to attach all across your board and make sure you have those backups secured.
And as far as decks go, Dragapult at the moment has some of the most gusting effects we've seen of any deck. 3 counter catcher here for Yoa alongside 3 boss. So it's not going to be hard to find to try and set up that next attack. So the active Noctowl, 1 attack away from being knocked out. And there we have another top 8 match concluding.
Alberto Conti, we saw them on stream. And now they're 2-1 victors over Camille. Another Dragapult in our top 4. Not only doing great in our top cut, but also making it all the way through. Inevitable when it's mirror matches, of course, but another fantastic showing for Dragapult.
And another regional winner, another major event winner from the season.
Yeah, he's doing it again.
Looking to try and make it 2.
So many players are happy with 1, but some of our players at the top, they will hunt for more. As Yoa is now going to use the flying entry from Horlucha, setting up more damage. The Latias EX allows you to shift the Maractus if need be. And if we're bossing, we're bossing up the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. And the Phantom Dive can come in here. This is the only Terrestrial Pokemon currently in play, and it's a 3-prize swing.
What a turn here for Yoa. Been building that up across multiple turns. The corner of the Maractus with that Ace Nullifier of the Genesect, really locking out Johan from doing anything this turn, and has found a way to take a big knockout. That Noctowl now sitting on the bench with 80 damage, really in a position that can be taken down. So just confirming there, because there's been so many consecutive turns for Yoa, just making sure that was the only supporter played in that turn. But very smartly, Yoa was using things like Brock Scouting and Jack to try and take those cards out the deck, set it up as much as possible, and thin it ready for this moment. Look at that board state for Yoa, though.
It is a dream board position. So many abilities helping out with draw power, securing the options that Johan can't utilize. That Ace Nullifier has been monstrous to this point. And there really isn't many options for Johan. If you're going to use a ball search card, you think that Pheasantipity could be one of your only options here to draw your way out of this. You finally suffered some KOs, but you need a lot here. With no Terrestrial Pokemon in play, a Noctowl isn't immediately the get-out-of-jail-free card that it usually would be.
And you're not going to be seeing a huge amount of options, as you want to be getting that Raging Bolt EX attack off, but then you're putting a 2-prizer in play. And for Yoa, he's so far ahead now that even taking a 1-prizer with that Raging Bolt with 4 energy on won't necessarily do too much. So Yoan having to really reach for something special this turn.
I think we did see Nest Ball. If that can be combined with a Jewel Seeker, we can get somewhere here. That's the first piece of the puzzle. Use our final bench slot to be a Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. There's a Terrestrial Pokemon back on the board, so the Area 0 now opens up for 3 additional bench spaces once again. And the Noctowl, crucially, is online. And there is an Ultra Ball in this hand.
You've got to give credit to Yoa on the other side, timing this turn so well to establish a board where even if Yoan takes a knockout, there's still another Dracloak ready to evolve up with energy on it. So all of these things really adding up the high skill level of these top players to try and establish a board. Yoan has played incredibly well up to this point. We saw it in his quarterfinal match, and it has just been that disruption, the early disruption, that's made it incredibly difficult for him to express his skill that he's got.
And ultimately, Maractus is still there. You can always pivot back to defense mode if you have to. If things start getting out of hand, you can go back into one of these Pokemon that aren't fantastic at getting attacks in, and you can trap them for a while longer. You finally see the Ultra Ball now from Johan post the Teal Dance, the one card you wanted to see first. Now we have the Raging Bolt EX coming into the mix. You would think if you're going to take a knockout on this Dragapult EX, you'd require this Raging Bolt EX in order to do it. The Bellowing Thunder is able to reach unholy amounts of damage when you combine it with the Teal Mask Ogopon and many turns of the Raging Bolt having energy as well. But wait, we're growing our single prizer at the same time here.
Yeah, Professor Sada's Vitality, putting an energy on 2 different ancient Pokemon, and then you draw 3 cards. As the Raging Bolt in the active, plus the Raging Bolt EX on the bench, are both ancient Pokemon. There is now so much energy in play. I think we can count that one up for you as, I think it's 8 there.
8 energy in play right now. I don't think we saw an attachment just yet either, but I don't see it in the hand. There is an Ultra Ball right now, but the Mew EX is currently the prizes, so we can't draw any additional cards from restart. That's unavailable. You can't quite reach on an EX Pokemon with your single prize Raging Bolt just yet, so possibly your best option is to take out Dracloak, or maybe even you think Genesect is frustrating enough that you want to take that off the board.
Yeah, imagine that. Yoa re-establishing that afterwards would be a real slap in the face after doing all of this work so far. Incredible disruption in play. You know, you've got a combination of controlling pieces, the Budu item lock, the corner from the Maractus, and the Genesect's Ace Nullifier have really shut down Yoan's ability to do anything this game, but he is establishing a lot of energy in play. Typically the first step for a Raging Bolt deck to mount a comeback, and we'll be getting that Noctowl now. A way to try and move this Raging Bolt in the active out of the way and get an attack off on that Dragapult EX, but there's so many different pieces you now need to try and come back into this. You need a bit of disruption, you need a little bit of a knockout, you need some secondary attackers set up, all while hoping that Yoa is unable to continue, and it opts for that Raging Bolt in the active to take a knockout on the Dracloak.
At least goes down to 4 prize cards, trying to square things up for a couple larger KOs to close the game. But Yoa will continue to draw cards, has that other Dracloak that's already a backup regardless, and has to be content with another Phantom Dive this turn.
And you've got that Noctowl that's just got 20 HP remaining, so not only able to take 2 prize cards here, but would be able to sprinkle some damage ready for a future knockout too. And if the Dracloak on the bench is evolved into a Dragapult, there's not much that Yoan can do in response to that, but with these top 4 matches, you do get a little bit of extra time, 75 minutes on the clock, so players do tend to play them out the full distance as they know that they can get a bit more information. They've got the time to do it. There's no rush here. As you can see, still got over 50 minutes remaining, which would be the time frame of a typical Swiss round. So both these players really meticulously playing their way through nice and calm.
Speaking of meticulous, Yoa is going through all the motions here, thinning those additional Buddy Poffin. He doesn't want to see them again. The time has passed for those cards. Also establishing Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. If all else goes wrong, he at least has that backup option. So he's giving himself a great opportunity here. Now debating the INO before re-establishing his hand even further. This is great here. You've seen Yoan just take a Noctowl to hand. Let's put that straight to the bottom. Give him 4 random cards to play with instead, knowing that you can use your Recon Directive and Pheasantipity to top back up on those cards you've just shuffled to the bottom.
Typically that Blood Moon Ursaluna, a worrying Pokemon to put into play, has such a high retreat cost of 3. But on this occasion, the Latias EX in the deck, a great addition to allow for that free retreat. As we see that Phantom Dive, 200 onto the active and 6 damage counters to play with. And we do see that Noctowl is going to be finished off. 1 on the Fan Rotom, just working out where the rest of those go. Yoa trying to set up game on board.
I feel like it's reasonable trying to spread them on the 210 hit point Pokemon. Putting on Hoot does allow Yoan to evolve that up. Yeah, I think this is the stronger choice. Opens up a final Gust play. Yeah, putting some 1s across the bench does seem most reasonable to me. And you go down to 2 prize cards remaining. Again, really strong play in this game number 1 from Yoa. Using that Maractus so well to get himself from a really awkward position into a fantastic one.
You almost saw him light up as he realized he could do it. The speed of play is often indicative of how excited they are for their next few turns.
True.
And Yoa certainly was right to be excited as it's ended into this position of 1 prize card remaining while Yoan has to get 4. Only the 2 energy on board for Yoan. A lot to do, but can he bring it back here? would need to find a knockout on the active to try and take away that ability to knock out the fan rotom. So he's going to have a lot to work out.
The crucial issue is Johan has spent Judge, so can't hand disrupt. Yoa has a large hand, also sits pretty with Pheasantipity EX and already Recon Directive on this board. So shouldn't find it too difficult to close out game. Johan has to take a 2-prize KO. That also helps out with Blood Moon Ursaluna as well. And these Raging Bolt all have 240 hit points, so you'd be trying to dodge not only boss's orders, but also just an energy attachment could be enough to close the game for Yoa. Johan has to think on this final turn, how can he get close? With no hand disruption at his disposal, he needs a lot. It's more hope at this stage than expectation.
Yeah, and it's knowledge as well. You know, a few of the tricks that Yoa has showed this game are now going to be in Johan's mind going forward. You know, that Genesect shutting down the Prime Catcher, the Maractus, something to think about. You have to be aware that a corner could come out at any moment. Bit of information around the Latias EX, the Blood Moon Ursaluna, all been gained through this game, will help Johan going forward. As doesn't matter if you win always in these first games, sometimes you just need to learn as much as you can about your opponent's deck to go forward with the best possible chance.
Yeah, giving yourself the full 75 minutes to make it a slog, but if you know that you have the stamina, sticking in games and forcing your opponent to just use more mental energy is still useful. Making sure they don't trip up at any moment. Yuan is having that final thought whether or not this Sada is the worthwhile choice. Here we go, Professor Sada will accelerate to 2 of these ancient Pokemon, both being Raging Bolt EX. 3 additional cards as you go. Does Jamming Tower change things? We've just drawn into that.
Yeah, I mean, that Jamming Tower shuts down the effects of the tools, but it wouldn't take away that Ace Nullifier effect, as it reads only if there's a tool attached, nothing to do with the effect of that tool. So it would shut down the EXP share that's on the bench Drakloak, which could come in useful in this turn and would allow you to discard maybe something like that Fan Rotom to take away an easy win for Yoa.
I was trying to think if there was any way that we could remove some of these damaged Pokemon, but it feels like there's just so many. You need the energy on the Teal Mask Ogerpon, so you can't simply remove that and Pheasantipity EX.
I mean, that's where you said about the spreading it out as many Pokemon as possible. If you went all in on one, then that Stadium Bump would have been a viable way to heal off damage on the board.
Looks like Yoa has just got so close to where he needs to be. There's the manual attachment of a Lightning from Johan. So the Raging Bolt attack is there. That's guaranteed. That's not an issue. The Jewel Seeker with Noctowl now. Can we get creative with any tools? Well, 1 Bravery Charm, but again, there's 2 targets that are in range. You can swing it on your active Raging Bolt, so you're not falling prey to the Blood Moon Ursaluna, then you're only losing to boss's orders. Plus a Dragapult EX would also have to be found.
Yeah, and you can see the thinking here for Johan, trying to make it as hard as possible for Yoa. Even though there's no hand disruption, if there is a resource maybe prized for Yoa, that final card, or if a resource has been discarded that's really important in these final stages, it could completely shut down the win condition. And just getting a little bit more energy will make the following attack that bit easier. So asking the most questions, that's the key. And that's going to be the Raging Bolt to the active spot. Where's that Bravery Charm going to go?
I feel like active has to be the thing, so then you're just trying to dodge boss's orders.
Yeah,
it's going to go onto the Fan Rotom.
There we go, not finding that Stadium Bump. I guess if you bump the Stadium, that Bravery Charm would be relevant. But yeah, it's going to be all those discarded there. That's a knockout on the Dragapult EX. Do you have the answer here, Yoa? Is it in your current hand? It does have that free retreat with the Genesect.
Going to see the EXP share quickly as well.
Ah, yes. As we draw for turn. Is it there in that hand, or will you have to dig for it? The Night Stretcher comes through, and that's going to be it as we take that energy card onto the Blood Moon Ursaluna, a retreat into it, and a knockout on the active Raging Bolt for game. Yoa takes our first game here in the top 4.
A really impressive display. It looked locked from our position up here, Mike. So much draw power remaining on the board and filtered out pretty much all of his deck. There was only a handful of cards remaining there, so even if he had to fish for those final pieces, he would have been able to access them. A fantastic display. Let's see how he got there. He had an awful start, but all of it comes down to this Maractus, a critical card in this game 1.
and the counter catcher unfair stamp combo, both of those effects feel so powerful early on in the game. Counter catcher effectively like a boss's orders when you're behind on prize cards, and that unfair stamp feels like a late game Iono as your ace spec. So combining those two together with that corner really disrupted Yoan and created the time that Yoa needed to take away the game.
Look at that, the board is ridiculous. Those abilities just flaunting his board position there and racing ahead in prize cards. And with this damage counter placement, finishing off that heavily damaged Noctowl, was then able to set up multiple EX Pokemon at the same time. He got himself in that position where no matter what cards Yoan was drawing, nothing was going to get him out of that situation.
That board reminding me of our EUIC champions board state, Ryuki, with the Cloth Terapagos deck. So many different abilities and effects working together to create an infallible board state.
And wow, what a treat the first half hour has been for us so far. Still 43 minutes remain on the clock. Still so much to play for. Yoa able to utilize the Genesect so early and shut down the Prime Catcher from Yoan. That seemed like a big deal, and that crucial decision to attach their fighting energy to the Raging Bolt rather than the Noctowl will be something that Yoan might have in the back of his mind, but he has to shove it further back into his mind because he has 2 more games to play to still try and secure himself into another final.
Exactly, and a lot of information gained for Yoan, finding out all the little tricks that Yoa's got in that toolbox of crazy Pokemon that we saw all on the board at the end there. So 1-0 going into our second game of the top 4. You know, Yoa is very much an incredible player. We've seen it, a young player here, recently aged up a few years ago, playing against our Seville champion Yoan, and we'll be going first here with that Blood Moon Ursaluna in the active spot, not the ideal start.
We also have the Maractus at the very least. We have a turn attachment. But there's a reason why Yoan wanted to force Yoa first. It's because of the amount of supporters that Dragapult relies on. Also, it's important to note that there were 2 Drakloak in Yoa's prize cards, and we know how vital the Recon Directive is. As action passes over To Yuan for his first turn. He started with the ideal Pokemon, that Fan Rotom. We've seen him fan calling out Hoot Hoot in game 1. You gotta think he's gonna go for it again.
So the winner of this will move to our Utrecht final. But it's a long way for Yoan now. After that, game 1 was challenging post-disruption, but now is facing a board much more favorable to him. The worst starter for Yoa in the active spot, the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and not a single Dreepy on the bench. So it couldn't really get much worse for Yoa, and this is a chance for Yoan to come in, establish the dream board state, and really show what this deck is capable of in taking down slow starts.
This would be a nightmare for many Dragapult builds. That Blood Moon Ursaluna simply can't move in some of the lists, or you have to try and find your 1 copy of Switch. But the way Yoa has built his deck with his own Skyliner, that could help him out. So even though it is a headache, he should be able to find a way around this Blood Moon Ursaluna if possible. But Yoan is attempting to be aggressive here and could try and weave in maybe his EX a little bit earlier in this matchup as well to take an easy knockout that way.
Very true, as we see the single prize Raging Bolt, the MVP of last game for Yoan, coming down early as the Fan Rotom with the incredible fan call ability to find 3 colorless Pokemon with 100 HP or less will be activated at some point in this turn, but Yoan just navigating the rest of it to make sure that all of the best cards are found on his board as quickly as possible. The Ultra Ball, what's to this card? Oh, that's a tough decision.
There's Sada and Crispin. You can see why it's a tough one for Yoan. Does opt to get rid of a Lightning Energy and a Professor Sada's Vitality. Let's not forget, there's also the option for Squawkabilly EX if we want it. But it is going to be the Skyliner here to help retreat our Fan Rotom. Trying to get into the mix with our other attackers as we go here. 60 damage sets up the Maractus for a 2-shot and puts a couple energy on your Raging Bolt to then be in line for dealing with Dreepies on turn 2. That's why we're seeing the Crispin first here.
Yeah, might start trying to get rid of that Maractus. It was such a diabolical attacker last game, taking away the game for Yoa as the Noctowl got trapped in the active spot. So if you can do 2 swings into it to take the knockout, that would be ideal. But the Latias EX is a prime target for the corner of Maractus, as that free retreat ability would be taken away with a corner. And it looks, there we go, the retreat into the Raging Bolt, 60 damage onto the bench Maractus. And what can you do this turn, Yoa? You now have supporters on board. Let's see how that changes things.
We have a Brock Scouting, and we have Budju available. Well, we're just checking out what's in the deck right now. We've seen it a few times throughout the weekend, but Dragapult is all about trying to establish multiple Dreepy early on, because the recon directive of Dracloak is so vital to draw additional cards throughout the game. So we will be looking to find multiple Dreepy, I would imagine. We're just checking the Exploding Needles ability, I think there, Johan is, to see if it works even on the bench. That's what's happening on the table right now, but Dragapult is all about slowly establishing its board. In game number 1, Yoa was able to find the wiggle room with Maractus to corner trap a non-attacking Pokemon for a number of turns. In this instance, feels like Johan is already prepped for that and is starting to target the Maractus as best he can. It actually sets up the Maractus for even a knockout with your Noctowl later, if Yoa is going to employ the same strategy. So Johan is already adapting in this game number 2 here.
You know, we talk about the cards coming out of Journey Together and how powerful they are, and Maractus was one very easily overlooked by many a player, as it's that kind of ability and an effect of an attack that only those who have a different way of thinking about the game would highlight and be looking how they could integrate to their game. The controlling style decks, and in this occasion, the Dragapult that has the most controlling elements in it. True. Maractus fits very naturally into that attacking pool. Yeah, we did already have Sob, but the fact that this is a single prize Pokemon, so when your opponent does find their means around it, it's only giving up 1, and then even has the Exploding Needles on top of that to punish an opponent. And we know that Dragapult can make use of essentially every damage counter in play. So we are going to see the Skyliner will be helping Yoa move this chunky Blood Moon Ursaluna EX, in addition to 1 Dreepy here. We can begin to try and corner trap. It would just be putting some prep damage onto this Raging Bolt right now, but it also gives you on that strange position of, as long as I can unlock Counter Catcher, this Maractus is going to stick around and try and do the same thing it did game 1. So if you target down the Dreepy, I'll go for Maractus. And if you target down Maractus, at least I have Dreepy. Yeah, and it's going to be the corner there, actually, onto the Raging Bolt. In the active spot, we'll put a little sprinkle of damage, and if the Raging Bolt attacks the Maractus, we'll put it in range of various different numbers, and that's really the maths of the Dragapult deck. Early on, you're thinking about how these little 20s and 10s from the various attacks you have add up and start to lean towards a final game problem-solved scenario. As that Blood Moon Ursaluna's biggest weakness of retreat cost has been taken away. Latias EX on both sides with that Skyliner. Now Johan has to work out what the go-to plan is here. Are you going to be attacking that Dreepy, or are you worried more about the Maractus running rampant? It's a rare instance of Johan being able to play item cards right now, because it's been a Maractus launched, not an Itchy Pollen. First thing we're going to do is find our Terrestrial Pokemon, the Teal Mask Ogopon, before seeing 3 additional cards from the Professor Sadas here. Really looking for that stadium as well at some point to start going wider, creating more options, trying to get more energy in play. Yeah, we have those 3 energy on the active. And the debate now, Johan, I don't even think is sure which one to attack. He's going to go for that Maractus, and that will put 6 damage counters back onto the Raging Bolt. And the Blood Moon Ursaluna, weirdly, being promoted to the active. That's something you don't see very often, but with Skyliner, can retreat for free. And Pheasantipity EX flipping the script will need to help Yoa out here, because I don't think he has much. Does find Buddy Buddy Poffin and Ultra Ball. About time, really, isn't it? About time. We'll discard the Buddy Buddy Poffin, as well as a Boss's Orders. And we're going to try and establish 1 recon directive here. Really looking for one of those draw supporters at this stage. Sacrificing a Buddy Buddy Poffin with the Ultra Ball. Something you don't often see, Mike. But in this case, Yoa thinking that the other cards are too vital. Some energy in here, another Boss's Orders. Here's the 2 from Recon Directive. I'm looking across the other side. That Raging Bolt, if it stays in the active, or even on the bench, if the full bench of Yoa is basics, Yoa has to be aware that a 90 damage attack to any of his Pokemon will be coming back next turn. So that Dracloak still being there would be vulnerable to being knocked out next turn. So Energy Attachment might be looking to attack here and using that Dracloak. You don't see this very often, but it does do enough here. Dragon Headbutt for 70 damage for 1 fire and 1 psychic. All energy removed from Yoan, but that Dracloak sitting vulnerable in the active.
It might force Yoan into a multi-prize attacking Pokemon, and that could be exactly what Yoa is hoping for. A strange sequence. You typically would expect the Buddy Buddy Poffin to be one of the most critical pickups from the Flip the Script, but it was discarded for the Ultra Ball just to find this one Dracloak. Yoa's going to try and be the multi-prize basic attacking deck himself here, by the looks of things, Mike.
Very weird board state we're seeing here. Atypical of a Dragapult. You'd only know it as a Dragapult by us talking about it so much, but there is all of the other pieces that are typically seen in the big basic attacking decks, and this is now where Yoan has that knocked out finally. Something he's been so proud of at this event is how much he's left those hoots on the bench for as long as possible. The later you do it, the more likely it is to be a game-changing moment, as we do see a Nest Ball and a Crispin coming down.
Yeah, might be thinking twice about that. Depends if there's any energy in the hand at all. Typically, you would prefer the additional draws from Sada helping you out. But it is, in the end, still going to be Crispin. Nest Ball can come in pretty contently here. It's going to be the Pheasantipity EX. Crispin can still help out attacking with a few different Pokemon here. Really depends on what's in the hand right now. Yoan could be expecting to just draw as much as possible with Pheasantipity and a Teal Dance. It could even attack with the Ogerpon itself. With a Teal Dance, a turn attachment of grass, and the Crispin grass energy, you can get there.
Yeah, this is not what I was expecting to have to deal with here. The attacking Dracloak is sitting there, and that would be a great knockout for Yoan, as it would give him a bit more time to set up and get going. But now there is that Pheasantipity in play for drawing of 3 cards, so seeing more options now, and there's actually the Professor Sada's Vitality, which will be useful in the future. And did the grass energy got attached from the Crispin? An interesting choice.
Because we're trying to use energy retrieval or an earthen vessel here, so we can Teal Dance and manually attach a grass. So you just hold the lightning, possibly even pitch it, and then we can set up the Sada and still get the attack in with our Teal Mask Ogerpon.
Yeah, we see the Earthen Vessel in hand, so that will be able to find those 2 grass energy, and a very interesting route we're taking here. That Ogerpon can attack for those 3 grass energy. A Myriad Leaf Shower would be available this turn. The Crispin normally takes the grass energy to hand, so you can use it with your Teal Dance, but on this occasion, 3 energy accelerated to 1 Pokemon. Not very easy to do with this deck, but it has been done, and that will be a great attack response using the Teal Mask Ogerpon. There's the first grass energy. There's the manual attach. First energy from Crispin, Teal Dance and attach, and retreat for free with that Skyliner. Dracloak, you did your job knocking out the Raging Bolt, but now your draw engine is gone.
I can tell you, Mike, I was expecting a response KO on this Dracloak, but not the way we're seeing it. A Myriad Leaf Shower coming out from Yoan. Just saying, Yoa, you really can't deal with this Pokemon. I may as well just keep as many energy around the board as possible. It's a Pokemon that can keep announcing knockouts turn by turn without having to lose resources. And we're even seeing the next Jewel Seeker finding Nest Ball plus Area 0 Underdepths. What an interesting sequence. I've not seen a matchup like this play out between these 2 decks, even though they've been around for so long, so popular. Just shows how unique the Pokemon trading card game can be at this high level.
And we saw the first match kind of went typically how it does for Raging Bolt into the Dragapult. You're trying to lean into that snipe, but then eventually sometimes the Dragapult comes back and takes you down, and this has gone completely the other way, where both players are using non-traditional attackers, and it will be the Teal Mask Ogerpon knocking out a Dracloak, which just knocked out the Raging Bolt previously. So Blood Moon Ursaluna is the only attacker left on board, but this is not going to be an attack this turn for Yoa.
Instead, he's got to look towards defense mode again. Can he weave in Itchy Pollen? Can he get Maractus back in any capacity alongside a Genesect? I think with Night Stretcher and a Ball Search card in hand, we've seen him value the Defiance Band all game, and I think we're seeing why, Mike. I think we're establishing Genesect here, and it's going to be once again the corner trap, the way we won our first game. Yoa once again defaulting back to this line of play.
Well, if you need time, this is the way to do it. Maractus creates a plethora of time, and there's lots of targets for what that could be used for. The counter catcher there being discarded, so we know Yoa will have a way to gust up something. And the Genesect, a key fundamental part of this strategy. Prime Catcher is the only way out for Yoan to deal with this trap. And by putting the Genesect in play, you deny the Prime Catcher as well. So down it comes. Dreepy 2 starts setting up that next one. Defiance Band there. Boss's orders on the Latias. And we're going to be trapping for a little bit longer.
So many players, Mike, would have kept the Buddy Buddy Poffin over that Defiance Band. But Yoa had this exact strategy in mind for many turns. And now we're seeing it pay off.
That foresight from Yoa is incredible. Wise beyond his years, as he is 11-1-1 here in Utrecht for a reason. Yoan on the other side, our Seville champion, looking to try and make it 2 in the top 4 here, is fighting from the back foot, losing that first game where Yoa really set up the game through this corner Maractus and is looking to do it again on the Latias EX.
And Latias simply doesn't have the required energy to attack in this deck. There's no way to do it. And there's no way for Yoan to move either. So this Latias is going to take quite a few more corners, Mike. Prepare yourself to say this attack a few times, because Yoa will be able to do so much. He's going to be able to slowly build an army of Drakloak once again, and in doing so, damage this multi-prize Pokemon all the way up to 200 damage, set himself up for a huge gust effect, and actually looking at the amount of cards remaining in deck for Yoan, thinking, am I even going to win that way round?
Yeah, the deck out. A reason why we said corner having the 20 damage could be seen as a negative thing in a lot of cases, because you'd ideally want to trap something for the rest of the game. But with the amount of HP on that Latias, that is going to be quite a lot of time. You've got at least 10 turns of using this corner, which is a lot of cards for Yoan to draw, but Yoan doesn't have an easy way to get him back in because his judge is prized. So every card that Yoan draws will stay in his hand if Yoa wants it to be there.
Everything now seems to be going Yoa's way. Has so much time on his hands, we'll be able to rack up this damage for free. This corner from Maractus has been incredible.
These turns from Yoan, just slamming it straight back, does have the energy being built up on the board, but now Yoan has more than enough energy to take a knockout. He's not worried about that anymore. No. He's worried about running out of cards in his deck, and that's why he's not choosing to play any of these effects like a Professor Sada's Vitality or using that Crispin would take energies out of the deck. You have to be really careful not to deck yourself out.
Yoa's created this gotcha moment, and it really does feel like it. I can't see a way for this Latias to do anything but take hits. Yoan has no answer in his deck.
So in the Pokemon TCG, you have to take a knockout on 6 prize cards worth of Pokemon to win the game, or knock out the final Pokemon in play on your opponent's board. But there is a rarer way you can take a win, and that is through deck out. And we've seen it in the past, a lot of decks doing it more in previous formats, but it's been a while since we've seen that be a win condition. This Maractus coming out and Journey Together has opened up that possibility for lots of different decks. And an alternative win condition, if Yoan looks to draw a card from his deck and there's no more cards to draw, he will lose the game.
And Yoa is not doing much but his routine recon directive every turn and continuing to announce corner. He knows that he's happy to keep seeing additional cards, give himself more access to other options. There could be a point where he evolves this Drakloak into a Dragapult, and then he's able to use Area Zero as well, don't forget. He has to be chuffed with himself, laying this trap, and Yoan again falling for it.
It's a card you rarely see in Dragapult. Has been getting more popular recently as people trying to find different ways to win certain matchups, and this is one of those matchups where corner was added in. You know, we saw Raging Bolt take down Milwaukee, destroying many a Dragapult along the way, and this response from Yoa, this deck adaptation is so smart as we see another 20 damage go onto that Latias EX. That's now 7 corners in a row.
Christian Labella in his interview said, don't know if I'll keep playing Raging Bolt because it's easily countered. And he mentioned Maractus at the time. Looks like Yoa was listening because he's incorporated this exact strategy in our top 4. It's how he won game number 1. And it looks like he's getting ever closer to winning this second game as well.
Well, his deck's going to be getting thin, but he does have ways to put stuff back into deck or reset the game. And maybe at this point, not worried about deck out, but just that damage accumulated on the Latias EX will put Yoa in a great position to finish the game. So using that Brock scouting to find the Dragapult. And we are now in those final few corners on the Latias. 160 damage done so far. 2 more corners will put it within range of a 10 damage sprinkle.
Yoa still has to get in this position where he has Dragapult ready to attack, maybe even have another Dracloak on the bench as well. You can see he's lining up item cards in his hand for when he eventually breaks this lock.
Yeah, such a good visionary with this deck. Yoa showing exactly why this Maractus is something to worry about. Now has 1 more corner before he has to start doing something, so we'll look to set up more than just the knockout. And he's just going to be doing 1 final corner before he bursts into a damaging turn.
Well, don't forget, he's still behind on prizes. He could bring up another Pokemon and damage it a bunch. There's so many energy in play. Can the Pheasantipity EX even gain enough energy to launch an attack, or would that be another Pokemon he could trap?
Exactly, that would be a huge turn now. Is the Pheasantipity coming up here to trap? Or are we seeing a different strategy? Dragapult Evolution, Area 0 Under Depths is now available to Yoa. He can put more Pokemon in play, and Pheasantipity EX will be put into the active with Counter Catcher and is now going to be using Corner once again. Yoan has another Pokemon trapped in the active.
Yoa plays 5 Grass Energy, 3 Fighting, 3 Lightning. We have 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 energy committed to the board already. I think it's trapped, and I don't think we're able to Cruel Arrow either. This is a sad realization for Yoan.
And next turn could even attack to win the game. A Hawlucha here onto the bench will knock out the Latias EX, put that Fan Rotom in range, and here we see it, 10 damage apiece on either side, and the Dragapult EX to knock out the Pheasantipity and that Fan Rotom. Yoa, what a masterclass. Phantom Dive for the win, and Yoa is making the Utrecht final.
An absolutely incredible set we've seen in this top 4. Yoa, shout out that Maractus, because it put in work, Mike. Corner trapping with your back against the wall. In game number 1, used it superbly on Noctowl, and in game number 2, MVP once again. Shout out to the combination of Ace Nullifier as well. These 2 basic Pokemon has carried Yoa to a final.
And we'll see all those moments here, but commiserations to Yoan not making another final. That would have been quite the impressive performance to do back-to-back finals. Seville champion was a worthy opponent here for Yoa, but that alternative win condition with the Maractus was the difference maker. All that damage can be spread around whilst the Pokemon's trapped in the active, and consequently set up that crazy board state that we kept seeing from Yoa on the first game. All 8 Pokemon on the bench had a reason to be there, and in game 2 didn't need the full 8 bench, but did do so in fashion.
Even though it was a similar tactic, Yoa released the lock earlier because it was into a Noctowl in this game number 1. So he had to start launching attacks and have more of a conventional prize race. But he did so in a position where he could get ahead of the race. And despite Yoan having access to a bunch of cards, Yoa knew that he could secure the game quite easily with either a Gusting Effect or that Blood Moon Luna. Game 2 was entirely different. He had to attack with his only Dracloak. How often do you see that? But with very few cards at his disposal, he even used Ultra Ball to get rid of a Buddy Poffin, don't forget, earlier in the game. That's how he made sure he still had a tool available to unleash the Ace Nullifier on this Genesect to create this perfect combo.
And that is the combination there, the Genesect plus the corner, taking away any way for Yoan to retreat, completely locked into the active, allowing you to announce corner 10 times over, accumulating 200 damage, which makes that Latias a prime target for a finishing blow, which is exactly what we see here. Counter Catcher on the Pheasantipity, just 1 more corner to get that damage up to the point it's needed, and Hawlucha to finish, and Yoan is baffled.
Yeah, it's all you can do. You know that your deck literally can't do anything. You just have to accept your fate. And Yoa didn't miss a beat, found the line to take a 5 prize swing while setting up multiple Pokemon in one go. That's what Phantom Dive is all about with Dragapult. incredible scenes. Fantastic to see Dragapult in the final again. Who expected that? Who saw that coming? Raging Bolt, though.
I did.
If you're what? Yeah, we all did. Well, yeah, you did.
It was my prediction.
It certainly was.
not that bold, but
no.
yes, it was a prediction.
And Raging Bolt players, it's time to add a switch. It's time to add a Professor Turo scenario. We've got to be aware of this Maractus. We can't let it keep getting away with this.
Yeah, Raging Bolt in a great position this event. You know, you've got the Dragapult and Gardevoir conversation as which one's the best deck in the format, but Raging Bolt's surging forward, many more stronger players opting to play it, which is why its conversion rate was good at this event, and you saw some of them making it all the way to top 4 there, like Johan, but it was the tough decision to play the deck that's most recently won.
Yeah.
And that puts a target on your back, and Maractus very much hit the middle of that target at least 15 times that game.
But Yuan still having a fantastic tournament run. What a month he's had. Very few losses, even though you're falling at top 4. Let's have a look at how our bracket's playing out here in Utrecht to get confirmation of the other action going on, where Alberto Conti will be facing off against Noah Sakajian.
Yeah, Alberto Conti, another championship winner this season. A great player who's had frequent top finishes, but almost like a breakout season for him in a weird way. Even though he's been there, we know he's capable, but having that dragon-type love of Giratina V-Star, then Regidrago V-Star, and now that Dragapult has shown exactly why the dragons are powerful.
And even though it does look like a mirror match, and yes, it's going to be more Dragapult to come, spoilers, Alberto, Noah, and Yoa are all playing Dragapult decks. We've seen already Noah on stream playing the Dust Noir variant, so another tug of war that we've been having within Dragapult. What's the best build? And Alberto and Noah are going to battle it out to see which one comes out on top.
Well, this is looking good for my prediction now. We've got a guaranteed Dragapult winner. 3 decks remain, all of which are Dragapult, but they have a variety of ways they're played. And I think that Dust Noir is the odd one out in a way. The more powerful way to play the deck, you have those higher spikes in your game where you can do something crazy in one turn and activate your own counter catchers, have a bit more control over going behind. But it doesn't work so well against Dragapult because the 60 HP of the Duskull makes it vulnerable to be put onto the bench.
Yeah, the timing is so crucial. You can lose your window to even use any of your Curse Blasters, and then suddenly your Recon Directives have many more clunky cards that you're seeing in there, and they're just wasted space. So they can be a vital weapon, and I think an important thing, especially in Dragapult mirror matches, having the threat of KOing a Dragapult cleanly in one turn is something that sets this matchup apart. Why the Curse Blast can be so powerful, you can try and use your Phantom Dive math to KO not only the active Pokemon, but also their next setup Pokemon on the bench as well.
Well, that's looking forward to the next game, so make sure you stick around for that. But for now, a man very young but very wise. Let's find out how Yoa has made his way to the final.
Thank you for that, Mike. Yes, I'm joined with Yoa, the very wise Yoa, as Mike just said. Talk to me, Yoa. First of all, how are you feeling knowing that you're going to be in the final?
I'm definitely feeling excited. I'm definitely nervous. My first final, also my first top cut, actually. I didn't make top cut in seniors, didn't make top cut in masters, so my first top cut now. Definitely excited, also for the finals, but yeah, just play.
Yeah, there you go. Sounds good to me. It doesn't matter if it's your first one or your 20th one, just play and hopefully good things happen. Now, I want to ask you, when you saw that your top 4 opponent was Johan, you know, just one Seville, did that change how you approach the game at all?
Not really. I know the matchup is quite good for me because like the Cactus just completely saves me. And I can just gust everything up, and he doesn't have a way to retreat. Also, my friend told me that he doesn't have only any switch out, so I knew, yeah, the matchup is kind of free for me. And yeah, that's why I wasn't really nervous.
Ben, that was actually something I wanted to ask you. We saw, obviously, the Maractus be very impactful here in that top 4 match. Has it been useful for you throughout the rest of the tournament as well?
Yeah, obviously not in every matchup, but definitely in some games it was really useful. Maybe like in 3 to 4 games it was like just game saving. And yeah, it's a really cool card.
Yeah, no, I mean, it just got you that finalist placement, didn't it, to be fair? There was another card I wanted to talk to you about in your list, which we saw a little bit towards the end of that second game, the Genesect Ace Nullifier. Has that been useful for you so far?
Yeah, for sure. I played against 2 Dangos, so the Genesect was really good. Also, I played like 4 mirrors, so also to just play around the stamp, you know, yeah, it was really good. The Genesect was really a good carry. Yeah, it was really nice. And so many matchups, like against Pult, Goldango, and also against Regible to just play around the Prime Catcher. It was really good.
Yeah, we love to hear that. Seeing the tech cards, the Genesect and the Maractus coming up. Now, I want to zoom out a little bit. What made you want to play the Dragapult archetype as a whole?
I just feel like that with Dragapult, and especially with Badoo and Monkidori, I have like so many control over the game and can just decide where the game goes. And with Jack and Brock, and basically I can play the game and my opponent just can't. So I can set up my game plan and then do what I want. That's why I wanted to play the archetype. I also first thought about Guardian because Guardian just seems really strong, but it doesn't have any range left after the refinement courier rotated. So just Dragapult is like more consistent overall, and I have more control over my game plan and what I'm doing because I have control over the cards, what I'm taking. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're putting on a fantastic show, so really justifying your decision there. I've got one more question for you before I let you go. Are you feeling confident here for this next final match?
Yeah, I'm feeling definitely confident. Let's see how I'm playing against. Maybe I'm playing against Alberto Conti again. I also played against him in round 10. So that would be really cool to just have a rematch. But yeah, I'm excited for sure and I'm confident.
Oh, that's interesting. So you said you played Alberto Conti in round 10. How did that game pan out?
I won really close in the timeout 2-1 because he bricked in the last game. Yeah, and the other guys just were really close. Yeah, but all games, all really good games.
Okay, well, we might be seeing a rematch. You never know. We'll see how that next top 4 match rounds out. But I'm going to let you go now. Congratulations. Catch a deep breath, maybe a drink before the final. Thank you so much for your time. And viewers, we're going to get our next top 4 match real soon. So don't go anywhere. Hi Pokemon trainers, I'm Shay Burton, and today we're going to take a crash course into the Dragapult EX archetype, the deck that won Dortmund Regionals and got second place at Lille as well. Let's Phantom dive in. Dragapult EX is built around the amazing attack Phantom Dive, which for a fire and a psychic energy deals 200 damage to your opponent's active Pokemon, and then you can spread 6 damage counters on your opponent's bench Pokemon in any way you like. This, as you can imagine, applies a ton of pressure on your opponent's board state, since not only are you dealing massive damage into the active, that 2-shots everything in format, but you're also peppering your opponent's bench, meaning their bench sitters like Fezandipity or Hoot Hoot now have a big target on them. Worth noting that the stage 1 Draclock can provide a ton of value here too, since its Recon Directive ability lets you look at the top 2 cards of your deck, and then you can put one in your hand and the other one goes to the bottom of your deck. Letting you see more cards in a turn is never a bad thing. With the aim of the game being bench damage, Dragapult EX decks can play Dusknoir, whose ability fits this strategy perfectly, letting you KO the Dusknoir with its ability, but then you can place 13 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon, making Phantom Dive even more terrifying. Some players even opt to use Hawlucha now as well, whose flying entry ability lets you put 1 damage counter on 2 of your opponent's bench Pokemon when you put Hawlucha into play, which would let Phantom Dive KO 70 HP benched Pokemon, like Charmander or Dreepy. The most awkward part about Dragapult is that split energy cost, so Dragapult players will now use Sparkling Crystal as their ace spec to help alleviate that, since it reduces the attack cost of the Terra Pokemon it's attached to by 1 energy of any type. So now Phantom Dive can be used for 1 energy. Crispin can help out here too, since it lets you search your deck for 2 basic energy cards, put 1 in your hand and the other one you can attach to one of your Pokemon. So at any point Crispin basically reads start using Phantom Dive. With all these tools in the tool belt, Dragapult EX has become a spectacular deck in this format, and it's something that on any given weekend could take the event down. Speaking of which, let's get back to the stream and see if any damage counters are being spread right now.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokemon trading card game. The Pokemon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokemon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of basic energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokémon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokémon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokémon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokémon in this game: basic Pokémon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokémon, which can be played on top of basic Pokémon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokémon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokémon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokémon is, and also what Pokémon it evolves from. Pokémon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokémon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokémon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokémon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokémon once during each turn. Some Pokémon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides 1 energy of its type, or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have 1 Pokémon in the active spot, and this Pokémon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokémon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokémon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokémon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokémon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokémon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokémon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokémon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokémon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokémon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokémon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
All right then, welcome back viewers. We're here, we're getting near to the final here in our Utrecht event. I'm Shay Burton, I'm joined by the lovely Benjamin. How are we feeling? Ready for this next top 4 match?
I mean, you know, we've had some explosive rounds. You know, we've been treated to some such great Pokemon action. We've seen explosive plays, we've seen intricate plays. It's been all going on about the tech cards being involved as well. We saw Maractus for that last round, and now only 3 players left in this competition. 1 has already booked themselves to the final, but we have 1 more top 4 game, Shay.
Yeah, and it's going to be a a real interesting match. One of our players, Alberto Conti, is a regional champion already this season, so has definitely found himself in this situation for a top 4. Our other competitor, Noah, who we had on stream earlier, actually, you know, this could be, well, I think this is his first his best finish so far, I should say. But, you know, why stop now? Why not get to the final, and why not try and win it all?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I saw him on the top tables earlier, just looking while he was playing his top 8 game. He looked so comfortable. He looked really cool and calm, you know. He was like, yeah, this is whatever, you know, this is my top 8 game.
This is where I'm meant to be, baby. This is where I'm meant to be.
Yeah, you know, I'm Mr. Cool, you know. But, you know, this game, this matchup, you know, we've got Alberto Conte and Noah as well. We've featured Noah, as you mentioned before, and Alberto as well.
True.
However, this matchup, similar to when we had casted Yoa and Yoan as well, it was the Dragapult mirror. However, the aspect of the Deskar in Noah's deck could come into the contention. You know, it's all about these variations of deck lists and which one's going to come out on top. You know, let's see it out.
Here we go. So Alberto Conti is on the left. Gdansk regional champion. Lil, top 4. Stuttgart, top 4. And Lil, top 8. Has only been playing the game for a few years, but has a star-studded resume already. Looking to try and add another championship run to this season already. Just doing it for the vibes and the booster packs. Alberto Conti there on the left. He's going to be doing everything he can to try and secure another win. His opponent, though, Noah, as you said, we saw him around acting. He has a bit of swagger about it. Says, all right, here we go. Sacramento, top 8. Vancouver, top 16. NAIC, top 64. Baltimore regional, top 432. So very good coming out of the North American region here. We'll be able to add, at bare minimum, a top 4 placement, but going to try and do his best to make that a finalist. And I'm sure he wants to add champion to that title as well.
Yeah, very well-traveled player by the looks of it. You know, knows his way around town in terms of the competitive scene. California, Sacramento, that's quite far from where we are right now, Shay, you know, and competing at the top as well. One of the fantastic achievements that he has. But Alberto, you know, I spoke to him earlier, you know, we had the interview. I said, we've got to stop meeting like this. I said, how many times have I interviewed you at this point? And he's like, 3, maybe 4. So, you know, they both look so comfortable here right now. You saw Noah just having a little bit of a wry smile, having a little bit of a cheeky laugh with Alberto towards this top 4 game. But you imagine as soon as that clock starts and the first draw happens, this is where the competition starts.
Prize cards, Pheasantipity, 2 copies of Fire Energy for Noah, and for Alberto, 3 copies of Counter Catcher. Goodness gracious, let's see how that's going to pan out. That's all his copies of Counter Catcher, actually. Let's keep an eye on that. But here we go. Our top 4B feature match here in Utrecht is getting started with the Badoo face-off in the middle of the board. Alberto Conti starting his turn off there with a Buddy Poffin. And while he does that deck search there, Benjamin, why don't you talk to us about this Dragapult EX archetype?
So the Dragapult EX archetype, what Alberto's playing is the typical slow Dragapult, as we like to call it. This is a deck that likes to hide behind the security of the Itchy Pollen, delaying your opponent from setting up more efficiently, taking away their ability of playing trainer cards, or item cards, I should say, sorry, and just setting up your board slowly and surely. I think with Dragapult, you do not have any, well, in this typical list, you do not have any sort of acceleration cards like Crispin or Red Candy to accelerate the evolution or the energy attachment. You know, it's all about slow and steady with this archetype. I think with what you mentioned earlier with the 3 Counter Catcher being prized, this is a real important card for this archetype specifically. You know, you can tell that by having 3 in the deck, you know, that is a significant amount for any card, but that's exactly what you need in order to have those explosive turns like we've already seen on stream thus far. You want to be taking, you know, you're taking pressure, you're welcoming it, you're saying, yeah, okay, I can take a couple of knockouts, that's fine, but then I want to just jump right back in. I want to be using those phantom dives, I want to be disrupting as much as possible with Ino, with Counter Catcher, but you know, with none of them at your arsenal, it's going to be interesting to see how Alberto goes that way.
Yeah, as we do see the pass over to Noah as he does attach the Luminous Energy Oh, hold on. That's not a support you want to see on your first turn of the game. No bench Pokemon, Ben. Nothing, just an itchy pollen and pass. Alberto Conti would love to try and seize and capitalize on this poor start. Block scouting, letting you grab any 2 basic Pokemon or 1 evolution Pokemon. I'll grab the 1 evolution, that Dracloak, which has a very good ability, might I say, which both players would love to use as much as possible. Recon Directive, then you look at the top 2 cards of your deck. 1 goes in your hand, 1 goes at the bottom.
Yeah, fantastic for Alberto. Really unfortunate for Noah. It's whether Alberto can capitalize on this poor start from Noah now.
Yep.
You know, we've got to keep the excitement going. I think with Noah, just having that boss, you know, is able to Itchy Pollen, is able to do at least something, but with no Dreepy on board, you know, and passing over, that cannot feel good. Not even a manual, well, you can't manually attach there.
Oh,
at
move
that
that
point.
10 straight back.
Move
The
that 10 straight back.
And a retreat and an Itchy Pollen straight back. Now, that's a little bit rude in my opinion. If your opponent hasn't had a chance to set up and you then item lock them on their second turn of the game, what can do? Oh, it's a concession already. That might be one of the fastest games we've ever seen in the top 4. Alberto Conti takes a sneaky one and is currently 1 game up in our top 4B feature match here. 1 game away from the final. Poor Noah only got to play a single card and it was Boss's Orders. Didn't really get to consult the hand much there, but it couldn't have been very good.
Alberto sees this funny side of it. It's whether Noah does.
yeah, to be fair, that's
not
point.
The start you want in your top 4 game. You know, you've gone through, oh, well, he is laughing. Okay,
yeah, there you go.
We've confirmed they're both still having a fun time. You know, have you ever seen a Badoo donk? You know,
yeah,
it's
that's
it's super unfortunate for Noah, but Alberto just seeing, you know, can I capitalize on this?
Yep.
Going for the safer route instead of going for, you know, potential pass, just going through the retreat, going for the Itchy Pollen, start negating the ability to play item cards for Noah. You know, you've just started the Badoo, but then on your subsequent turn, not even able to play Buddy Buddy Puffin or Nestball or whatever it is. You know, super, super awkward. We see a judge swap potentially, I think there.
Oh, there we go. double swap. But look like Reese is leaving the frame for Martin Yanis, a previous World's Top 8 placement, I believe. Love to see him at the table. Everyone say thanks to your judges. Without them, we wouldn't be able to run these events. So massive shout out there to Martin Yanis. Love seeing the judges as well who have played the game and at the highest of levels. Now, if you're Noah, I'm thinking, right, it can't really get worse than that, right? So at the bare minimum,
happen again.
This game 2 is going to be an improvement on that. Whether or not, you know, that's going to be a good or a bad thing, I'm not sure, but let's see how this game 2 pans out. Looks like Alberto has got a mulligan there. In case you don't know, viewers, if you attempt to start the game of Pokemon 7-card hand, if you haven't got a basic Pokemon in there, you have to reveal your hand to the opponent. You then shuffle your hand away to draw another one. However, your opponent gets to start the game with an extra card in their hand.
Yeah, and that's something that Noah will welcome by the looks of it. I don't, it's either that he's reacting to his previous game or his current hand. I think I did see a couple of outs to some more Pokemon. I thought I saw a Dreepy in there as well. So hopefully Noah will have a better start than he did in the last game. Another mulligan from Alberto. No basic Pokemon, like you said, we'll have to shuffle up into the deck to try and find another hand with another basic Pokemon. But Noah will be welcoming this. More cards in the hand, more opportunity to get set up.
Yep, you know, if you're currently 1 game down in a top 4 match, well, how do you try and improve your odds to win that game 2? How about give me some extra resources, you know, at any point we need some supporters, some items, some Pokemon at the very least. I just realized Alberto sort of got away with prizing 3 counter catcher by still stealing that game away in the last one, right?
Yeah, I mean, super fortunate that game didn't carry on, I guess, for Alberto. We do see the start there. No Dreepy, no... Oh, this is not a great hand, unless you're forced to go second.
Yeah, I was about to say,
have the Arven, right?
Yes. Will Noah opt to go first or second? The Pokemon TCG, if you lose the game, you can choose to go first, second, the next one. Double GP prize for Alberto. Dusclops, Counter Catcher, Dracloak for Noah. Not the worst prize cards in the world. Only 1 Fire Energy for Noah to work with, though. And Noah is... No, Alberto's going first. Okay, this could be a polar opposite of the last game. The Pendulum of Power swinging back the other way. At least we have a basic Pokemon. We do have Fez. You don't want to bench that now, though. So we're going to see the Luminous Energy. And it looks like a pass over to Noah now. Can he capitalize on Alberto's slow start? Turn attached to the active.
Yeah, Noah will be able to use that Itchy Pollen first, which is always going to be advantageous in this matchup. Does to go for the Ultra Ball there. I don't know if I saw a supporter in hand, actually. Here we see just prize checking just going through all your Pokemon through the deck. Does play the Cleffa, so can get a Grasping Draw at some point in the game if he wishes, but looks like he's eyeing up that Itchy Pollen. Could have gone for the Grasping Draw if there was no more further outs to Pokemon, just to find some extra resources. At least he's got the security of knowing Alberto's had a pretty poor start here. Just having that Monkey Dory with the attachment, no way to find any Dreepy, no way to get set up any further, no way to accelerate that board state. And you imagine for Noah, it's just going to be a retreat in Itchy Pollen if no other further Pokemon is be able to find.
And I think because that last game was over so quickly, Benjamin, we didn't get a chance to talk about Noah's deck. It obviously is built around the Dragapult archetype, as we do say, going to hit the active for a lot of damage and, you know, set up bench KOs as well with Phantom Dive. But he does play the Dusknoir line. That's something that Alberto does not play. So that's our X factor there from Noah. The Dusknoir line, very useful. Dusclops has the Curse Blast ability. It lets you knock itself out. However, you get to place 5 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon. Very good, especially in combination with Phantom Dive, and then Monkey Dory as well can get a little bit out of hand, which no, it doesn't play Monkey Dory, I apologize. However, there is Dusknoir. Now this is a scary Pokemon. Stage 2 Curse Blast, you can knock itself out. However, it puts 13 damage counters, Ben, on one of your opponent's Pokemon. That in combination with, you know, Phantom Dive into the active and on the bench and Hawlucha, it basically means none of Alberto Conti's Pokemon are safe.
Yeah, it synergizes really well with our Phantom Dive, just placing damage counters wherever you like and taking those big multi-prize knockouts. Importantly as well, for that Curse Blast, as we saw in Noah's last game, it does unlock all of the potential of Counter Catcher.
Yep.
Does play 3 Counter Catcher in the deck as well, for Iono as well. So knocking your own Pokemon out isn't
the Professor's research and double Duskull there, sorry to interrupt, but
that's good.
Noah is how many extra cards has he played so far this game compared to last game?
Yeah, no, of course. Here we see the double Duskull. I think I do like this, going for the double Duskull, only because, you know, one Dreepy doesn't sound fantastic, but coming up against a really slow archetype, you don't feel like there's that much in it, right? There's not too much of a threat on board at the moment for Alberto. In fact, it's just a Mind Bend that's going to be drowning you down if Alberto, you know, is forced to. But I think for Alberto, he's going to be thinking, oh, this is pretty awkward. How do I disrupt my opponent and get my own board set up? Is it just a fact of trying to find what you can in Itchy Pollen? Manual Retreat isn't great either, but here we have Noah now. Does he retreat? Well, he's going to retreat in Itchy Pollen, you think.
Yeah.
Yeah, Manual Retreat from the Dreepy into the Badoo. And now for Alberto, what's more important, Shay, is that Arven is effectively turned off because you will only be able to find items with that Arven, and that is your only out to Pokemon. This is not a great position for Alberto.
Yeah, it looks like Alberto might have forgot his antihistamines before this top 4 match here. The Itchy Pollen might have stuck. Arven letting you grab an item and a tool card, but as you say, not as effective when you can't play the item. What is that?
I think he top decked another Arven.
Yes, I mean, it's 2 Arvens, a Night Stretcher and a Fez, basic energy rescue board, and a Counter Catcher. So we're just going to see the boss's orders into GP with no energy.
Does he choose a Mind Bend here?
I think you can actually take a KO, right, if you Adrenabrain plus Mind Bend.
Yeah, of course, yeah, you do have the Adrenabrain that is active with Luminous Energy.
But
isn't
going to spread it out instead?
I guess.
Don't mind it.
I guess this, you know, limits Noah's ability to use Pheasantipity perhaps next turn.
True.
Just wants to spread some damage counters here on board, but for Alberto, just having that Arven in hand, not choosing to thin out the deck even further, just going for the boss's orders to get some damage on board, knowing that at least I have Mind Bend to add some pressure to Noah, forcing maybe a potential attack. Has the Pheasantipity on board now for Flip the Script to increase his outs to further resources to build up his own board state. But this isn't great. This isn't ideal, right?
And I just want to say, in case you're watching at home thinking, why on earth is that Dreepy facing the other way? Mind Bend does confuse the special effect confusion. What it does is if you choose to attack while confused, you have to flip a coin. If heads, the attack goes through. If tails, it fails, and you hit yourself. But here we're going to see a real cool card here via Arven. That rescue board, the Pokemon it's attached to gets 1 retreat cost less. What that basically means is no matter how confused that Dreepy is, it can come on home, get to the bench, recover, and then whatever Noah wants to promote, he can. Could be Badoo. Could be Dreepy, could become a Dracloak.
Yeah, I think for Noah now, it's how can I just accelerate this board further whilst Alberto is having this poor game. I think it's just trying to capitalize on the time saving, knowing that Alberto doesn't have any sort of real threat on board. I think for Noah, it's just evolve into those Dracloaks, get those manual attachments up and running. You know, just trying to evolve into those Dracloaks to get those recon directives up and running and establishing this board state. I think a Curse Blast situation could be up and coming. I think that if you're able to Itchy Pollen once more and evolve these Duskulls into Dusclops, I think we could have a pretty quick game here. And Noah just having to navigate through that. Does have Ultra Ball in hand. Recon Directive just used there as well. Does have Rescue Board in hand now to retreat into that Badoo. Does have Psychic Energy for the attachment as well. So the pieces really are coming together.
Really are. This is really tough. We just saw in game 1, Alberto was able to steam ahead in game 2. It looks like Noah is definitely the driver's seat. We've said it before, though. Does still have to capitalize on the slow start. Alberto is no stranger to these top tables. We do see Recon Directive. That was Night Stretcher and a Dusclops. Dusclops is interesting, as we do see it hit the field now as well.
There is a world where Noah can win next turn now.
Yep.
I think just one more Itchy Pollen and seeing if Alberto can get out of it and find another Pokemon on board. Noah does have game next turn with the attachment now on that Dracloak. I think it's another Arven I think he drew there. This is not great.
Oh no, I think we're still on Noah's turn. Still hasn't turned attached yet. Yeah. Still on Noah's turn yet. That would be unfortunate for Alberto. Yeah, we are going to see it. We have to see a turn attachment. There we go.
Yeah.
And now we should see Itchy Pollen, 10 damage, which will come flying back. Oh, what was that? Was that a Jack? It was an
Arven.
It wasn't. Wow, you predicted it.
I predicted the Arven.
Wow,
there you go.
You need to get yourself a lottery ticket, my son.
I know, yeah.
Goodness. So, Arven, let's just search your deck for a tool card and an item. Now, you can attach the tool, obviously, but the item, while under Itchy Pollen lock, won't be able to get played.
I think the only thing that can save him is a Luxurious Cape. Luxurious Cape onto the Monkey Dory.
It buys you a turn, right?
Yeah, it does buy you a turn. At least it's not able to be Curse Blast by the Dusk Noir. I think the Dusk Noir will use the 130 damage from Curse Blast onto the Monkey Dory for knockouts, and then if Noah is able to also use Hawlucha onto the Pheasantipity, will be knocked out by a Phantom Dive. I think that's the way to win it. Oh, and okay, no, yeah.
Bravery Charm
does also do the same sort of thing, yeah.
I mean, what this play does, because Bravery Charm is attached to a basic Pokemon viewers, it boosts the basic Pokemon attached to hit points by 50. What it does do, it stops you losing slower, faster I should say, but again, without any Dreepy development or energy attachments, we're not accelerating our win condition here, I feel. I guess we can Mind Bend and KO active Buddha at the very least.
Yeah.
Adrenaline Brain, move that 10 off.
We'll put that Monkey Dory now to 160 damage.
Hit points.
Hit points, sorry.
Yeah, you got it.
But I still think now with the Curse Blast, you still have game here if you're able to find the Hawlucha, if you can gust up that Pheasantipity as well. Put the Monkey Dory within range of the Curse Blast, of the Phantom Dive, right?
Yeah, that gets there. Oh, goodness, it does get there. Let's see.
Yeah, let's see if Noah finds the lines. Yeah.
So we need to find Dragon.
Oh, does have Hawlucha in hand. Does have the Hawlucha in hand.
So do we have access?
I think it's just Gust and...
Just got to swap that active. It looks like with that Iono being played, I guess Counter Catcher is actually currently live for Noah.
Yeah, the Counter Catcher is live with Alberto taking a knockout last turn on that Badoo.
So Counter Catcher, Night Stretcher, Dragapult EX is actually a win on this exact turn.
I think there's a boss's orders there.
Unfair Stamp, you could play that as well, funnily enough. Really unfortunate, but you could play that.
Thinning out of the deck further with that Buddy Poffin, increasing your odds of finding what you need.
There is the Unfair Stamp. You can only play it if your opponent took a KO on their last turn. If they did, both players shuffle their hand away. You get 5, your opponent gets 2. Again, if we see Dragapult EX, Counter Catcher, Night Stretcher, that'll be it.
Yeah, and Noah didn't play the Hawlucha last turn. He chose the Ino before. Oh no, sorry. Did he?
Yeah, it was Hawlucha. Yeah, there was. Yeah.
Yeah, did choose to not play the Hawlucha straight away. Here we see.
Luxurious Counter Catcher. I don't think we do have Recon Directive though. There's Ultra Ball. So now we need Dust Noir or does second Dusclops get you there as well? It would, right?
Yes, the second Dusclops. Oh, and there's another Ultra Ball.
Right, so I think if there's enough cards in hand.
Does play the 2 Dusclops. Oh, no, one is in the prizes. So we'll be forced to use Dust Noir.
No, Dust Noir does get us there though.
Yeah.
Let's just count this out. Dust Noir, first blast, put 130 damage. Oh, gonna go for the Fez instead.
The Dust Noir is in the discard pile, so we'll have to use a Night Stretcher to get back that Dust Noir. The Pheasantipity, the Flip the Script will find you further resources here, so it's whether Noah can find now that Dragapult EX and the Night Stretcher here.
Tell you what though, that deck's getting thin. That deck's getting thin.
Does have another Ultra Ball, fortunately, so we'll have to unfortunately use that Ultra Ball on another Dracloak if he wants to just try again. But I think you need too much now.
Yeah, I think at this point you just say, okay, we came close. We was in the right ballpark. Let's just fire off an attack.
Yeah, Alberto's going to be really, really happy to see no optimal play here. Oh, does go for the counter catcher. I really do like this play. Not activating Flip the Script, not taking knockout on the Monkey Dory will mean that Alberto is going to stick to that hand of 2 and only the draw 1 for turn. It's whether Alberto can weather the storm now. Can he get... Oh, this I think is a Brock Scouting.
Could have done with that a couple turns ago.
Yeah, at least he'll be able to find 2 Dreepy at this point, but nothing else in the hand.
I guess you can move away some damage with your Adrenablade Monkey Dory at the very least. But Scouting could have done with that under Itchy Pollen Lock. That's the reason why we see this card get used now. Supporter, letting you grab any 2 basic Pokemon you like or 1 evolution Pokemon. So at any point in the game, realistically, it's helpful. Alberto would have loved to have seen it earlier on that Itchy Pollen Lock. However, you know, that hasn't been the way the cookies crumbled. So now we're going to see double Dreepy.
Yeah, important not taking a prize card for Noah as well. Those counter catchers now still live, right? So at least next turn for Noah, you're still able to take advantage of being a couple of prizes, a prize down. Alberto going for that Blood Moon Ursaluna, usually used against the Dragapult to hide behind that big HP cost of 260. A lot of security in that card. Players are usually really comfortable hiding behind that Pokemon specifically. But you know, this is really grasping at straws, you feel like, for Alberto. Just attaching one there, looking to manual retreat into the Monkey Dory. We can see some mind bend going on now on that Dragapult. Does Noah have a way of getting around that confusion?
I'm not sure. We've seen Rescue Ball get attached already. Oh, wait, no, he does play a switch. It's a 4th gen switch, and it's currently in the hand.
Yes.
I remember seeing it.
Does have the 1 switch. Here we see the Mind Bend off the Pheasantipity. That's definitely going to be the way to play for that one, just because it keeps Pheasantipity out of the range of a flying entry knockout in those later turns.
It certainly does. So we are going to see Adrenabrain into the Dragapult plus Mind Bend as a confused Dragapult. We know Switch is currently in hand. Recon Directive. Night Stretcher will still be a fantastic card at this point in the game to utilize that Dust Noir. Recon Directive.
I think you really want to try and find Gust on this Dreepy here and take a knockout on the Dreepy and Pheasantipity, right? Point.
There we do see the switch. That's going to, and then an immediate retreat into Rescue Ball. But there's the boss's orders into Blood Moon Ursaluna.
I do like this as well, because Blood Moon Ursaluna is not a fantastic card to get out of the active either.
Really not.
Alberto does just play that 1 switch. No other switching outs, and you feel like if he does find any way of getting further resources in the hand, he has to be using it to get more Pokemon out, right? I think for Noah as well, he's trying to go around this. He's trying to say, how can I not take a knockout right now? Well, because it's difficult to say. I don't think he'll outright knock out this Pheasantipity. And I don't think he'll take a knockout on anything. No, I think he just goes for the sprinkle approach and try and wipe the board clean.
And the Adrenabrain can move 30 damage off straight away. So that GP will be safe. And that's going to be a KO, a mid-turn KO on the Dracloak. Alberto currently takes a 2nd prize card. Actually, 2 prize cards ahead, funnily enough, despite what the board state would tell you.
Yeah, finds a Night Stretcher from those prizes. Does have Body popping in hand, can find some more Pokemon, but it's whether he wants to at this point. Whether he's just going to accept that I'm just going to stick with this 1 or 2 Dreep. He does find a Badoo now. I feel like a Badoo is pretty dangerous to bench.
Yeah,
just go with a Dreepy.
Can't be benching that.
No, definitely not. 30 HP is way too vulnerable.
And it's just a pass by the looks of it. Flip the Script is currently live thanks to that Adrenabrain KO. 1, 2, 3. Boss's orders again. Wow.
Yeah, Noah's got so many opportunities to take this game now in his favor. Well, it's already in his favor, but tip it even further in his favor, I should say. And still being 2 prizes down, he still has counter catcher. He doesn't even need to use the boss if possible. Just eyeing up that Dusknoir now as well.
If we see the Night Stretcher, we really are unlocking the turn here.
Yeah.
Arven, I imagine Arven is going to find the Night Stretcher of Benjamin. And that means we have an extra 130 damage to play with. What could this be piecing together?
Now, this is going to be really interesting. Going for that Curse Blast.
Candy?
And then Night Stretcher for the other Curse Blast. Does he take game here? This is 100 damage spread on the board. And now taking 1, 2, 3, 6 prizes.
6 prize turn. Goodness gracious me. Noah with the Curse Blast able to go from 6 prize cards down to 0 in one fell swoop. Phantom diving his way to victory here in our game 2 here in top 4. Wow, the patience on display there from Noah, saying, right, I'm not taking these prize cards now. I'm gonna not activate your Pheasantipity. I'm gonna clean it all up in one disastrous turn for Alberto, and now this is an even match, Benjamin.
Yeah, this is a real slow and steady match here for Noah. This is a perfect example of how to play this deck specifically. I think it's just kind of slow, be patient, like you said, establish a board state, kind of drip and drab all of this damage on your opponent's board. We thought, oh, you can take a knockout on the Monkey Dory here, but why not? Why should I? Let's just put some damage on this Pheasantipity. Let's establish it for the later turns. Although Alberto still has that Monkey Dory Adrenabrain in the active, it wasn't enough to take enough damage off board at one given time. And with 2 Phantom Dives in connection with 2 Curse Blast, you know, we were doing the math behind here. We were saying 50, 50 again. Is this enough to take a 6 prize game? And it certainly was. Pheasantipity there, only 30 damage, I believe, away from... No, sorry, it was 1 damage away from being knocked out there. And of course, with the Blood Moon and Saluna, with already so many damage counters on it, 50 on the Dreepy, 50 on the Dreepy, putting 20 away from each. It was perfect maths.
It really was. You couldn't really write it better than that. I have to say, Benjamin, that was poetry in motion. Noah did everything he could there, weathered the storm. And now, everybody, viewers at home, this is essentially a best of 1 for our last finalist slot here in the Utrecht Special Championship. Alberto Conti on the left, Noah on the right. Both players will be trying. Here's our prize cards. Unfair Stamp is prized, rescue board, and for Noah, the Cleffer Duskull. Both Duskulls, actually.
Yes, both.
And we saw just how important they were in the last game for Noah. However, here we go. Game 3 here in our top 4 feature match. The winner of this game will find themselves in the final with a chance to call themselves the Utrecht champion.
Does have 1 Duskull available with those 2 prize now, so it does play 3. So it is going to be a real important strategy. So you imagine just playing more than a couple of them would be the optimal way of playing it. And of course, with connection to counter catcher as well. But they both play 3, you know?
Yep.
This is a real slow archetype. It's real slow and steady, hiding behind Digipollen, like we've already said. And, you know, establishing the board state well enough in those later turns to start utilizing the effects of these counter catcher and use those Ionos effectively for maximum disruption. Holucha start, by the way, for Alberto. That's not fantastic.
No, it's not. So if Pokemon has a coming into play ability, so you don't really want to start it, because that means unless you Professor Chora it, which Alberto does not play, that's just going to be a dead bench spot for the rest of the game. And it's a basic Pokemon with 170 hit points with no chance to evolve out of that. It's not 70 hit points is not a lot to hit for a Dragapult archetype, let me tell you.
No, certainly not, and especially when you play your own Horlucha as well. Flying entry, putting 10 damage on 2 of the benched your opponent's benched Pokemon. It makes those Dreepies and other Pokemon in the format that, you know, are 70 HP well within range of that Phantom Dive. It's exactly why they play it, these Dragapult players. And the Buddy Puff in the first check of the deck here, just looking through the prizes, seeing what's available to him, and nothing else much in the hand. No supporters
no supporter either. So is this going to find a Dracloak here, just so you can try and start recon directing next turn? Yeah, looks like it is. Could be a very important Dracloak there, everyone watching, viewers at home. But has got Budew in the active, which is very good.
Yeah, can hide behind the security of Budew for at least a couple of turns, you'd imagine.
Here we go, Alberto's first turn of the game in our Game 3 here in our Top 4B feature match here, the Utrecht Special Championship. He's not playing very... Oh, does have the Arven, though?
Yeah, it does have Arven, unfortunately. Can find a rescue board and a Buddy Puff in. That's usually how that goes right now with these Dragapult decks. Can find a Dreepy and a potential Budew. Start disrupting your opponent. But for Noah, fortunate enough for him, does have 2 Dracloak in hand now. So those recon directives are going to be thick and fast next turn for Noah. You feel like Noah has the better setup of the 2 right now. Only 1 Arven, no other Bull Search, no Buddy Puffin in hand for Alberto. Oh, sorry, there was Ultra Ball in hand. At least he has a couple of options available to him. So let's see how he navigates this hand.
It's definitely not the easiest one. As I iron up the Luxurious Cape, since the rescue board is currently prized.
Oh, yes.
Could take that or the Bravery Charm, actually, but that could be iron up Luxurious Cape. Is a HP boosting tool card as well, Luxurious Cape. Boost the non-Rulebox Pokemon is attached to hit points by 100. That sounds good, right? There's a bit of a downside, though, unfortunately. If it gets KO'd via damage, you do take an extra prize card your opponent does for carrying it.
Yeah, I really love this EXP share as well in the Dragapult deck. You know, there's no inherent energy acceleration in the deck. There's no Crispin. There's no cards like, you know, Tialmask, Ogapon. Nothing similar to that sort of standard. So at least the EXP share, you have the security of, if I attach to one of my Dreepy, I can attach my EXP share to the other. So at least that energy's safe on board.
Yeah.
At least I have that security behind me. And the Ultra Ball's definitely being ironed up here. You feel like you have to attach to a Dreepy here. And of course, you have to save 1 energy for the manual retreat here with that rescue ball being prized. Actually getting rid of the EXP.
Yeah, after all that, yeah. I mean, you are correct. In ideal circumstances, it's a terrific card. However, when you need this card fodder, you need to, well, discard it, really. And you have to preemptively play this Ultra Ball, because if you wasn't to play it now, and you get Itchy Pollen, you'd be kicking yourself, really, wouldn't you? You'd be like, oh, I could have guaranteed this Dracloak, so having to play it now. Get it out the hand. Bravery Charm. It's a brave Budew. Love to see it. We're going to turn, attach Luminous Energy, pay that, use that to retreat, I should say, and it's going to be Itchy Pollen for 10 damage. And no, I cannot play any item cards.
This is really the devil's advocate, because although you're Ultra Balling for the Dracloak, you know, you're having the understanding that you are going to be Itchy Pollens next turn. If Noah is able to find some sort of gust on that 1 Dreepy, you know, this isn't great for Alberto. No other draws, no other supporter in hands, no draw supporter to say, no other further Dreepy, nothing else in hand.
I tell you what,
Noah can capitalize on this pretty early on.
Noah was very close as well. Actually has the psychic energy of the second recon directive. Did draw into a Jack as well to evolve. Only needed the boss's orders at this point. We've been able to Dragon Headbutt the Dreepy, but hasn't got the boss laws, I think, by the looks of it. Yeah,
don't even need to evolve to take a knockout on this Dreepy. Can just Dragon Headbutt. And with no further threats on board, you feel like that Dracloak's going to be doing some considerable damage over some turns. But it is just going to be the Itchy Pollen, and Alberto will be able to evolve into that Dracloak, and you feel he's recon directive straight away. Give me something good, come on. Can I find a supporter? Can I find any other way to get out of this situation? Let's see what you have, Alberto. I think it was an Ultra Ball he's choosing here. Couldn't see what else he was choosing. There's the manual attachment.
Did need that. Did need a turn attachment at the very least. And just the Itchy Pollen back. Now, I think Noah has a pretty good hand here. Recon Directive going to draw 2. Well, guess put 1 into the hand, but does have that Jock in the hand. Benjamin, that means Dragapult EX is not very far away. And then the Budu has a free retreat cost, so it's not going to be hard getting play as well. Second, Recon Directive, Fire Energy, Ino.
Couldn't find that all-important boss for this
that would have been dreamy.
I don't know whether you just Itchy Pollen again and take the fact that you could be knocked out next turn by another Itchy Pollen. At least then your counter catcher is alive at that point. This is the first Recon Directive, right?
No, second.
It's the second.
Second one.
So definitely can't find boss any other way now. Maybe you want to just take a couple of turns to set up some dust. Well, you have the Duskull in hand already. Yeah, it's going to be, or maybe some further Dreepy. Unsure where Noah's going to take this one now.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, can obviously use the Jack to get Dragapult X if he likes, or it depends. You want to do that, or would you rather, you know, slow this game down a bit more? But it looks like the Jack is being played. Now, are we going to see the double EX here? Or are you going to try and hold on to 1 for the Recon Directive? Okay. Jack, a terrific supporter card, a card that gets played in response to Budu, since it is a supporter-based Pokemon search card, letting you grab any 2 evolution Pokemon you like.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if you take Knockout here, you unlock so much potential out of Alberto's deck. You unlock the counter catches. You know, the Unfair Stamp is, unfortunately for Alberto, it is prized. But, you know, you unlock so much potential out of Alberto's deck. The top deck of the Ino, so important there, Shay, for Alberto.
Really was.
This is going to be a real important Ino now. And with that Jack being played from Noah, he does know that that Dragapult EX is in hand at this point.
Yep, and the other Jack locals are not super relevant right now, but you know what's in the hand. Knowledge is power. Let's have a look. Recon Directive being used. Dragapult EX hitting the board.
I think you just Ino now and just see if you can find any further ways of getting Dreepy out for the later turns. If you take a knockout on this Purdue,
there we go.
The Pheasantipity and the Ino coming down.
Right, this is a very important Ino. Both players will put their hand to the bottom of the deck and draw 6. Let's see how this works here for Alberto. Would you start Phantom Diving here? Or do you just keep Itchy Pollening? Probably Itchy Pollen, right?
I think you Itchy Pollen here. You know, if you take the knockout, you know, you unlock so much potential out of Noah's deck now. The counter catcher, sorry, I keep calling custom catchers. Counter catchers are live now for Noah if you take this knockout. That's why the Bravery Charm's so good in this specific matchup. Because those were due, you know, Itchy Pollen mind games. Okay, you knock out mine, I knock out yours. You know, it's a little bit of an awkward way of playing. And here we see the knockout for Alberto going 1 prize up in this game. But Noah, what have you got for us?
Oh, no, there's impressive research. I was about to say, all we had there was Arven and a load of item cards. There was an Ino as well. Now, do you go for the Ino? Do you go for Professor's Research?
There's so many different ways you could play this now.
Yeah,
you know, you could have used Holucha on that Dreepy and the Pheasantipity, you know, gust up that Pheasantipity and take a 3 prize turn. You know, there's so many different ways you can play this now at this point.
We do see Ino. There is a Dragapult EX in that hand.
Yes, I feel like you have to start doing Phantom Dive at this point. I feel like you have to start applying pressure. As soon as that Badoo's gone for any Dragapult player, it's go time at that point, right?
We did draw into a Badoo there off the Recon Directive. So if you really wanted to and did take it, you could slow the game back down again.
Yeah, I can go for another Badoo.
Yeah, that's what looks like that's what we're going to see.
I think the threat is here, though, that Alberto, if he's able to find Gust, that Badoo, that 30 HP cost is really, really low.
Yeah.
At least he knows that Holucha has been down now, so wouldn't be able to take any sort of knockouts on the Dracloak or potentially another Dreepy. So yeah, I think the manual attachment, I think what I would love to see here from Alberto is a double prize knockout.
I mean, you even open up the door to a Monkey Dory mid-turn KO onto the Badoo as well. Depends on how the Ino treated Alberto. Let's see what he has cooking. Does have a Luminous Energy in hand. Is the Monkey Dory about? Oh, I don't think it is.
Any other way, but does have
Recon Directive could get us the House of Joyce into exactly that, or Brock Scouting.
What does he find?
Let's see what it is. Debating the hand again.
Alberto can take a 3 prize turn here if he does find that Monkey Dory. Monkey Dory onto the Badoo, then just knock out whatever's inactive and that Duskull on the bench.
Orders was taken from there, though.
Yeah,
that would be good.
I feel like they're still pretty good.
Yeah.
Knocking out one of these Drakloaks and the Duskull, if you still find that as a threat. I think the more you start winning the game, however, the more you're taking prize cards, the less threatening that Duskull is. Of course, Noah doesn't want to be using any sort of Duskull shenanigans if Alberto is close to winning the game.
Yeah, I'd love, KO a Drakloak. I think there's actually a fire energy in a discard pile. You want to chase fire energy, perhaps? Or no, ignore me. Going to go for the psychic energy.
Well, at least if he does have an out to the fire energy, you can't attach double fire and
sorry, I've got it the wrong way around in my head.
I knew exactly what you were going for.
So you do see Phantom Dive into the active, 200 damage, 6 damage counter spread to the bench. Duskull, 2 prize cards there for Alberto. And you know what the scary thing is? That Badoo is still only on 30 hit points. That means that Monkey Dory can come down.
Yeah, and I think what I like actually about knocking out the Duskull, the Badoo's on board forever now, right?
Yeah.
And it's within 30 HP of knockout, so you can Monkey Dory on the later turn or take an easy Phantom Dive knockout. So yeah, I like this. I like the comfortable approach to this one and saying, right, that Badoo, I really don't see it as a threat. Itchy Pollen me if you like. It doesn't really matter to me.
Yeah. I think the time for Itchy Pollen is probably gone now, unless you're weaving your boss's orders as well. But you know, when you've got a Phantom Dive barreling down and you can't really be Itchy Pollen this, we're going to see an evolution into Dragapult EX, a turn attach as well.
Yep, no Duskull on board either, so can't even do any sort of knockouts on any sort of Drakloak or the Horlucha or that Badoo. That Badoo's pretty tanky still, does have 50 damage left on it as well. Yeah. So can't take any sort of, well, if you're going to be taking knockout on it with Phantom Dive, you're only leaving one more damage counter to spread on board.
Yeah, does have Night Stretcher and Counter Catcher currently live though. Night Stretcher to grab back DP. Love to see that. We are going to have a backup DP at some point. Professor's Reset. Oh, not playing the Counter Catcher. Okay.
Yeah, I think doing some damage to this Dragapult now is where your priorities are, because you're so far back in the game now. You know, you haven't even taken a prize yet. Alberto's taken 3. You know, that Night Stretcher going for the Dreepy. I think the dream of using the Curse Blast from any Dusclops or Duskull is gone at this point. Just because you have that Badoo on board. It's such an easy prize card to take, you know.
Did draw into Halucha here. I wonder if we're going to see Halucha. That will help you reach into the Badoo without having to waste all your damage counters, perhaps. Pheasantipity will hit the board.
You can put 10 damage on that Pheasantipity as well. And the Horlucha, put it within range of that Phantom Dive. Pheasantipity, of course, you would have to gust it up in order to do 200 damage to it for that knockout, but I think Noah now is safe to assume that he'll be down on prize cards for the majority of this game at this point.
Yeah. So there's Flip the Script, draw 3. Yeah. Night Stretcher, Nest Ball, and was that Basic Fire, I believe it might have been?
Game is on board now for Alberto.
It is.
You know, a Monkey Dory onto the Pheasantipity and then a Phantom Dive onto that Badoo. That is 3 prize cards, easy to take. But Noah seeing the prioritization in the Flip the Script to find further resources to try and disrupt Alberto. I think Ino is probably the way forward at this point for Noah. I don't know if he's got it in hand. I think it's just Phantom Dive now.
Yep.
Phantom Dive for 200.
Okay. Big turn here. Now, where are these 6 damage counters going? This could be really impactful, actually. 6 damage counters to play. Now, you said we could knock out Badoo. Oh, all six on the Drakloak.
Okay, interesting.
Okay.
I would have imagined to see one on the Pheasantipity.
Yeah,
but does still have Horlucha as an option, so can always just do Horlucha onto that Pheasantipity if he wishes so.
Yeah, I think Alberto hasn't got the boss's orders. Does have Arven, so he could go grab.
I think putting
could go grab Monkey Dory, but not quite actually.
I think putting 60 damage on that Drakloak, at least you're trying to. If you're taking a knockout on this Dragapult this next turn, you're at least unloading damage onto a further Dragapult later down the line.
Yes.
So seeing the threat in that, Noah is so.
We're seeing some Puffin fails, just getting them out the hand, getting them out the deck. You imagine an Ino will be coming soon. Don't want to be drawing into Buddy Puffin anymore, so how about we get them clean out the hand? So if they do get put in the deck, you're not going to draw back into them. Love to see that.
Yeah. And just shuffling the deck up here now. Alberto still has some to do in order to take this game. The first recon directive now. What does he see? I think it was a Dracloak
and a Monkey. Oh no,
Genesect.
Dracloak and a Ace Nullifier Genesect.
Yes.
In case you
I don't mind taking the Genesect.
Yeah, good card.
Probably the best option out of the two. Now the Arven coming down.
Here's the Arven in case you are joining us. This is our game 3 in our top 4B feature match here. The winner of this game you are watching now will find themselves in the final of our Utrecht Championship. Alberto Conti, currently his turn on the left, doing everything he can after winning a cheeky game 1. Now he's going to try and win this game 3. And Noah doing everything he can to stop him. So Arven concludes for Ultra Ball and Luxurious Cape.
Yeah, and eyeing up that Monkey Dory, oh so important. I think he's going to be cementing this card on board now. The Adrenabrain does have luxury, Luminous Energy in hand as well for the attachment. So can already put that Adrenabrain well and truly in this game. Now, oh, well, actually, good points. The Dracloak having 60 damage on it, even if it was Adrenabrained, the 30 damage off, it's still within range of a Phantom Dive. So, yeah, really good play from Noah there. You can tell these are well-seasoned Dragapult players. It's all about the damage counters. It's all about what's possible from your opponent to get around these damage counters.
That is a good point, actually, yeah, because you can't KO this active Dragapult EX, right? So Alberto can be a bit of trouble because you obviously KO active and KO Dracloak at the same time, and how does Alberto get back in the game at that point?
Yeah, and what's interesting is he's not going for the evolution of the Dracloak, right? Because you still need draw support.
There we go.
On
that
board.
makes sense. The Luxurious Cape, that'll boost the hit points by 100. So now the Dracloak is safe. So we are going to see the Phantom Dive, 200 damage into the active, 6 damage counters to place. It's going to be 1 on Serendipity, 5 on Dreepy, and 200 on the active. Alberto Conti that this damage will be sticking because there is no Monkey Dory for Noah.
I think at this point for Noah, it's just going to be trying to disrupt as much as possible. INO will put Alberto only to 3 cards in hand, and not evolving that Dracloak still gives Alberto the recon directive. He still had the Dragapult in hand, but he knows that it's more than likely that Noah's going to be eyeing up an INO play next turn. So really well played from Alberto, going for the Luxurious Cape on that Dracloak, increasing his damage, like you said, increasing his HP, like you said, to by 100 to 190. That's a big old Dracloak.
It really is.
And even if Noah does want to take a knockout on that Dracloak, he will still have to gust, and plus he's still not dealing with that main threat of that active Dragapult EX. So yeah, all to do for Noah at this point.
Really is going to play that buddy pot from like it's failing. I do that often, just look at my deck. What have I got to work with? How can I get out of this? Failing Nest Ball, I would imagine we're going to see an INO coming down here. At least Noah trying to try his best to get to the INO at the very least. I think you can't let Alberto continue the hand size. Well, just try and disrupt at the very least. Hasn't got a 2-card hand at the very possible, but shuffling up. This could be a very big recon directive here. Could decide the fate of this top 4. What have we got? INO. Luxurious Cape as well.
Yeah, there's so much that Noah has to deal with.
What are we looking for here? Dusclops can't use that at the moment in time.
Can't use any of them.
No, good point.
Noah has so much to deal with here. Alberto has so much on board that he has to consider. He has the Serendipity, he has the Monkey Dory, the Dracloak, the Dragapult. There's so many things that Noah has to consider.
Oh, there's a return Luxurious Cape on the Dracloak. These are some luxurious Dracloak from here, there, and everywhere. And it looks like there is the INO. Okay, Alberto will have a 3-card hand concluding this. Noah will have a 6-card hand. This could be very important, Benjamin. Let's see how the INO treats both of our players. Unfair Stamp as well. I mean, you could get that hand size back down to 2 if you really wanted and give yourself a fresh hand of 5.
I think you do go for that. I think it still limits Alberto to just only 2 cards. You know, he's going to be he's INO'd him down to 3. It's whether he thinks that Alberto's established a good hand in that last turn, because that would have been on the bottom of the deck. So maybe an unfair stamp. He's thinking, maybe I don't want you to see those cards again.
Did Alberto take a prize next turn? I don't think he did, actually.
No, he didn't.
Okay, so Unfair Stamp isn't live. Apologise there. Just got excited when I saw the ace spec. But here we do see Phantom Dive into action. Now, that's going to be a KO. Now, where is this 6 damage counters going?
I feel like you have to put 1 on the Serendipity at this point. Definitely.
Yep.
I think for Alberto, you know, the game is definitely on board for Alberto. It's just one simple gust now. Oh no, not even gust. You can still Phantom Dive the active for knockouts. So it's finding that fire energy and the Dragapult. Fairs and Dippity is live now with the flip the script. So it's awkward. It's awkward now. And for Noah, it's how can I take multiple prize turns at this point? Wow. Now 6 prizes as well.
This is very close. As you say, a Phantom Dive for Alberto wins the game because Adrenabrain can move 30 damage off any one of those Pokemon onto Badoo. That's a 1 prize knockout there. 2 prize cards with KO, active Dragapult EX. Can Alberto Conti announce Phantom Dive this turn? Night Stretcher, Ultra Ball, that's got it right. Night Stretcher gets you the other energy, Ultra Ball finds you Dragapult EX. There's Night Stretcher, attach, evolve, retreat, Phantom Dive, and Alberto Conti books himself a ticket to the final here in Utrecht Special Championship.
Yeah, what a fantastic game from Alberto. Had the perfect hand at the end of that there. Although Noah, despite doing as much as he possibly could to try and disrupt with the INO, Alberto was just way too far ahead in the prize race. All of those perfectly placed damage counters throughout the game put him in good stead to take an easy couple of knockouts in that last round.
Well, here was a very easy game one. Doesn't get much easier than this in the top 4. No, I couldn't really do anything. This replay might be the whole game, funnily enough. Boss's orders plus Itchy Pollen. And then Alberto just says, Itchy Pollen, how's about have that back? Luminous Energy. And that's all we saw. That's all we saw for game 1. No, whoopsie, what was that? At least he's in good spirits. Love to see that. Alberto thinking, okay, you know what? I'll take that. This is what I say, didn't I? You don't get bonus points for winning hard games. Now, in game 2, very different affair. It was safe to say Alberto was a little bit slower out of the gates. As we watched this replay, not even a GP. Now that was unfair, goodness. You haven't even got any setup Pokemon and you're gonna hit them with the unfair stamp. And that was pretty much all she wrote there for this game 2. Alberto wasn't really able to stabilize. And here we saw, well, after this, I should have given ahead of ourselves, the monstrous 6 prize turn.
Yeah, a game of both players having a dominant couple of games. So both players were able to capitalize on their opponent's poor starts and just showing the true power of Dragapult in many different ways. And Noah, a good example of how powerful this Dusknoir build can be, you know, able to take a 6 prize turn easily with those couple of Curse Blasts, you know, just showing how inherently strong that ability can be in connection with Phantom Dive.
Really is, and here we do see the game 3. The Itchy Pollen, the brave Badoo, did exactly what it needed to do, and by Alberto Conti turns was just able to set up faster, be a little bit more analytical with those boss's orders, knocking out key Pokemon as and where he wanted. And this is where Alberto Conti started to put his foot on the gas. Big KO here, KO in the Duskull, and that's where I think if you can get rid of the Duskull threats, you really neutralize the Dusknoir threat, because obviously at that point you're playing a Dragapult deck that's just straight Dragapult at that point, and you can really start to steamroll yourself ahead. And Alberto Conti will be our finalist here in the Utrecht Special Championship.
Yeah, and you know, in those earlier turns, we spoke about the opportunity to take out the Badoo instead of the Duskull. You know, taking advantage at the time, taking the knockout on the Duskull, not giving Noah the ability to use Curse Blast at that given time to get rid of it on board. You know, that came to fruition in those last couple of turns, keeping that Badoo on, saying, I'm not really bothered by you Itchy Pollening me anymore. That's long gone. We've gone past that now. You know, and keeping that on board for an easy prize knockout in the later turns, you know, and that's exactly what happened. Alberto in the last turn was on 3 prizes, you know, and that Badoo was just easily gobbled up by the Phantom Dive later on.
Yeah,
it's intricacies, isn't it? It's just these small margins.
It really is small margins. Recon directives here, deck thin in there, INO here. The tactical damage placement, I even saw from Noah leaving that when we saw all the damage placed on Alberto's Draclo, thinking, oh, that seems a bit odd. And then we immediately see one the next turn. It means that it was always going to be in threats. Alberto had to counter the counter, Arvining out the luxurious cape and saying, right, no matter what you do, this Draclo can evolve next turn. And it really was a chess match there in that game 3. Unfortunately, I believe know was a little bit slower out the gates. Alberto Conti shut the door of victory there on him, and he's booked himself a ticket to the final here in the Utrecht Special event. But you know what? I'm sure the viewers had enough of us rambling. How about we hear from the winner of that match, Alberto Conti?
Thank you, Shay. Yes, here we are with Dragon Tamer Alberto once again going one step further with that Dragapult EX. I'm going to skip through game number 1, going to skip through game number 2, because both of those didn't really happen. So talk to me a little bit about the game number 3.
So I started like with a really weak start, I think. I only had one Dreepy, and I thought I was struggling a bit. But I pushed everything into my lone Dracloak, and it worked out. So I think I have a better matchup as long as I can, as long as I guess I can set up in this kind of Duskull mirror match. So yeah, I have the Monkidori, so that helps a lot.
That was a crucial card, but also those tool cards coming in clutch, the Bravery Charm on your budgie, but also that luxurious cape as you got into the later stages. That was a critical card. Tell me about that inclusion in your deck.
Yeah, so the cape was mainly for protecting the Dracloak with energies on the bench against like spread attacks from opponent's Dragapult, but also from Baby Raging Bolt or Ogerpon, the water type Ogerpon. Yeah, in this case, that helped me a lot because I could protect the Dracloak in the bench. I was about to pass and like I almost forgot to attach it, but right on time I remembered.
So back in the final once again. What's it feel like to be back here on the main stage, strutting your stuff?
Well, it feels great actually. It's been a really good season for me, even though last 3 events were a bit so-and-so. But I fought back today, so I'm really happy.
And to once again be here at the top level, losing so few games throughout these long, grindy weekends. You're playing a difficult archetype where every decision counts. What is it about that preparation? How do you get into the mindset for these tournaments?
Well, the best preparation I think I have is playing so many local events, like cups, challenges, but also local tournaments. And I want to shout out my community, of course, my local community from Bergamo, because we play a lot of locals. We actually play 2 locals per week, and then every weekend we try to play like challenges and cup nearby. So that's helped so much.
Well, that's fantastic advice, just play more Pokemon.
Yeah.
When you're going to those tournaments, are you sticking to one deck and ironing it out the whole time, or are you trying all sorts of different strategies and making sure you know every deck?
No, so my idea is always to start with one deck and master it, and then I wanna once I know one deck inside out, I want to change to another archetype and then see like if I can trust the second archetype, or if I don't, I can just go back to the first one. For in this case, I started with Dragapult, then I switched back last 2 weeks with Raging Ball a bit, and then I went back last weekend.
And when you're testing one deck over and over again, especially a player like yourself that wins so many games naturally just from your careful calculation, how do you make those last 1 or 2 tweaks to your deck? How do you know what those right decisions are for your testing?
Well, on top of this, I test a lot with my friends. We played these games where he shares his hand with me and I share my hands with him, and then we go really deep into the matchups. And in the end, we just decide what it's really needed, and what it's maybe not really useful if you play well. So you can I really understand what it's really needed to win one matchup, or if it's not needed, it's like a win more card or stuff like that.
I love that concept, making the most out of every single card within your deck list. Alberto, I'm going to let you have a little break before we get back into the finals. Thanks so much for having a chat with me. Back to you guys at the desk. What did you think about Alberto?
I must say, I absolutely love Alberto. I'm going to be honest with you, one of my good friends. We talk quite a lot, and it's interesting. I follow him on social media, and as he says, he always seems to be here, there, and everywhere playing Pokemon, and it just goes to show you, if you get involved in your local scene and play an awful lot, good things happen.
Yeah, no, fantastic to hear from Alberto as always. I mean, you know, I think he's got a tally somewhere of how many interviews he's done and how many stream games he's been on, because it's so fantastic to see how he plays. You know, just like Joe said, his careful calculation, his careful, meticulous play. He's always a player that shines well, you know?
Yeah, it always shines to the top. He says meticulously test with him in his testing group, works out what cards are optimal, what cards are win more, and what cards are just pure essential. I remember chatting to him, I was interviewing him one time, talking about his origins and how he got into the game, and he said that he was walking into a local game store, saw the ADP Zacian Battle deck, and I thought, I wonder how that works. How about I get that up off the shelf? Yeah, it works really well, doesn't it, to be fair? So if you guys at home want to get involved in your local scene, we have a video for you.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that one, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
Yeah, so if you want to be like Alberto Conti, get yourself to a special championship near you, you're going to have to test, and I'm not just saying this, he said this himself, get yourself to a Pokemon League near you. And if you want to do that, whip your smart device out, get your camera on, scan that QR code, and that is going to tell you where your nearest league is. So you can get down there, get involved, play some games, be under the same roof as many Pokemon fans. Great place to be, in my opinion, and just have some Pokemon TCG fun.
Yeah, it all starts at your local league. A lot of players have their personal stories about how they started, who they first met, what decks they brought. All of these memories come with you, and they really, really stay with you as well. And a lot of people say, what's your first experience? How long have you been playing? It's usually the question you ask, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
You know, you come up against your opponent, you say, where are you from? How long have you traveled? When did you start playing? And that's exactly where those memories start. You know, what's your first memory of locals?
My first memory at locals, I went to a league challenge, and I was playing Mega, no, it wasn't, a Lucario EX, Mega Manectric, Cacturn deck. Cacturn was my Seismitoad counter. Managed to get second place as well, brilliant. I don't know how, looking back in it, managed to do that, but it's just so much fun. I remember eyes being opened to, oh, there is a competitive aspect to this game. I was just opening packs, putting them in binders, you know, and I had so much fun.
Yeah, I know. And, you know, everybody has these special memories about where they started and how they got to where they are. You know, at one point, we were brand new to the community. Yeah. And we entered a store, a local league, and met a couple of people, and here we are now. We're casting, and of course, you know, these players out here, we're not the high achievers in terms of the game.
No, we just talk. We just talk about it.
We just talk about it.
Yeah,
but at least, you know, this community, you meet so many people, you make so many memories. And, you know, for Alberto Conte, a recent starter in the community, he's always somebody who wants to speak about his friendship group. Yeah. Thanks to this person for testing with me. Thanks for this person to have the patience of testing Giratina 10 times over and over again. But yeah, I couldn't recommend it enough in getting involved in your local leagues.
Yeah, you really, really need to. I must say, getting to locals has changed my life, changed yours as well. But yeah, that's enough from us now. Our final will be coming at you soon. The next game, well, Pokemon we see will be crowning a Utrecht Special Champion. So you get yourself a nice cold beverage, and we'll be back with our final real soon.
Long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで place to win.
Hi, I'm Shay Burton, and today we're going to look at one of the game's most prolific players, Alberto Conti.
And there it is, and Conti's going to scoop things up. Alberto, play. Wow, what a play.
Alberto Conti has burst onto the Pokemon competitive scene recently, but has made a massive name for himself with 8 regional day 2s, 1 international top 32, and 2 regional top 8s. But how can someone who only learned to play the game 3 years ago light the competitive circuit on fire? Well, let's find out today as we look at Alberto Conti's journey to the top. Alberto started playing the game in 2021 when his friend begged him to buy an ADP Zacian battle deck, so he had someone to play with. Once Alberto did buy that deck, he fell in love with the game. And that very same day, he told his friend, "One day I will make it onto the stream at a regional, just you wait." And boy, Alberto was right. He started to play at local events, honing his skills until the big day when Liverpool regionals were announced all the way back in 2022. Alberto knew this was the moment he had been waiting for, ever since he first bought that ADP Zacian battle deck. Unfortunately for Alberto, he was stunned at just how much of a difference there was playing at locals and regionals, but he still managed to finish middle of the pack with his Rapid Strike Malamar deck. He did however get to meet a load of other Italian players in Liverpool, and then they all turned their eyes to EUIC in Frankfurt. At EUIC, Alberto's first ever international event, he made magic happen, with Arceus V-Star, Inteleon and Galarian Moltres at his side. He managed to navigate his way all the way to 17th place and fulfilled his prophecy about getting on stream. And he did so in amazing fashion, leaving us with this epic energy switch play.
And Conti's just going to scoop it up in game 1.
From there, Alberto's competitive fire was lit, and he managed to gain enough CP from the rest of the remaining EU events to gain his invitation to the London World Championships. In the 2022-2023 season, Alberto carried on just where he left off, getting multiple regional day 2s, including 3 top 32s. And of course, he managed to wrap up his Yokohama Worlds invitation with a risky Aqua Storm that paid off for Alberto on stream in exhilarating fashion.
2, 3, 4. Yeah, there you go, that's game. It does take 2 prizes. Wow. Alberto, it does with all smiles there.
In the 2023-2024 season, Alberto managed to kick up into an even higher gear, with 2 regional top 8s in Lille and Stuttgart, the latter of which he got a top 4. So what's next for Alberto? Well, there's only one way to find out, and that's by watching this stream closely, because I'm sure it won't take long for Alberto to find his way onto it.
Shay describing Alberto's journey effortlessly there. From humble beginnings to now one of the most decorated players in the European circuit, once again making it into a final. Mike, we know the deck that's going to win the Utrecht Special Championships, but which player is it going to be?
Well, that is the question, as we have seen them navigate that top 8. Alberto Conti on the top side there, 2 close wins going the distance. On the other side, though, Yoa destroying both opponents. Ryan, the only Gardevoir in the top 8, able to dismantle that with Dragapult. And then we saw the Maractus come through clutch against Yoan in the other top 4 match.
Yoa already having overcome a champion, beating Yoan, who just won Seville on the previous tournament out here in Europe. Now has to face another champion in this final match. He's able to slay dragons. Can he do it one last time?
Well, it looks like we're just about ready here for our Utrecht Championship final. It's going to be Alberto Conti versus Joa Wegner. Who's going to be the winner? We'll find out in the next 75 minutes. Dragapult EX will win this tournament, but which player will take that automatic invite to the World Championship, that decorated title? Well, this one's already got one.
He's already got a regional championship under his belt, but he's not content with that. We've just heard from his interviews. He's constantly testing, learning more about the game, improving his play, and boys, he's shown it this weekend once again, why he's in this final.
Whereas on the other side, Joa recently aged up within the last few years, but is starting to really push for those top spots. This will be by far the strongest finish so far. And I think anyone watching that last round match for him in the top 4 can see exactly why. Recognizing alternative win conditions and seeing the game in a way any top player would be proud to do so. And we will begin now as the prize cards go out. Alberto Conti on the left there, having 2 Psychic Energy prized. This could be risky for him, but the active Pokemon's are ready to go. Let's see who's starting us off here. It will be Joa to kick things off.
With that Dreepy in the opening, both players prizing their Monkey Dory, but a huge sigh of relief already from Joa, finding the Buddy Buddy Poffin. This is a vital item card. Both players have maximum copies within their deck, because it's vital to get your Pokemon into play. Most notably, those Dreepy, because not only is Dragapult EX your core attacker, but Dracloak with that Recon Directive ability is so crucial to help you see more cards throughout the game, because this is a combo-based deck. We're oftentimes trying to pinpoint crucial supporter cards, pinpoint item cards, and we play a low count of energy, and we need to make sure we keep on top of those throughout the game to maintain our Phantom Dive attacks.
Both our finalists playing a Dragapult EX build that is very similar, often coined straight Dragapult.
Yeah.
The idea being that there's not many main partners outside of a few individuals like Monkey Dory, Genesect, and the usual Budu candidates, but it does have a few differences when we look at these 2 lists. We mentioned the Maractus before, with the corner attack to stop your opponent from retreating, which is on Joa's side, but what does Alberto have in his deck that's different?
Well, Alberto doesn't have too much else, so just a handful of tool cards that I think stand out, most notably that Luxurious Cape. Alberto used it just in the previous matchup against an opposing Dragapult EX player, and it allowed him to maintain a Recon Directive on his bench because it wasn't in danger of being KO'd by Phantom Dive sprinkle damage counters. So it allows you to maintain some of these Pokemon on the board that little bit safer, and when it comes to those later stages, both players Ionoing them down to low hand sizes, where you still need to find those final pieces to close the game. Those extra Recon Directives are massive.
And when we see these mirror matches, it can often be quite easy to see it as a bit of a lucky matchup if you win either way, but as the complexity of both of these archetypes strategies is so mathematical, you have to work out where the numbers go. There's a lot of room for error, so we will see the skill level of both these players shown fully in this matchup, and the better player should come out on top.
Every Recon Directive decision matters. Yes, these opening hands matter, but oftentimes you're looking at multiple supporter card options, and how you utilize those to the best of your ability will be the difference maker here, as we see Alberto on his first turn, Joa passing things over with a pretty strong start. A turn attachment on his active Dreepy, already has the Budu prepped, expecting an Itchy Pollen from Alberto because he's already led his own Budu. And it looks like we can bounce back with a Buddy Buddy Poffin from Alberto as well.
And the 2 buds you want to be seeing, that Budu in the active and the Buddy Buddy Poffin to search your deck for those basic Pokemon with 70 HP or less will go straight down onto that bench, typically Dreepies or the Budu you see already on the board. And now just a little prize check for Alberto. Don't want to be making any mistakes based off of a lack of information. They want to be solving all 6 of those cards that are prized. The most notable here for Alberto is that Genesect can't shut down the unfair stamp of Joa, so Disruption is a viable way to get him here. And then you've got those 2 Psychic Energy, the only 2 copies in the deck.
Doesn't help things out when you just play those 2 Fire Energies now in addition to your Luminous Energy, so that can make things a little bit more awkward for Alberto, how he navigates those opening hands. And as you said, Mike, with Ace Nullifier not possible for Alberto, at some point he has to release a Budu Lock and fall possible prey to an unfair stamp. So he will have to set up his bench very diligently if he ever wants to launch any pressure attacks.
And we mentioned about the maths of this matchup being so important. That Monkey Dory for both players being prized will be a factor, as if you can establish a Monkey Dory, you can really change up how those sprinkles of damage can go down. But as both of them don't have access to it right now, we'll be likely seeing the Dragapults be the main target for those energy attachments.
It's a strange cat and mouse, especially in this mirror, where sometimes you will commit to certain Pokemon to play around Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain coming back in your direction. And there may also be attacks launched in specific ways where you can scatter those counters so that an Adrenabrain isn't going to completely punish you. Very often that critical 90 hit points of Dracloak can be pressurized by the Adrenabrain plus Phantom Dive 6 counter placement. So that's something both our players will be trying to navigate, despite no actual Monkey Dory being possible just yet in the game.
And Alberto just using that Ultra Ball preemptively for next turn. Can't evolve a Dreepy right now as it's the first turn of play. But because there's a likelihood that Buddy will be item locking him next turn, wants to make sure he gets the Dracloak available as soon as possible. And we just see on the other side, we mentioned about that Ace Nullifier with the Genesect, a key part to protect yourself from early disruption. So the two Dracloaks can be retrieved by Jacques here, or just the one required, as there's one in hand already.
We'll start things off with a Recon Directive. I believe that found another Dracloak. Now potentially you could use Brock's Scouting this turn, get some basics instead into the hand.
Or even the Iono. You know there's a Dracloak in Alberto's hand, so if you Iono, you'll force them to have to find another one, which is always possible, but at least you're working with the information you know for sure.
Will be the Brock Scouting in the end, grabbing the Hawlucha that you've just put to the bottom with a Recon Directive, as well as a Dreepy in the hand. Oftentimes a sign of when this deck is flowing well is based on how many Draclooks are in play, to be honest with you, Mike. So finding a couple on turn 2 already is amazing. You've stashed one into the hand in addition to benching a Dreepy this turn, you would imagine. So Joa has to be very happy with this opening.
And going first or second can be a big indicator of success in a mirror match, but going second is sometimes the favoured choice in this matchup. But the way Yoa's gone here, it's almost been better going first. He's been able to evolve sooner.
You typically choose to go second just because you have so many more outs to Buddy Buddy Poffin. But if you go first and just have Buddy Buddy Poffin in the hand, then you get evolving faster, you get more chances to attach energy. It's all round a good thing if you just happen to get lucky enough to find the Poffin.
Yeah, so second more optimal, but first can sometimes work out better if you're able to get that huge early Dreepy onto the bench that you can evolve during your second turn. As the Iono from Alberto will go down, 2 energies in play and the Dracloak, so this is where those advantages come in. You've got evolving is a big factor. The first one to get to the Dragapult can often be in a strong position, but it's also about those energies.
It really is, because you can target down multiple Pokemon in one go. So sometimes just making sure you can keep up on those attacks from your Dragapult EX are so vital. No more Dracloak coming out from the fresh 6 from Alberto, so he has to be content with just an Itchy Pollen. Yoa finds Jacques once again coming into the hand. That gives you access to Dragapult EX in addition to another Dracloak here. But we're still missing on energy, Mike. I'm not sure if there's even any in the hand here.
Yeah, so key here. You must get those energy in play, because you have to manually attach the 2 energy across 2 different turns. So the longer that first one takes to come down, there we go, there's an energy. The final Dracloak came through clutch, and that will be going straight onto a Dracloak. Actually going for the one with the damage counter on it, as with that one evolving up, it will take itself out of range of some sprinkles.
And that's why we see the Brock Scouting. Actually going to grab some basics here, going for Hawlucha once again. So it looks like Pheasantipity EX into the hand. The Brock Scouting, instead it's going to be the Budju. So versatile here. And again, this might be Joe recognizing that at any point your Budju could be Itchy Pollened back, and when there's potential Adrenabrain math in the mix, even though it currently has 20 hitpoints remaining, it could be KO'd this turn.
And Brock Scouting a card out of Journey Together. I'm sure many people didn't see the potential of it, as it has really shone in this Dragapult deck. Being able to find 2 basic Pokemon or 1 evolution, it's really that versatility that allows it to shine.
When I first looked at this card, I thought it was a maybe not quite possible one of just to fill out your curve. But the more and more Itchy Pollen has become dominant in this metagame, the more vital it's become. And both players now playing high counts within their deck lists alongside those Jacques, just to get yourself in the game and establish still under Itchy Pollen lock.
Yeah, we can see that Bravery Charm being the key target here with that Arven. Can't use the item that will be taken out of the deck here, as the Itchy Pollen of Budu has denied both players so far being able to use items. And the Bravery Charm and the Luxurious Cape have been a key part of survivability in this format, not just for Dragapult, but across the board, as there's so many attacks that are targeting that bench.
And even this Budu. Sometimes you need more than just a couple turns to use Itchy Pollen. You need more. And in this case, Alberto doesn't really have enough set up in the hand to do anything but more Itchy Pollen. So let's make it brave. Let's push our hit points up that little bit further. We're keeping up on those attachments, which is so vital. And we're once again going to tick one more damage onto this Budu. We're back over to Joa now, who has 3 Recon Directive. Picks up a Psychic Energy as well now.
This could be a dangerous turn here.
Boss's Orders in the hand as well.
Yeah, if we see the right few cards here for Yoa, there's a chance he'll be able to take out both that Drakloak and that Dreepy. We know the Horlucha is in hand, which would bring that Dreepy on the bench into range.
I don't see a Dragapult EX.
Has been so key to blocking off this opportunity, and the attachment there shows you that the combination wasn't available.
So close.
Has to go for Jacques to find the Dragapult, which meant there was no way to get the boss's orders as well as the evolution this turn. But Yoa now is one turn away from taking out that Drakloak and Dreepy all in one foul swoop.
And has established a monster hand while doing so. Has to be happy with the way his board is looking in comparison to his opponent. Even if he's going to be going down the first prize card via an Itchy Pollen, you know that your hand is really established to do some dastardly work next turn. We need to see some Luxurious Cape or some more Recon Directive here.
Actually there, the Luxurious Cape and putting it to the bottom, but now has that Brock Scouting to go wider, focusing less on protection and more on depth. And so is actually going to focus on just the Drakloak alone. That will increase the Dreepy's HP, so both of them can't be taken out. And it is still quite scary, though, for Alberto. A little bit behind when it comes to development of the board now that Yoa's started to get those energies in play.
Yeah, still protection, just in a different means, and this allows you to keep drawing cards, which is always helpful. See a couple more from this Recon Directive. Alberto has been on stream a few times already and has come back from awkward starts. I've never really seen him on all full cylinders, to be honest. It seems like he's always trying to do the best with what he's got. Partly, of course, because he is under Itchy Pollen lock right now. But even still, seems like he's having the worst of it. Both Recon Directives used. At least they're both powered up Drakloak now. You know that Itchy Pollen will take the prize. You can maintain your item lock. You take the first prize of game 1 here in our best of 3 in the finals. But this is where we're going to see some fireworks.
Yeah,
Yoa's been working towards a big turn.
Still under item lock, but we'll be seeing so many cards. You got 3 of those Drakloak to Recon Directive cards into your hand. You have that Pheasantipity now available.
True.
Might not even need to put it in play, as there's going to be all those options built up in the hand across all these turns. And now you're starting to wonder, what is the route Yoa's going to go here? The knockout of a Drakloak would be key to take away that draw engine, and one of the options for Alberto, force him to build up something else. But then once that happens, the items will be back online, and that's when the game really starts going full speed ahead.
I feel like you're always ignoring Budu here. You're going to take out a Drakloak, certainly, with Boss's Orders, but also I'd love to see a tool card come down onto Genesect, so you're not facing down an unfair stamp straight away. You can feel quite secure when you already have a couple Recon Directive at your disposal, and there are a couple tools in this hand. It's going to be the EXP share coming onto Genesect right now. So Ace Nullifier will be shutting down Alberto's option of Unfair Stamp on the following turn, and that's because the Itchy Pollen lock is gone. We're going full on with Dragapult from here on out.
A big knockout here. The first Dragapult developed is a massive milestone in the matchup, often dictating who takes the lead. And I think right here we've seen exactly that. The rest of the damage going to be put on that Budu to be knocking it out, and that's 2 knockouts for Yoa with that Dragapult staring down a Drakloak that must be provided into the active spot. And now Alberto has to re-establish a strong board.
And all he has right now is Drakloak. The good news is he has a lot of cards, and he finally has items. So he can rebuild quite nicely here, and will likely try and fire back with an Iono, because Yoa's also built an insane hand size.
No access to Unfair Stamp if he finds it, as the Ace Nullifier of Genesect in full action, and that's exactly why it's a massive part of this matchup, because disruption is the key in these kind of games. You want to try and steal a few turns back, and if you take away the ability to disrupt, then it's going to be really difficult for Alberto to come back here, as that Dragapult will not be knocked out next turn. So another attack will be announced by Yoa, allowing him to sprinkle even more damage into play.
Yoa actually chose to sort of waste the damage counter on the Budgie on the previous turn, so that Alberto didn't even have any Monkey Dory shenanigans, even in the distant future. So it shows how many turns ahead Yoa is already thinking with his prize map and what's in Alberto's range over the next couple of turns. Alberto has no issue finding some Pokemon here with a couple Ultra Ball in hand. Pheasantipity EX is sometimes a nice fallback, but guaranteeing a Dragapult EX also vital this turn. That's a no-brainer. We'll start things off with the Flip the Script, though.
And that Pheasantipity being put in play increases the likelihood of Yoa to take a win earlier, as 210 hit points on a 2-prize Pokemon is very much in range of a Dragapult or a future attacking Blood Moon Ursaluna, and all sorts of different shenanigans that Dragapult is very good at doing. But unfortunately for Alberto, he needs to establish more here, and will be looking to use that Pheasantipity to do so.
It's one of those things. We're going to start with the Flip the Script. It's for now, but also just a Pokemon to have in play for later. If you are going to start setting up damage counters with your own Phantom Dives these next couple of turns, you need to expect that Yoa is going to keep launching attacks and keep threatening your own Pokemon. In a way, make Yoa not take prize cards in fear of the Flip the Script.
And just looking at those two cards there, working out how to use this Ultra Ball to maximum efficiency, and it's often the most challenging part of the deck is what you discard with the Ultra Ball. It can sometimes come back to bite you towards the end of the game, and Alberto has got to this stage through recognizing that Ultra Ball discarding useful resources is not good, so using the Dracloak to find something to discard rather than find something that he wanted.
It's so often that because your main draw power is that Recon Directive, that constantly your best cards are in your hand. As you see, Alberto taking the opportunity to have a free fodder card. In this case, it was a Budgie, so that we can have an easier discard choice. Finally grabbing our Dragapult EX, and I know he's got an Iono lined up this turn. Another vital cog for him here to start mounting this comeback.
There's very few decks in Pokemon where it takes this many turns to start doing your main strategy, but both players went through 4 or 5 turns of setup to get to this stage where they have that Dragapult EX, but now it is time for both of them to start hitting that 200 damage into the active with Phantom Dive.
And let's target the engine. We're going to try and take out one of the Dracloak with this counter catcher. Combine it with the reduction of cards in the hand, the Ino. We're seeing a full shuffle from Yoa because he literally has like 15 or so cards in his hand.
That's what turns of Recon Directive does for you.
It does. And I imagine he has to keep pressuring the Dracloak as well. I imagine a full 6 counters will go on the bench Dracloak at the same time as this knockout. No, it's going to go 6 onto the Dragapult EX.
Interesting.
There's some times where you stay consistent with your strategy of just ensuring Dracloak is damaged, but now maybe you're looking to use Counter Catcher again on the following turn. Put that Dragapult into range of a 200 damage counter placement later.
Yeah, there's that Pheasantipity we spoke about, and now both sides have that 2-prize liability, and that unfair stamp just being tried to attach to the Pheasantipity. Wasn't trying to do the Bravery Charm, and actually is going to just play the unfair stamp. As mentioned before, Alberto unable to develop that Ace Nullifying Genesect, so will be vulnerable to the Ace spec here. Unfair stamp, the card that I think has really changed Dragapult's strategy, made it much slower, much more disruptive.
And even Yo-Yo is ahead. I'm feeling even more terrified for Alberto now. Has no Recon Directive on the board. Yoa won't have to activate Flip the Script with this attack. The Dragapult's not really under pressure. There's no guarantee that Alberto will be able to string anything together next turn. Well, Yoa has much more of an engine established. Can continue to dig deeper with the Recon Directive as well.
Well, at least he knows he's going to be able to announce an attack if he can get that Dragapult into the active. But as you mentioned, it's all about reducing the likelihood of Alberto setting up more and more. And this has been the story of this first game here. A mirror match between Dragapult EX with no partners, just straight Dragapult here, looking to try and punish each other through those small little moments of inconsistency early on. And on this occasion, Yoa is trying to punish Alberto, who wasn't able to set up quickly at the beginning. And here it is.
Mike, Monkey Dory's coming out. I think we have Luminous in the hand. We took Monkey Dory from our prize cards. I think we're going to be able to take out the Dreepy on the bench if we wish, or at least start healing up this Dragapult EX. Alberto was trying to get creative with those counters, and Yoa answers back straight away with the Adrenabrain.
Yeah, it doesn't even need to take a knockout. It's more about the healing at this point. It's true. And trying to move that damage off the active Dragapult. We'll see what strategy Yoa goes for. If he were to take a knockout here, then that Pheasantipity EX would be available, but capable of moving 3 damage across. It
Just
will
the active, there you go.
Go to the active there, and now that active Dragapult EX for Yoa is much further away from being knocked out.
Whilst also playing more with those damage counters, playing around Pheasantipity EX as you'd expect. And now you have 230 on the active. That is 90 damage away, which means if you push this Dragapult EX out of the way, once again, you can Adrenabrain plus the 6 damage counters from Phantom Dive. This is, I'm certain, something Yoa has done. It's within his script of how to play this matchup. That's why he's got this far in the event.
And that would be possible next turn to win the game. Yoa potentially 1 turn away from winning, where Alberto has to build here, has to find a solution. I think I saw a boss's orders in hand, so could potentially bring something up like that Pheasantipity and trying to really disrupt the board. But even then, there's a Dracloak on board for Yoa, so still being able to draw cards. And there we go, the Pheasantipity EX will come into the active spot with 210 hit points. A Phantom Dive won't knock it out, but it asks Yoa the question, have you got a way to retreat? And I think there is one in hand at the moment.
It's a do what you can with what you got situation. This is why the Unfair Stamp is so brutal, such a powerful option within these decks. Alberto now has to decide where those 6 counters will be placed. It's going to go on to the Dracloak at this stage. All 6, perhaps. Yeah, now making that line of play possible.
Is there something in hand there for Yoa to be able to get that Pheasantipity out the active, a rescue board or a switch?
Yeah, I'm not sure if we've spent the rescue board just yet. That's an Iona coming into the hand. Brock Scouting can grant us the Latias EX.
Well, that's another out with something that's unique about Yoa's deck. One of the main differences between the 2 decks. The Latias is there, and we'll be getting the Horlucha as well, which will allow for a potential bit of thinning to improve future draws.
Yeah, there's no space for it right now, but the main thing is you're getting a Phantom Dive. You're taking out the only Dragapult, possibly the only other energy in play as well, if you would like. Your Dragapult EX is so healthy thanks to your Adrenabrain that you don't even fear a Blood Moon or Saluna coming back too much at the very least.
Well, could take out the active Dragapult, could move some damage across and actually take out both those Dreepies potentially if moved in the correct way. So we might be seeing the attack for our game 1 here for Yoa, just doing the maths, moving that 30 damage off of the damaged Pheasantipity.
It's all there.
Where's it going to go? It's going to go on to that Dreepy. There's only 10 HP remaining for that. And the 2 Dreepies will be knocked out. Phantom Dive for 4 prize cards. Yoa wins game 1 of the Utrecht final.
So well played there from Yoa, capitalizing on his Unfair Stamp, whilst also, don't forget, he made sure he wasn't falling prey to it. Before he started to launch those knockouts, he established his own Ace Nullifier. So when he is taking those prizes, he has confidence that the very worst case scenario, it's just an Iono. And even then, he has even more Recon Directive at his disposal. Yoa forced to go first in this game, had Buddy Buddy Poffin straight into some of these crucial supporter cards, the Brock Scoutings, the Jacques. These are such vital pieces in the new age builds of Dragapult.
And this Dragapult has a variety of friends to help in the way. Genesect nullifying those Ace specs, very much a factor here for Yoa, so that Ace spec didn't come in and disrupt the Unfair Stamp, but also the Monkey Dory. We saw how powerful that was towards the end, accelerating the win condition by moving damage across, increasing the amount of damage moved about each turn to 90 rather than just the 60 from the Phantom Dive. And unfortunately for Alberto, both the Monkey Dory and Genesect remain prized that whole game, so it could completely change how this next game goes.
Players are opting to have 1 Monkey Dory in their deck list over a full Dust Noir line. That shows just how powerful the Adrenabrain truly is. And they're saying that just manipulating my opponent's damage is enough for me to really capitalize in this current format with so much intricate math, as you say, Mike. This matchup more so than any other, I would say. and having no access to it is painful. Alberto also struggled to find those Dreepy in the opening stages. Certainly was just sat there with one Dracloak for a while, so I feel like you have to write that one off, brush it off. You know, he's a confident guy, he's tested enough, he's been in every situation, he's seen worse hands, and he's come back from worse situations before.
Pretty good hand there, I think.
Yeah, I saw Buddy Buddy Poffin, I think Brock scouting as well. Has to be chuffed with that.
And we got to note that Yoa went first last time, which then meant he was in a tough position, but 2 Dragapult prize there. This is the question, does he have the 2 copies or the 3 copies?
I dart straight down to see the deck list. It's actually Alberto that plays the 2 copies. Yoa does play 3, so still has access to 1. It's just the attached pass from Yoa straight away. Alberto already has Budju in the active position once again, and this is when you start seeing Itchy Pollen become such a nuisance. If you have that slow 1 turn, Buddy's going to keep it slow for the rest of the game.
In a weird way, though, all you really need is a Dreepy in play and an energy attachment when you go first, but it's really then what else you're able to establish. Do you have that Brock scouting or that INO to see more cards next turn? That's the question now for Yoa. We'll find that out next time, but Alberto is currently looking to set up much stronger than last time. The prize cards are more favorable for him and really trying to get ahead.
Establishing double Dreepy straight away is great. Even have, is that the Arven in hand? Oh, it's the Brock scouting into a Jacques. You can really go wide on this bench if you would like to. Already a Psych Energy in this hand. Everything you want to see for Alberto. If you dream up an opening hand, it's this one.
And that Dreepy and Monkey Dory. We mentioned the 2 best pals to Dragapult at the moment, Monkey Dory and Genesect, opting to go for the Adrenabrain ability as it's so much more effective at moving damage across during those Budu Itchy Pollen battles, and especially when you get that early attachment, you have more time to be able to get an energy onto the Monkey Dory. So now we're going to look at Yoa. Do you have the way of setting up more? Another Dreepy comes down, you have the energy attachment. What do you prioritize here? Jacques going to be going in for that Dracloak, but that might mean that Alberto has full access to items.
Could do. You can still see those couple cards and really hope for the best. But as you say, Mike, it feels like just evolving up is still the critical component. These item cards don't really slow the speed of a Dragapult down too much because it's all converted into supporter-based search. Sure, you give your opponent Ultra Balls for maybe some more Dracloak, but if you're still the first person initiating Phantom Dive, it's still a good place to be, I would argue. So just guaranteeing your Dracloaks before any other shenanigans are afoot, before you're threatened by any high damage outputs, because these Dreepies are so easily targeted. I feel like this is still the best approach. You have a recon established this turn, and you bank one for next turn as well.
And I think that Dreepy on the bench was off the top deck, so maybe that completely changed the decision, because then you got the Jacques to get your 2 Dracloaks, and otherwise you'd have had to completely mix up how things are going here. Having an evolution line that you know your opponent can't skip past the middle stage, you do have a bit of time to work with, and just doing that prize checking now, as prizes were so vital last game. We'll be finding those 2 Dragapult are missing, but there is still 1 available.
Yeah, cannot be happy with that. The good news is there are still a number of Night Stretcher available, so you can still find a way toward them later, as eventually the 2 Dracloak do come into the hand as expected, giving us 1 more recon directive to play with. Couple cards to see, 1 goes to the bottom, 1 goes directly into the hand. One of the key selling points of this archetype and why we're seeing 2 of them in our finals this weekend and many more of them in our top cut. Not just the Phantom Dive attack from Dragapult that is so critical, also this single prize based draw engine as you work towards your key attacker allows you so much access to your deck.
Yeah, since Journey Together came out, Dragapult has been the most popular deck and often the highest converting deck, but has struggled to get that title of a win, and this is going to be an opportunity to guarantee that. As we've noticed, the energy attachment is big there, so that's going
to headbutt perhaps.
Would you? It's pretty risky to attack.
It is a risk. That's why I said perhaps, Mike.
And you see the unfair stamp sitting in Alberto's hand. That would have been instantly slammed down to try and disrupt Yoa. So good recognition there, attaching the energy to be able to attack with Dragon Headbutt, but scared of the potential of an unfair stamp.
It's the right thing to do, especially when you've banked a Dracloak into that hand. For next turn, you give yourself the Iono plus a few draws from Recon Directive to possibly find your one-of copy of Dragapult and a handful of other cards as well. Alberto able to Jacques straight away and grab a couple of his own Dracloak, so can already be confident that he's having a better start than in that game number 1. Let's get to work. There's already an attachment banked in the hand. as well for this turn.
And another Dracloak, so there's all three going to be online this time.
Wow. Recon Directive number 2 coming in.
It looked like he didn't even look at those cards there. That was so quick.
Dracloak number 3 then. This is, again, from the ideal turn 1 into the ideal turn 2, 3 Dracloak online. Energy scattered around the board now as well with the attachment, you would imagine.
You wonder if it's going to go down onto that Monkey Dory, and worried about that, but no damage currently in play, so you probably do want to prioritize getting those Dracloaks energized up. So we'll see where these attachments go. There is each of the types of energy in the deck, the Psychic, the Fire, and the Luminous energy, all in that hand. So which one Alberto chooses here based off of the prize cards? There is a Fire and a Luminous prize based off the Psychic in play. These are the small margins that these top players are able to find which energy is the correct one to attach.
And if we're trying to spread our threats, just having 2 identical Dracloak on the bench seems like a good policy. Let's continue that Itchy Pollen lock. Deny Yoa from a few of those additional cards, because he only has 1 Dragapult EX in his entire deck. If he's going to launch any attack. Ooh, interesting, the Genesect Ace Nullifier, he used it so well in that first game. Does seem like a good Pokemon to put onto your bench here. Let's see another Recon Directive first.
And if you're worried about the unfair stamp post-knockout, if you can get the Ace Nullifier on board, that would allow you to take a knockout and feel a bit more confident with it, especially with that Dragapult, the singular copy of Dragapult in the deck going into the hand and allowing him to evolve at this stage. Can put the Genesect down.
There's EXP share available as well, Mike, but we're going to Iono it away.
Interesting.
Looking for potentially other tools, perhaps. Or it's an indication that we may still not attack until we can find it with a gusting effect or something along those lines.
I'm surprised the EXP share didn't go down onto the bench Dracloak, as you
or the Genesect. Both good options.
Yeah, and there we go, going to be a retreat into the Budu.
We just wanted to find our Dragapult while we could and go into Budu. Oftentimes it's so vital that Dragapult picks where its initial knockouts come from. You see the Fire Energy re-established onto the Dragapult EX. Action back over to Alberto now, though. Will he be the one to initiate the aggression? He has multiple Dracloak powered up. He has a lot of dig through the deck to try and find a Dragapult. Can he combine it with any Gust? Well, Jacques will kick things off.
Yeah, you really need to be using that boss's orders as part of that first knockout, because you don't want to be swinging into the Budu with the 200 damage of Phantom Dive. You really want that one to be on the bench, taking some of those sprinkled damage counters instead.
Yeah, the first hit into your opponent's Dragapult EX can be critical, even taking out Dracloak, as we've seen both players attempt to do throughout this game number 1. And we will now see a flurry of Recon Directive. Alberto able to see 6 cards and pick 3 of them.
Just checking.
He's got to work towards that boss's orders. That has to be one of the final pieces for him.
Actually getting that unfair stamp back as well. That's the Genesect going to the bottom there.
Even finding Luminous for your Monkey Dory this turn is fine.
Ooh, Luxurious Cape.
Luxurious Cape. A card that you can find later with Arven at any point, but it is coming into the hand now.
Yeah, one of the unique selling points of Alberto's list is that Luxurious Cape, not found in Yoa's.
True.
Wonder if it would be a part of this strategy here. And there's that Luminous energy, 4 copies in Alberto deck, really trying to maximize the opportunity to set up that Monkey Dory. A Dragapult going down, but it won't be attacking this turn. And I think we're going to see another Itchy Pollen from Alberto.
I like the choice a lot to evolve, even though it feels unintuitive to lose a Recon Directive, because these evolutions are hard to find under Itchy Pollen lock. It means that if Yoa is just going to use an Iono, you just have to find an energy in boss's orders to start launching those Phantom Dives.
And if you're worried about swinging into that Budu with your Phantom Dive, another way around it, not just boss's orders, would be to knock out that Budu with your Monkey Dory's ability. As you can see, that 2 damage prepped now on the active Budu. So Yoa looking to try and find either a big attack this turn, using that Dragapult to start the big powerful turn, or whether they're going to be using another Itchy Pollen.
He's found the boss's orders from his Recon Directives. He can get aggressive if he would like. Yes, we're going to be the first one Phantom diving into a Dragapult. In comes our Dragapult EX. Out comes Budu. We go from 10 damage up to 200, and also 60 to the bench Dracloak. That means that even with Monkey Dory, that Dracloak still would be KO'd, forcing Alberto to evolve out of these abilities, so he has less draw power at the very least.
If last game is anything to go by, the first attack of Dragapult decided the end victory. Yoa was the first to attack last time, attacking first again here. Alberto now will have to find an energy, but will be able to return an attack himself. Does have the Monkey Dorian line, which was a key factor for Yoa last time. So a few different factors in this game could change the course of whichever player shoots forward into the lead.
Alberto with a library of cards right now. Finally has access to items as well, don't forget, so he can do all sorts at this stage. Boss's orders coming into his own thinking as well. Neither player having taken a prize, but Luxurious Cape once again, it was crucial in his top 4 match. Once again, protecting his energy, protecting his Drakloak. Thinking about the Arven use here.
And could take out both those Drakloaks using the boss, but instead might look to do it from the active. Might not even look to take a knockout at this stage, as that can open up things like Unfair Stamp, the Counter Catcher, and all these great mechanics that Dragapult has built into it. And that's why neither player is wanting to go ahead and take that first prize card, because it favors the opponent, unlocks a bunch of cards in their deck.
It's a real cat and mouse, but Alberto is mostly up on attachments here. Does he have access to that fire energy? Yeah, he has a Luminous in his hand, so no problems there. Staying up on these attachments is so vital, because it means that Yoa can't weave in his own Monkey Dory easily at all. And it means you can just be in so much control. Adrenabrain here, removing 3 off Alberto's Drakloak, throwing it over to Yoa's Monkey Dory, a vital card in a couple of our Stage 2 archetypes. Dragapult and Gardevoir both utilize it.
Will a knockout be taken here? Alberto will do 200 damage to that active Dragapult, and it looks like he's not going to try and take a knockout. It looks like he targeted the other Drakloak. He wants to try and keep it alive.
Yeah, he's not going to take a knockout here. Just 6 onto the other Drakloak. Alberto is sculpting a big turn for the future, whilst not allowing Yoa to use his A-Spec or use Pheasantipity EX to have any means of a comeback.
And taking out the Drakloak would take away draw, but the Pheasantipity, the Unfair Stamps, the Counter Catchers are way more scary once you go into those knockouts. As we see lots of damage on board now on both sides, and it's going to be a huge turn at some point in the near future. Both players trying to navigate into that big swing turn that not only takes the knockouts you need to start winning the game, but also dismantling the board so it's harder to return any kind of damage.
And crucially, the 2 prized Dragapult EX means Yoa can't simply evolve his way out of this mess. We're going to see a Jacques, and there's no real targets for him. Oh, it's devastating. 2 of his 3 Dragapult EX in the prize cards means Alberto's use of damage counter placement is incredible right now.
Yeah, I don't know if he's clocked that they're both prized. Definitely will be now, as the Jacques is got 0 targets in the deck.
Wow, this is so rough for Yoa. Alberto made this decision simply to force him to evolve, but he can't. There's 2 in the prizes. You just have to take a sad Drakloak from this Jacques supporter. Not where you want to be. Alberto must be smiling now.
I mean, surely Alberto's worked out just from that alone that they must be prized. Prize cards making it a hard chore for Alberto to really go ahead and stay ahead. And on this occasion, it's hard for Yoa to stay in a safe position.
Look at this.
Oh, going to be going into that Itchy Pollen, the Budu coming forward, forcing Alberto to gust around it. No items available either.
No items. You're trying your best to not be completely wiped off this board. Alberto now. Can you find another means of gust? We have some recon directives to help us.
I think there might be a boss's orders in hand.
Oh my goodness. Alberto, please. You're able to set up the other Drakloak, take them both out in the same turn. 3 dragons being knocked out in 1 foul swoop.
It's not far off. I think there's the boss's orders there. This is going to be possible.
Mike, it's going to be 4 prize cards, leaving Yoa with a Budu and a Genesect only. This is devastating, and it's an immediate concession. We're going to a game 3.
Alberto, the King of the Dragons, slays all 3, and on that occasion, we're going to be going into our final game of the final. This is the reason he's a top player, a top contender, and it's because he sees those visions, he sees the board as it was there and dismantles it all in one attack. As both these players struggling with their prize cards. First game it was Alberto, this time Yoa unable to find his Dragapult EX, but it was that early setup favoring Alberto.
Yoa was the first one to work towards a Dragapult EX, but didn't want to launch attacks with it, knowing that the unfair stamp was too scary. Alberto, with more recon directive on the board, was able to be the first one getting in that mix and making sure that he was targeting down his opponent. And let's be fair, Yoa's prize cards did not help him out too much. When Alberto made this choice to target multiple Dracloak, it meant that he was a boss's orders away from completely wiping the board state.
Well, there you go. Game 3 it is. The two decks functioning very similarly in both games. It was the deck that had more Dracloaks on board. That's the biggest indicator, and the Monkey Dory as well.
True.
So it seems like it's all about the monkey business.
Always has been.
The draw support of the recons.
Yeah, those attachments are so vital. And actually, I think Alberto plays 8 energy rather than the standard 7. And those fine margins, you know, don't underestimate the power of an extra energy in your deck because they're so vital. Oftentimes we're saying we're reconning looking for these attachments. And when you play an extra copy, that's always going to help out.
Yeah, interesting how the deck with less Dragapult EX had an easier time finding the Dragapult EX. It was those 2 prizes for Yoa. Made it quite tough, but a lot of similarities. I mean, it's about 55 cards the same, I think, for these 2 decks, but those 5 that are different are significant. As you mentioned, 1 energy more. There's different tools. We've got different Pokemon on the side of Yoa able to utilize in the matchup. We've seen a lot of them being used so far, and I would love to see both players really set up strong here from the beginning.
Luminous for Alberto. And a fire, you're right. That's not the best as we see the fist bump. We're going into game number 3 in our Masters final here at the Utrecht Special Championships. Who's going to come out on top? Dragapult wears the crown, but which player will it be?
Alberto going first this time, and does have that early buddy pop-in, so key when you're forced to go into that game with a lack of supporters, many of which great to find that early setup. Brock scouting, Iono, Arven, very good at helping you set up. But if you go first and find that buddy pop-in, it can often be beneficial in the matchup and make you in a stronger position, as Alberto is just working out the prize cards. You see him pushing some of those cards to the top. Many different strategies of our players here to find out those 6 cards. And I think this way really highlighting the skill of these top players, finding out every little detail they need to win the game.
We've just seen prize cards helped lead Alberto to a victory because Yoa had some awkward ones. And in game 1, Alberto wasn't helped by his prize cards, having no access to his own Monkey Dory or Genesect. That didn't really help out too much in game number 1. So identifying those cards that aren't available and then constructing a strategy around what you do have is so crucial. That's why you see our top players always go through these motions with that first deck search, figure out what you do and don't have access to.
And we said about the 3 energy for Alberto being a key prize card check, but actually on the other side, there is a key card. Just looking at here, Bravery Charm could make a massive difference in the matchup.
We've seen how it can help you continue with your Budju for longer, but also sometimes even protecting some of your other vulnerable basics. The way these damage counters can be played out, the Bravery Charm can undo some of the cute Mafia opponents trying to initiate. As we once again see Alberto do a preemptive Ultra Ball for the future turn. This is always a great thing to think a turn ahead. He's already expecting Yoa to come at him with an Itchy Pollen, so he's already prepping a Dracloak to that hand.
And these 2 players have earned their right to be in the final of this special championship here in Utrecht. Many players rising to the top with Dragapult, but these 2, the best pilots of Dragapult EX, and we see that Ultra Ball coming down. Yoa with a bit of a spring in his step, looking to really flash through that deck and go as fast as possible. Really wants to get into a position, feel that confidence he felt in game 1.
Well, already seeing 2 Dragapult EX in his hand, could be confident at least he has his main attacker going into this game number 3. Also going to take a look diligently at those prize cards. As we said, at the top level of competitive play, this is something you have to get along and do. You just simply have to know what you have access to and what you don't. And Yoa, again, is doing so in this instance, also eyeing up the potential Latias EX as his first search from this Ultra Ball, so he can once again protect the energy. We've said it a couple times, Mike, but in order to stay on top of these attachments, work in your Monkey Dory, it's because you need to have had energy scattered throughout the entire game.
Yeah, so just checking through those trainer cards, it seems we'll recognize that Bravery Charm is missing, as well as a Counter Catcher, an Ino and an Arven. Nothing too crazy. But that charm could come in the future. Both of them will have access to that unfair stamp. Can turn it off through the Genesect. There's a lot of cat and mouse here trying to work out what you put in play to deny your opponent the ability to attack.
The bench management is so delicate for both players. Like you said, the positioning of these Pokemon, when you can weave in the lower hit point stuff, whether they're vulnerable to the combination of Phantom Dive plus Monkey Dory, even if that's not even showing on the board, being on top of those things, expecting and anticipating the worst from your opponent throughout is how you can play the safest with this archetype, and also how you can negate some of those key threats with some of these tech cards.
And this is a key difference between the two lists. Latias EX with that Skyliner ability, allowing all of your basic Pokemon to have free retreat. It is a two-prize Pokemon, though, with 210 HP, so has got a bit of vulnerability when it comes to the matchup. But on this occasion, Yoa valuing the energy on board over having that vulnerability in play. I doubt Alberto was expecting to see that Latias come out of the Ultra Ball.
And beyond this search, I think we're just going to be using Ino for a fresh 6 cards here, which means we need a lot. We need to start working towards Buddy Poffin if we're going to launch our own Itchy Pollen, and we need more access to Budew. Big 6 cards for both players. Alberto is having one of his Drakloak shuffled to the bottom as well, don't forget. There is Buddy Poffin and a couple Drakloak. That's a fantastic 6 cards for Yoa. He is straight back into this game.
I know, the key supporter in so many decks right now. Late game disruption, but early game consistency, and exactly that has been seen right here. A Dreepy and a Budew go straight down onto that bench, and that Budew will be able to come up whilst conserving the energy thanks to that Skyliner ability. 2 Dreepy, a Budew, and even more in that hand for future turns. So a great situation for Yoa, despite such a rough starting hand.
Looks like both players are going to have a good opener here, because there's the Jacques coming out immediately for Alberto, which means we're going to have a really interesting slog in our game number 3 here. Still half an hour remains on the clock. Plenty of time to see the fireworks.
After game 1 being heavily in favor of Yoa and game 2 heavily in favor of Alberto, we were hoping to see this, a matchup between these two decks where both are in control, and it looks like we'll be seeing that. More Drakloak on board, energy in play, Budew in the active, and it is looking to be the dream start for both of our players who've made it so far through this tournament. They must be feeling exhausted at this stage. 12 rounds of Swiss with a top 8. No asymmetrical top cut here in Utrecht, and they both made their way past the rest of the competition to see who will be the Utrecht champion.
More energy coming into the hand for Alberto. You have to imagine he's going to retreat Drakloak into his own Itchy Pollen Budew this turn, but can at least re-establish an energy here. Finds another Dreepy, and as expected, the Psychic Energy will be sacrificed. And we can also bench this additional Pokemon before launching your own Itchy Pollen straight back to your opponent.
It's very easy for us to look at the surface level of what's going on here, but all these tiny decisions both players are making, something as simple as that Psychic Energy being the choice for Alberto there, knowing there's a Fire Energy prized, not wanting to take all of your energy out of your hand and deck. These kinds of tiny decisions go unnoticed by so many players throughout the tournament, but it may be those small percentages that's taken these players to the final.
Yoa immediately uses his supporter of Brock Scouting to grab a Monkey Dory and Dreepy. Does that indicate we have access to Luminous Energy? Well, not yet, but with some Recon Directive, we're thinking creatively. Brock Scouting now for the following turn coming into the hand. Are we seeing any energy attachments? No. Couple tool cards. Going to value the option of Defiance Band for now, and simply Itchy Pollen back into Alberto. This is the cat and mouse that you sometimes see in this matchup. You're both working towards your energy attachments. You're both working towards Dragapult. You're often working towards boss's orders as well. Alberto with an opportunity to have a big turn If he can find that combination, he could take out the only energy in play for Yoa.
Yoa having the best tournament of their career so far, massively achieving the final, taking down the Seville champion in the semi-finals, looking to take down our Gdansk regional champion in Alberto. And Alberto looking so calm in this position as he's been there before. For Yoa, playing with speed, playing with purpose, really looking to try and take that win. You can feel the want there, you can feel the drive, looking to try and take this victory and go ahead. But Alberto just playing the game as expected. 3 Drakloak on board and trying to establish that stable board state.
I think the only thing stopping Yoa from being completely ruined was that Itchy Pollen, because there was the combination of Fire Energy, Boss's Orders, and Ultra Ball, but crucially that is locked out. So Alberto going to be committing both energy to Drakloak here. Again, it's that careful juggle. Well, it's a bit of an easier choice when there's an EXP share in the hand as well for your backup Drakloak. That's also a Monkey Dory coming onto his bench. And then we will Itchy Pollen one more time. Alberto unable to string together a 3-card combo. But now the pendulum swings over to Yoa. Can he find his Dragapult EX in addition to Boss's Orders? Well, a Brock Stoughton tells us immediately, not quite. Well, instead, we're going to go for the Recon Directive first. That's a good deal. You find Boss's Orders and Drakloak. Now we're dreaming big.
Just recognizing his own haste there and catching himself before he rushed into a decision. Going via that Drakloak might have opened up the ability to take a knockout
combo?
here.
It
Energy
is.
Boss and Dragapult in hand. There is an opportunity here to take some big prize cards, looking to go safer, establish the board state, and this is the calm we like to see out of these players, acknowledging that sometimes the rush is not the key. And fair play to Yoa, it was almost the dream combo to take the big knockout.
You can still get one Recon Directive. I think Luminous Energy is still the best find here. Get your Monkey Dory into the mix, if you can. No, now we're going to have to split up our energy, I have to think. We have to put a Psychic onto a different... Oh, wow, we're both committed here.
Oh, the same setup, though, the EXP
share once again.
Wow.
Okay.
We say it's a mirror match. It's also a mirror match in the way they're playing.
Look at the entire board state is identical, apart from a Latiasi X.
And a Monkey Dory too, but those spaces are still available for Alberto to put things down.
Alberto with priority.
Is that a Monkey Dory actually on the bench there?
There is. Yeah, I'm telling you.
Just at the top. It's just literally the Latiasi X there.
Luminous Energy picked up from Alberto. Can we find the Dragapult EX now? Recon Directive. We can finish off the Budju easily if we use Adrenabrain. That would force another Pokemon into the active for Yoa. That's a way you can take a 2-prize KO with your first Phantom Dive.
Given the symmetry of both their setups here, the first one to initiate a Dragapult attack will very much put themselves in the lead.
I don't think it's guaranteed.
No items.
No items. Well, Bravery Charm can come in clutch for the Budju. You could attach a Luminous to your Monkey Dory and use an Iono if you wish. Both players have started to stack up larger hands. There is the Luminous Energy. We're going to throw 2 damage onto Drakloak. We can Itchy Pollen for the first prize and still keep our bench just at Drakloak right now. No supporter being played from Alberto by the looks of things. No, we're just going to take the first KO here in our game number 3 from Alberto. Continuing to keep that lock up. Yoa now. 3 Recon Directives. Boss's Orders already in the hand. Dragapult already in the hand.
There's that unfair stamp. Can't play that, though. Still under item lock with that knockout. That Bravery Charm on the Budu. A strategy unavailable to Yoa in this game as the Bravery Charm is prized. The Drakloaks are drawing. Needs to find a big knockout right now. Free retreat on that Monkey Dory, thanks to the Latiasi X. But we'll be looking to try and Gust. Can't use Counter Catcher. Must find that boss, which we know was in hand.
Yeah. And I think the best target is actually Monkey Dory here. I'm so afraid of Adrenabrain. It's such an insane ability.
What would you do with the damage after that, though? That's the question. This is why this mirror match can be such a tough one. Once you get to this stage of the game where you have pretty much identical setups except for those 2 prize liabilities on Yoa's side, you really are starting to think, What will be that first
Luminous
attack?
picked up from the flip the script. A big decision from Noah, either to dig deeper with Pheasantipity or put down his Genesect with a tool. Boss's orders coming in. I feel like you staying on top of... Yeah, there we go. No, it's going to be the EXP shared Drakloak as the target.
Can actually take out both the Drakloaks with energy on. This could be a huge turn here for Yoa. All the energy will be removed from board. The knockout on the active, 6 to the bench Drakloak, and Alberto is left with no energy available.
Really, really clean play from Yoa here. Taking so much off the board all in one go, and now look at his bench as well. Has lots of draw power developed, has that safety net of the EXP share, and both players in that cat and mouse. It feels like Yoa has struck first, and it's been a devastating attack.
And it's not even like Alberto can quickly trade a blow back. No energy available. Might even need to attack with the Monkey Dory, but even then you're leaving yourself without more energy on your dragon types. This is going to be a tough situation for Alberto to come back from. The Budu has gone forward. You can item lock, but with the Skyliner in play, everything that could be a liability has free retreat. You just got those Drakloaks there.
And you're terrified of putting any amount of damage into play because it allows the Adrenabrain to get more creative. It could once again be a moment for Alberto to attempt to use his luxurious cape on this Drakloak to protect it that little bit more. Things are getting tough, though. We know at least that the unfair stamp's available to him. We're going to see the Ultra Ball. Is it Pheasantipity EX on his own side of the board now? Both these players have to think about not just this turn, but having some sort of engine. And when you've lost all your Drakloak, feels like Pheasantipity has to be the fallback.
And you wonder if that last turn, maybe moving the 10 damage off of the Drakloak rather than off of the Budu, would have been a stronger play.
I know. These are the margins, Mike. And even then, Yoa's decision between the Genesect and accepting an okay turn and the Pheasantipity digging that little bit deeper completely changed the complexion of this game now.
You can see how much Alberto's having to think to try and work out the route back in. We've seen it on stream already. Alberto has shown exactly why he's a regional champion, able to come back from many a tough situation. And one card that can typically initiate that kind of a comeback is the unfair stamp, where both players shuffle their hand into their deck and draw 5 for the player that plays the card and 2 for the opponent. But only can you play it if one of your Pokemon was knocked out in the last turn.
2 cards, Mike. That's not many. That's one of the only defenses this deck has, and why it's so happy from playing from behind.
But with 2 Drakloak on board, it's going to be 2 cards plus a top deck plus 4 in those recon directives. It's really going to be tough for Alberto in this situation. We'll just slam that unfair stamp down, and we'll be looking to try and claw this one back as the energy attachment to the Drakloak will need a second one next turn to even start attacking with the Dragapult. Yoa has earned himself a free turn, but with very few cards in his hand.
I feel like Alberto does need to find a counter catcher here as well. Has to bring up one of these Drakloak. I know it's only a single retreat, but you have to try and make it a little bit more difficult. Yoa has committed a lot of energy already to this board. There's one in the prize cards for him as well. There's no guarantee that even off a couple of recon directive, he can't find a way out.
We'll see if it comes into those 5 cards. Alberto does have the Pheasantipity as well.
Yeah.
There's a
lot of support. There's counter catcher, giving you that little ray of hope.
Flip the
script as well for 3 more cards. Can we start night stretching back any Dreepy here? The problem with putting 70 hit point Pokemon down at this stage, if you use Itchy Pollen for 10, it can open up an Adrenabrain plus Phantom Dive if they are able to launch an attack. So Alberto has to decide, is it worth that risk?
Wow, and then you look at this hand, there's the Ultra Ball there. With items available, you can find a few different Pokemon that could be useful, but maybe even prepping for next turn, getting that Dragapult ready. And realistically, you can't come back in this game without surviving a turn. So really thinking optimistically, Alberto, he knows that it has to work here. It has to lock out Yoa from another turn of attacking.
We will see counter catcher onto the Drakloak that already has a tool committed. There's not even the opportunity for Rescue Board to be in out now. And it will be a 10 damage prod. If Yoa can find his way around this Budu, he will continue on a huge path of pressure Not only boss's orders as well. Night Stretcher not live in this hand. Is there a way to pivot a Drakloak? No, there is not. Wow. It's worked out for Alberto just about. Clinging on here in this game number 3. As we said, 2 cards is not a lot.
It really did look like that last turn from Yoa was going to seal the deal, but as is always the case with Drakloak, you can earn a turn back with combination pieces like Unfair Stamp and Itchy Pollen, and that Drakloak in the active has been locked up for 1 turn. But there's still a lot for Alberto to do. He has to develop this Dragapult, has to find a way to get another energy and start taking knockouts, and even then, a lot to do.
Step 1, success for Alberto. But there's still so much more to do here. Your opponent with the superior board state and making it tricky for you to even attempt to put any Dreepy down at this stage.
No draw on board for Alberto.
No.
The only thing, the Pheasantipity, but that requires a knockout in the previous turn as that Drakloak was evolved into the Dragapult.
Night Stretch coming into the hand now. Will Alberto try one more time to develop Dreepy?
It's risky.
It was risky last turn, it's risky now. You can only dodge for so long, but I'm certain 1 Dragapult EX will not be enough to carry you through this game. You need to re-establish some of these Pokemon. Just going to be Fire Energy. That's also powering up your Dragapult EX.
Well, you have those 210 HP Pokemon, the Latias and the Pheasantipity. They're in good range of the Blood Moon Ursaluna, which is a great finisher in both of these players' decks, and could be coming in clutch towards the end of this game. But Alberto going to be putting that Dragapult into the active. Will be looking to take a knockout on that Drakloak, but we'll be putting damage in play for the Munkidori. Where's it going to go? 200 to the active, 6 damage counters to spread.
I think all 6 onto Drakloak means even an Adrenabrain can't help out, but also if you're worried about Adrenabrain, you just start sprinkling the 1s and put a 2 basically anywhere, so that the Munkidori is not fully live. It's going to be a 5-1 split, which does allow Yoa to have a full power Adrenabrain back, but it has at least set up a couple of EX Pokemon.
Both players now, 4 prize cards remaining. Counter Capture unavailable on both sides, but that Unfair Stamp for Yoa is a possibility here. The Pheasantipity, a possibility, and 1 Drakloak to see a few more cards. Recon Directive, look at the top 2, 1 on the bottom, 1 in the hand. And looks like a tough decision here for Yoa.
Can't quite catch. One of them's a Counter Capture.
And
can't see the other card just yet. Night Stretcher. Already has one in the hand, I believe. Sometimes it's even thinking about, if I'm going to Iona myself, what do I want to get closer to? There's Boss's Orders in Yoa's hand. Now spying that as an option. Looking at the discard pile, there's no energy. That's one of the only hurdles here. We can freely retreat this Pheasantipity EX. And we can at least launch a Phantom Dive, but where's the damage counter best served?
If you knock out that Budu, which you could with the Munkidori, it doesn't really help you too much because you need 4 prize cards. You need to find a way to take a big knockout on a 2-prizer and either 2 smaller Pokemon or another 2-prizer itself. And it looks like the Boss's Orders on the Pheasantipity has that in mind. We want to take that knockout there, but maybe do it next turn. So much to think about in this stage, and you can see how Alberto didn't develop any other liabilities, recognizing that the board was pretty secure and safe with that Budu with a Bravery Charm and 3 larger Pokemon.
3 counters going on to the Munkidori now from Yoa, and 200 to the active. Could load up even more damage across this board. Essentially, Yoa saying, this heal from Alberto's Munkidori is great in so many positions now. Making it a tough one for him to decide what's better.
Now you look at the taking 2 big 2-prize knockouts for Alberto. Knockout the Latias, knockout the Pheasantipity would be a possibility. Is there the Gust there available? Do you have the boss? You don't have the draw, but you do have a boss in hand. So there is the possibility now to take a knockout on either of those 2-prize Pokemon, or you could try and take out the Munkidori and the Drakloak.
We're coming to the climax of this game 3. 12 minutes remain in our Masters final here in Utrecht. One of these players will be walking home a special champion. Alberto already a regional champion. Yoa already taken down a special champion on his way to this final. Alberto closing in with the Blood Moon Ursaluna and the energy attachment before using an Iono here. Both players going to get a random 4-card hand to play with.
Oh, really interesting. Actually going to be attacking into this Dragapult EX in the active spot.
Yeah.
And that Blood Moon Ursaluna ready to attack in the future. The Pheasantipity now, with just 10 HP remaining, is going to be sitting there as a little bit of a liability on Alberto's side of the board. But still, there's still going to have to be 2 turns from both players to secure this victory. So a little bit of a navigation through these final turns. Alberto looking to attack into the Dragapult. Where's the Monkey Dory damage going to go?
First of all, where do we take it off? Pheasantipity EX. Be in range of a Hawlucha if you don't heal it up. Monkey Dory still able to be KO'd with a Phantom Dive, even if you heal it. But at least it's only a single prizer. Yeah, Alberto has to take a moment here because this is critical.
This could decide the Utrecht Special Championship. Will Alberto make it 2 for the season, or will Yoa have an incredible performance? A young player here in Utrecht looking to try and make their first championship victory.
And a direct invite, don't forget, Mike. It's to the World Championships. It could mean anything to Yoa.
So Alberto, Phantom Dive into the Dragapult. Nothing too crazy going to be happening this turn, just going to be spreading some of that damage out. And with the Monkey Dory, this gets really complicated for these players to navigate.
You're telling me.
We're spreading it out, and I'm so confused as to why the decision's being made, but these guys have got a plan.
They'll tell us.
They'll tell
in
us
the winner's
after.
interview.
If they come through and these decisions are correct and they win, we'll be shown exactly why. As Latias and Pheasantipity accumulating damage on the bench there. No knockout from Alberto in that turn.
Yoa should have an easy means of finishing off Pheasantipity just with bench damage alone. Energy Search coming into the mix now. That was one of the crucial pieces he's lacked for a few turns. Fire Energy can be found. Can we evolve up even some of these vulnerable single prizes at this stage? Feels like Alberto's trying to set up multiple of the basic EXs. Actually going to swap out for a Psych Energy now.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
No, not too sure. It's going to be the fire in the end.
You really see Alberto's leaning into those 2 prize Pokemon. Yoa has put 2 EXs on the board outside of that Dragapult EX, typically something you try and avoid, but they've been so key to the success of this game. And it's whether Alberto can punish that scenario and utilize them in a situation. That unfair stamp in Yoa's hand has not been active for a few turns now, as both players are avoiding taking big knockouts, as we see 4 EX Pokemon now on the side of Yoa, and just that Monkey Dory as the only single prizer. Alberto will have to take 2 massive knockouts in this next turn, but for now, Yoa is looking to try and move some damage across and put himself in the best position to win the whole event.
Adrenabrain coming in. Bit of healing, more importantly, where you want to place these counters. Do you want to deny Alberto his own use of Monkey Dory? Do you want to set up the Blood Moon Ursaluna? Yeah, so this allows you to finish off Pheasantipity EX with the Phantom Dive. And even put a huge chunk into this Blood Moon Ursaluna, so that even with Monkey Dory, Yoa could still finish it off, essentially making it a useless attacker.
Going to be taking out the knockout here on the Pheasantipity.
Yeah.
Opens
Just
up
needed
counter
1
capture.
damage. Yeah.
There's not really anything Alberto can do to take 4 prize cards next turn. So Yoa trying to set up for win next turn.
It feels like he's in the best position. I do still like taking out Monkey Dory, but when you've evolved up so many of your Pokemon, you have so many hit points on your remaining Pokemon, you may feel content that you're not afraid of Adrenabrain. It's going to do up to 5 damage on the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and the remaining damage goes on to Monkey Dory. So 1 on Pheasantipity, 2 on Blood Moon Ursaluna, I think, and then 3 on the Monkey Dory. Yoa goes down to 2 prize cards, putting himself essentially 1 attack away from closing our final out here.
What can you do this turn, Alberto, to put yourself closer? We mentioned how important that first attack from Yoa was, the Phantom Dive to initiate the damage. And you can just see how much more damage he's been able to get on the board, as Alberto needs 4 prize cards to win the game.
He has no draw power, Mike. Pheasantipity taken off the board. It's just down to those few cards in his hand. Arven's there. Can we construct some sort of counter-catcher play now?
I mean, what can you do here? If you bring up the Dragapult on the bench, then that can always just retreat into the other Dragapult. Maybe even having to use a Mind Bend here. Is there energy available? This is really tough now. Alberto having to find the solution that does not seem possible.
Alberto has to take a moment. He's found his way out of so many awkward spots throughout the weekend. But is this one a step too far? 200 damage on the active. 4 on Pheasantipity EX on the bench. How can he get creative with his Monkey Dory at this stage? Tries to heal up his Dragapult EX. Now only 170 damage remains on it.
Don't know if this damage even matters. Just has to take a knockout on that Dragapult and hope.
Are we just trying to dodge energy? Take out the active Dragapult EX and try and dodge a fire or luminous energy attachment. Alberto shrugs, launches the Phantom Dive, sets up the Monkey Dory on the bench, goes down to 2 prize cards himself. Yoa, can you close out this game? Luminous energy allows the Dragapult EX to come back into the active position and finish off a huge knockout. Yoa overcoming 2 champions to become one himself.
Our Utrecht Special Championship has been concluded, and it's Yoa. An amazing performance. A tough journey via multiple champions. The semi-final with that Maractus taking down the Seville champion. And in the final, defying all odds against Alberto Conti, our Gdansk champion. And was able to do it with that mastery of Dragapult, finding those Phantom Dives at the right times, getting in early with them. And it was a mind-bending tournament for both of them. But it was that final few moments that allowed Yoa to win the game. That huge knockout on the Dracloak throughout the match really made the difference. Dracloak, the target for so many of these attacks.
This was our game number 1, and we saw Yoa kicking things off nicely with his own use of Dragapult. And I think the key difference in this game number 1 was he had access to Adrenabrain, Alberto did not. And that allowed him to set up so much damage as he started to tear through the board. And with clever use of his Adrenabrain, he was able to take that big 4 prize turn with Phantom Dive. Coming into that game number 2, those 2 Dragapult EX prizes were a huge hurdle for him. And as we see going through this game number 2, Alberto was eventually able to capitalize.
And it was in the games which they won, both players setting up so well. Alberto in game 2, able to get 3 Dracloak on board nice and early, get those energy in play, and despite Yoa attacking first in this game, it was Alberto who was able to navigate his way to victory. And it was thanks to that Monkey Dory really keeping the damage off of his Pokemon and over to Yoa's.
This is still that game number 2. The boss's order so critical, and Yoa could see the writing on the wall when he couldn't Jacq for any of those EX. And it came down to this game number 3. Boss's orders taking out 2 energy on a Dracloak thanks to Adrenabrain, and also taking out the EXP share at the same time. It felt like Alberto had given himself some protection, but Yoa found that one combination that took out both the draw power and all the attacking threats at the same time.
And then Alberto had to claw it back, and it was this turn, well, the turn just before this, where he was able to earn some time with the Badu onto the Dracloak with the EXP share, but it wasn't enough as Yoa quickly started swinging straight back with the Phantom Dive, and it looked like for Alberto there was just too much to do. Not able to take 4 prize cards easily, nothing to sprinkle damage on to help him out, and it was very much the Phantom Dive to finish it off.
Wow. We have seen a masterclass in Dragapult for a number of rounds in a row. Like, what an incredible archetype. We're still no closer really to finding the best deck list, not even the best build, but at least Utrecht, we can say Dragapult was the best deck in the room, had the best performance by far. It's laid at stake once again, and finally comes away with a win.
Yeah, the Dust Noir edition was the top 4 Dragapult list, but it was both a straight Dragapult list for either the finalist and the winner. There was some differences between them, but ultimately it was that combination of Dragapult with all of those different combo pieces, Monkey Dory, Genesect, Blood Moon Ursaluna, and of course the MVP, that Budu that starts off the game and gives you the time to set up behind it.
Let's remind ourselves of where we started today in the event, looking at our breakdown of the metagame, because Dragapult was on top. It's been on top from the start of the day, only just about edging out Gardevoir in the field, but really shone, rose to the top, was littering our top cut, and still, like you said, Mike, with Itchy Pollen at your disposal, you have the time to build a really creative board state with multiple Dracloak, see a number of cards, and weave in these critical basics to shut down your opponent's options and make the most of your own Phantom Dive attacks.
Yeah, but closely followed by the Gardevoir. Unfortunately, only one made it into top 8 and lost their quarter-final game. But Raging Bolt EX into that top 4 and just beaten out by the Maractus. The inclusion from Yoan, what a smart addition, recognizing Raging Bolt's improvement in recent time and having a recent result and having that one card inclusion that could completely change up the matchup was beautiful to watch. And Yoa, what a player.
Yeah, showed great restraint in certain moments, sitting behind board states, being happy to open himself up for awkward turns and saying, I just kind of have to hope that I'm best sitting back for a turn longer. Great deck building as well. We saw that Maractus, like you said, Mike. Even the Latias EX came into effect to allow him to stay on top of those attachments. We said it as early as turn 1. Very much so. How vital it was in that game number 3. So fantastic deck building, fantastic in-game play from Yoa. He's been a well-worthy champion.
And they made their journeys to the final very differently. Alberto having those 2-1 matches where Yoa dominating through the quarters and semis, and it was only to be matched in the final with that mirror match where it went all the way to the distance of game 3. Yoa finding that victory, the Utrecht champion, well deserved.
It was such a stacked top 8, and the fact that Yoa happened to be the Dragapult player coming up against Gardevoir, you'd almost put him as the outsider as we got into that top 8. And then he was also able to overcome Yoan, a champion already from Seville, with that Raging Bolt archetype. Maractus, the one card answer. Probably not the only time that we've seen that strategy employed, because, wow, it was used to perfection by Yoa. He was clinical in that top 4 match, and then a wild, swingy back and forth finals.
Yeah, and now Yoa guaranteed a spot at Worlds, getting that invite through the Special Championship here in Utrecht. What a player to do it in such a I don't want to say an overperformance, but top 32, the previous best result.
Yeah.
You know, we typically see players going for multiple top 8s, sometimes getting a bit further, not quite reaching that final hurdle, but today was Yoa's day, and reaching that win will definitely give him the confidence going forward now that he is capable of that and will be much more relaxed going into these tournaments. We saw it from Alberto, we saw it from Yoan, how they seemed more comfortable in those big matches, and I hope this gives Yoa that confidence to be a top player.
And I love it so much, Mike, because we saw Yoa actually make that tiny mistake in his game in the Swiss rounds, but then got more and more confident as the tournament went on. He's been on the big stage, he's seen those bright lights, and now he's been able to overcome them and become our champion. Let's, speaking of which, head on over to the stage, because we have time to crown some champions.
Thank you both. Yes, I'm here on the main stage. We're about to crown our finalist and champion. Hundreds of competitors came from across the world here this weekend to try their hands at becoming the next champion. But there was only 2 that could rise from the rest to be here for this final. And what a final it was. Now, let's crown our finalist from Italy, Alberto Conte. Thank you, Alberto. A well-deserved finalist, Alberto. Thank you so much. Thank you. Another record for yourself. And of course, there was always going to be just one champion this weekend. He faced 2 champions in the run-in, and what a deserved victory it was. From Germany, Yoa Wigner! Congratulations, Yoa. You are Utrecht champion. how are you feeling after that victory?
Yeah, I'm feeling completely amazing. Like it's feeling unreal completely. I'm happy. Yeah, I can't really express my feelings. It's really cool for sure.
And of course, you had such a tough run-in. You know, you faced Jan, you faced Alberto. You really had a hard way to this victory. You know, what was going through your mind as each match was going on?
Yeah, actually, I've just playing from match to match, not really thinking about the next match, just focusing on the game, focusing on the match, not really looking at the opponent, just playing the game. Like, that's the best way you can approach it, I think, so.
Yeah, fantastic. And of course, I looked at your records before. You've only just aged up as a senior a couple of years ago. So, you know, now as a master, this is such a big achievement for yourself. How are you going to take the game in the future?
Yeah, I don't know. I just keep playing, testing. Now going to Worlds. Before this tournament, I didn't have my invite. So now I'm testing more. I'm testing even more for the World Championships to get a good record, get day 2, and maybe play a bit bigger. Yeah.
No worries. Now talk about that final for us as well. That final was incredible. I saw Alberto and yourself react after that game, both head in hands, just going, oh my, that was just such a hard matchup. What was going through your mind as that game was going on?
Yeah, like in the third game, I was definitely nervous as a 1-1, but I was confident because I went second, and second is just too good in a mirror match because I can't do him first. So he's more likely to break in the game. And after I got my set up and got the monkey, especially in the one turn where I killed both of the stray cloaks with the energy on it, where I found the last energy for my monkey Dory out of the Pheasant Deputy, I knew like, yeah, I'm in a really good position. He can't attack next turn because he doesn't have any energies on board. So I knew, yeah, this is looking good then after this turn. So yeah, I was.
You said you were planning not to go to Worlds this year, or you're maybe not in the position to go to Worlds. Only a couple of events left now in our EU schedule. Is this come as a surprise of you to take this win?
I mean, at the beginning of the season, I definitely played for Worlds because I also played Worlds last year. But my season didn't run that well, so before this tournament I needed like top 16 to qualify, and now I made obviously the top 16 even the champion, so it's really cool, yeah.
Now you've got so much to think about for Worlds as well, but what are your first initial impressions? You know, you're going to Anaheim, you're going to be a Worlds competitor.
Yeah, it's like, for me it's the third time actually, so it's really cool, and I'm just glad I made it, and I'm looking forward to it, to go to Anaheim and play the tournament.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Joa. You know, you've played such a fantastic game and you've had such a great run in the tournament, taking Dragapult all the way to the win and securing your World Championship invite. Thank you so much. One more round of applause for our winner, Joa Wigner. Thank you so much, but don't go anywhere. We're going to wrap up very quickly on the sofa with my fellow casters. Don't go anywhere.
All right then, and we're back. Rabbi has ran around here. Thank you so much. What a final that was. I was there watching the crowd, and quite honestly, my head was hurting trying to work out, you know, all the right maths. When's game on board? Is it now? What happens here? What does Monkey Dory do there? That was a final for the ages.
Shay, my adrenaline brain has melted. That was tough. There was so much going on, both players in that high pressure situation.
found amazing lines of play to keep in games they possibly really shouldn't have had any business being in, and even closing out games with really creative lines. An amazing final.
And the way Yoa composed himself in so many moments. There was that moment where he was about to play Brock Scouting and went, hang on a minute, let me just make some decisions first. And those kinds of things can be really hard to do under pressure. But I think both of them played so well considering the fatigue and the mental strain of the matchup.
Yeah, and there was about 10 of us backstage just kind of crossed arms with our heads slouched. What's happening there? What are they going for here? The damage placement and the nature of Phantom Dive just added that extra level of complexity to the game. You know, you saw the reaction of both players afterwards as well, just going, what were my lines? What could I have done more to take the win in Alberto's circumstances? But for Yoa, you know, what a fantastic game he played throughout both games.
Yeah, it really was. Just before the winners ceremony there, I was chatting to Alberto. The first thing he said to me as I shook his hand, he was like, oh, I think I could have done some things different. I was like, wow, that just shows a testament to these levels, you know, these players' levels, and instantly thinking, what could I have done different? How could I have changed the outcome?
And even though you don't win that final game, that's the champion mentality.
Yes.
That's how you keep getting back to this top level so frequently. You don't think about, oh, what if I drew this? What if I drew that? It's, what could I have done? How could I have influenced that final outcome? Both of them had opportunities to capitalize. And in this case, Alberto wasn't quite able to close it out, but he's had some great performances on that stage this weekend alone, and he's going to be back, no doubt.
Yeah, hindsight, a great teacher for Dragapult players. As you can see, the damage you placed earlier coming into effect later on. So that's the kind of recognition you get when you play a deck that's that tough to play.
Yeah, it really was, and just testament to how well the performance is over the weekend. But now we have our regional champion graphic ready with a new face on it. There it is, Yoa Wagner adding himself there. Only one more to be crowned. Remember, all of these finalists, champions I should say, will find themselves at the World Championships. There's Alberto Conti there, Gdansk, looking pretty familiar.
Yeah, don't feel too bad for him. He's already a champion this season.
Got his invite secured as well for Worlds, so now another player going to be guaranteed a spot in that Anaheim World Championship.
Yeah, only one more automatic invite by winning an event in Bologna, of course, upcoming. So interested to see who takes that one. Maybe it's somebody that we've already seen on that graphic. There's a chance of that, you know, with Alberto, but also with Johan as well. You know, just to show how strong the competition is on those top tables.
Exactly that, and you know what, I would love, you know, if I was a player watching that thinking, okay, I can see myself having a place on that champions graphic. I love that little cheeky screenshot and get that on the social media. And if you at home are feeling motivated and poised and ready to try and take that last champion slot there on our graphic, get yourself down to rk9.gd/events/Pokemon. There you'll find all the information about up and coming events, where they'll be, locations, times, all that jazz. And you know what, if you just want to get under this roof and get involved spectating with all the side events, vendors and all that jazz, that's the same place you can go, because there's a whole lot of fun to be had, isn't there, outside of just playing.
Yeah, the side events have been pretty fun here. You know, we had GLC, we got a chance to look at, but also many different games that aren't even the trading card game Go or VGC going on here. And I know in the other games we had interesting formats. The new VGC format was going on here, so plenty to watch, even if you're just here to spectate.
Exactly that. And the next event actually isn't here in the EU. It's in Portland over North America. Joe, you're going to that one, aren't you?
I'm packing my bags, Shay. I'm over there just in a couple days' time. I can't wait to be competing in the Portland Regional Championships. I've just seen some top-level action. I'm hoping to replicate that myself and go as far as I can in the tournament. I need a lot of championship points. I'm not going to lie, guys. I need a big result to get anywhere near the World Championships, but I'm going to have fun nonetheless. Every tournament you go to, even if it's just one that you can go to throughout the entire season, even if you don't worry about your invite, there's so much on the line every weekend, and Portland's going to be fantastic for me.
Well, commentating this event is great prep, I would have thought.
Yeah, I'm already prepped.
So my hot take is Joe's winning, basically.
Wow,
he's going
there we go.
There you go.
Got that out nice and early. Love that.
Bring back some boosters.
Please.
Get all the boosters. Love to see that. Well, Mike, where's the next event here in the EU region?
Well, it's going to be Bologna, a chance to go back to Italy. We've been there the last few years, and it's a great place to go compete. The local community really come through and perform well. And it's also an amazing place to be. This is what we mentioned about Europe. There's so many different cultures, so much different lovely food to enjoy, and that will be a great place to go.
And that final opportunity for our European players, if they're not attending the NAIC, that's the last chance saloon for a lot of our competitors. So there's so much on the line. People are going to be looking every single round about how close they can get, how many points they can earn to secure their place in Anaheim.
And that's where, as we said earlier, squeaky time, a part of the season, isn't it, really?
I was just about to say, it was squeaky time here this weekend, but Bologna is going to be a different level. It's going to be the last opportunity in the EU for a large championship point play out for our competitors. So yeah, competition would be ramping up there. I spoke to a judge before. There is so much interest in that event at the moment to get registered, to get competing for that last opportunity.
That's going to be one crazy event. Make sure you get yourself eyeballs on the screen. If you can't get there, make sure to watch. If you want information about, what times, exact dates as well, get yourself down to pokemon.com/broadcast. You're going to find all the relevant information you need to keep your eyes glued to the screen so you don't miss any Pokemon TCG action, because that would be a bit silly, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you've always got to tune in and see what's going on, even if it's just for a few matches early on to see the crazy decks playing. Yep. And as it goes through the tournament, you can start to see the strongest decks in the format. We had a joy yesterday of 12 different decks on stream, and then today we got to see the best decks in format, like Dragapult, come through with the best players showing exactly why they're the top of our meta right now.
It's going to be really fun. Now, fellas, if you want to get your posts on stream, how are we doing that then?
There's only one way, Shay. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon, of course. I've been looking for cyclists all weekend. I've not done a great job, but
He's been scrolling.
One in the flesh.
Any
but I've
bites?
also had a number of messages. I'm not going to say how many, sure, maybe not 5, but definitely a number of people have been saying, yes, they did cycle to the venue, so I was right in some respects. But of course, there's also the Instagram, there's Facebook, there's Pokemon/Pokemon. It couldn't be easier. There's no excuse to not get in touch with us. We love to show your social posts as well. If you're at the tournament, if you're watching at home, we will always be keeping our eye out, and any opportunity we'll be showing you guys off. So we love to hear from you.
Please do get involved. One of my favorite segments when we're live is reacting to your posts. I've also got another little job for you, though, people at home. I'm not going to lie to you while you get involved with the socials. There's a new YouTube channel. How often does that happen? Not that much. So get involved. There it is, YouTube, /@PlayPokemon. That's going to be your home, your hub of competitive Pokemon content. TCG, VGC, all that GO, Unite, all of it under one channel. That's a ridiculous amount of value, and it's free for you to follow. So get there. And if you're more Twitch inclined, get involved at twitch.com// Pokemon TCG. And wow, if you're going to be on the Pokemon Twitch channel as well, look at all this fun stuff.
Going over to Alola for some Sun and Moon action, as well as the Unite Championship Series.
Yeah, I'm going for some Samson Oak, I think, on the Sun and Moon. I mentioned it yesterday, but just love me some Alola region action with the live Sun and Moon. But of course, that Portland Regionals live on Saturday, the 24th of May, Saturday and Sunday. Do not miss it.
Yeah, and if you keep your eyes peeled and old Joe has a good event, you might even see him there as well. Keep those fingers crossed.
You'll probably see him in a panning shot, most likely.
I'll find a way on just
have a little wave.
Yeah, I'll point at myself in the very corner of a shot. Yeah.
No, he's on Players to Watch. Sure. Travelling all the way from the UK.
Don't know about that.
Yeah, come on.
You must be so well prepared, right?
I must be. I spent quite a few hours looking at Pokemon this weekend, so,
All right, well, we had this big event here, the Utrecht Special Championship. We also had our own little event as well of our hot takes. I don't think panned out very well, so let's have a quick rundown. We spoke about yours already a little bit, Joe, so we'll start over there, Benjamin.
Yeah, I didn't win. Did not win. Didn't even get near winning, unfortunately. No poker pairs to be found near top 8. There were some in and about.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, our friend Alex Dow didn't end with a fan. Oh, he actually did, right? He ended up top 16, top 32.
Yeah, I think
I'll take that.
Yeah, enough sparks there to keep me motivated to keep playing, I think, Ben.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
maybe.
But it was a teenager, unfortunately, who won the tournament.
Yeah.
So quite far from the parent that you were hoping.
And Alberto Conti's also a bit of a young whippersnapper himself as well.
I was quite far away in the end. When it comes to the finalists, definitely.
We got some motivation. Alex Dow is your hero, is what I'm hearing.
I wouldn't give him that title just because he'll take
He's going to use
take that and run with it for miles. I'm not saying Alex Dow is my hero.
All right, as well.
Maybe. I don't know.
And Mike, talk to us about yours.
Well, I got a chance to walk around and have a look at some people's accessories, and I think maybe I underrated it. Maybe everyone has their own take on it. Perhaps there's different ways to do accessories. Perhaps my way isn't the best way. Perhaps Joe's way isn't the best way. But it's good to see people taking a conscious effort to improve their ability to maintain the board state through their dice, their counters, and their markers.
The amount of dice we were flinging about in that finals, it's important for you to know to keep on top of them.
Yeah, your setup wouldn't be good for that one.
No, I'd have run out.
I would have got the mics in that circumstance. Yeah, definitely.
Impossible.
That's why you got to play Raging Bolt. Don't worry about damage. Just send them straight to the discard pile.
Why will I need dice?
Yeah. Now, Joe, we talked a little bit about yours, but let's have a quick recap.
Well, I was hoping I'd find some more cyclists. I was ambitious. I thought, we're in the Netherlands, all I see is bikes. There's way more bikes than people and cars and anything else. But I couldn't find many motivated cyclists. Feels like I kept asking people who are in different countries in my defense, so they had to find different modes of transport. But I'm hoping that maybe I'll cycle home, and that'll be my punishment.
Well, I didn't want to tell you when you were trying to find the cyclists, but you said find 5 people who cycled to this event.
Yeah.
And I was tempted to tell you earlier on, but you could have asked the staff members. There's all the staff around the event who are local. You could have asked any of them.
Asked a couple of judges. No dice.
No, well, unfortunately, you missed out on your 5.
Well, you wasn't the only one to miss out, because my hot take was I'm going to try my hardest to not say goodness gracious me while being live. I think I managed to dodge it all throughout day 2. Unfortunately, in day 1, though, 2... I said it twice, unfortunately. So that's still a lot less than many other broadcasts, I'm sure you know. But unfortunately wasn't able to completely hammer it out. But here we are. When we started this cast, gentlemen, we had Utrecht was still, in colour. Now it is complete. We have crowned our champion. Only 3 events left, including Europe and our big ones.
Feels like yesterday we were in Dortmund, looking forward to the season.
Yeah.
All these different cities we'll be going to. The ICs, which we now only have 1 left to do. But it is just one singular event in Europe to try and find your chance into that World Championship in Anaheim.
Yeah, that really puts into emphasis how far we've gone. How long the journey's been. We've had so many players now gain their automatic invites, but, only one more opportunity in the EU for that massive championship point payout. We've said it before, and then one more international. And you feel like a lot of these European players, they'll be thinking, do I have to go to NAIC to make my World Championship invite? Do I have to go? That's what a lot of players will be contemplating now, and that's where the fine margins are. A lot of players will be thinking, oh, player X behind me is going to NAIC, now I have to go. And it's all about those mind games with the leaderboards at this point.
But those final 3 for a spectator, they sell themselves. The final event in Europe, the largest event of the year with NAIC, and then the culmination of it all, why we've been battling it out all season, racking up those championship points, going through heartbreak, and those elation moments of having victories under your belt, coming back from all sorts of deficits, finding your way to win. That's what it's all come down to, and you can demonstrate that prowess better than anywhere else at the World Championships.
Exactly, I couldn't have said it better myself. So viewers, if you want to see who will be cementing their place at the World Championships, you're going to have to watch the Bologna stream, NAIC stream. So that's my mission to you. Watch those streams and get involved using the hashtag #PlayPokemon at the socials. But for now, that wraps up our Utrecht special event coverage. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you to all the lovely staff members, judges, production staff, and my fellow co-casters. But for now, good night.